Chapter 1. From this day forth, Loren Vihilifus shall be recognized as a graduate of Unnosi Academy. Clad in ostentatiously elegant yet profoundly uncomfortable Western attire, a young man, named Loren, stood bewildered as he accepted a parchment inscribed with incomprehensible inked symbols from the hands of a venerable elder adorned with a white beard, all the while listening to words he could not understand yet somehow grasped in meaning. At that moment, he was still grappling with the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. However, his body instinctively followed the procession of individuals as they turned right, much like an extra dutifully performing in a grand theatrical ceremony. It was then he realized he found himself in a colossal venue, illuminated by radiant lights. The audience, filling seats the size of a football field, was so vast that Loren could not discern the features of those occupying the front row. His instincts whispered that this was not a theater where a play was being staged, nor was he there due to a lack of actors, forced to play a role against his will. Once seated on the stage alongside others, the elder at the podium turned his attention to the audience. Next, we invite this year's distinguished graduate, Miss Alishia Ikra, to deliver a speech on behalf of her fellow graduates. The previously uniform lighting on the stage converged to illuminate the striking figure of a beautiful girl with sky-blue hair standing at the forefront. Her high leather boots echoed on the wooden floor, and with an air of confidence, she ascended the podium, bathed in gentle light. Her voice, akin to the song of a nightingale, emanated with the poise of a seasoned performer seizing the stage the moment she began to speak. Is this truly the scene of a high school graduation ball in some Western academy? Despite being engulfed in a bewildering reality he could not fully comprehend, Loren couldn't help but silently scoff at the absurdity of it all. Unlike others who gazed at the girl, seemingly the protagonist in this grand spectacle, he lowered his head, taking advantage of this moment of anonymity to sift through the chaos in his mind. Gradually, he pieced together the fragments of vital information that had suddenly come to his awareness and began to extract the aspects he needed to understand. Indeed, much like the protagonists in online novels, it appeared that he had traversed into another world. Curiously, he had not encountered any extraordinary events. No truck collision, no blood-red moon, nor had he been drawn into any mysterious magical circle out of sheer curiosity. Ultimately, he was merely a high school student who had not yet graduated, returning home after a long day of studies, indulging in half an hour of gaming, and subsequently retiring to bed just as he did every day. Thus, he was but an ordinary youth, inexplicably thrust into a world he had never heard of, inhabiting the body of another, adorned with a new face, embarking on a life he could not fathom the reasons for. Loren sounds remarkably like a name from Manila, though my original name wasn't particularly melodious either. As he contemplated this in silence, he continued to delve into his memories to grasp the current situation. First and foremost, he needed to ascertain the identity of this boat's original owner. Loren Vihilifus, within this realm reminiscent of a medieval past, belonged to one of the mightiest empires of the continent, the Mexicus Empire, hailing from the renowned Vihilifus clan. He was the youngest son of the current head of the family, Marquis Clyfin, and his late wife, with an elder brother and sister preceding him. In stark contrast to his accomplished siblings, who excelled in their respective fields at a tender age, Loren's talents could only be described as mediocre. He harbored neither a fondness for nor proficiency in academics. Even with the support of the Marquis' influence, he barely managed to complete his education at the esteemed Unnosi Academy. Reflecting on his student life, he realized he had produced no remarkable achievements and had garnered little recognition from others. Compared to the accolades held by his peers, particularly the girl now confidently addressing the audience, Loren found himself empty-handed. So, have I been transmogrified into another's identity, unremarkable one at that? How ironic. Even in becoming someone else, I find myself mirroring a mediocrity akin to my own. As he spiraled into such thoughts, the girl concluded her speech with an elegant bow and gracefully stepped down from the podium. In that moment, as she drew near on her path back to her seat, Loren felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably. Alishia Ikra, of the Ikra Familio, how stunning she is! Why am I even contemplating this now? Despite the ambient temperature remaining unchanged, The bewildered youth sensed a warmth enveloping him, a consequence of his boat's uncontrollable reaction. Ah, it seems this boat's previous owner is experiencing the throes of adolescence. Perhaps it was the anxiety induced by his sudden displacement, but the inherently introspective young man's thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably, leaping from one topic to another, only to return to the origin of his musings. Eventually, he managed to dismiss the trivial thoughts clouding his mind and succinctly summarize his predicament. My consciousness, or rather my soul, has taken root within this otherworldly persona known as Loren Vihilifus. I have inherited all that belongs to him. The whereabouts of this boat's original owner remain a mystery to me. Yet, my current objective is clear: to live fully within this body. As the speech concluded, the stage was illuminated by bright lights. As one of the fortunate illuminated souls, Loren Vihilifus now stood at the precipice of a new life. Loren, you look quite dashing in that attire today. Do refrain from shedding it too hastily. I would like the artist to capture your current visage. Seated within the carriage, Loren furrowed his brow, adjusting the cumbersome robe that encumbered him. This attire, far more confining than a suit, was cast aside the moment he exited the hall, leading him to hastily return to the carriage without even greeting those familiar with this body. In essence, those who recognized him knew the soul of Loren Vihilifus, not the foreigner who had taken his place. Beside him sat a woman of noble grace and elegance, her beauty rivaling that of Alicia during her radiant speech. His sister, Lothar Vihilifus, the eldest daughter of Marquis Clyphon. Sister, this outfit is truly unbearable. I've endured it for far too long. Why must we don such troublesome garments in public? Loren complained, shedding the outer robe as the mind of this body allowed him to swiftly acclimate to the language of this world, enabling him to articulate his grievances fluently. Strangely enough, before his traversal, he had always been somewhat shy, particularly around those he had not become well acquainted with. Yet now, having inhabited another's flesh, he instinctively felt at ease in the presence of family, as though he had genuinely shared a lifetime with them. The habits of this body, while not perfectly aligned with his own soul, still resonated closely enough to his former self, sparing him the need to feign a personality that did not align with his own, thus avoiding suspicion. It seemed that every action he took was inherently that of this body. Ah, but this attire is a tradition passed down within the Empire, specifically worn by graduates from the Academy. Lothar replied with a gentle smile, her alabaster hand caressing Loren's handsome visage. Wearing this garment signifies your transition from uncertainty to a genuine self. In the future, you shall emerge from the protective embrace of your family and embark on your own unique journey, ultimately maturing into a person of substance. At that moment, Loren fell silent. The carriage driver guided them onward, and within the well-soundproof compartment, the pair sat in contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Loren savored the gentle touch of the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in both of his lives. In Loren's memories, his mother had departed this world long ago, and amidst the chaos of a Marquis household, the golden-haired woman before him was the most tender and trustworthy family member he had ever known. By the way, elder brother took a day off from his research at the Institute just to see you. Has he encountered obstacles in his recent studies? Indeed, it seems that this time the containment entity is remarkably difficult to conquer. Containment entity. Loren sighed lightly, pressing his fingers against his temples, earnestly savoring the significance of these three words. Had he not perused his memories, he would not have contemplated this term, which is exclusive to the game, symbolizing the ultimate enigma of this Nayano, this world. Currently, the societal structure of the continent where Loren resides mirrors the ancient times of the world he once knew, with the realm itself divided by powerful nations, establishing societies around royal and divine authority, each claiming their dominion. However, unlike the former continent, the denizens of this world are not mere mortals devoid of strength. Extraordinary warriors wield formidable weapons to unleash terrifying combat techniques, while mages can transform the knowledge within their minds into cataclysmic spells. This merely reflects the situation within the empire of Maxixis in Loren's recollections, Other realms boast future cities brimming with advanced technology, supported by vast energy resources, presenting an entirely different landscape. It is not a simple world of swords and sorcery, but rather a melange of diverse systems, akin to a grand potpourri. And all of this is a consequence of a peculiar species. They are known as containment entities. No one comprehends the reasons for their existence, nor does anyone possess a complete understanding of their mysteries. These enigmatic beings have appeared across the globe at an indeterminate time. Despite their myriad bizarre appearances, it was only in recent times that people systematically devised a method for identification. Yet, these entities share certain commonalities. Either they possess immense combat prowess or wield terrifying abilities that can influence others, and they seldom initiate attacks on humans, generally residing peacefully within their own territories. If it were merely this, they would not have etched such a vivid mark upon human history. As individuals began to delve deeper into the understanding of containment entities, scholars discovered that these monsters exhibit minimal self-awareness. Rather than being biological entities, they resemble a sequence governed by fixed rules. If these rules are violated, these creatures will unleash their claws, effortlessly slaughtering humans while disregarding their resistance. Conversely, if no transgression occurs, even those who brandish weapons before them will be met with indifferent disregard. This alone would suffice. But what astonished them further was that those who could discern the correct few rules within this series were met with considerable rewards from these entities. In other words, the formidable powers and perilous knowledge that transcend human limits all stem from this source. Thus, the fortunate individuals who deciphered the rules of containment entities acquired immense power, vanquishing their rivals and establishing their own realms. Subsequently, humanity designated these beings as containment entities and created facilities to capture and confine them, meticulously exploring the correct rules through countless lives, ultimately transforming these entities into potent instruments that serve humanity in various capacities. Today, the utilization of containment entities has reached a level of maturity. They have evolved from secret weapons known only to the nobility into formidable tools that, while strictly regulated, now serve all of humanity. For instance, the reason why the Unnosi Academy, where Loren is situated, stands as the undisputed premier academy of the Empire is due to its possession of a greater number of containment entities than any other institution. While the circumstances in other kingdoms remain unclear, within the Empire of Maxixus, every lord is able to command several containment entities provided by the Empire, facilitating their governance over their territories. Beep beep. Just as Loren completed his mental review of the knowledge regarding containment entities, a sound akin to an alarm rang in his ears. Host detected receiving basic knowledge. The containment entity management system has been activated. Before Loren appeared a colossal screen resembling a game interface, filled with dense text and data. Is this akin to a system for transmigrators found in novels? Loren gazed, somewhat perplexed, at the mysterious object that had suddenly manifested before him. Indeed, at this moment, an item uniquely belonging to him had finally arrived in his grasp. System, external aid, special abilities, any term would suffice. If one were to choose a noble manner to document this pivotal turning point, it would undoubtedly be inscribed as follows. Presented before Loren Vasilyev is the key to unlocking a new world. Within an opulent Western-style mansion, the maids, under the guidance of the head maid, bustled about in preparation for the evening's banquet. Procurement of food, stage decoration, list organization. Various types of fresh flowers were transported in truckloads, and an array of ingredients were skillfully crafted into delectable dishes by professional chefs. The inhabitants of the mansion worked in harmonious coordination, resembling a finely tuned machine, transforming the estate into a stage capable of perfectly welcoming its guests. Within a certain chamber of the grand villa, a young man with golden locks reclines languidly upon a sumptuous the eyes of others. He appears merely to be resting. However, in truth, at this moment, Loren is deftly tracing his fingers across an invisible screen that eludes the gaze of onlookers. Ever since the system manifested before his eyes, he has immersed himself in the exploration of this enigmatic phenomenon that has inexplicably materialized in his life. After diligently studying its intricacies for a considerable time, he has finally grasped its fundamental functionalities. As its name suggests, the containment management system is not a mere enhancement for personal power, but rather a specialized tool designed to assist in the management and utilization of containment entities. To unlock the system's capabilities, one must engage with content related to these entities and acquire corresponding information points. This revelation is the first statement inscribed upon the system's expansive display. In other words, only by interacting with the mysterious key of containment can the key in his hand fulfill its purpose. With that in mind, Loren contemplates a trial. After reviewing the practical applications once more, he blinks, causing the system to shut down with emotion. Rising from the bed, he approaches the towering bookshelf, which stands 3 stories high, in his bedroom. He retrieves a collection of prose and novels previously stored away, placing them upon the desk, and redirects his focus to the remaining volumes, specifically those of a more academic nature. Alchemy, magic, combat techniques. Loren ascends the bookshelf, methodically organizing the weighty tomes according to their contents. As the son of a marquis, even the private library within his chamber boasts a considerable collection. However, the previous incarnation of himself was not particularly fond of studying, favoring entertainment literature, while the academic tomes, purchased merely to impress, were haphazardly crammed onto the shelves, their dusty wooden surfaces complicating his search for specific text that, achoo, is this body afflicted with the same nasal affliction as my predecessor? This marks my 4th sneeze. Nevertheless, perseverance bore fruit. After a lengthy endeavor, he has successfully categorized the volumes and extracted the one he wishes to peruse. The introductory text on containment delineates the classification of entities. What constitutes a containment entity? These are all straightforward concepts. Loren rubs his temples and exhales a sigh. It seems that his predecessor had not so much as read a single line of these books, engaging solely in the aristocratic custom of displaying a scholarly demeanor by acquiring volumes he could barely comprehend, which were subsequently stuffed into the bedroom bookshelf. Thus, the selections were limited to easily digestible works available in local shops that, in theory, these should be knowledge familiar to someone of Loren's academic standing. However, perhaps due to his disinterest in learning, Loren had indulged in leisure and revelry after examinations, or perhaps the transition to this new existence has muddled his memories. In any case, the knowledge now resides in his mind as a vague, chaotic blur. Hence, revisiting fundamental concepts serves as an excellent means of review for Loren. Moreover, his current motivation for reading transcends mere academic pursuit. Humanity classifies containment entities into 7 tiers: alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, and eta, represented by simple symbols. The higher the tier, the greater the power of the entity, the more substantial the rewards for appeasing them, and the harsher the penalties for breaching the rules. As he finishes this passage, the sudden chime of an alarm resonates once more. Ding! New knowledge has been detected as learned by the host. Information point acquired. The origins of containment entities remain shrouded in mystery, yet scholars speculate that they are intertwined with the will of life itself. Ding! New knowledge has been detected as learned by the host. Information point acquired. Containment entities can influence not only humanity, but also flora, fauna, and even the environment itself. Ding! New knowledge has been detected as learned by the host. Information point acquired. A smile graces Loren's face. It seems that my recollection of containment-related knowledge during the carriage ride was not merely coincidental. It has indeed unlocked the containment management system. Although the underlying principles remain elusive, it appears that engaging with relevant knowledge suffices to gain these information points, independent of direct interaction with the entities themselves. However, another question arises. While he has accrued the unique currency of the containment management system, information points, the system has not elucidated how to utilize them. This query remains unanswered for the time being. Regardless, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Loren resumes his attentive reading. Though the material may be dense and challenging, when approached as if he were delving into a game-esque lore, Loren finds himself surprisingly engrossed. Throughout the afternoon, the young man loses himself in a sea of books, a vast reservoir of knowledge methodically flooding his mind. Throughout human history, containment entities have imparted a wealth of knowledge, each type offering fragments of wisdom. Currently, the Mexico's empire boasts a coherent framework of 5 major knowledge branches: forging, enchantment, alchemy, arcane engineering, and inscription. With these 5 knowledge systems as a foundation, the empire systematically cultivates both mages and warriors. The Mexico's empire prides itself on its formidable individual combat prowess, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, defeating fully armed armies single-handedly. Let me think. My predecessor majored in arcane engineering with a minor in alchemy. However, his performance was merely mediocre, barely scraping by to graduate with the credits accrued from these 2 subjects alongside a smattering of electives. A sigh escapes him as he reflects on his family. In stark contrast to the ordinary Loren, his 3 relatives, whom he frequently encounters, are unparalleled geniuses of the empire, far beyond the reach of his former self. His elder brother specializes in the research and management of containment entities and has secured a position at the Imperial Containment Facility upon graduation. His sister holds dual degrees in arcane engineering and enchantment, and it seems that she was instrumental in his predecessor's meager success in arcane engineering. She now serves as a key member of the Chrysos Trading Company and is soon to be promoted. As for his father, contemplating the terrifying, fearsome, and loath yet desperately sought acknowledgement from the enigmatic figure of his predecessor, Loren cannot help but rub his temples in exasperation. Loren, young master, Loren, an elegant voice belonging to a maid who had knocked at the door unbeknownst to him, suddenly interrupts Loren's reverie. My apologies, spelled I was lost in thought. What is it? It brings us joy to see you, young master, diligently studying even after graduation. The head maid smiles warmly, having served Loren since childhood. The Marquis is in the bedroom and requests your presence. He wishes to have a heartfelt father-son discussion with you. In the corridor of the Grand Villa. The striking young man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt walks alongside the elegantly attired maid. Belle, what does my father want with me? How is his mood? I am uncertain. Although I have been around the Marquis for quite some time, I do not presume to understand his thoughts. However, he seems to be behaving as usual, so it should not be anything troubling. The head maid responds softly. From an outsider's perspective, the interaction resembles that of a caring older sister speaking to her younger brother, utterly inconceivable as they are expected to maintain a strict master-servant hierarchy. In truth, such dynamics are quite common within the Vasilev family. Despite the current incarnation of Loren disliking pretentiousness, the primary reason lies in the rules established by his father, Marquis Clyfin. According to the memories of his predecessor, young Loren once faced severe punishment from his father for taking the maid's clothing while she was bathing. Such an incident, which seems trivial in Loren's current perspective, is incomprehensible in this world. To punish one's own son for a garment worth a few gold coins is utterly irrational within the noble circles of the empire. Of course, aside from this incident, the predecessor maintained a healthy respect for the head maid, who, despite being merely 5 years older, had served him diligently since birth until he reached adulthood. As Loren traversed through time, he naturally inherited the emotions etched into his very being. If one were to consider his sister as his closest kin, then the most esteemed outsider would undoubtedly be the head maid by his side. Young master, please enter. Just as Loren was lost in reminiscence of his predecessor's extraordinary past, Belle guided him to a modestly ancient door. Halting their steps, this was the study where his father conducted his affairs. Drawing in several deep breaths, Loren gently tapped on the door with his fingers. Come in. Upon pushing open the wooden door, an overwhelming aroma of books enveloped him. The first sight to greet his eyes was an array of bookshelves, their number rivaling that of certain libraries, rendering the vast collection in Loren's own chamber insignificant in comparison. As he slowly navigated through the shelves, he arrived at the center of the room, where 2 figures resided. A familiar golden-haired woman deftly danced her delicate fingers over the tea set, transforming the precious tea leaves and spring water into a fragrant brew, which she presented to the man seated at the desk, engrossed in a tome crafted from parchment. Father. Splendidly brewed. The parchment book was closed and placed upon the desk, revealing a handsome visage strikingly similar to Loren's own, yet markedly more mature. The gold monocle adorning his right eye, embellished with several diamonds, exuded an air of erudition. His golden-hued pupils evoked a peculiar reluctance in ordinary folk to gaze directly upon him. How might one articulate the sensation of meeting his gaze? Perhaps it could be likened to peering into the tranquil depths of the ocean, where one can only sense the unfathomable depth of this man. Impenetrable and inscrutable. Yet as time passes, one becomes increasingly aware of the turbulent waves beneath that placid surface. Powerful, mysterious, and fearsome. Indeed, fearsome. Every individual who has ever come into contact with GoldenEye Clyfin Vasilevers has invariably felt this undeniable truth. Among Loren's ancestors, despite generations of striving and toil, the highest position attained over centuries was merely that of a count, and not even one that was hereditary. Furthermore, in recent years, the heads of the Vasilevers family were either lacking in talent or derided for their absurdity. None capable of sustaining the weight of this illustrious lineage, its decline seemingly inevitable. This continued until Clyfin personally incarcerated his father for attempting to assault a common woman while inebriated, subsequently assuming the mantle of head of the family. In a mere 30 years, Clyfin distinguished himself on the battlefield, vanquishing foes while simultaneously amassing political power and subduing adversaries. Through his iron-fisted approach, he revitalized the Vasilevers clan, emerging as one of the most illustrious marquises in the Mexico's empire. It is said that, should the opportunity arise, the emperor is even contemplating bestowing upon him one of the empire's exceedingly rare titles of Grand Duke, though his reputation among the nobility is formidable. To the common populace, the head of the Vasilevers family is a noble who punishes his most esteemed warriors to protect innocent civilians and chastises his own son for the sake of an easily obtainable maid, a paragon of gentleness among the aristocracy. Resented by the elite and revered by the lower classes, this is the image that Clyfin Vasilevers presents to the world. But what of Loren, his kin? He finds himself unable to discern in the eyes of his predecessor. The golden-haired man before him was a stern and fearsome father. Yet to the present Loren, an enigmatic aura envelopes him. Aside from the fear he instills, the remainder remains obscured. After all, having been an ordinary high school student prior to his transition, how could he possibly unravel the complexities of such a seasoned count? Loren pondered. Indeed, the thoughts above were what occupied Loren's mind as he awaited his father's guidance while he savored his tea. At last, the golden gaze shifted from the teacup to Loren's own verdant eyes. "Father, do you require my presence?" Upon hearing his son's inquiry, the Marquis first drained the remaining tea from his cup, then pushed it towards the enchanting golden-haired woman standing to his right. "Lateral, please close the door. Loren, take a seat before me." The two, upon receiving their directives, swiftly complied as if guided by instinct. The eldest daughter of the family retrieved the teacup and promptly made her way to the door, while Loren hastily pulled out the chair in front of the desk, sitting down with decorum and bowing his head, eyes cast down towards his lap, awaiting his father's next command. The sound of the door opening and closing echoed, becoming the sole noise within the study. If the human body were a house, then the eyes would serve as windows. "Loren, lift your head and look at me properly." Even in the face of this man's soul for the first time, Loren found himself unable to resist his words, which held an almost magical power, especially considering the muscle memory embedded within this body. The golden-haired youth hastily raised his head, meeting the gaze of a man few would willingly confront. Golden eyes locked with green. The air in the study fell once more into silence. Eventually, it was Clyfin Vasilevers who shattered the stillness, for in this domain, only he possessed the authority to shape the surrounding dynamics. "Come now, Loren, today marks the day you formally transition from a child into adulthood. Let us converse as father and son, in these two simple identities about your future." Separated by the desk, the two faced each other. It was indeed peculiar. Though experiencing this extraordinary phenomenon of transmigration for the first time, Loren, having read countless novels on the subject, perceived it as akin to an actor donning a costume, allowing a soul to inhabit a body that was not its own, continuing to act according to his own what would make him easily discernible, much like a rogue attempting to masquerade as a gentleman. Such a charade would be swiftly uncovered. This was why he had swiftly endeavored to gather the memories of his mind, aiming to embody the role of Loren effectively. Yet he soon discovered that such efforts were unnecessary. Even with the brief time spent in this new residence, he found he need not modify his actions to fit the flesh he now inhabited. Merely relying on instinct allowed him to evade detection by his sister, the maid who had attended him, and his father, all of whom remained blissfully unaware that the ownership of this body had indeed shifted. If one were to equate transmigration to performance, then the role an actor plays best is undoubtedly that of themselves. Currently, Loren was gradually experiencing sensations he ought not to have felt, accepting his sister's tenderness with ease in the carriage, engaging in discussions with the maid beside him as if they were longtime friends, and instinctively sensing a unique authority only his father could exude. The harmony between soul and body, which had been a mere struggle in the carriage, now surged with intensity. Had his soul chosen a body similar to his own, or was the body reshaping his soul to achieve greater alignment? Previously, he had lived within a materialistic worldview, rendering concepts of transmigration, memory, and soul utterly incomprehensible to him. Even though he instinctively felt that this was illogical, he could not prove it in any case. While he could not grasp the intricacies, this was why one soul had diverged from the other. Yet they could still engage in conversation as a typical father and son. Firstly, congratulations on your graduation. In the Mexico's empire, graduating from academy signifies a person's impending transition from their family into society, more so than one's birthday. This evening's banquet, hosted by the Vasilevers clan, serves as a blessing for you. Thank you, Father. Clyfin nodded gently before continuing. You are free to indulge yourself for the remainder of the evening. However, at this moment, I wish for you to contemplate your future earnestly. Clyfin retrieved a document from beneath the cabinet. This is your final assessment. I trust you're already aware that to be frank, it is not particularly poor. Yet when compared to Lateral and Vista, I apologize that if you have exerted your utmost, there is no need for an apology that, if not, then those you ought to apologize to are not me. Regardless, before we proceed with our discussion, allow me to reiterate one point. Now, you have reached adulthood. From this day forth, the family will no longer provide you with any conveniences, including financial support, just as Latel and Vista have experienced. However, the Marquis lifted his head to gaze at the sky. You know that when your mother passed away, she left behind an inheritance for you? Mother, Roland exclaimed in astonishment. Clifton's wife, Roland's mother, had died a year after giving birth to him. Since he could remember, his father had never discussed matters concerning his mother. Even the information he obtained from his sister and brother was scant. Apart from her appearance, her lineage, character, and everything else remained a mystery. Although his siblings had seen their mother, all he knew was that his father had not engaged with another woman since her death. Unlike other nobles with multiple wives and concubines, his father had remained solitary. The wealth she left behind was divided into 3 portions. Perhaps she was most concerned about the youngest, and the share designated for you is indeed the largest. The Marquis adjusted his monocle and chuckled softly. Your brother and sister have immeasurable futures ahead of them. They could easily become pillars of the empire through their own talents. However, you are not to be blamed for any perceived shortcomings. Every individual is unique, and perhaps you are simply ill-suited for academia or lack certain talents. Nothing more. If recalling something of great importance, Clifton paused momentarily before continuing that I have complete confidence in how they will manage this wealth. But Roland, while I shall not interfere, as your father, I believe I should at least guide you a little. Please do enlighten me. Roland responded respectfully. Tapping the desk, Clifton slowly opened his mouth. The first path is as I mentioned. I shall hand over this wealth to you intact, and how you choose to utilize it will be entirely up to you. In reality, with merely a diploma from Uno's Academy, you can secure a good job if you apply yourself. Based on this foundation, you may choose to invest this money in business or live a leisurely life. I assure you that this wealth is sufficient for such a lifestyle. The second path involves a marquis granting the vacant territories under his command to other nobles. Should you wish to become a lord of a territory, I will charge a reasonable price, and you would become a baron of hereditary status, officially recognized by the empire. However, be aware that under the empire's laws, upon my passing, it would be challenging for you to inherit the marquisate of the Vasilev family. Furthermore, you would need to distance yourself from the imperial capital and relocate to a remote territory. Lastly, this inheritance is not merely monetary. It encompasses treasures that would certainly captivate influential figures within the empire. Should you desire, I can facilitate introductions. These treasures may be mere collectibles to you, Yet they could be exchanged with those distinguished individuals for precious commodities or promises. I trust one need not elaborate further. After articulating his thoughts, Clifton slowly closed his mouth. In contrast, Roland fell into contemplation. Although it appeared that Clifton Vasilev was merely advising Roland on how to manage this inheritance, he was acutely aware, without the aid of current memories, that rather than guidance, it was assistance, setting aside the first path. The other two were blatant privileges. First, acquiring a title through wealth. Any discerning individual would recognize that the titles bestowed by the empire are invaluable, let alone a hereditary barony. This implies that Roland's children and grandchildren would also inherit the title, as long as the Vasilev lineage remains unscathed. Thus, this title would forever be passed down, a privilege that cannot be obtained at any reasonable price. As for the third option, it is even more remarkable. Clifton Vasilev, one of the most prominent figures in the empire, what caliber of influential individuals could he connect with, and what promises could they offer in return? Though his father claimed that upon reaching adulthood, he would no longer provide assistance, these two opportunities alone are coveted by many lower-tier nobles, beyond the curiosity surrounding the inheritance left by his mother. A more significant dilemma now loomed before him. Among the three choices which would suit him best, outside the study, miss, are you in? Littell placed a finger to her lips in a should gesture, and Belle immediately fell silent. The young girl twirled her right hand, two mirrors reflecting light off one another, ultimately creating a small hole in the plain wooden door. However, there were no wood shavings that fell, indicating that the door itself remained intact. A magical means of eavesdropping? As an ordinary person, Belle had witnessed her masters cast magic before. Clifton Vasilev, renowned for his outstanding achievements on the battlefield, owed his prowess not only to his exceptional leadership skills and unwavering composure, but fundamentally to his accomplishments across all 5 major subprofessions. Particularly his remarkable talent in magic. In this alternate world, courage, wisdom, and willpower all influence one's ability to ascend higher. Yet, at its core, strength remains the most crucial element, inheriting the bloodline of this legendary mage. Both Littell and her brother Vista possess extraordinary magical potential. If they grow smoothly, they are sure to become among the Empire's finest mages in the future. Phew! Thankfully, Father did not go mad and install anti-magic on the door. With a snap of her fingers, the dutiful maid noticed that through the small hole, she could hear the voices of father and son conversing hundreds of meters away. Although not the first time witnessing such a phenomenon, magic was indeed wondrous. Yet, would the Marquis not discover this? In truth, such short-range eavesdropping is a basic spell with little practicality. Even those with the most modest talents can learn it with effort. However, due to its simplicity, when combined with magical tools that erase traces of magic, even someone as accomplished as my father would likely attribute any magical residue to my innate abilities. Otherwise, daring to use magic to spy on him would surely result in detection. After putting away the enchanted mirror, Littell displayed a triumphant smile. "Miss, shall I take my leave?" "Belle, do not treat yourself as an outsider. Come here." "Then, I shall obey," the maid said, lightly stepping towards the door to mother's inheritance. "Yes, on the day of my graduation, he also entrusted me with this sum of money. Did he also present you with those 3 choices?" Littell shook her head. "Neither Vista nor I received such an offer. It was only Roland." The girl's crescent-like eyebrows slightly drooped. "He was just 1 year old when our mother passed away. You remember, right? That child lacks any memories of her." Belle silently closed her mouth. Perhaps their father felt a sense of indebtedness towards him. Otherwise, he would not have proactively offered to leverage his connections to assist Roland, whether it was acquiring a title or introducing those nobles. Vista and I had never received such straightforward assistance from him. "Then, Miss, which choice do you believe is most suitable for young master?" Upon hearing this question, Littell furrowed her brow in contemplation. The option with the highest benefits is undoubtedly the third. Although a title is precious, with father-esque connections and the value of mother-esque inheritance combined, the potential worth far surpasses that of a baronial title. Yet, this is merely a promise, merely an opportunity. In other words, if Roland chooses this, that promise could potentially elevate him to the pinnacle of the empire. However, should his abilities falter, he would ultimately face a harsh downfall. Conversely, if he were to forego these options, the inheritance I hold would significantly bolster my development within the merchant guild. Without that wealth as capital, I would not have been able to attain my current position at this age. If Roland so wishes, he could indeed lead a fulfilling and happy life with that money that IT presents the least risk. Once chosen, it almost guarantees a bright and prosperous future. Lotel frowned. Her brother is not particularly clever, nor exceptionally diligent. He has many shortcomings. From her perspective, it is highly probable that Loren will reject the assistance offered by his father. Yet, precisely because of this, in the presence of such prodigious talents, he appears more like an ordinary individual. Imperfect, yet still striving to live, a soft sigh escaped from HU to IS at a fervent rush towards the pinnacle of success, or a retreat to a mundane existence. Regardless of how Loren chooses to shape his future, she will wholeheartedly support him. Boom, that moment. The grand door swung open. The Vimana's manor was destined for a night of unrest. Flowers adorned the marble structure, transforming it into a magnificent hall. Delectable dishes emerged from the kitchen, while guests approached, invitation cards in hand, ready to indulge in exquisite wines and culinary delights within the estate. How fortunate it is that this year's banquet is hosted by the Vasilev family. If only he could seize the opportunity to connect with Marquis Clifon. Dressed in a suit that offered little comfort compared to the graduation attire, Loren raised a goblet filled with sweet wine. Seemingly hidden in a shadow, quietly savoring the gourmet offerings of this otherworldly feast. Neither his former self nor his current persona relished such crowded gatherings. He preferred to remain in tranquil corners. Enjoying life, IT would have been perfect had there been enchanting music or captivating books nearby. Greetings, Vasilev. However, just as he reveled in his chosen spot, a voice shattered his reverie. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a not-so-familiar acquaintance. A cascade of striking light blue hair framed a beautiful, refined visage, akin to gears in a finely tuned mechanism, radiating an enchanting charm from Alishia, Clara. IT was not merely her appearance or figure that captivated. Rather, it was the essence of her soul, a quality that instinctively draws attention and affection from all, transcending race and gender. This was no mere magic, but a rare talent possessed by only a select few geniuses. Long time no see, Miss Clara. Spotting the object of his unspoken affection, Loren quickly lowered his gaze, extending his hand in a gesture of respect. It has indeed been a while. Our last meeting was at the graduation ceremony. I am here to represent the Clara family and the Academy to express gratitude to your father, Mr. Clifon, for his numerous contributions to our institution. The Clara family is deeply entrenched in the Empire's educational framework. An indispensable lineage. In Loren's recollection, the heads of Unnosi Academy have consistently been members of the Clara family. The subtle sounds of their interaction, though faint, caught the attention of those around them in the bustling manner. Soon, a throng of individuals surged towards him. Master Vasilev, Mr. Vasilev, classmate Vasilev. The crowd rushed toward Loren, causing him to feel a sudden jolt of anxiety. Yet there was no escaping this, and he stood resolutely before the throng. As though bracing against the charge of countless soldiers, the elite of the Mexic Empire, the offspring of various noble factions, approached Loren one after another, seeking conversation. The scene was far more exaggerated than any experience Loren had at conventions in his previous life. In this manner, disoriented, he found himself next to the bespectacled count, who was addressing the crowd. Perfect timing. The Marquis Clifon, who had been engaged in conversation while holding a wine glass, noticed the most significant guest's arrival. He extended his right hand, and a purple glow enveloped Loren, drawing him forward. Allow me to introduce, this is my son, Loren Vasilev. After a brief pause, the Marquis smiled. The future lord of the Spit territory. Baron Loren. Young master, please awaken to... With bleary eyes, Loren struggled to open them, revealing the familiar, beautiful face of the head maid, having never indulged in alcohol or engaged with so many people before his transmigration. Loren found himself overwhelmed after his father proclaimed his baronial status the previous night. He had been thrust into a whirlwind of interactions, ultimately surrendering to instinct, engaging in conversation while consuming copious amounts of wine. By the end, he was utterly oblivious to when the banquet concluded, when he bathed, or when he fell asleep that, what time is it? 7 in the morning. When did I go to bed? 2 in the morning. Due to the language of this world and the concept of time used by the head maid, it took Loren a full 5 seconds to process the logic. Wait, only 5 hours. Is it really necessary to wake up this early? You have always awakened at this hour, but that was during school. I have graduated now. You did not indicate any intention to alter your schedule post-graduation. Can I change it now? The water is already heated. So at least for today, please rise, the head maid, with an expressionless demeanor, hoisted Loren from his bed. Despite lacking muscle, this woman managed to drag a tall man of 1 meter 80 down with surprising force. With only his underwear on, Loren was submerged in a bath resembling a hot spring, while several maids meticulously attended to his body. Various herbs were placed in the furnace beneath the water, causing Loren to instinctively feel as though he were a duck being prepared for soup. After strictly adhering to the scheduled time to exit the bathhouse, Loren underwent a series of meticulous procedures, including towel drying and aromatic massages, before finally sitting in a bright room where the head maid personally tended to his striking golden mane, akin to that of a lion. Just a little trim here will suffice. In the end, Belle snipped away a single, stubborn strand of hair that, if not for her keen eye, would have gone unnoticed. Dressed in a robe, Loren was escorted to the dining hall. Apart from himself, 3 others were already enjoying breakfast at the table. Among them, 2 were familiar to Loren, while the third, a man whose facial structure closely resembled that of Clyphon and Loren, bore a slightly older appearance than Loren, but younger than Clyphon. Striking a perfect balance between the two, his most distinct feature was his beautiful blue eyes, which allowed Loren to easily identify him. Brother, slightly bowing his head, Loren maintained a respectful demeanor towards the man before him. Vista Vasilev merely nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to slice through the sausage on his plate with a silver knife. Today's breakfast consisted of fried eggs, sausages, waffles, and maple syrup. The petite maid timely served the morning meal. Isn't this empire's breakfast excessively high in calories? Loren silently protested, even as his hands eagerly grasped the fork. Though he had resided in an Eastern culinary powerhouse in his previous life, he still relished Western cuisine. As he devoured his meal, his father had already departed from the main seat, and the other 2 soon finished their food. Once the knives, forks, and plates were cleared away by the maid, the room was left with only the sound of the golden-haired youth chewing his food. Loren. Finally, as Loren swallowed the last piece of sausage, the silence was broken. Brother, is there something you need? In Loren's memories, his older brother was the one he had encountered the least among the residents of this villa. He had spent every day immersed in the academy during Loren's studies, and after maturing and joining the Empire's shelter, he had continued to reside there. Aside from significant occasions each year, his presence was rarely felt at the Vimana's manor. As for what kind of person he was, in the eyes of the young Lord Loren, his elder brother was the figure most akin to a father among all those he knew. In his childhood, he would indulge in playful antics before his sister, seeking solace by the side of the head maid when injured, while the chef and gardener of the villa held profound respect for this young master. Only his brother and father were the 2 figures he instinctively wished to avoid upon sight. Yet, compared to his father, while his brother still instilled a sense of fear within him, it was not one of terror. This is your proof of nobility. Last night, father arranged everything with his majesty. You are now the lord of the Vihilirfes clan. Is there no need to pay a visit to his majesty? As a baron under the Vihilirfes clan, it is sufficient for your father to handle that. Contemplating the stark differences between the aristocratic hierarchy of this world and his previous life, Loren swiftly stowed away the noble insignia adorned with the unique royal seal. Among the 3 choices presented yesterday, he had promptly dismissed the final option, even though it was the most advantageous among the trio. The reason was simple. He understood that despite possessing a system, his capabilities remained limited. Perhaps he could leverage his mother's inheritance to momentarily ascend the social ladder, but failing to demonstrate corresponding value would inevitably lead to backlash. Beyond that, a more crucial reason lay in his instinctive reluctance to forsake the belongings left to him by his mother. For him, the symbolic significance of this wealth far outweighed its practical value. In contrast, entrusting a portion to his father, who had married and fathered children with his mother, seemed a more fitting acknowledgement of that symbolism. As for the option of retaining the wealth, it felt like an entangling choice. Although the atmosphere during his conversation with his father suggested he had achieved nothing, in reality, regardless of his grades, he was still a graduate of the Empire's most prestigious academy. While he may not rival his brother and sister, with diligence, he could still thrive independently within the Empire, especially with a considerable fortune that would allow him to abandon effort and indulge in idleness. Comparatively, becoming a lord of a territory also implied distancing himself from the bustling imperial capital that if he desired the greatest freedom of choice, the least favorable option might indeed suit him best. Nonetheless, he ultimately opted for the middle path, aside from the allure of evading familiar faces, thus preventing the revelation of his transmigration, and the freedom that came with governing a territory. The most significant factor lay in his status as a noble appointed by the Empire. This would entitle him to imperial subsidies upon relocating to another territory, encompassing a certain amount of wealth and resources, as well as, "Come find me at 4 p.m., I will take you to the shelter." As a lord, you are entitled to receive imperial assistance, including 2 shelter bodies. Having uttered these words, Vista rose from her chair and turned towards her room. "Loren, before heading to the shelter, why not join Belle at the Chrysois Chamber of Commerce? There are many items that can only be procured in the imperial capital, and preparing adequately is essential to becoming an exceptional lord." With a final reminder, Loren also departed. Once the dining room was left with only the young master and the maid, Loren could not help but reveal an excited smile. The Empire forbade individuals from possessing shelter bodies unless they acquired a noble title or became lords of land. To be frank, Loren harbored no grand ambitions. He did not view himself as a protagonist merely because he had crossed into another world. This was also why he had seriously contemplated taking his mother's inheritance and living a life of ease. However, perhaps driven by youthful fervor, or perhaps destined to undertake a significant endeavor, or perhaps the system binding him was meant for this very moment, he ultimately chose to engage in endeavors befitting his abilities. The most precious item in his possession was none other than a shelter body system that he had yet to fully comprehend how to utilize it, but he understood that to grasp its intricacies, he must engage with the shelter bodies and unravel the mysteries of this world. Let us begin. He gently patted his face, a habit from his past life, to encourage himself. The imperial capital of the Makesykes Empire was designed by a master architect, intricately detailing every nook and cranny of the city. Though it had undergone numerous minor alterations throughout its long history, the city still retained the appearance of its ancient construction, a testament to the rise and fall of eras. "Young master, you have lived here since childhood. Please do not act as though it is your first time. Don't undermine me." That a carriage adorned with a marquee flag slowly made its way along the street. The Chrysois Chamber of Commerce, sprawling across the Makesykes Empire, and indeed much of the continent, is the largest trading company in the world. It is said that within its confines lie several ultra-advanced shelter bodies, capable of overcoming treacherous terrains and various challenges, establishing trade routes across the globe. Seated in the carriage, the golden-haired youth pondered the significance of the chamber. For a lord, the importance of the chamber might, in some respects, surpass that of the direct imperial authority. But territory could not possibly encompass all resources, and procuring resources from the outside required collaboration with the chamber, even for many powerful nations. The land under your command, the Spit Lands, is not a bountiful territory, or rather, the land held by the Marquis is largely barren land seized from enemy nations. You cannot expect to rely solely on that land for self-sufficiency. I suppose we will need to purchase items, perhaps seeds or the like. You studied alchemy and magical engineering at the academy, correct? Why not put your knowledge to good use? Of course, as the two conversed, accompanied by a soft hiss, the horse gradually came to a halt. Loren Vahillerfes and his head maid, Belle, leaped from the carriage, greeted by the sight of a sign emblazoned with the gilded letters spelling Chrysois Chamber of Commerce. The building bearing such an opulent sign was a magnificent edifice, several times larger than anything Loren had encountered in his previous life, dwarfing even the World Trade Center. Here stood the headquarters of the Chrysois Chamber of Commerce within the Makesykes Empire, the very heart of the largest trading company in this world. Having always relied on his butler and maids for purchases in his former life, This marked Loren's first visit to the most luxurious marketplace in the imperial capital. Even without considering his transmigration, the building boasted 9 floors in total, with the lower 5 reserved for guests, while the upper 4 were accessible only to official personnel as they entered the external world. The head maid Belle, having changed from her maid attire into a suit, scrutinized the map displayed on the wall. The higher one ascended, the more precious the items, with esteemed magical engineering and alchemical tools located on the 5th floor. I wish to purchase some basic items in bulk first. Belle, let us explore the 1st floor. Just as they determined their objective and prepared to officially enter the marketplace, a somewhat unfamiliar voice reached Loren's ears. Hello there. Loren, a beautiful girl, clad in the uniform of a chamber member and sporting short black hair, stood before Loren, wearing a professional smile. Behind her stood a tall woman dressed in the uniform of a chamber guard. Upon seeing this familiar yet strange face, Loren hurriedly searched his mind for any relevant information. That was Elena Kane, your classmate and the adopted daughter of Chrysois Kane, the head of the Chrysois Chamber of Commerce, who had spoken with you yesterday. Observing her master's apparent lack of recognition, the head maid subtly whispered the girl's information into Loren's ear. Hello, Elena. Perhaps due to not being recognized, the girl briefly displayed a hint of embarrassment before quickly masking it with a radiant smile. By the way, I suppose I should now address you as my Lord Baron. The banquet hosted by your father last night truly opened my eyes that it is remarkable that someone as accomplished as you is the first of our generation to obtain a noble title. Oh, not at all. I merely benefited from my father's legacy. Miss Elena, you flatter me. Not at all, Baron. Your presence at the Chrysois Chamber of Commerce brings me great honor. How about this? I will personally ensure that you receive a 50% discount on all your purchases today. No. This is quite a burden for you. After a round of mutual boasting and polite refusals that would make even a child blush, a first-tier VIP card from the Chrysois Business Association was thrust into Loren's hands. Although it was merely the lowest tier of VIP, it remained an invaluable item, capable of fetching a handsome price on the black market, worthy of being the centerpiece of an auction. This card not only provided a 5% discount on all transactions within the Chrysois Business Association, but also afforded numerous conveniences. I truly apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to today that I shall surely host you, my Lord Baron, when time permits. The two parted with beaming smiles, soon discarding the awkward labels. The girl before him, Elena, was the complete antithesis of another girl he had encountered since his arrival, Alicia. If Alicia embodied an irresistible allure that could captivate anyone, then beneath the exterior of this girl lay a chilling aura that deterred strangers. Though both appeared amiable, Loren was acutely aware of who was genuine and who was merely masking their true self. For he himself was the latter. This due to my transmigration. Was my insight always this keen? Playing with the VIP card that had just been handed to him, Loren sighed thoughtfully. Young master, you have managed to reduce today as overall expenses from 50% to 95%, Belle calmly remarked. Noting Loren's accomplishment, Belle, I truly am not adept at negotiations. The Chrysois Business Association was equipped with advanced magical engineering devices designed to replace staircases, facilitating rapid ascents between floors. Utilizing such devices, Elena and her attendants swiftly arrived at the 7th floor. Miss, did you intentionally wait for his arrival at the association since this morning? What is the reason? What? Do you think it inappropriate to curry favor with a promising young baron? You have gathered intelligence on all your classmates during your years at the academy. Even I know he is merely a dull-witted commoner. Thus my objective is not him. A cold breath escaped her lips. It is her sister. Once away from outsiders, Elena revealed her frostbitten demeanor, idly toying with the ring on her finger as she spoke with indifference. If I wish to become the new master of the Chrysois Business Association, I require sufficient leverage. You have not been involved much in the affairs of the association, so you are likely unaware that L'Hôtel Vasilev is the most rapidly rising stronghold of the Chrysois Business Association in recent years. If I can win her over, no. If I can merely establish a partnership, my leverage will increase significantly. For that, engaging in pretense with a dull-witted baron is a worthwhile transaction. Would you not agree? As she twisted the ring on her finger, L'Hôtel opened the door to her office. Simultaneously, memories of the boy who had spent years in the same academy and year as her, yet still failed to remember her name, flooded her mind. Using a special device, she observed Loren meticulously selecting various items on the first floor, ultimately rendering her judgment. However, one could hardly call him dull-witted, with the inheritance left by his mother and that VIP card. Loren effortlessly purchased the items he needed, returning to the Vimona's manor laden with goods. Young master, once we arrive at the manor, you must hurry to find the elder young master. Allow me to assist you in organizing your belongings. Ah, it is time for our appointment. This moment. Loren finally noted the current time, 10 minutes remaining. The instant the carriage came to a halt, he promptly leaped down, preparing to rush to the villa's chambers. Yet he soon realized it was unnecessary. The punctual Vista Vasilev had already arrived at the manor's entrance an hour prior. Seeing his younger brother dash toward him in a flurry, he regarded Loren with his piercing blue eyes. "Brother," Loren halted, his green eyes locking with Vista's. Ultimately, Vista averted his gaze. "Follow me." The opulent, Western-style palace located at the heart of the imperial city is the residence of the Mexikiss Empire's royal family. This world, while reminiscent of the medieval West of Loren's previous life, diverged significantly, likely due to the tides of history or the existence of extraordinary powers. In any case, many aspects were markedly different from the Dark Ages or the Renaissance period's Western royalty. Although he was an ordinary student in his previous life, he harbored a keen interest in various subjects, with historical artifacts occupying a significant portion of his hobbies. Thus, upon entering the palace of this other world, witnessing the unique artistic styles and patterns that had never existed in his former world filled him with exhilaration. It feels as though I have stepped into the Crystal Palace. Witnessing such breathtaking sights truly ignites my passion. Do not gawk. Mind your manners. Apologies. Consciously restraining his desires, Loren closely followed his brother along the palace's grand avenue. "Brother, where are we going?" "Here, address me as brother." Vista sighed. The Empire has a dedicated department for managing noble lords, and the procedures are typically quite cumbersome. Even with good fortune, one must navigate the affairs office for at least a week. Should luck be unfavorable, it could take a month to conclude. However, as I work in the Imperial headquarters, I manage to leverage internal connections to apply for a shortcut that, if all goes well, it should be approved today, and you will receive assistance from the royal family, including accommodation. That I sincerely appreciate your assistance. However, the important documents must be filled out by yourself. That I will not assist at internal connections. Indeed, in any world, personal relationships are paramount. Reflecting on the various social debts encountered in both reality and fiction in his previous life, Loren couldn't help but sigh once more. Just as the two passed through an unknown number of doors, a feminine voice halted them. Vista, leaning against a wooden door, was a woman with a practical golden ponytail. Though both shared golden hair, the Vasilev family's hue was bright and cheerful, reminiscent of pure gold, while the girl before him bore a deeper, richer shade of dark gold. Before his transmigration, everyone around him had been uniformly black-haired. Although he had seen various natural hair colors from other countries on television, that was merely through the medium of video and photographs. Witnessing these phenomena in person in this world was as stimulating as observing the unique architecture and patterns. It seems that aside from black hair, golden hair is the most prevalent. While his mind raced with trivial thoughts, Loren's body remained disciplined. He swiftly placed his hand over his heart, performing the respectful gesture typically reserved for those of lower status addressing their superiors. In unison with his brother, "Your Highness, the Princess, no need for such formalities. In recent years, the surname Vasilev has emerged as the Empire's most illustrious newcomer. Even those of nominally higher rank, such as dukes, would maintain a respectful demeanor toward a family that had ascended to such heights in a mere few decades, provided they were not utterly foolish. Even if they were political adversaries, they would at least uphold a courteous attitude during interactions. In the entire nation, or rather the entire world, only a few individuals could face Loren and his brother while maintaining their own demeanor. Reina of Forcalats, the princess most favored by the emperor of the Mexikiss Empire. Adored by the populace, this your younger brother, the newly appointed baron? Indeed. Upon confirming his identity, the princess uttered not a word more, turning gracefully to enter the adjacent door, prompting Loren to hastily follow suit. "Hey, brother," Why is the princess here? As I mentioned, I leveraged internal connections, such formidable connections. Loren clicked his tongue. Reina is your senior. After graduating, she chose to work at the Imperial Shelter in the capital, making her my junior. As Loren persistently probed for further details, Her Highness the Princess had already come to a halt, poised at the counter, fervently inscribing on paper with a quill. Behind her, Loren squinted, his mind rapidly delving into the origins of the knowledge he possessed. The quill was a sophisticated magical engineering artifact, capable of replicating the writer's thoughts with impeccable precision. In simpler terms, it was a pen that would never make a spelling mistake. Loren exhaled a sigh. Its utility was rather lackluster, yet due to its connection to the ability of mental transmission, it required the use of exceedingly rare materials for its creation. What a waste! Who would be willing to expend such a fortune in gold to prevent themselves from making typos? I, my father, and Lotel all possess such a pen. Loren promptly recognized the need for discretion and closed his mouth. Upon finishing the final character, Reina carefully put away the quill, while the female attendant who had been standing at the counter immediately placed the document into a sealed folder. Their actions reminded Loren of the scenes in modern television dramas where corporate contracts are exchanged. Baron Loren, please follow me. With the turn of a key, an ancient door lock creaked open. Although what lay before Loren was a charmingly archaic Western-style room. The sight of employees diligently scribbling away within evoked images of a modern office. Indeed, regardless of the world or era, the plight of the overworked employee remains a societal necessity, doesn't it? Just as Loren was pondering this, the maid approached him, cradling a mountain of documents. "My lord, due to the urgency of your application, we require you to fill out more information on site. You will have approximately 5 hours to complete this. And once reviewed, we will ensure your lordship's subsidy is approved." She placed the stack of papers onto the wooden desk with a thud. The attendant offered Loren a professional smile, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. The sheer volume of paperwork brought back memories of the arduous days he faced during his university entrance exams. Wait a moment, haven't I already traversed into another world? Isn't this body already graduated? Why must I be thrust back into such painful memories? Regardless, with tears welling in his eyes, Loren grasped the quill and began to fervently write on the documents. 5 hours later. Application denied. Vista furrowed his brow. At that moment, Loren, who had just managed to complete the mountain of paperwork with his brother's assistance, lay sprawled over the desk, contemplating the significance of a pen that would never make a mistake, when seemingly unfavorable news reached him, prompting him to lift his head. "Yes, Mr. Vista. Recently, due to the war, the Empire has been mobilizing a significant amount of grain stock, and the military expenses are considerable. If you were to apply for a subsidy, it would further strain the Empire. However, if the Baron is willing to forego it, I can assure you the Empire will provide compensation through other means as an apology." The individual conversing with Vista was an elderly man clad in traditional attire, adorned with spectacles. Bowing and scraping as he addressed Vista, Vista's expression remained tense, easily deducing the absurdity of the man's claims. The notion that the war had depleted the national treasury might hold true in a grand conflict. Yet recent wars had merely been campaigns against bandits and minor rebellious states, although the Empire appeared to be orchestrating a large-scale war. Given the vast resources of the Maxicus Empire, the annual income should suffice to cover such expenses, making the provision of a baron's subsidy a trivial matter, if not for the Empire's decree. One could easily surmise who the hidden puppet master was, perhaps a political rival of his father. It truly was petty of the Vihilifus clan to stoop to such underhanded tactics. After briefly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the young nobleman snorted softly, preparing to apply further pressure. After all, compared to the immense political forces clashing elsewhere, the weight of the conflict here was merely a drop in the ocean. The opposing party would not invest substantial resources in this matter. An assertive stance would likely yield favorable results in this confrontation. "Certainly, that won't be an issue." A voice unexpectedly interjected, the principal figure having appeared before them without notice. "Essay subject. I must naturally share in the Empire's burdens." He smiled at the elderly man, who seemed momentarily taken aback, before shifting his tone. "As long as you can comply with my request for compensation." That night, at the very heart of the capital of the Maxicus Empire, even under the moonlight. The magnificent palace shimmered with brilliance. Four individuals, utilizing advanced magical engineering devices, effortlessly descended into the underground. Wow. Loren was a youth easily astonished by external wonders. In truth, after the initial nerve from his transmigration subsided, he quickly became enamored with a myriad of extraordinary entities in this new world. Nevertheless, amidst all he had witnessed, the scene before him was undoubtedly the most astonishing he had encountered in both this life and the last. What lay before Loren was not a mere small laboratory, nor an expansive garden, but an entire lavish and colossal research facility. The appearance of the Research Institute reminded Loren of the large shelters constructed below buildings to avert nuclear warfare in films. Yet even the high-tech structure seen in movies paled in comparison to the underground world he now beheld. The capital shelter, Reina and Vista timely explained to the wide-eyed Loren, established shortly after the founding of the ancient Maxicus Empire. This grand structure was designed by the finest architects to confine and study the numerous containment vessels possessed by the first emperor. With all their might, they had fashioned this six-story edifice beneath the capital. While 6 stories might not seem extravagant, Loren knew of several 6-story underground buildings in his world. However, even with his lack of architectural knowledge, he could perceive from the walls adorned with magical runes and the latent magical energy within that this was a marvel that far surpassed anything from his previous life. A phenomenon only conceivable in this extraordinary realm. My lord, this is your retrieval voucher, AS for Her Royal Highness and Lord Vista. I shall take my leave. The elderly man who had earlier proposed the cancellation of the subsidy handed a sealed envelope to Loren, bowing respectfully to the trio before turning to depart. That individual, I recall, is quite close to the Grand Duke. Does your clan harbor animosity towards him? Consider him a political adversary of my father. Vista replied, but Loren, do mind your manners. He casually grasped Loren's nape, who was gazing around in childlike wonder. Brother, I had imagined your workplace would be a cramped and stuffy laboratory. Please refer to me as brother. You have become overly excitable since arriving at the palace. Vista sighed, then took the envelope from the boy's hands. Inside were 4 keys. Loren, I shall ask you one final time. Are you certain you wish to forego the subsidy in exchange for 2 additional containment vessels? Totaling 4? Yes. When the matter turned serious, the excitement that radiated from Loren dissipated, replaced by a solemn expression. For one who had inherited his mother's legacy, normal resources could be acquired with a mere expenditure. However, seizing the opportunity to obtain additional containment vessels was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. It may not be such a poor choice after all. If utilized effectively, the latent value of those 2 containment vessels far exceeds mere monetary worth. After all, as your brother, I am an expert in containment vessel research and can provide considerable assistance. Reina chimed in with her perspective. Containment vessels are perilous, Vista replied gravely. There have been numerous historical instances where we believed we had deciphered the rules governing them, only to trigger unknown new rules through overconfidence in our research, ultimately leading to loss of life. Although his brother often maintained a serious demeanor, this time he seemed particularly earnest. The group arrived outside a spacious glass chamber, inputting a hint of magical energy, accompanied by a series of peculiar creaking sounds. Dozens of rectangular containers crafted from an obscure black metal, rusty and worn, were ejected forth, if one were to discern the specific differences among these containers. Aside from meticulously observing the rust above, the simplest method remaining is the vivid red label affixed to the container. Before you lies a collection of entities, each under the dominion of the Empire, possessing multiples or being capable of mass production, permitting the Lord to claim them as their own. Although a portion has been thoroughly deciphered, there still exists an element of uncertainty regarding some of the rules. Should you possess confidence in your fortune and prowess, you may opt to select them. Nonetheless, you should be acutely aware of the inherent dangers. History has recorded numerous lords who met their demise at the hands of their chosen entities. In any case, allow me to introduce you. Vesta once again infused a modicum of magic, and the container marked with the label 08 slowly opened. This was Loren's first encounter with what is known as an entity, a peculiar existence unique to this other world in Loren's mind. Although the description of entities was extraordinarily wondrous, one would assume them to be unmistakably biological in nature. They could be creatures like chimeras or three-headed dogs, or perhaps terrifying specters akin to Sadako or zombies. Regardless, they ought to be living beings. Thus, Loren was utterly unprepared for the sight that unfolded before him. Is that wheat? No, it was not ordinary wheat. It was a stalk of grain rooted in the soil, yet instead of a wheat ear, it bore a resplendent lily. Furthermore, upon the lily, there hung a fruit, grapes, that should not have been present, as the entity blossomed before Loren. The long-dormant containment management system surged forth uncontrollably. Entity No.08 IT represented as rebirth. The system screen projected the recently sealed container of the rebirth flower, beneath which an enigmatic phrase was inscribed in vibrant red text. ETA level entered rebirth flower. Vesta seized the moment to elaborate. This flower is impervious to destruction by burning, chopping, or any conventional means. That IT poses no danger or side effects. The flower emits a marvelous fragrance, the reach of which is determined by its height. Inhaling the flower's scent gradually stabilizes the mind, while consuming the grapes that sprout from it can slightly restore mental fortitude. However, after consuming the grapes, the rebirth flower will wither within 10 seconds. Ding! Detection indicates that you have acquired complete information on entity number 08 through means outside of intelligence points. Intelligence points 30, while it can be regarded as a one-time restorative for mental energy. The capacity to stabilize the populace's psyche is of greater significance to a lord. For instance, it can alleviate the anxiety of the residents within the territory. At this moment, Loren was not inclined to heed Vesta's lengthy exposition. Instead, his entire focus was riveted upon the wondrous screen. Upon receiving the information about the rebirth flower, the container on the screen also unlocked, revealing a 3D model of the rebirth flower, surrounded by a flurry of text boxes detailing the characteristics and abilities he had just heard from Vesta. In the upper right corner of the screen, his accumulated intelligence points were displayed. So, it appears that upon encountering an unknown entity, it would be recorded in the containment management system's compendium and through intelligence points. One could unlock the characteristics of these entities. With this realization, Loren lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the containers before him. The key to a new world had finally opened the first door for Loren. Take IT.I in the study. 5 black iron boxes were tossed before Loren. Containment spaces, special artifacts used to imprison entities, capable of freely adjusting their size, ranging from massive containers to small boxes that can be lifted with one hand. Were there not supposed to be for entities? Loren curiously glanced at the extra box. Though his father would not personally manage the territories under his command, he still regarded it as a final gift from the family. The one given to you was the one you contemplated for a long time during your selection. Seemingly distanced from the excitement of the gift, Loren reverted to a submissive demeanor. After waving farewell to Loren, Vesta closed the door. At that moment, Loren shifted his focus to the iron boxes on the table. Besides the rebirth flower, there were 4 unknown entities: a mask, a group of tiny fairies, a rabbit, and a pocket watch. The containment spaces of these 4 entities bore the symbol Z, signifying that they belonged to the Zeta level. The system screen promptly displayed entity number 061. They yearned for honor, even if it meant fading into obscurity. Entity number 083. Yes, they are pure and benevolent fairies. Entity number 096. Did you stumble upon a rabbit that collided with a tree stump? Don't be ridiculous. Entity number 107. Time's up. The examination begins. At this moment, Loren had essentially grasped the function of the containment management system. Upon encountering an entity, the system would first reveal the entity's number, along with what seemed to be a nonsensical phrase hinting at the entity itself. When sufficient intelligence points were invested, the entity panel would project the entity itself, accurately detailing its name, containment level, a narrative akin to a background story, and, most importantly, an experimental report elucidating the entity's specific abilities and side effects. From a knowledge gleaned during his time in the Empire's containment facility and his prior self-study, Loren had already unlocked all the information concealed within the fog long before selecting an entity. Thus, he was able to discern the capabilities of each entity and choose the one most suitable for himself. The Faceless Mask, Zeta. This is the tale of a certain night. It is said that this great hero vanquished the demons of the abyss and slew the dragons of their lairs. 10 years later, he became the kingdom's most renowned hero. 30 years hence, he became the continent's most illustrious legend that a century passed, and all sang praises of his name. But what was his name? What manner of man was he? What were his preferences in food? Did he have a beloved? No one remembered, nor did anyone care. People continued to discuss the night over tea and meals, extolling his might and greatness. Yet not a soul pondered the knight himself. Experimental Report 1. The manifestation of this entity is a mask. When affixed to the face, the user's cognitive abilities, reflexes, and physical prowess will be enhanced, yet mental energy expenditure will simultaneously increase. Experimental Report 2. If the mask is worn for an extended period, side effects of memory loss and facial feature dissolution will emerge. These side effects will solidify with prolonged use. When a user's features have entirely vanished, it signifies the loss of all memory, and they shall forever don this entity, instinctively continuing to fight until death. The smiling fairy, Zeta. Those little beings with bee-like wings are undoubtedly the pixies of myth. The fairies are adorable, pure and kind, dash-hearted. Obi, blessed by them, signifies the commencement of a blissful life. They will stroll through a playground crafted from candy and chocolate, indulging in pleasures unattainable by others, living a life envied by all. Their faces will perpetually bear smiles, even if their heads are severed or their bodies consumed by sweets. This will never change. The pure and benevolent fairies will eternally feast upon flesh, smiling as they bless others. Experimental Report 1. The manifestation of this entity consists of several small female figures with bee-like wings who will surround those accompanying them. Experimental Report 2. Those enveloped by this entity will become ensnared in a wondrous illusion, the effectiveness of which will amplify based on the number of surrounding entities and the user's ability to blur the line between reality and fantasy. Experimental Report 3. Within the illusion, the user's mental energy will increase at an exceedingly slow rate. Experimental Report 4. Should one linger in the illusion for too long, the entities will open their gaping maws and devour the user. The very hungry rabbit, Zeta. Once upon a time, there was a diligent farmer. He toiled earnestly in his fields each day, resting on tree stumps in the field when fatigued. Until one day, a rabbit, yearning to pilfer carrots from the field, was discovered. In its haste to flee, it accidentally met its demise by crashing into a tree stump. The farmer was elated at the prospect of effortlessly acquiring a rabbit. However, as time passed, he found no second rabbit to collect. The laughter of those around him echoed, mocking, "Have you truly caught a rabbit? Do not be so foolish." Yet soon, the farmer filled his fields with tree stumps and sowed an abundance of carrots, causing the rabbits that sought to steal his crops to collide with the wooden posts. The farmer thus became a diligent hunter. Experiment Report 1. The manifestation of the containment entity is that of a perpetually hungry rabbit, which upon being liberated, greedily seeks out and devours any crops. Experiment Report 2. The containment entity possesses relatively weak combat capabilities, but exhibits remarkable speed, making it difficult to capture. Experiment Report 3. After exerting itself in a full sprint, the containment entity will inevitably collide with surrounding obstacles, resulting in its demise, only to be revived in the containment space after a certain duration. Experiment Report 4. Upon inspection, the blood of the containment entity, when combined with fertilizer, produces a wondrous soil. Mr. Carter's pocket watch, Zeta, is said to belong to an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, with graying hair, monocle adorning one eye, a pocket watch in his right hand, a cane in his left, and a book tucked under his arm. Each midnight, as the chimes of the campus bell resonate, children still frolicking outside are seized by Mr. Carter and bound to chairs to undergo compulsory examinations. Should they achieve satisfactory results, Mr. Carter rewards them with precious prizes. However, those who fail to meet his standards will face eternal torment. In essence, this narrative serves as an urban legend designed to instill fear in children, urging them to focus on their studies rather than indulge in play. Experiment Report 1. The manifestation of the containment entity is that of a pocket watch, which requires manual activation. Experiment Report 2. Upon activation, the user is drawn into a peculiar space where their recently acquired knowledge materializes as an examination paper, which they must complete within a limited time frame. Experiment Report 3, should the host submit an outstanding performance. The containment entity will bestow a certain amount of rewards based on their results. Experiment Report 4. Conversely, if the host performance is deemed unsatisfactory, the containment entity will impose a certain degree of punishment based on their results. 5 containment entities continuously influence the miracles of Loren's future, presently lying silently before him. The gates of Amana's manor remain wide open today, allowing the carriage to enter without delay after a thorough inspection. The cargo is deemed satisfactory. Please present the VIP card from the Chrysos Trading Company. Confirmed, it is indeed valid. The first-tier VIP card from the Chrysos Trading Company grants a 5% discount on purchases at any establishment affiliated with the company across the continent, alongside several monthly privileges for the free transportation of goods via the trading company's transportation systems. A tall, black-haired woman in a maid's outfit handed gold coins to the leader, while a burly man followed suit, unloading the cargo from the carriage. After marking the paperwork, the maid diligently directed her fellow maids to tidy up the grand villa throughout the night. Meanwhile, the head maid, who had been attending to various matters at the gate since the morning, leaned against the wall, stretching languidly. "Lady Belle, you have not rested for 24 hours. Even if you do not catch up on sleep, you should take a moment to rest while I still need to conduct one final inspection. If you are weary, do take a break. I can handle your tasks." The maid, well aware of her superior's nature, let out a resigned sigh, bowing slightly before departing. The head maid continued to lean against the wall, her gaze fixed intently on the document in her hands. Though her promotion to head maid elevated her status just below the butler who assists the Marquis with external affairs, this elevation brought not only an increase in salary, but also a greater burden of responsibilities. Since taking on this weighty role while still in her youth, she has impeccably managed all affairs. Over the years, no one has witnessed this head maid at rest, leading many to wonder if she consumes stimulants like water. The extent of her toil is a burden she bears alone, yet she has never harbored regrets. The young master leaving tonight. She reminisced about her time in this household, cherishing the moments spent with the golden-haired youth. While these may seem like mundane daily occurrences to Loren, they represent the greatest significance in her life, as she is solitary and without family. Although she has long been aware of Loren's impending choice and genuinely rejoices for the boy who once struggled to find his path, she cannot deny the sorrow that accompanies the conclusion of their master-servant relationship. Therefore, at the very least, she wishes to maintain her diligence until their parting. Lady Belle, the head maid's reverie, was interrupted. The maid who had previously urged her to rest had returned, though it was unclear when she had done so. "What is it?" "The Marquis is looking for you." The head maid, puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Days swiftly passed. For the average person, these days may constitute mere routine. Yet for the world, such a span is sufficient for significant events to unfold, events capable of influencing and distorting the very fabric of existence. Have you heard the news? The Magic Banquet branch was eradicated by a joint effort of the Mexicus Empire and the Technoroya Empire. Indeed, that branch was one of the largest the Magic Banquet has had in recent years. Following the destruction of their main base 30 years ago and another large branch 18 years ago, if even this outpost has been obliterated, the Magic Banquet can effectively be considered a mere shadow of its former self. However, one cannot help but ponder, how could those despicable witches possibly contend against our magnificent empire? They are resigned to scurrying through the sewers, clinging to life like rats. Once they reveal themselves, they shall inevitably be crushed without mercy. True enough, cheers. Recently, it seems the Chrysos Trading Company has been up to something. Rumor has it they're stockpiling war supplies to the Empire preparing for war once more. It appears they are gearing up for an expedition against the Belixamine Mountains. The potential gains from that endeavor far surpass those from battling the Magic Banquet's pests. The Chrysos Trading Company is bound to earn a hefty profit this time. How enviable. My friend, to be honest, I've already signed a cooperation agreement with a significant figure within the trading company. You must take me along for that. In a restaurant belonging to the Chrysos Trading Company, opulent decorations are a testament to the ample funds available. While the culinary skills of the employed chefs are so exquisite that even nobles accustomed to personal chefs are willing to indulge here at times. The nobility savored their meals while discussing topics that are mere trivialities for them, but hold immense value for the average person. In fact, the casual remarks exchanged over steak could easily equate to the wealth necessary for an ordinary individual to enjoy steak for 3 meals a day. It is said that the founder of the Chrysos Trading Company, Chrysos Kane, once amassed the fortune required to establish the largest trading company on the continent by eavesdropping on conversations among the nobility, and in the grandest private room of this high-priced establishment. A golden-haired woman slipped a ring onto the finger of a boy strikingly similar to herself. What is this? The Floga ring, a high-level spatial ring, adorned with an advanced fire spell, a gift from your sister. Though she seemed to have more to say, Lotel ultimately refrained, gently placing her jade-like hand on Loren's head. Loren, momentarily stunned by the value of the gift, was taken aback that the spatial ring, a magical item possessing storage capabilities, especially one imbued with a fire spell, was indeed a remarkable treasure. The precious value of such things is beyond the realm of mere words. However, considering the profession of my sister, it is hardly surprising that she could acquire such rare treasures. After enjoying dinner, the young man resolved to take one final, thorough look at the city today. Although his soul had only existed here for a week, this body had resided here for a full 18 years. The instincts etched within him made him feel a profound reluctance at the thought of leaving his hometown. The bustling architecture, weary workers, and joyful children. The everyday life that permeated this city was deeply imprinted in Loren's eyes. There is no need to feel so melancholic. After all, it's not as if he won't return. Indeed, he would be back sooner or later. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the siblings strolled through the city. It could have been a mere moment, or perhaps an eternity. Yet regardless of the duration, it would eventually come to an end. The destination lay at the Viminus Manor, his former home, and the starting point of his impending journey. Baron Loren Vasilevus would set forth today to the fief of Spit. Baron, a 50-year-old man, who had just been conversing with Vista, turned to Loren with a bow of respect upon noticing him. Loren recognized him as a captain from his father's army. Mr. Gellier, the Marquis has dispatched my men to escort you to your territory. However, he requires you to compensate us at the market rate for hiring a guard. It is not mandatory, so if you prefer, we can depart immediately. The choice is entirely yours. That is acceptable. Though it appeared to be a fair transaction on the surface, Loren was acutely aware of the prowess of his father's troops. Hiring them at market rates was undoubtedly a bargain for him. What about father? He and the steward have gone off to work, but before he left, he informed me that everything in your room belongs to you. And you may take whatever you wish. Upon hearing his brother's words, Loren nodded gently. Compared to the brother who, despite instilling fear, revealed a surprisingly tender nature upon closer acquaintance, the assistance provided by Marquis Griffin, a rarity in the eyes of nobility, felt akin to the benevolence of a divine being. As Gellier commenced the final checks, Lotel tenderly adjusted Loren's attire and instinctively ran his hand through the boy's golden hair. By the way, where is Belle? Just as Loren was about to leave, he recalled the headmaid. She vanished after attending to this morning's duties. Perhaps she didn't want to say goodbye. After all, to Belle, Loren is a child she has raised. Lotel yawned, brushing the matter aside. Loren felt a fleeting sense of loss, but sighed shortly thereafter. For Loren, who had traversed into this world in solitude, merely a week of companionship was sufficient to form deep bonds. Missing the chance to see the person he longed for brought him a tinge of regret. Yet at least it was not a parting of life and death. There would always be another opportunity to reunite. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, dear sister, dear brother. As he leapt into the carriage, the young man waved goodbye to his two relatives. Stay safe, and do send me a letter if anything arises. Safe travels, his sister replied with concern, while his brother responded with a calm indifference. Amidst the gazes of family and servants, Loren reclined on the carriage seat, spreading his legs and humming a tune that resonated in his mind while awaiting their arrival at the destination. This mundane sensation would linger for a considerable time. Crack! Within a mere 15 minutes, the carriage came to an abrupt halt on the street, accompanied by the neighing of the steed. The sudden jolt caused Loren, whose posture was less than ideal, to be jostled by the corner of the seat. Baron, someone seeks your attention. Who? Emerging from his irritation, Loren was about to critique such rudeness when he was rendered speechless upon seeing the visitor. A tall lady with black hair, who had discarded her familiar maid's attire. knocked on the carriage door while holding a box. Her face, perpetually adorned with an expression of indifference, conjured certain memories that were impossible to forget. "Greetings, Baron. I have been dismissed by my previous employer due to my mishandling of today's affairs, and I am now a wandering soul in search of work. May I inquire if you require the services of a personal maid?" Their gazes locked in mutual recognition. After a brief pause, the young man broke into a smile. Both the corporeal form and the soul within radiated genuine warmth. "How about I promote you to housekeeper? Please step aboard to your command, young master. IT is not solely within thrilling and perilous events that bonds are forged. For some, the minutiae of 18 years. For others, the fleeting moments of merely a week. The length and quality become inconsequential. When destiny intertwines certain individuals, invisible ties are inevitably established. Regardless, whether for Loren, the youngest scion of the Vasilevas family, or for Loren, an ordinary student thrust into this world, at this moment, surrounded by the company of others. He stood at the threshold of embarking on his own unique story, ready to pen the narrative of his life. In the shadowy forest, a troop clad in armor carved their way through the underbrush with daggers. Steadily advancing forward, be cautious. That is the witch of the magic feast. Even if she stands alone, she must not be underestimated. Captain, you are overly concerned that we are clad in enchanted armor imbued with magical resistance to combat these witches. With such specialized gear against sorcerers, what can a witch, who merely dabbles in magic, accomplish? The soldier's arrogant tone echoed in the eerie stillness of the forest. The leader furrowed his brow disapprovingly at his subordinate's attitude. "That which is responsible for the death of our general, you truly believe that your meager strength can vanquish the general? But chief, that which also sustained severe injuries in her attempt to slay our general. We are merely here to clean up the aftermath, I said. Even if she is not at her peak, she is still part of the magic feast." A sudden scream reverberated through the forest, startling several birds from their slumber. Their cries piercing the silence. "Hey, are you still there?" "Chief, it seems he is." The second cry rang out, followed swiftly by a third and fourth. The leader anxiously inquired, but the only responses were the terrified shrieks and the ominous silence that followed. Eventually, the entire dark forest enveloped the leader, whose body was drenched in cold sweat. "Which, Illinois, you cannot escape. Even if you slay me, a relentless tide of pursuers will come for your life." Swish, the leader's words were abruptly cut off. A silver flash sliced through the air, leaving a thin line of blood across his neck, protected by the enchanted armor. In the moment his head fell. The last sound that echoed in his ears was a voice as cold and indifferent as a deity. "Then I shall await you. Forging, enchanting, alchemy, magical craftsmanship, and runes. These 5 schools of thought form an interconnected system, complementing one another. Enchantments are applied to items forged or crafted. Potions are brewed to enhance forging capabilities. And runes are inscribed to bolster enchanting abilities in essence. These 5 professions are not isolated. Rather, they are intricately intertwined, mutually enhancing one another. If one could master all 5 schools, theoretically, they could elevate their prowess to a higher realm through the synergy of the disciplines. However, the resources and energy required to pursue all 5 simultaneously are immense. Thus, most individuals choose to study only 2 at a time. Loren ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "While I am indeed short on funds, I'm even more in need of personnel." After he chose the path of a lord, he began to contemplate his future with great seriousness. Regarding wealth, the substantial inheritance bestowed upon him by his mother, despite being partially appropriated by his father in exchange for his baronial title, still left him with a considerable sum of gold coins and a plethora of precious gems and artifacts after purchasing abundant supplies from the Chrysois Trading Company. In terms of knowledge, although he lacked access to the superior educational resources of the Anosi Academy, the vast collection of books at his disposal contained a wealth of information that was remarkably comprehensive. However, the issue of manpower proved to be quite troublesome. He had considered hiring individuals skilled in forging or inscription, but without his father's connections, anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would be disinclined to venture into such a desolate place for a mere pittance. Even if, by some miracle, he could manage to hire help, without any income, his wealth would ultimately be squandered. Therefore, he resolved to learn on his own. Loren sighed. This was also why, among the 5 entities he had chosen for containment, 4 specifically designed to aid him in his studies. Within the sanctuary, there were numerous entities like the rebirth flower, which, once released, provided widespread enhancements to ensure the well-being of the populace. Yet he was acutely aware that his primary pursuit should not be the quality of life of the masses, but rather the enhancement of his personal strength. This world was not the peaceful realm of his past life, but rather a perilous one, fraught with danger. A resounding roar echoed through the skies. Was that the howl of a wolf-like beast? Brothers, ready your weapons. Protect the Baron. Alongside the calm voice of Gellar, the sound of swords being drawn filled the air. Loren remained remarkably composed. He was well aware of Gellar's prowess. Long before his father gained fame, this veteran had already fought valiantly on the battlefield. These ferocious wolves were not the first magical beasts to attack Loren. He had long witnessed the might of this elder. As he sat reading alongside Belle, who had yet to don her maid's attire, Loren also scrutinized the thoughts swirling in his mind. Although many entities were contained by humans, a significant number of unknown entities also existed. It was not solely humans who engaged with these entities, beasts and plants. Some extraordinarily fortunate creatures accidentally came into contact with the powers of these entities and achieved evolution. They either transformed their bodies to gain formidable strength or unlocked their intelligence. In any case, these beings had transcended mere beasts, becoming monstrous foes capable of challenging humans possessing extraordinary abilities, hence earning the name magical beasts. Although this world lacked other types of non-human races, such as the various anthropomorphic beings depicted in novels, the powerful magical beasts that had awakened their intelligence formed alliances and, combined with the powers of the entities, were more than capable of establishing formidable forces that posed significant challenges to humanity. Speaking of which, it seemed that the Empire had recently proposed a campaign against the Balikism Mountains, where plant-type magical beasts resided. According to discussions among the nobles, it was highly likely that a Gamma-level entity was hidden within. As Loren pondered, the battle outside was drawing to a close. In the face of the ferocious wolf leader's assault, Gellar calmly raised his shield. The immense forces collided, and against all odds, the seemingly disadvantaged Gellar managed to withstand the impact. While protecting himself with his left-hand shield, he tightened his grip on the two-handed spear with his right hand and thrust it forcefully into the glowing fur of the magical wolf. Ugh! With the wolf's anguished howl, the spiraled spearhead pierced its abdomen. However, Gellar was not satisfied with this outcome. What should have been a fatal strike to the heart was thwarted at the critical moment when the wolf, akin to a human, grasped the spinning spear with its claws, distorting its force just enough to avoid immediate death. Despite sustaining severe injuries, the pain only intensified the beast's ferocity. Its fur shimmered with an eerie glow, and rather than diminishing, its strength increased. It appeared to have gained a substantial advantage. Yet both of Gellar's weapons had been restrained by the enemy, and as the wounded beast's wild instincts surged, the balance of power in the confrontation began to peak. In other words, the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Gellar. This was the kind of judgment an amateur might make, relying solely on mechanical applications of the combat techniques recorded in books. However, for a seasoned veteran like Gellar, the battle had already reached its conclusion. With his left foot firmly planted for leverage, he bent his right knee, driving into the injured wolf's abdomen. Ugh! The wolf emitted a mournful cry as it was struck. Meanwhile, Gellar's right hand relinquished the spear, his fist, the size of a cooking pot, opened wide, with the space between his thumb and index finger aimed directly at the magical beast's throat. This lethal grip found its mark. Gellar's right foot returned to the ground, and he pressed forward with his shield. Though his strength paled in comparison to that of his adversary, this warrior used his weight and skill to force the beast down to the ground. With the cries of anguish fading, the wolf leader's head was crushed into a mass of pulp, marking its demise. The remaining magical wolves had long since been slaughtered by Gellar's subordinates, starry wolves. A type of magical beast that gains strength under moonlight, are known to be nocturnal, while their counterpart, the sunlit wolf, thrives in sunlight. Gellar directed his men to transport the slain wolves onto the cart. Understood, my lord. With a whistle, Gellar's men began hauling the carcasses. This moment, among the dozens of carts forming a convoy, Numerous processed beast corpses had accumulated, each one a trophy from the attempts to ambush Loren, thwarted by Geller and his team. Utilizing them as mere meat was the most basic application. The materials derived from those magical beasts infected by the entities were of exceedingly high quality. The tools crafted through magical engineering and the gear produced via forging were not made from ordinary materials. The number of magical creatures encountered along the way was substantial. Perhaps it was due to the impending conflict over the Bolokism Mountains that these beasts had begun to riot. As Loren sighed softly, a piece of good news finally arrived. "My lord, we have but a short distance to travel. We shall soon arrive at Spite." Hearing his subordinate's voice, Loren nodded slightly. The journey, though not lengthy, was nearing its conclusion. Although humans were the only race on this continent, it did not mean that the entirety of the land was under their dominion. The world was vast, and even though humans had grown powerful enough to shatter this treasure chest of secrets, it did not imply that they had fully extracted all the treasures within or unraveled all its mysteries. The enigmatic entities and the magical beasts born from their nurturing presented a significant challenge to humanity. Though inferior to humans, these sentient magical beasts had claimed vast territories, standing as equals to human nations. The lands where these nations clashed were the very grounds where war bore fruit. The expansive territory situated between the Mexix Empire and the Bolokism Mountains was precisely where Spite stood. Due to the mutual confrontation of two powerful forces, the resource-poor lands in between had curiously transformed into a neutral realm, where neither side desired to expend troops to conquer such territory. Here, exiles from the Empire or those born in this land coexisted with magical beasts, engaging in relentless skirmishes and consumption. It was not until Marquis Clyfin led his soldiers with an iron fist to drive the beasts back into the deep mountains that these lands were subsequently claimed under the banner of the Mexix Empire. It is said that the Empire's upper echelons once mocked Clyfin for expanding his territory in such resource-scarce lands. Yet, only in recent years, as his influence has spread across the front of the Bolokism Mountains, did people begin to understand the true extent of this man's ambitions, that if he could conquer the Bolokism Mountains, it would surely seal his father's fate as a duke. This moment, beneath the luminous moonlight, the caravan bearing Loren entered the town that was destined to become his domain. However, it was utterly inappropriate to refer to it as a town by even the most lenient standards of the imperial capital. And certainly in Loren's own perception, a town should at the very least be encircled by sturdy city walls. What lay before him was merely a village, its rickety wooden houses barely standing. 2 plots of withered and meager crops, and the surrounding land devoid of any fences or enclosures. If one were to insist on a designation, it could only be referred to as a gathering place. Loren began to earnestly question whether his father had simply been short on funds, concocting a ruse to swindle his inheritance. Ultimately, both the royal family and his father had claimed this land with the ambition of advancing further, thus laying their hands on the coveted Bolokism Mountains. As for the inhabitants of this place, who theoretically belonged to the Empire, how many would genuinely care about their living conditions? Even if someone were to harbor genuine concern, it would be confined to the realm of sentiment rather than materiality. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound sorrow for these unfortunate souls. In comparison to his previous life, survival in this world was inherently arduous. With a sigh, Loren did not choose to prioritize rest, despite the late hour. Instead, he tirelessly prepared for the handover of responsibilities. Where was the steward? He quickly found the answer to his first query. After all, in stark contrast to the dilapidated wooden huts surrounding him, a 2-story villa constructed from stone bricks stood prominently at the center of the buildings. The arrival of a large number of carts disrupted the tranquility of the night. As men and women clad in tattered garments peered out, curious about the opulent carriages and the abundant cargo they bore, "You must be Baron Loren," exclaimed a portly middle-aged man, clad in soft fabrics, who hastily approached the carriage from the villa. It was evident that this brief sprint was enough to leave him breathless, as he leaned against his knees, gasping for air. "Huff, I am, the steward under the Marquis." Huff, responsible for the management of Spit, he stammered. Loren extended his palm out of the window, performing a gesture indicative of stop, and no need for introductions. "I have little interest in your name, and I'm already aware of your position. The title of steward may sound grand, suggesting a role of considerable authority overseeing many affairs. However, in the Mexica's empire, such a position was merely referred to as a supervisor, that the steward was simply an official dispatch to manage certain remote lands in the name of the empire. Lacking any significant power or living conditions compared to cities within the empire. In essence, such a position was tantamount to exile. Loren understood well that his father, Cliven, would only assign such a lackluster role to those deemed incapable. Although the steward wielded less authority over the territory than a noble with officially recognized land ownership, the man before him would still bear a considerable burden of responsibility. In other words, Loren had no desire to engage with someone so lacking in ability. I understand. Please come inside for a discussion. Laurel, please ensure the carts are properly parked. Belle, follow me. A golden-haired youth leaped down from the carriage, while the unadorned head maid diligently commenced her duties. Quickly, stoke the fire in the hearth. If the Baron catches a chill, I shall hold you accountable. As he opened the door to the modest dwelling, the man bellowed commands at the emaciated servants, while hastily retrieving 2 canisters of tea from the cupboard, entirely oblivious to the disdainful glances cast by the 2 figures behind him. Baron, this is the finest tea I have on hand. After your arduous journey, please take a moment to rest here, he said. Loren again raised his hand in a gesture to halt him. Every steward was required to prepare a report concerning their territory. He needed to extract this report along with all pertinent information about Spit. Subsequently, he settled into a chair beside the now crackling fireplace, retrieving a sheet of paper adorned with intricate patterns, and began to write with purpose. The steward, drenched in perspiration from hastily bringing forth the documents, presented them to Loren. He had already sealed his letter in an envelope, affixing it with the emblem of the Vasilev family. If you find the hour too late, you may remain here until morning. I expect to see you and your people vacate this land by sunrise. Deliver this letter to your superior. Your subsequent tasks will be arranged. Upon hearing Loren's words, the steward momentarily froze. Then his face lit up with joy as he accepted the envelope, bowing profusely. Thank you for your kindness, Baron. I shall depart at once. Watching the steward depart with the exuberance of one finally liberated from torment, Belle cautiously inched closer to Loren. Young master, what did you write? I imparted an impartial and objective evaluation of his capabilities in my eyes. Very well, Belle. Let us commence our work. With ink pen in hand, the young man diligently organized the forthcoming tasks. This is the inventory list. The supplies I brought from the imperial capital are recorded here. Please arrange for their transport while simultaneously overseeing the replacement of the furniture in this house. Expedite the unloading of perishable goods from the carts. I shall manage the storage. Finally, Loren turned his pen. From this moment forth, this land shall no longer be known as Spit. With ink, he struck through the name and inscribed 2 new characters above it. Commencement. This land, now under my dominion, Baron Loren Vasilev, symbolizes my starting point, my inception. With the stroke of his pen, Loren Vasilev's beginning, as well as the dawn of this world, was sealed in that instant. Spit, or rather, it should now be called the land of commencement, was bustling on that morning. Following the completion of skinning the beasts, wolves, and other magical creatures hunted down by Laurel and his subordinates, most of the meat and pelts were meticulously categorized and stored. A portion of the meat was transported to the front of the villa, where a makeshift kitchen and a large pot designed for mass cooking had been set up, as the head chef sprinkled in various seasonings. A rich aroma wafted from the pot, spreading throughout the town. The delectable scent permeated the land of commencement. The residents, drawn in like fish to bait, began to converge towards the source of the fragrance. At that moment, despite the subpar environment of the land of commencement, the number of residents was quite substantial. Based on Loren's understanding of this world, the population of this dilapidated and impoverished territory rivaled that of some small towns. Observing this from the window, Loren nodded in satisfaction. Resources, wealth, transportation, and terrain. While all these factors are undeniably significant for a piece of land, the most vital and fundamental wealth for a lord is always the populace. As long as there are people, there exists civilization, and with civilization comes hope. Baron. Loren's authority far surpassed that of the imperial steward, as long as he did not tear down the empire's flag. He could fundamentally reshape this land according to his vision, and this moment marked the first step. With an ever-growing crowd of residents gathering, the servants continued to transport more wolf meat from the storeroom to the open kitchen. As the aroma of spices intensified, the chef poured the prepared meat into the large pot and turned up the heat. The rich scent of meat burst forth, harmonizing with the delightful fragrance of the seasonings, creating an explosion of flavor. Indeed, it was not a dish that required peak culinary skills or exceptional ingredients to craft a heavenly meal. However, it undoubtedly serves as a treasure that can awaken the essence of humanity, known as the sin of gluttony. Ultimately, as the slow simmering, which demands strict adherence to timing, concludes at the most opportune moment, a grand pot filled with tender, succulent wolf meat, its flavor meticulously crafted to near perfection, is presented at that moment. A ragged youth, unable to contain himself any longer, steps forward as the chef deftly unveils steaming rice, enough to rival the quantity of the wolf meat. Alongside plates of freshly stir-fried vegetables, he claps his hands, silencing the murmuring crowd below. Some among you may already be aware, while others may not, and that is of little consequence. This land, once referred to as Spit, is now known as the starting place, a territory under the stewardship of the newly appointed Baron Loren of the Empire. Whether you choose to believe my words or regard them as mere fabrications of those in power is inconsequential. What matters is that the Baron genuinely wishes to create a world where each of you can live in happiness. And this meal serves as his token of goodwill. The chef slowly wields a large ladle, ladling out aromatic sauce along with beautifully presented chunks of meat. The starting place is not akin to Loren's previous life or the Empire's capital, where one could indulge in a variety of meats simply through wealth. In the absence of a systematic breeding industry, those wishing to enjoy meat must grasp their weapons and venture into the forest to hunt wild beasts. Moreover, this is a convergence point between the empire of magical beasts and the realm of humanity. Thus, hunters may easily encounter magical beasts that are beyond the capacity of mere mortals to combat, often leading to their demise. Indeed, most wanderers live under the constant shadow of death. Consequently, they band together, assisting and cooperating with one another. Though their lives may consist of alternating between hunger and feasting, as long as they ration their food, they can avoid starvation. It is precisely for this reason that earning their trust is a relatively simple endeavor. Each person will receive a portion for their 3 daily meals within this week. Those unable to come due to injuries may send a representative, but impersonation for additional portions is strictly forbidden. Dozens of maids who had been lingering nearby approached with bowls in hand. One by one, wooden bowls were retrieved, filled with rice generously doused in vibrant red sauce, creating a bowl of enticing wolf meat and verdant vegetables. Witnessing such a feast, the surrounding residents erupted in excitement. Hooray! Is this truly possible? I haven't had meat in 6 months. Ever since the hunter uncle passed away, we haven't had any meat. Baron Loren, you say? Long live this esteemed gentleman. As the cheers of the crowd echoed across the land, the chef, carrying a plate with a bowl of wolf meat rice, handed it to a maid who had been tidying up the refuse. The maid then took the bowl back to a villa that could be deemed luxurious compared to the other structures at that moment. On the second floor, Loren completed a transaction. So, Mr. Geller, I kindly ask that you and your team remain in this humble locale for another month. Compared to me, it is you, the esteemed Baron, who bears the greater burden. After the two were mutually satisfied with the transaction, Loren handed a crimson gem, roughly the size of a human eyeball, to Geller. Receiving it, Geller respectfully bowed, then opened the door, crossing paths with the maid carrying the bowl of rice. Curiously glancing over, Belle stepped forward, placing the rice bowl before Loren. Even from the second floor, I could catch a whiff of the aroma. Though the living conditions differ, it is truly a blessing to enjoy such a meal. The praise maid remained unresponsive, quietly standing to the side, watching her master relish the food while gently steering the conversation to prevent Loren from eating in silence. Have you contracted with Mr. Geller? Indeed, my original agreement with him was to escort me to the territory and then return. However, I discovered that their squad does not have mandatory tasks, meaning I only need to provide adequate compensation. Coincidentally, among the materials I purchased from the Chrysos Trading Company, there exists a gem capable of crafting a particularly suitable magical engineering tool for warriors. after taking a bite of the wolf meat. Loren, who had only tasted pork, beef, and lamb in his previous life, found great satisfaction. While the quality of the meat certainly paled in comparison to beef or lamb, under Belle's exceptional culinary skills, it rivaled the pork rice bowls he had enjoyed in his former life. "Are you concerned for your safety?" "A little, but it is not the primary reason." Loren smiled and shook his head. "Have all the supplies I brought been arranged?" "Yes, a substantial amount of food and meat has been transported using miniature devices, along with various extraordinary materials and some precious books. The latter, along with the furniture, has already been moved to your room." "Very well. Then let us have lunch." Loren nodded in satisfaction. Observing the dazed expression of the young woman before him, he shook his head, stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth. "Come, let us enjoy our meal properly. This afternoon, accompany me to engage in some physical labor. Now that we've arrived at our new home, we must thoroughly inspect it. As time passed, the sun reached its zenith, its heat relentless. Even upon arriving here, one must endure the sun's torment. If only I had a cold, sweet ice cream at this moment." "What is ice cream?" "A delightful treat perfect for savoring on hot days," Loren replied with a smile. Although this world bears a striking resemblance to his previous one, featuring celestial bodies like the sun and moon, and a medieval social structure akin to his own, the mightiest empire beyond the Mexicus Empire, the Technoroya Empire, seemingly possesses a robust technological framework. Nevertheless, some subtle details differ. Ice cream and popsicles, those delectable treats Loren had adored in his previous life, do not exist in this realm. Perhaps when time permits, I shall endeavor to create them and share them with Belle and others. Despite having only been a student previously, Loren retained sufficient knowledge regarding the simple process of making ice cream. To be precise, due to his various interests and hobbies, his mind is filled with a plethora of eclectic knowledge that I shall await your creation. It seems the young master remains unchanged upon hearing the maid's cheerful response. Loren paused momentarily. "Indeed, you may have forgotten, but as a child, you often joyfully dragged me and the young lady to share obscure tales you gleaned from some book or another." "Is that so?" Loren was taken aback. While he could recall memories belonging to this body since inheriting it, he seemed to lack recollection of such childhood antics. Perhaps it was due to the original owner's youthful personality. "After all, people do change. I can scarcely remember my own childhood." Shaking his head in silence, Loren set aside this trivial matter. This moment, the young man, dressed in comfortable yet unpretentious attire, strolled through his territory alongside the maid he knew so well. Ultimately, maintaining a leisurely pace, Loren completed a swift survey of the gathering place. This settlement is not insignificant. However, its inhabitants have clustered together for safety, resulting in a limited range of activities that, in reality, much of the surrounding land theoretically belongs to the starting place. Yet, due to the lack of population, Loren chose not to inspect it. Though I have prepared myself, the environment is even worse than I anticipated. After capturing the specifics of his surroundings, Loren had begun to mentally sketch a map of the starting place. He intended to ask someone skilled in drawing to illustrate this map later. My father truly sold me a shoddy estate. While grappling with his father's actions, the golden-haired youth casually stepped into a field. Understanding that for communal living, resolving the issue of food sources is the foremost and most critical concern. Regardless of the lofty ambitions one may harbor, the most fundamental desire for sustenance remains perpetually unfulfilled, which elucidates why Loren's mere act of inviting each resident here to partake in a meal under his name was sufficient to swiftly win their hearts, grasping a feeble seedling from the parched fields. Loren sighed at the dismal harvest. This morning, while preparing a meal, I overheard the villagers discussing how the local environment is exceedingly unsuitable for cultivation. Thus, they primarily rely on hunting and fishing to sustain themselves. Are there still organized hunters in the village? The most seasoned hunters were grievously wounded by the beasts of the Balakusi Mountains during previous hunts, and the few who managed to return did so only to succumb to their ailments. Moreover, some young aspirants wishing to become hunters were so terrified that they chose to abandon their ambitions that, in essence, there are none left. They're not even a physician? Yet, I am not particularly surprised. Initially, this place was merely a refuge for vagrants, which later transformed into a territory recognized by the Empire due to the Marquis's endeavors. Nonetheless, even so, it is unlikely that an alchemist capable of concocting healing potions would venture to such a remote and impoverished locale. Loren furrowed his brow again. The prior dilemma remains unresolved, and now a new one arises. Not only are food and medical care lacking, but the structures within the territory are also not constructed by skilled laborers. Aside from the villa where you reside, the other buildings are in dire need of an upgrade. Hiring workers to come here is quite troublesome, given the poor transportation and the threat of beast attacks along the way. However, those I brought with me should possess some expertise, particularly regarding the issues we've observed with the walls from the very beginning. As the conversation unfolded, Belle and Loren meticulously identified all the shortcomings regarding the territory that they had noted throughout the afternoon's inspection. Although the owner of Loren's body did not excel academically, he had nonetheless completed his studies at a prestigious institution, and the synergy of the knowledge within his mind and the soul from another world provided him with a wealth of theoretical experience. Meanwhile, the maid, who had worked from a young age, compensated for the lack of social experience. Ultimately, despite the extensive discussion on the numerous issues requiring amendment, the fundamental problem remains a lack of funds. As the conversation drew to a close, the maid succinctly articulated the essence of the matter. You have heard the tale of Chrysos Kane, the founder of the Chrysos Merchant Association, have you not? The ancestral land of the Kane family, Bristol, was not significantly better than its original state. Yet this wealthiest merchant in the world managed to transform that humble locale into a prominent hub of global commerce. Now known as the floating city of commerce, in other words, as long as you possess wealth, these issues cease to be problematic. The crux of the matter is, however, that I do not possess such wealth. My mother's inheritance, no matter how substantial, cannot be squandered so recklessly. Loren lamented as he ran his fingers through his golden hair. He had indeed heard of the legendary tale of Chrysos Kane. Once a barren land, Bristol had been transformed into a floating artificial island upon the boundless ocean, thanks to the backing of the Chrysos Merchant Association and the power that transcended human wisdom. It is said that Chrysos undertook this endeavor to pay homage to the human ingenuity known as the floating city throughout history. Regrettably, contemporary technology cannot support such an undertaking, and thus a maritime city was the best alternative. Nevertheless, these matters are of little consequence to Loren. Establishing a floating city or a sea island is an absurdity for him at present. The immediate concern must be addressed first. Indeed, the most fundamental and pressing issue is to resolve the matter of sustenance. Would you not agree, Belle? Well, if a stable source of food is required, one must either overcome the environmental challenges to engage in large-scale cultivation or establish reliable trade routes with nearby city-states, which would necessitate considerable financial resources. Yes, ordinarily that would be the approach to resolving these issues. Loren interrupted Belle's discourse. However, I happen to possess a means to circumvent this, a rather advantageous tool. With a smile, Loren raised his hand, extending his 5 fingers with determination. Moreover, there are 5 varieties in the sunlit garden. A small, snow-white rabbit was currently frolicking on the soft earth, yet the once flourishing land, brimming with flowers and greenery, now lay barren, stripped of all life, as if some locust-like creature had ravaged it entirely. That a closer inspection would reveal that the seemingly innocent rabbit's lips were still smeared with remnants of the foliage, and the vibrant flora had gradually vanished in its wake. This insatiably hungry rabbit, continuously seeking edible plants, remained blissfully unaware of the large net that loomed above it. Swish! With a vigorous flourish, Loren brought down the fishing net he had borrowed from an unknown source. However, as the dust settled, the net contained only a few tufts of fallen rabbit fur, while the quarry had long since vanished. Phew! It ran remarkably fast. Although he had not succeeded in capturing it, Loren felt no regret. He simply wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up with satisfaction. The rabbit that had just been greedily devouring the foliage now lay lifeless against the stone wall. Though the movement had caused the air to explode, the sound of its collision with the wall did not resonate until several seconds later. Has its speed reached supersonic levels? Perhaps several Mach. Whistling softly, Loren discarded the net and bent down to retrieve the now-deceased rabbit, Zeta-class containment entity, an insatiably hungry rabbit. Visually, it bore no difference from an ordinary white rabbit, and based on the Containment Management System's panel description, he surmised that its flesh would taste like standard rabbit meat. However, regardless of appearances, this was not a genuine animal rabbit, but rather a wondrous entity known as a containment specimen. Perhaps there is no physical distinction, yet psychologically, it remains unsettling. Would you care for some rabbit meat? Seeing Loren holding the deceased rabbit's head, Belle tilted her head curiously at him, as if he were returning from a day of arduous hunting. But it is not an ordinary rabbit. It is one that can move at supersonic speeds, yet still a rabbit. Loren sighed, unsure how to counter that argument. Perhaps it is best to let it be. This containment specimen will soon revive within the containment space, and consuming something that will inevitably come back to life feels rather peculiar to us. So, are you contemplating using a piece of continuously reviving rabbit meat to address the food shortages in the starting territory? Actually, that is not entirely out of the question. After seriously considering the idea, Loren placed the rabbit's carcass on the ground. As the blood flowed from the deceased rabbit, it dripped onto the soil that had just been ravaged, leaving only remnants of vegetation. The once parched earth began to exhibit a remarkable reaction upon being moistened by the blood, gradually transforming into a soft, richly colored substrate, discarding the dead rabbit into a nearby container. Loren waited for the blood to fully drain before grasping the soil mixed with the blood. Unlike ordinary soil, he could feel the blood-soaked earth writhing in his hands, as if it possessed a life of its own. Just as before, although the Containment Management Panel did not explicitly state what would occur when soil was mixed with the blood of a containment entity, armed with data, Loren had conducted hands-on experiments with the containment entity in his possession. As the panel did not provide comprehensive details, the blood released upon the demise of a containment specimen that had consumed a vast quantity of flora presented the most effective solution to Loren's predicament. The reason for the unsuitability of cultivation here is not due to a lack of water sources, but rather the soil itself. Thus, let us name this blood-soaked earth a superior soil that transcends all earthly soils, capable of significantly enhancing crop yields. Once the blood had fully drained from the rabbit, Loren, holding a container filled with the blood, made his way towards the warehouse at the other end of the garden, where several clay pots filled with soil were neatly arranged before him. Pouring the blood into the earth, the mixture of blood and soil rapidly coalesced and solidified, expanding like soft bread. According to the previous experiment's measurements, a single box of blood is sufficient to completely transform a jar of soil into blood soil. Alas, let us first convert the 2 existing plots of farmland into blood soil. Based on this quantity, it would require the sacrifice of approximately 10 rabbits. While waiting for the resurrection of the container, Loren did not remain idle. Yes, he conducted his investigation at the site of origin. His servants diligently organized the large quantities of supplies he had brought from the imperial capital. Among these supplies were various seeds. This world not only boasts a unique artistic environment, but also offers an abundance of diverse food. Vegetables and fruits commonly seen on his dining table in his previous life, such as tomatoes, potatoes, and carrots, are all present here. Additionally, there exist numerous vegetable plants unique to this world, many of which he has never encountered before, not to mention the exclusive flora utilized by alchemists for potion making. At this moment, a rich assortment of seeds lay before Loren, and with the aid of the container, he only needed to focus on his selections. His immediate task was to amass sufficient grain. Once an adequate quantity is achieved, he could then expand the variety. After some searching, Loren retrieved a box filled with seeds. Unlike other seeds that are the size of beans, each seed in this box was a pale yellow or the size of a tomato. With a bumpy surface, if one were not to examine it closely, one might mistakenly assume it to be a stone picked from a parched desert. However, this is, in fact, the seed of a crop unique to this world. Known as 7-day wheat. 7-day wheat is a renowned agricultural product that has appeared throughout various historical epochs, symbolizing disaster. For instance, during the pioneering era when humanity was recruiting soldiers to expand territories. The war-torn era characterized by conflicts among lords, and the dark epoch ruled by fear. Whenever an era descended into chaos, the demand for food and the threats faced by farmers escalated dramatically. 7-day wheat would emerge as an essential agricultural staple. The reason for this is its remarkably rapid growth, as its name suggests. Although the yield per harvest is not particularly extraordinary, 7-day wheat requires only a week from planting to maturity and harvest, allowing for immediate replanting. Furthermore, this crop is drought-resistant and cold-resistant. As long as the soil quality is not excessively poor, it can consistently guarantee a high yield per acre. With sufficient production, it also boasts an impressively long shelf life. One could say that, as a food source, 7-day wheat is nearly flawless. If one were to nitpick, its only drawback might be its unpalatable taste. However, if one cannot fill their belly, who would care about flavor? One plot of farmland could be entirely devoted to 7-day wheat, while another could cultivate some seasonal vegetables. The construction of a warehouse should also commence to stockpile sufficient 7-day wheat, after which other grains could be planted or the farmland expanded. Thus, the first challenge Loren faced was effectively resolved. After naming the villa, he resided in Uranus, and with the arrival of night, Loren joyfully indulged in a lavish dinner of wolf steak before ascending to the second floor of the villa. His personal resting space, struggling to open the doorknob with a large box in his left hand and a ceramic flower pot covered with a glass lid in his right, Loren exerted considerable effort. Although the second floor lacked illumination, the moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight. The flower pot did not contain common flowers such as roses, carnations, or sunflowers, but rather a remarkable bloom with wheat roots, adorned with lilies and bearing grapes. This was the rebirth flower of the container number 08. The Uranus villa is situated at the very center of the site of origin, and the effect of the rebirth flower radiates outward in a circular pattern from the container itself. After careful consideration, Loren decided to place the flower pot on the balcony of the second floor. As the lid of the flower pot was removed, a refreshing floral fragrance instantly permeated the air. This scent spread not only throughout the Uranus villa, but also to the entire site of origin and beyond. As this delicate aroma wafted into his nostrils, the emotions that had been subtly present in Loren's mind, such as anger, anxiety, pain, and passion, feelings potent enough to drive one to irrational actions, dissipated in the wake of this enchanting floral scent. Ultimately, Loren found himself in a peculiar state, attempting to recall memories that would typically elicit intense emotional fluctuations. While such memories still surfaced, the overwhelming sensations that once surged within him were significantly subdued. Was it possible to maintain absolute calm and rationality? As he savored the effects of the rebirth flower, Loren retreated from the balcony, striving to distance himself from its influence. Once he exited the room, the unnatural tranquility imparted by the rebirth flower began to wane. Upon reaching the first floor, this feeling of serenity dissipated noticeably. Indeed, the farther one moved from the source, the weaker its effects become. Initially, he had hoped for a profound capability to maintain calm among all inhabitants of the territory, but it now appeared that its greater function was merely to preserve his own rationality. After all, it was simply an ETA-level container, and such results were to be expected. Among the known containers, Alpha and ETA represent the most dangerous and safest classifications, respectively, and are also the rarest in number. According to information he had received from his elder brother, records of Alpha-level containers do not exceed 10 fingers, while ETA-level containers are even scarcer, although humanity has mastered cultivation techniques to breed certain containers. The only known ETA-level container is the rebirth flower. After all, the rebirth flower is the only container known to humanity that presents no difficulty in usage and poses no danger. The 4 containers in Loren's possession, the smiling sprite, the faceless mask, and Mr. Carter's pocket watch, are all entities that, if misused, could inflict severe penalties upon the user. As for the insatiable hungry rabbits, releasing them onto open land would allow them to move at supersonic speeds. A situation Loren currently finds himself ill-equipped to handle that. Yes, I should also retrieve the other luggage. The remaining containers must be set free as well. With this thought, Loren slapped his forehead and turned to the box that had just been brought up alongside the rebirth flower. Upon opening the cardboard box, he found 4 scratched iron boxes engraved with the symbol, which housed the containment space. After placing the 4 iron boxes on the table, Loren proceeded to take out a round object. Compared to the 7-day wheat, the containers, and various other magical engineering tools unique to this world, this item felt distinctly familiar to Loren. A light bulb. It has been ages since I last used one. he murmured. Although the Mexicax Empire also produces its own lighting devices, Loren, hailing from a technology-centric world, preferred to utilize these technological creations in his daily life. The light bulb came from Tecnoroya, the only large empire on the continent capable of rivaling the Mexicax Empire. Renowned for its high technology, that if the Mexicax Empire represents magic, then Tecnoroya embodies science fiction. According to what Loren had heard, dreamlike technologies such as exoskeleton armor, powered suits, and flying battleships, elements he had only seen in science fiction works, have made their debut in this world thanks to inventions from the Tecnoroya Empire. Not only are there advanced combat weapons, but numerous technological products that assist in daily life as well. Through the Chrysos commerce, which spans the continent, Loren can easily purchase these items even while situated in the imperial capital of the Mexicax Empire. Let me see. A portable electric light. It can be used simply by inserting a battery, and a single battery can provide power for 720 hours. Familiar with the process, he opened the backup box. Removed the battery, and the small bulb emitted a warm yellow glow that illuminated the entire room. It felt rather pleasant, reminiscent of his previous life. With a contented hum, Loren began to retrieve the other items one by one. Some decorative pieces were immediately placed to enhance the relatively spacious room, while important tools he intended to use in the future were set aside. As for the furniture Loren had used at the Vimana's manor, it had long been transported to the bedroom by the accompanying servants. This will suffice for now. Any major renovations could be addressed later, embracing the soothing stability bestowed by the flower of rebirth. Loren ignited the hearth, with the medieval flames intertwined harmoniously with the modern illumination, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of tranquility within this alternate realm. Although this land, once known as Spite, and now referred to as the starting point, may not be particularly opulent, the remarkable sensation of comfort it evoked within Loren was undeniably refreshing. One couldn't help but ponder. Why had his father chosen to send him here as a lord? In this tranquil state, Loren found himself contemplating certain pressing yet significant questions. While becoming a lord was indeed his own choice, the nature of the territory was determined by the esteemed Marquis Clyfin. Naturally, exchanging wealth for nobility could hardly be deemed a loss. Compared to other nobles who lavishly supported their offspring, his father, in a sense, exemplified a figure who relinquished control entirely upon his children's reaching adulthood, embodying an iron-willed impartiality. Nevertheless, given the vast expanse of land at his father's disposal, it should have been entirely feasible for him to bestow upon Loren a more advantageous territory. Was it merely to avoid suspicion that a desolate land was granted to Loren as a testament to his father's fairness? Or did this land harbor hidden value, be it material or latent? Loren swiftly contemplated the various possibilities whirling in his mind. The conquest of the Bolixmere Mountains, opportunities, my lord, your beverage, interrupted the voice of a maid. Breaking Loren's train of thought, that a glass of vibrant red liquid was placed before him. An exquisite drink unique to this world, reminiscent of a highly sweetened iced tea from his previous life. While this realm also offered coffee and tea, the spirit of youth inclined Loren to favor this humble concoction, but he gently sipped, relishing the sweetness that glided over his tongue and down his throat. With his thoughts now diverted from earlier inquiries, he opened a parchment-bound book, immersing himself in its contents under the flickering light of the flames. The time for learning had commenced. Loren Vasiliphus, the youngest scion of the Vasiliphus family, a graduate of the alchemical and magical engineering disciplines at Onosi Academy, now stood as the lord of the starting point, a baron recognized by the empire at this moment. The youth, adorned with these titles, prepared to delve earnestly into his reading. The tome before him was neither a didactic manual filled with intricate knowledge, nor a spellbook bursting with arcane incantations, but rather the Gate of Magic by Callian Lilith. Within the confines of the Mesexis Empire, two formidable classes of extraordinary beings existed: warriors and mages. Warriors possessed robust physical attributes, adept at wielding an array of armaments, their very bodies serving as their mightiest weapon. Conversely, mages harnessed their intellect to construct potent spells and techniques, their most formidable arsenal being their cognitive prowess. This knowledge, well known throughout the Mesexis Empire, had been meticulously documented by various authors, who, while perhaps not fully grasping the essence of extraordinary power, inscribed their perceptions of strength for posterity. The book Loren now perused belonged to this genre of popular science literature, and his ambition was to adopt the perspective of a novice, seeking to unravel the mysteries of this world from the ground up. Although fragments of this knowledge resided in his mind, certain details had regrettably been discarded, rendering a fresh exploration necessary. During his journey, he had gleaned insights into magical beasts, humans, receptacles, and the fundamental structure and history of this realm. Now he was poised to study this wealth of knowledge, which proliferated throughout the Mesexis Empire. The very tome he held had been gifted by his father on his 5th birthday, chosen with the discerning eye of a marquis. Hence, its inherent quality was beyond question that in the beginning. The text proclaimed, extraordinary power existed solely within the imagination of its creators, confined to the struggle between mortal beings and instinct-driven beasts. Simple fences formed rudimentary walls, and flames illuminated the interminable night. Unlike other texts that presented dry expositions, this narrative unfolded like a tale, gradually laying bare the stories of yore, allowing Loren to viscerally experience a world reminiscent of his previous life. A world strikingly similar to his OWNTO discuss extraordinary power inevitably leads to the knowledge bestowed by receptacles, which transcended human intellect and transformed humanity. The mysterious arts of the Mesexis Empire and the advanced technology of the Technoroya Empire, though the latter shall remain unexamined for now, serve as a testament to the treasures granted to humanity by receptacles. If these 5 interrelated domains of knowledge represent the bounty of receptacles, then the extraordinary powers of warriors and mages exemplify humanity's application of this treasure in the establishment of nations. Fundamental knowledge flooded Loren's mind, complementing or aligning with his existing memories. The soul inhabiting this body diligently absorbed every detail, striving to comprehend all. After an extensive reading session, Loren discerned a remarkable aspect of the Gate of Magic. It did not rigidly separate warriors from mages, as is the norm in contemporary educational paradigms within the Mesexis Empire. Instead, it recognized them as 2 branches of a singular source, diverging in their development. Ultimately, both forms of extraordinary power stem from the foundational strength of the 5 great systems. Whether inscribing specialized runes upon one's body, consuming alchemically tailored potions, activating devices crafted through magical engineering, or enchanting one's physical form, numerous methodologies existed to unlock the latent power within flesh and blood. However, to unleash the strength embedded within one's very being or master the breathing techniques for channeling magical energy, the assistance of receptacles remained indispensable. This explains why aspiring mages and formidable warriors invariably engage with and comprehend any one of the 5 great systems. Upon reaching this passage, Loren closed the book with a soft exhale, releasing the breath he had just taken. In the next moment, a flicker of flame ignited upon his fingertip, swiftly morphing into a stream of flowing water, which then solidified into a sturdy stone before transforming into a gentle breeze that wafted away. Elemental control, arguably the most fundamental of all magics, even lacking a formal incantation or technique, despite his modest aptitude and lack of extensive training. Loren was indeed a mage, at least in the realm of employing such elementary magic, which lay well within his capabilities. Currently, he was not situated in the safety of the imperial capital, but rather on the perilous frontier, where his most formidable allies appeared to be Mr. Geller and his retinue. It was clear that the cultivation of his magical abilities must become a priority, though he lacked the innate talent of his sister. With sufficient effort, becoming a powerful mage should not present an insurmountable challenge. After testing his current magical proficiency and adding a note to his already packed schedule, Loren reopened the Gate of Magic. Having completed the first half, he now ventured into the latter portion, which began to elaborate on the 5 great systems previously emphasized. For humanity, receptacles embody a duality of peril and profit. Among their offerings, the most significant advantage lies in the knowledge they provide. The primordial sources of knowledge for these 5 systems originate from various numbered and categorized receptacles, forging techniques that transform metal into weapons and armor, enchanting methods that bestow unique abilities upon equipment, alchemical processes that concoct potions of diverse effects from various herbs, magical engineering that creates devices and adornments imbued with magic, and the art of inscription, which employs ink and quill to delineate unique capabilities. As a popular science book, the text merely offered a superficial summary of the origins, functions, and notable historical figures associated with these 5 domains of knowledge. Thus, both mages and warriors exemplify humanity's intellectual reapplication of knowledge, with these mysterious principles ultimately arising from receptacles. In essence, this world indeed finds its foundational power derived from a singular source. In a manner akin to concluding an essay with a summary of its preceding content, Loren reflected upon his reading experience with the Gate of Magic. Overall, the evening's literary journey had proven quite gratifying. This tome was not one of those cumbersome texts that overwhelmed the reader with excessive verbiage, but rather a work that endeavored to present essential knowledge in a style accessible even to children. Compared to the former, Loren naturally gravitated towards the latter, Callian Lilith. Loren cast a fleeting glance at the name, quietly committing this feminine moniker to memory. An hour's reading time? Quite satisfactory. The night still stretched ahead, offering him ample opportunity to engage in various pursuits. The little sprite, though no larger than Loren's fingertip, bore an uncanny resemblance to a genuine human, with a cascade of silky black hair, an adorable visage. Clad in a snug blue leather outfit, and a pair of bee-like wings sprouting from its back, it radiated an aura of sweetness. Indeed, it was a sprite, observing a cluster of charming young girls laboriously flapping their wings and singing melodious tunes around him. Loren naturally entertained such thoughts. In truth, he was not alone in this. Most individuals, amidst the lush greenery adorned with flowers of myriad hues, would undoubtedly share this sentiment, had he not perused the experimental report with due diligence. Loren would scarcely have fathomed the terrifying reality lurking behind this enchanting assembly of angels, seemingly descended from the heavens, had they conjured this illusion so swiftly. Gazed around his surroundings, the golden-haired youth muttered in disbelief. At that moment, he had donned a flesh-toned mask, resembling a human visage, upon his face. The mask of the faceless, a smiling sprite. 2 of the 5 containment entities he had chosen. The essence of these 2 lay in their usage time. While the containment space could swiftly retract the imprisoned entities, thus it sufficed to place these 2 containment spaces aside. 1 Must remember the experimental report. The experimental report, after mentally revisiting it several times. Loren promptly commenced his work. He procured a multitude of supplies and materials from the Chrysocephalus Trading Company. Yet if one were to identify the most precious item among them, it would undoubtedly be the exquisite set of tools before him. The 4-piece set of inscriptions, specifically designed for inscriptionists to etch their craft, comprising unique brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. He had long been troubled by a shortage of talent, unable to systematically replenish the essential resources of a territory. Consequently, Loren made a bold decision. He would become one of those pivotal talents. It was for this reason that he had earlier acquired the highest configuration of tools across the 5 major schools from the Chrysocephalus Trading Company, along with an extensive collection of books, preparing to immerse himself in a fervent study during this period. Ordinarily, such a notion would be deemed foolish, had he possessed the innate gifts of siblings. It might have been another matter. Yet, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary effort and time required to master this knowledge given his own capabilities. However, the situation had changed. Now, as long as he was willing to take risks, he could compensate for these challenges. Let me see. The fundamentals of inscriptions. Seated upon the soft grass, the golden-haired youth began to peruse the weighty tomes of knowledge. How might one describe this learning experience? The intricate texts appeared to Loren as straightforward as colloquial language, while the marvelous formulas seemed as easy to grasp as the simple equation of 1 + 1 = 2. He effortlessly deconstructed, categorized, and comprehended vast amounts of information. Typically, even within the confines of the Unosai Academy, such knowledge would require a full month of study. Yet, Loren absorbed it all within a mere half-hour. Next, he commenced the etching of his first inscription. Yes, the gravity inscription capable of enhancing an item's weight. You shall be the one. Grasping a brush, Loren conducted experiments on the paper as instructed in the text. To his astonishment, What should have taken a novice numerous attempts to achieve was completed in a mere 10 minutes. As for etching it onto an object, a theoretically more challenging endeavor, Loren succeeded after only 3 attempts, an unprecedented sensation of triumph washing over him. The answers to problems were unearthed with ease. Difficulties unraveled in an instant, fueled by his formidable mental acuity and vibrant thoughts. For the first time in both his past and present lives, Loren experienced a sense of enjoyment in learning. An insatiable craving to continue indefinitely, akin to a knight in pursuit of honor within a fairyland, relishing the profound satisfaction of achievement. T.O. become the most formidable inscriptionist to trample upon others with experimental reports. To embrace the fairyland of faceless entities. Suddenly, Loren jolted awake. He repeatedly recalled the experimental report, fearful of losing control over himself. The sprites, once soaring freely in the fairyland, had inexplicably encircled him, the mask upon his face tightening with an increasingly uncomfortable sensation. As though merging with his visage, realizing the urgency, Loren exerted all his strength to tear off the mask. Fortunately, his memory remained intact. Upon touching his face, he found no missing nose or eyes. Yet that was not the end. The once pure and innocent smile of the sprite had vanished, its mouth distorting into an unnatural expanse, sharp teeth protruding ominously. This appearance reminded Loren of a creature known as the anglerfish. "Cut it out. I have no time for this now." Piercing his lips with his teeth to maintain lucidity through pain, Loren dashed towards the containment space. However, perhaps due to the enchantment of the fairyland, the iron box that was once within arm's reach now lay several paces away. Time was running out. The monster's fangs were already poised to strike at Loren's neck, its massive jaws ready to sever the boy's head entirely. All hope seemed lost. Bang! With a resounding crack, a rod inscribed with runes was forcefully propelled outward, in a manner akin to a baseball swing. It sent the sprite flying several meters, embedding it in a tree. The sudden act of violence stunned the other sprites, their gaping mouths agape. Seizing the opportunity, Loren grasped the iron box of the containment space. The mask of the faceless and the smiling sprite were thus sealed along with the fairyland, leaving only traces upon the wall, a testament that the magnificent home run was not a mere illusion. "Phew, you leave me no choice but to resort to force." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Loren brandished the iron rod with a disdainful smile. Though the containment entities adhered to their own rules, no regulation could supersede the essence of power, and the sprites remained merely Zeta-level entities. Moreover, the greater their numbers, the weaker their individual combat prowess. The runes inscribed upon the iron rod enhanced its gravity, explaining why he could effortlessly send the smiling sprite flying. Ultimately, the true peril of the faceless mask and the smiling sprite lay not in their direct combat abilities, but rather in their seductive allure over the user's psyche, akin to a devil's whisper. Should Loren waver, even slightly, that temptation would escalate to an alarming degree. At that point, he would either succumb to the beauty of the fairyland, allowing the sprites to devour his head, or transform into a true faceless entity, losing his sense of self entirely. Though he had anticipated this, he had not expected the temptation to be so exaggerated. Next time, I shall prepare some mental defense potions or trinkets. The earlier state still left Loren with a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, he had been well prepared, specifically choosing to inscribe the gravity-enhancing runes for his experimental inscriptions, thereby equipping himself with a formidable weapon in advance. Although the night still had some time left, Loren decided against continuing. He had danced perilously close to the edge of life and death, and it was best to take a proper rest. The night breeze stirred once more, and the fragrance of the resurrection flower wafted into the Uranus villa. "Belle, is the hot water ready?" with the boy's excited words. The first day's agenda of his lordship came to a close. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the towering 3-meter creature was effortlessly cleaved in two. A closer inspection would reveal that the monster was, in fact, an odd mechanical construct fashioned from metal. Though it possessed slender limbs, its body resembled a colossal iron box. Surrounding the split iron box, one could observe electronic displays, several mechanical arms, and various artillery, such as assault cannons and main guns. Any individual with a modicum of understanding can discern that the mechanical behemoth before them is a robot, renowned for its high firepower and adeptness in mid to long-range combat. However, this ferocious artillery device proved utterly incapable of even grazing the woman in its vicinity before being cleaved in twain. Oh, but it is not alone. Surrounding the young woman lies an array of mechanical wreckage, soldiers fashioned to fit the human form, dual-wielding an assortment of advanced melee and specially designed ranged weaponry, alongside mechanical monstrosities of the same caliber as the heavy artillery robot, all of which have now succumbed to immobility, reduced to mere fragments, sprawled upon the ground. Surely, the leader over there cannot be so foolish as to dispatch such contraptions to face annihilation. Was this act a mere stalling tactic, or was it something more? This internal query was swiftly answered by the deafening whoosh echoing from the skies above. Yes, she raised her gaze. Beams of dazzling light flickered across the heavens. The result of the excessive velocity they possessed, these mechanical soldiers, which the woman could effortlessly obliterate, were equipped with specialized tracking devices. They were but sacrificial pawns, all in the pursuit of capturing the girl who had traversed the dense forest, erasing every trace of her passage. With her position locked, in a mere 10 seconds, supersonic missiles traversed 34,000 kilometers with an unstoppable force, hurtling towards the mechanical debris and the woman ensconced within their midst. Boom! Accompanied by bursts of flame and clouds of smoke, the missile bombardment was potent enough to annihilate an entire army, leveling a village to the ground, all simply to eradicate a single woman. Yet, as the smoke dissipated and everything around turned to naught under the overwhelming aerial assault, one individual remained unscathed. Huff! Exhaling a breath of stale air, the barefoot girl, clad in a provocative midriff-bearing outfit stitched together from pieces of purple fabric that revealed ample expanse of her alabaster skin, with a scarf and veil adorning her head, absent even of socks, gazed perplexedly at the crater left by the missile strike while running her fingers through her silvery white hair. The technology of the Technoroia Empire. What a nuisance. Compared to the magic I am familiar with, this unknown entity presents a far greater challenge to navigate. If I am not careful, I might find myself in dire straits, and I am already injured. Releasing the magic that enveloped her, the girl began to manipulate her fingers, which were as white as jade, moving with the grace of tiny dancers, cleaning spell, with a clear articulation of the incantation. The dust and debris covering thousands of square meters around her were swiftly eradicated. The pristine earth was restored to its former glory. Indeed, I cannot abide the destruction of my environment. Satisfied with her handiwork, the girl furrowed her brow in contemplation. Although those individuals should understand I'm still alive upon seeing the restored landscape, without the robots tracking, as long as I wish to hide, they shall not find me. However, remaining concealed in the forest, waiting for them to come for a thorough cleansing, is not a viable plan either. With the destruction of the last stronghold, the magic banquet now exists merely in name. Seeking refuge with them would ultimately lead to my capture. Pouting in frustration, the girl meticulously contemplated her future. If I cannot decide, I shall leave it to fate. She picked up a branch from an area untouched by the missile strike, wielding it like a sword with her left hand while her right fingers performed intricate gestures. As her fingers moved and magic flowed, the air before her twisted, and the branch soared through the rippling atmosphere, inscribing words as if by a wizard. Even the most novice of mages would surmise, upon witnessing the wondrous aura emanating from her magic, that she was employing divination, a fundamental spell alongside cleaning spells, dispelling spells, and elemental manipulation. However, if a true mage were present, they would surely find themselves wide-eyed in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Divination, at its core, is a form of magic wherein a mage utilizes their mental energy, aided by tangible tools, to glean information about the world through calculations. Setting aside the notion of mental energy, the choice of tools must invariably bear profound mystical significance. For instance, crystal balls and card for tarot readings, or telescopes and star charts for astrology. Yet, this girl before me has prepared naught but a branch, extracting from it the profound mystery sufficient for a single divination. Moreover, divination does not equate to prophecy. As opposed to the precise information yielded by advanced magic, The insights gleaned from a standard divination session ought to be vague, concepts that defy verbal description. Generally, the result manifests as an intuitive hunch or a nebulous dream. It is precisely because of this simplicity, coupled with low yields, that divination is classified as one of the most basic spells. Yet, at this moment, the girl has received clear and distinct words and numbers. Very well, a decision has been made. With the cessation of her magical exertion, the distortion of space also came to an end. The girl grasped the branch that had fallen from her hand, now devoid of magical enhancement, and waved it joyfully. The target is Akbar City. Let us embark. Success! As purple mist swirled within the crystal ball, Loren clapped his hands in delight, producing a series of sharp sounds. The magic he had mastered in his previous life was predominantly elemental manipulation, a fundamental combat spell. Thus, upon transmigrating, the recollections of his physical form allowed him to instinctively wield elemental magic with ease. However, while he had diligently studied offensive spells such as elemental manipulation, he had seldom practiced auxiliary spells. Consequently, Loren faced several failures when he whimsically decided to experiment that morning. Nevertheless, being the simplest of spells, and with the accumulation of experience through failure, Loren soon achieved success. Furthermore, he sensed something distinctly different. Last night, Loren had utilized the powers of the containment vessel to enhance his cognitive response and mental energy. Although this enhancement theoretically dissipated upon discontinuation, perhaps due to instinctual reasons, Loren felt that his mind was functioning slightly better than before. Next, the cleaning spell. With a snap of his fingers, the dust within a 10-meter radius around him gradually vanished. All done. Pleased with his execution of several basic spells, Loren donned his attire and stepped outside. The most fundamental issue of food had already been resolved following the provision of blood soil and 7-day wheat the previous day. Before urging the inhabitants of the starting point into action, Loren decided to slightly exercise himself. Belle, please summon Mr. Geller to the Villa Esgarden. In the garden of the Uranos Villa, Loren and Geller began to shed their garments. At that moment, one donned comfortable cloth attire, while the other wore rigid armor. It was evident that such everyday gear would pose considerable inconvenience for their impending endeavor. Oh, you wish to practice close combat techniques? Yes, Loren changed into snug black leather attire, binding his joints with bandages, while Geller stood bare-chested, revealing a physique as robust as a small mountain. As you know, I, as a mage, am not particularly adept at close-quarters combat. However, I believe that fundamental combat skills are essential to cultivate. Just last night, I was struck by a blow from the smiling elf, igniting my interest in the necessary skills to protect myself. Is that so? Then I shall comply with your wishes. Please forgive any offense. The two stood facing each other, and with a breath, the elder's muscles suddenly flushed crimson, releasing an overwhelming amount of steam. In that moment, the elder resembled a humanoid steam engine, emanating a terrifying energy that if a formidable warrior were to pass through this place, they would undoubtedly sense a powerful aura that, if unleashed, could reduce the very ground beneath to rubble. Minutes later, this menacing presence, akin to a furnace, began to dissipate into the air. Although the old man's physique remained robust, it was now merely a shadow of its former exaggerated strength, confined to the limits of humanity. Let us commence from here, young Master Loren. Having just restrained the power of the extraordinary, I am now but an ordinary mortal, he stated out of course. This is merely my self-imposed limitation. Should you wish to employ magic in our duel, it would be permissible. Loren did not express any desire for his opponent to exert their full strength. He understood that in the face of such an extraordinary being, even his own magic would yield no advantage. His sole intention was to hone his combat skills, harboring no thoughts of victory, and naturally, he did not expect Geller to engage with him at full capacity, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters and weighing 85 kilograms. Loren's physique alone would easily overpower an average person, despite lacking systematic training. However, the old man before him towered nearly 2 meters and weighed conservatively around 130 kilograms. A staggering difference in scale. This exemplified the stark contrast between a genuine warrior and an outsider. Thus, it was through battling such a powerful opponent that Loren sought to elevate his own abilities. Adjusting his breath, Loren slightly turned to the side, crossing his arms over his chest, adopting a fighting stance in contrast, Jeller squatted slightly, assuming a standard horse riding stance, without a referee's whistle to signal the start. Loren propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his right leg, launching a left hook aimed at Jeller's chin. However, his punch was too sluggish in the face of his opponent. The dust settled. Loren's full-force strike was effortlessly caught in Jeller's grip. Rather than a reckless assault, he aimed for his adversary's weaknesses, a commendable approach for a novice. Gritting his teeth, Loren transformed his other hand into a palm strike, delivering a forceful chop toward Jeller's neck. Yet, as expected, Jeller's other hand swiftly intervened, blocking Loren's sneak attack with ease. In just 2 moves, Loren found his hands naturally constrained. However, relying on the grip that restrained him, he ingeniously pivoted, raising his legs in a scissor-like motion aimed at Jeller's neck. Should he succeed, Loren could force his opponent to withdraw his hands in defense while seizing the initiative in the battle. Yet, just as Loren lifted his legs, Jeller timely released his grasp, leaving Loren without a point of support. With his legs suspended in the air and unable to invoke the flight magic that would allow him to hover, Loren inevitably fell onto the grassy garden below, landing in a most undignified manner. Though one might commend a beginner for such a reactive maneuver in a critical moment, the magnitude and complexity of the action rendered it impractical in combat. Unscathed, Jeller maintained his initial horse-riding stance, his hands guarding his sides like an impenetrable wall before Loren. In the training of warriors, there's a maxim we hold dear. The finest warrior is not the one who can unleash the most powerful techniques, but the one who employs the most appropriate techniques at each juncture of battle, by executing the correct moves. Even when facing stronger humans or beasts, one can leverage their strengths against their opponent's weaknesses. In a flash, Jeller surged forward, his solid iron fist descending like a hammer. Loren, still on the ground, rolled away, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow that struck the earth with a resounding thud. After creating some distance through his roll, Loren hastily attempted to rise. However, before he could stabilize himself, Jeller's foot swept across, striking Loren's right ankle. The force was not overwhelming, yet it was sufficient to disrupt the already unstable footing of Loren, causing him to fall once more to the ground. The power of legs in combat far surpasses that of hands, yet their primary role extends beyond offense. They are crucial for maintaining stability. The larger the leg movements, the more prone one is to losing balance. Unless one is a master of martial arts capable of seizing precise opportunities, one should refrain from overutilizing kicks. While imparting wisdom to Loren, Jeller did not cease his assault. He lifted his foot, delivering a stomp that surpassed the previous hammer strike in force. Faced with such a humanoid behemoth of destruction, Loren could only continue to evade through rolling. Even if one must utilize kicks, it is not always necessary to opt for wide-ranging leg techniques. The human body offers multiple points of attack. Feet, knees, elbows, and head. To become an exceptional fighter, one must adeptly utilize all parts of the body, expanding their arsenal of weaponry. This time, Jeller did not employ a sweeping kick to suppress Loren, allowing the panting blonde youth to rise once more. The rolling and falling had sapped his energy, and the impact of the fall left every part of Loren's body aching. Though the skirmish lasted but a fleeting moment, Loren felt as if he were nearing his limits. With great effort, Loren regulated his breathing, the healing energy coursing through his body, gradually mending his wounds. However, this was not advanced healing magic. Relying on such rudimentary tricks to buy time for recovery was futile. Resolute, Loren assumed his stance once more, mirroring his initial pose. Left fist clenched, right hand poised, with a pusher's back foot, Loren charged at Jeller anew. In response to Loren's identical maneuver, Jeller mirrored the action, attempting to seize Loren's arms to restrain him. Yet, just as the situation was about to replicate its earlier state, Loren swiftly retracted his right hand. Although his left fist remained under control, he leveraged this pivot to whirl his right side, driving his elbow with centrifugal force toward Jeller's jaw. Boom! Loren was thrown onto the grass by a well-executed hip toss. In the instant before Loren's elbow could make contact, Jeller's grip on Loren's left arm suddenly tightened, effortlessly tossing Loren away. Dazed, Loren exhaled sharply, collapsing onto the ground. though the Uranos villa stood merely 2 stories tall compared to the other structures in the starting place. It towered like a palace in the imperial capital. It seemed that the previous steward had been an architect, and with the materials left by this land, a makeshift establishment was erected. Though there remained ample room for improvement, the structure stood proudly. Despite Geller's restraint preventing severe injury, the sensation of being pummeled by a martial arts expert for the first time was far from pleasant. "Please bear with it," Loren muttered, now bare-chested and prostrate on the bed, revealing a back marred by various wounds. The maid dipped a cloth into a green liquid and applied it to Loren's back, which was already adorned with several such patches. With Loren gritting his teeth and emitting pained groans. Belle clapped her hands, satisfied. "Do not move for half an hour, and the wounds will heal naturally. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask." Bowing, the maid exited the room with the remaining potion, while Loren sighed, maintaining his prone position, extending his hands to grasp a basic tome of magic, and began reading in this awkward posture. During his studies at Uranos Academy, Loren had not enrolled in any specialized magic courses. Instead, he had self-studied during leisure time under the guidance of his father and siblings. That it was precisely this lack of formal constraints that allowed him the freedom to delve into his preferred offensive spells, while leaving him utterly ignorant of equally fundamental magics, such as divination and cleaning spells. Consequently, Loren found himself unable to transition seamlessly into the present, forcing him to painstakingly relearn various basic spells. Knock, 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 as Loren diligently endeavored to intertwine intricate magical techniques with the game mechanics he had previously engaged in, seeking to alleviate the monotony and simultaneously reminisce about the exhilarating sensation akin to cheating he experienced while utilizing the containment vessel the previous night. A sudden knock reverberated through the air. "Come in." The individual who entered was an elderly man clad in armor, his visage bearing the marks of age, seemingly in his 50s or 60s. Yet his physique was not only free from the ravages of time, but appeared increasingly robust, imposing like an immovable wall that inspired trepidation. "Good day, Mr. Jetterall. It seems my attacks have indeed caused you no harm. I sincerely apologize for the injury inflicted upon the esteemed Baron. It is truly a personal oversight on my part, as a subordinate." In response to Loren's jesting remarks, Jetterall lowered his head gravely and knelt on one knee. "There is no need for such solemnity. It was I who initiated the request for our sparring. Rise, please." Upon receiving Loren's permission, Jetterall lifted himself, the clattering of his rigid armor resonating like a discordant symphony. There's something you wish to discuss, Mr. Jetterall." "Baron, I dare to inquire what has motivated you to hone your combat skills." "Motivation?" Taken aback by Loren's momentary silence, Jetterall continued. "Throughout my life, I have encountered a myriad of formidable individuals, each either dismissing others' techniques or believing that once they have chosen their path, they must specialize solely in their own journey. I have witnessed those who, upon recognizing their shortcomings, do not merely strive to amend their own paths, but sincerely seek to learn from others. However, such individuals are rare, and I am curious why you have chosen this course." Upon hearing Jetterall's words, Loren was plunged into contemplation. In truth, he was uncertain. Presently, he was a baron and a lord in this world. To become an exemplary lord, one must cultivate not only the subtle abilities of foresight and strategic planning, but also the more overt personal skills. A lack of physical prowess could easily lead to one's demise when confronting the perils associated with territorial expansion. Conversely, possessing great strength could ensure survival, even amidst the treacherous rules of the containment vessel. In his quest to become a trustworthy version of himself, Loren had earnestly prepared for this endeavor. This unwavering dedication perplexed him. Loren was not a person of remarkable virtue, nor was he particularly stringent with himself. Both his corporeal form and his soul could be deemed good, yet he often succumbed to laziness, harboring no grand aspirations, only a desire to live joyfully according to his heart. Why, then, did he impose such strict standards upon himself? Why was he willing to exert so much effort? Why did his body instinctively comply? Loren was uncertain of the answers, yet he did not allow this ambiguity to hinder his instinctive pursuit of this path. Neither this soul nor this body possesses clarity. Ultimately, Loren provided this response: "I merely did what I wished to do, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Jetterall paused momentarily, then coughed to mask his surprise, and continued. "I understand, Baron. In that case, while you recuperate, allow me to impart some theoretical knowledge." For the next half hour, Jetterall utilized the spacious room to impart lessons to Loren. He demonstrated the stances chosen during preparation, the timing for striking with fists and feet, the most vulnerable areas of the human body, and the appropriate exercises to enhance one's strength. The elder held nothing back. Aside from time constraints, he shared all that he had learned. 25 years prior, Jetterall, considerably leaner, yet still quite strong by ordinary standards, had been struck by a formidable opponent, blood flying and gasping for breath as he maneuvered his sweat-soaked body, summoning all his strength to throw a punch at a golden-haired man clad in a snug white outfit. However, just before his decisive blow could land, the adversary's claw-like palm had already struck him on the left temple, with simultaneous blows to his ear and temple, and having sealed his physical prowess and combat skills while enduring significant damage. Jetterall found himself at the brink of collapse, crumpling to the ground at, Jetterall has been defeated. Now only Raoul remains. "Viscount, I humbly inquire, with such exceptional magical talent, why do you suppress your magic to challenge us in hand-to-hand combat? As far as I know, magic encompasses many techniques that enhance physical prowess. Why?" The unexpected nature of this question momentarily stunned the young man, who had never contemplated it before. That he paused. "I do not know. I simply did what I wished." Observing Jetterall lost in thought, the young man smiled gently, wrapping bandages around his joints before employing a simple yet effective treatment to himself, returning to the arena. "Here we go. It is now the decisive moment for Captain Raoul and the resilient yet repeatedly defeated Lord Clyfin Valleff." The arena erupted with clamorous excitement, heralding the commencement of battle once more. "Baron, during this period while I remain in the starting area, I am available at any time should you wish to train." After bowing once more, Jetterall exited the room, but if he is unwilling, there is no need to compel him. Similarly, if he desires you to stay, as long as he is willing to offer satisfactory compensation, you may remain until the draft is enforced. That child's potential is limited if the opportunity slips away. Living a good life is still commendable. With a sigh, Jetterall reflected on the leader's admonitions. Perhaps he will exceed your expectations. Night descended. Have the 7-day wheat and blood soil been distributed due to the provision of food by their hands over the past 2 days? The residents of the starting area responded to his directives with unprecedented enthusiasm. Both farmlands have been transformed by the farmers into blood soil. As per your instructions, point one field is now sown with 7-day wheat, while the other has been planted with a selection of seasonal fruits and vegetables from our brought seeds. Excellent. Once the 7-day wheat reaches a bountiful harvest, our food supply will be sufficient. Once the seeds of 7-day wheat increase, I plan to hire a few farmers to survey the surrounding areas suitable for tilling. If we find any, we shall enclose them with fences. Loren contemplated the expansion of farmland. An image of a fluffy rabbit colliding with a wall crossed his mind, causing him to exhale softly. "Let us treat the villagers to rabbit meat tomorrow. I shall rely on you and a few chefs for this." I recall it was said that when orders conflict, the latest directive shall prevail. With a resigned wave of his hand, Loren suddenly recalled something and promptly stated, "Furthermore, I wish to begin large-scale recruitment of villagers. Additionally, I need a map of the starting area to facilitate detailed planning. Once the basic sustenance issues are resolved, we must genuinely put the starting area to use." Loren devised numerous plans and meticulously compared and modified them. After considering all of this, he realized that it was already an hour later than he had initially planned. As the moon ascended, stars twinkled, and the lights turned on. It symbolized the commencement of his study time. This time, he did not employ the containment vessel. Loren first compensated for the time lost, due to Jetterall's proactive teaching, by completing his reading of the basic magic compendium, assimilating the foundational spells recorded within. Before standing up to take a deep breath, elemental manipulation, fire, wind, water, and earth point one of the magics Loren excelled in, the technique of wielding elements in combat. The next moment he closed his eyes, merging his mental energy with magical power. Telekinesis, The magical energy, akin to an all-purpose adhesive, solidified his mental strength into a tangible form, conjuring an invisible yet palpable hand that floated in the air. Next, Loren snapped his fingers. The substantial mental energy transformed into a colossal shockwave that reverberated throughout the entire room. Disperse. Though the powerful shockwave struck the substantial furniture, it left not even a trace of impact upon it. After all, this was specifically designed to suppress and defeat ethereal beings, and would not affect the dispersal magic upon physical entities. At last, Loren took a breath and began to move his hands that a series of characters, resembling inscriptions yet differing significantly in substance, were inscribed by his fingers, with sparks flickering, symbolizing the latent power contained within the words. Runes. This was a magical technique that, while based on the art of inscriptions, was a distinct evolution of it. Loren's gestures were a mesmerizing dance, as the mana refined through his breathing technique was harnessed in various ways, allowing him to unleash a dazzling array of spells. All of these are the most fundamental magics, designed to guide novices in wielding their mana and gestures. While performing these spells, Loren reminisced about the knowledge he had acquired that very morning. My Lord Baron, are you aware of the distinctions within the system of the extraordinary, or the different paths one may take? The words of the elder, who had demonstrated various techniques to him that morning, echoed in his mind. Just as a magician, a warrior stepping into the realm of the extraordinary prioritizes foundational techniques during their training. This world does not impose a strict hierarchy on various elements, as the RPG games Loren played in his previous life did, except for the rigid classification of containment entities from Alpha to Eta. Most systems, such as magic and martial arts, exist only within a nebulous conceptual framework. For instance, while there are higher and lower tier magics that serve the same function but exhibit markedly superior capabilities, the majority of spells possess differing functions with their own unique advantages and disadvantages. Even among these higher tier magics, the more potent variants inevitably demand longer incantation times and greater reliance on mana. Thus, it is said that there are no absolute techniques, only the most formidable practitioners. Consequently, mastering magic is not as simple as progressing from lower-level spells to higher ones, as one might in a game. Typically, no warrior can master every martial technique, nor can any magician learn every spell. The vast technical system, a product of humanity's accumulated wisdom and experience, has already rivaled the 5 great knowledge systems passed down by the containment entities, becoming a treasure unique to humankind. Miss Loren's right hand danced. He continued to recall the elder's words. Therefore, after honing their foundations, each individual embarks on their own journey, seeking their own path, just as I have. My Lord Baron, you must have witnessed my battles alongside those brethren. Indeed, when you escorted us to the starting point, I clearly observed your confrontation with the beast that attacked us. This is my way of fighting. As the elder's response resonated, the armor seemed to vibrate with excitement, echoing the words of its wielder. While I may currently be instructing you in combat, I fear you have sought the wrong mentor. For as an extraordinary warrior, I am not particularly adept at close-quarters combat. As he spoke, Jeller assumed a hoarse stance, positioning his hands as if wielding a weapon. This is my path, compared to traversing the road of hand-to-hand combat. Clad in light armor that does not hinder movement, specializing in the ultra-close combat with human and humanoid beings, I prefer to face various foes, wielding heavy armor and long-range melee weapons such as clubs and spears, excelling as a mid-to-long-range heavy combatant. Thus, I do not possess the unique combat techniques of those exceptional fighters. My repertoire consists merely of a few fundamental skills. My Lord Baron, although you are not a warrior and need not concern yourself with such matters. I believe that as a magician, you have your own unique set of concerns. I shall impart all my techniques to you, and how you choose to apply them is entirely up to you. Loren cherished these invaluable teachings, a treasure trove of life experience bestowed by an elder, a life lesson worth its weight in gold. Firearms, fist techniques, blade techniques, such as the multitude of paths available even to warriors. What a magician's! Loren paused his training in basic magic. These fundamental spells are essential learning for every magician. This moment, he was not merely solidifying his foundation through practice. He yearned for these spells to provide him guidance, to illuminate his path. So, as a magician, what kind of magical path must he choose? Loren had yet to find the answer. In the capital of the Mixikes Empire, within the containment facility, the alarm bells rang out in a resounding crimson hue. Delta level alert. Containment entity number 326 has entered a rampaging state. Researchers, please evacuate immediately. Guards and combatants, please assemble in the designated area. Repeat. Delta level alert. Containment entity number 326 has entered a rampaging state. The alarm echoed throughout the facility. Researchers clad in white coats hurriedly formed lines, having barely managed to grab their belongings. Although many had encountered such situations before, they were still unable to maintain absolute composure in the face of life-threatening circumstances. Troops clad in heavy armor, wielding weapons and shields, and robed magicians swiftly arrived at the containment facility. Their leader, although donned in a white coat, was far from defenseless. On the contrary, he wielded powerful magic, naturally becoming the primary force to subdue the rampaging containment entity. Ultimately, accompanied by anguished cries, the monster collapsed to the ground. "Mr. Vista, are you unharmed?" As the golden-haired youth cleaned the filth from himself, two similarly clad young assistants, one male and one female, rushed to his side. "I am fine. How many have been injured?" "Assess the damage. The D laboratory has been completely wiped out, with 7 injuries reported. Containment entity number 326 has been subdued." "Is there any record of the cause of the rampage?" "The D laboratory was utterly destroyed, so no research results or records were found. It seems this rampage has only resulted in the loss of excellent personnel. Prepare for reconstruction. Mr. Vista, do you intend to continue researching that monster you killed? Containment entities, regardless of how many times they are slain, will resurrect. They are undying monsters and treasures of humanity." "But Mr. Vista, these monsters have killed so many of our comrades." Vista sighed. "I am merely a researcher. You should know that conversing with me serves only to vent your frustrations." The assistant, named Vani, indignantly fell silent. Just then, a knock echoed through the AI, as the golden-haired, ponytailed girl opened the door. Both the warriors preparing for battle and the researchers who had just escaped death, gasping for breath, halted their actions, respectfully placing their hands over their hearts in a gesture of salute. "Your Highness." Reina paid them no heed, striding directly toward Vista. Why father wishes to see you." Without pausing to say more, she departed. Vista let out a sigh, tossing a set of keys to the female assistant nearby. "Tyra, you and Vani are responsible for organizing the details of this experimental incident. Once the report is complete, retrieve the seal from my office cabinet." After swiftly delegating the subsequent tasks, Vista cast aside his soiled white coat and followed Reina's footsteps with purposeful strides. Within the grand hall of the palace, the most opulent and expansive chamber in the imperial capital, a diverse assembly of men and women adorned in their unique styles sat upon the hall's chairs. Were a bewildered traveler to arrive, they might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a modern cosplay ball. Yet, each individual present possessed the terrifying power to plunge the entire world into chaos with but a flick of their finger. As members of the upper echelons of the world's greatest empire, they held the capacity to do so. Reina and Vista halted at the entrance of the hall. "Your Excellency, my father, greetings, Your Majesty." Please take a seat." Seated upon a resplendent chaise longue, the venerable elder in a flowing robe squinted and gestured for the two to take their seats. Reina and Vista stepped into the grand hall, entering the realm of the nobility, princes, princesses, dukes, marquises, generals, ministers, and the emperor himself. The name of Focalots, a lengthy and uninspiring surname, was one that both nobles and commoners alike in the Empire of Mexico's were compelled to engrave in their minds, symbolizing the highest authority of the royal lineage. The white-haired elder, seated at the highest place, appeared to be dozing, and he was none other than the Emperor Amicanos of Focalots, the sovereign of the empire. Reina, sharing the same surname, approached her father with measured steps and stood beside her brothers. Vista, lacking such power, glanced around and spotted the already seated Clyphon Vihilifus, quickly making his way to stand beside his father. With all present, the proceedings commenced. Indeed, came the emperor's assent. An elder clad in a robe rose to speak. Vista, seated next to Clyphon, recognized him as a noble aligned with his father. Esteemed guests, following the Empire's formal declaration of war against the Belixmi mountain range, I have dispatched my troops to conduct continuous reconnaissance of the mountain's periphery. Recently, a valiant soldier from the Vihilifus clan has uncovered vital intelligence. Clearing his throat, the elder continued. Although there may be fluctuations in timing, it is anticipated that within approximately a month, the beast legions within the mountains will target the Balixmi mountain range and vast territories of the Central Empire for a large-scale march. Tens of thousands of beasts will surge forth from the mountains, slaughtering the inhabitants of that land. This signifies that the beast legions, previously reliant on the mountain's environment, will take the initiative to attack for the first time. If we desire a precise counterstrike against the Balixmi mountain range, this presents the greatest opportunity that I see, replied a Marquis, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So your leader, our Lord Clyfin, seeks the Empire to dispatch troops to safeguard these territories. But that land is vast and sparsely populated, with precious resources exceedingly rare, rendering its defense hardly worthwhile. Is it possible that Lord Clyfin is concerned for his land and wishes the Empire to send soldiers to serve as the Marquis's gatekeepers? Upon hearing the elder's proposal, a Marquis, a political adversary, stepped forward with a derisive snort. Before the elder could respond to such foolish and sardonic remarks, a count on his side furrowed his brow and interjected. The Marquis's assertion is misguided. The Empire's objective is to eliminate the beasts of the Balixmi mountain range and expand its territory. Striking at these savage creatures is indeed one of the Empire's strategic goals. Furthermore, Lord Clyfin is a loyal and valiant subject of the Mexico's empire. The lands he has conquered are part of the Empire's domain. However, our actual target is not the Balixmi mountain range. The elder continued, as you all are aware, that in truth, the Empire is currently engaged in clashes with the Technoroyan Empire and several smaller nations. To deploy a significant military force for the sake of the Balixmi mountain range alone would be unwise. Intense discussions erupted around the Balixmi mountain range. Vista, who had been listening intently, furrowed his brow, not due to the debate itself, for the victor had long been determined. The true secrets of the Balixmi mountain range were treasures the Mexico's empire could not afford to overlook. His father, who held dominion over the lands surrounding the Balixmi mountain range, wielded the greatest influence in this matter. It was evident that as long as Clyfin did not wish to lose, his faction would emerge victorious in this war of words. His concern lay with the earlier mention of impending danger. If the beast were to launch an attack, it would mean peril for the inhabitants of that region. Loren, Vista muttered, his brow tightening. The founding emperor of the Mexico's empire was a veritable powerhouse. Historical records recount numerous occasions when this emperor himself took to the battlefield during times of peril, employing extraordinary strength to shatter the enemy and ultimately establish his empire. He was a true conqueror. Thus, the saying that the blood of warriors flows in the veins of those from the Mexico's empire endures to this day. At this moment, in a coliseum symbolizing fairness, two extraordinary individuals engaged in combat. Both were women, adorned in the uniforms of Unnosi Academy, a design crafted by top-tier fashion designers, ensuring a facade of gentlemanly elegance while not hindering actual combat. One, a black-haired maiden, wielded a shield in her left hand and a long sword in her right, fighting like a quintessential warrior. Yet the violet weapon in her hand was not a genuine forged artifact, but rather an embodiment of basic magic for one of the 5 elemental systems. The blue-haired maiden opposite her employed the same technique, grasping a sky-blue rapier materialized from magic, her waist-length hair flowing with the wind. In the next instant, their attacks intertwined. Despite the black-haired maiden's long sword possessing greater reach and the added support of her shield, it was the blue-haired maiden wielding the rapier who seized the initiative. The rapier's thrusts were at times measured and at times frenzied, her footwork transforming with each strike in a display akin to a grand waltz. Faced with such an unpredictable onslaught, the black-haired maiden gritted her teeth as her sword suddenly glimmered, flames surging forth, fueled by her blade. Flame soared. The raging flames attacked the blue-haired maiden from an unusual angle, twisting and distorting unpredictably. It was less a sword and more a whip. Nevertheless, the blue-haired maiden continued to dance her elegant waltz, delivering precise and effective strikes with her rapier, in response to her agile opponent. The black-haired maiden transformed her left-hand shield into a second flame whip, 2 crimson serpents bearing their fangs, igniting the ground around them. This is the final blow. Be careful. With her eyes now closed, the maiden, relying solely on instinct to wield her flame whip, abruptly awakened upon hearing those words. Unbeknownst to her, the arena had already been engulfed in flames, and the blue-haired maiden had retreated beyond striking distance. Her rapier mysteriously morphing into a longbow. Drawing it back, she released. Whoosh! With the explosion of the magical arrow, this overwhelming clash of combat came to an end. As the magical energy dissipated, the black-haired maiden, her hair tousled from the blast, bore no signs of anger. Instead, she approached the blue-haired maiden with excitement. Alashi-senpai, you are simply incredible. Your movements are akin to those of a dancer. I truly admire you. All right, no need to be nervous. Speak at your own pace. With a simple cleaning spell, the black-haired maiden instantly returned to her original state. That I am immensely grateful for your willingness to help us hone our magical skills during your break. There is no need for thanks. I too am a student of Onosi Academy. The assistance I receive from my seniors is something I cherish deeply. If I can be of help to you, it would bring me great joy. As the gratitude shone in the maiden's eyes, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the period. All right, everyone, hurry along to your next class. If you have any questions, feel free to seek my help at any time. With a smile, she waved goodbye to her juniors as she exited. That must be Alashi-senpai, the outstanding graduate of this year. She the goddess senior who scored perfect marks in every subject? My goodness, is she the creation of some artist? Her physique, beauty, lineage, talent, and character. All these qualities combined made Alashi-senpai a paragon of perfection, a being seemingly too good to be true in reality. A young girl with sky-blue hair cradles a collection of books while gracefully strolling through the corridors of the academy, offering gentle greetings to those around her. Regardless of familiarity, she expresses her kindness with tenderness. As she reaches the principal's office, she takes a deep breath before rapping on the grand door. Please enter. Upon pushing the door open, she finds a woman in her 40s, with deep blue hair and spectacles, seated elegantly in a leather chair, her desk laden with a mountain of documents. While the woman speaks in a welcoming manner, her hand, clutching a quill, continues to fill out paperwork with swift precision. Mother, Alasia, sit down, your lunch awaits. Upon hearing the directive, Alasia obediently takes a seat in the chair before her, but a standard meal tray is neatly arranged in front of her, featuring carrot soup, a boiled egg, an energy bar, sand vegetables, and cloud rice. Alasia's gaze flits over the meal, and she cannot help but frown at the sand vegetables, resembling stones, before spearing a slice of the boiled egg with her fork and placing it in her mouth. Meanwhile, the woman, efficiently managing her paperwork, nonchalantly retrieves 3 round, candy-like items from a nearby jar, popping them in her mouth before washing them down with water. This nutritional paste, originating from Technoroya, is often utilized by busy employees who lack the time for proper meals. However, individuals willing to forego regular meals in favor of such candies are a rarity in this world. Mother, the continuous consumption of nutritional candies can have detrimental effects on both health and taste. If possible, it would be best to Alasia. Although her mother said nothing further, Alasia, already understanding, sighed and resumed chewing on the tough sand vegetables with a furrowed brow. Once she had finished her meal and wiped her mouth, the woman, who had been working for some time, finally turned to the matter at hand. Alasia, the Empire plans to launch an expedition against the Balakshmi Mountains within the next 6 months, and you are to handle all matters regarding this venture as the representative of the Ikra family. The expedition against the Balakshmi Mountains? I have indeed heard whispers of it, but hasn't the Ikra family always refrained from such affairs? The conflict in the Balakshmi Mountains may lead to a significant reshuffling within the Empire. Normally, her mother would never disclose reasons to subordinates, adhering to the principle of simplicity and expedience, yet she unusually offered an explanation, leaving Alasia quite astonished as, oh, what precisely am I to do? Currently, the family with the most influence in this significant event is the Vahalev family. They are your negotiation partners. For specifics regarding the expedition, you may consult your father. I trust there is little need for me to elaborate further. Understood. Once this matter is settled, come to Onosi Academy to apply for a teaching position. Her mother's authoritative words left no room for dissent, prompting Alasia to let out a soft sigh upon receiving the command. Very well. As classes commenced, the corridor fell silent, devoid of admirers of the blue-haired girl or those yearning for her achievements. Leaning against the wall, she breathed rapidly, murmuring to herself, "You can do this, Alasia. You must succeed. You absolutely must, bearing the trust of others. One must respond with a flawless performance. This is the way of life for Alasia Ikra." A week passed in such a manner. After assuming her role as the lord of the starting point, Loren meticulously arranged her daily schedule, embarking on a rigorous regimen of training. Rising at 7 each morning, she dedicated an hour to familiarizing herself with fundamental magic, followed by personal grooming and breakfast. In the invigorating morning light, she practiced combat with Jeller, enduring the bruises before treating her wounds while absorbing Jeller's straightforward theoretical guidance. The remainder of her day was consumed by reading until lunchtime, followed by a strict regimen of physical and magical training, tirelessly honing her deficiencies. In the evenings, Loren nestled in her room, harnessing the power of her containment vessel to aid her studies. The Mask of the Faceless One and the Smiling Sprite, even as mere Zeta-level containment vessels, provided enhancements that rivaled certain high-quality magical engineering tools and inscriptions. With the aid of this extraordinary presence, Loren's studies progressed smoothly, encountering no knowledge that left her in a quandary. However, this was merely the present. The knowledge she had only skimmed the surface of was but a fraction of the vast ocean of information. And as her studies deepened in the future, she would inevitably face more formidable challenges. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Loren toyed with the ring on her hand. The Ring of Flogia, an enchanted space ring imbued with advanced fire magic. At first glance, enchantment and magical engineering may appear similar, as both involve bestowing special abilities upon weapons and tools. However, the fundamental principles of the two fields differ profoundly. To simplify, enchantment entails affixing magical power to an object, while magical engineering involves creating items with inherent magical effects. Merely phrasing it this way belies the significant differences involved. Alchemy enhances physical capabilities through potions, while inscription and forging share common ground in the creation of objects. Illustrating why these 5 disciplines are often regarded as one and the same. In this brief week, Loren had made considerable strides, solidifying her foundations in magical engineering and alchemy, while simultaneously delving into knowledge of forging, enchantment, and inscription. Though she was not yet proficient, she was no longer floundering like a headless chicken. If all goes according to plan, she estimated that in about 3 weeks, she would achieve a foundational understanding of the remaining 3 disciplines. Loren devised this plan, as she lacked the connections to acquire talent independently without relying on her father, thus necessitating her transformation into a talent herself. This would require an investment of time and effort exceeding her previous commitments by an additional 60%. And this burden would only increase with time. The initial stages were manageable, but as she progressed, her low-level containment vessel would no longer suffice to assist her. Nonetheless, those concerns were burdens for the future. At present, Loren continued to toy with the Ring of Flogia, a gift from her sister, which not only opened a small 20-square-meter space, but also bore a powerful fire spell. Although its use required a certain recharge time, its formidable power could serve as a life-saving skill in critical moments. However, such a remarkable item came with a serious drawback. She was unable to use it at the moment. Loren gently rotated the ring with her fingers. The ring possessed 2 abilities. The fire spell affixed to it posed no issue by merely invoking her will. The ring would automatically execute the spell. The challenge lay in the ring's inherent spatial capabilities. It was supposed to connect to the magical power within as Loren turned the red gem, thereby unlocking its abilities. Yet at that moment, Loren distinctly felt the turning path as if obstructed by small pebbles. No matter how much effort she exerted, she could not progress further. This was not to suggest that actual pebbles were lodged within the ring. It was merely a metaphor. As Loren brushed her fingers over the gem, a complex array composed of countless lines materialized upon its surface. The sealing magic was not particularly advanced. It functioned, as the name implies, by using a special spell to restrict the activation of the object's capabilities. To access its functions, one must decipher the code inscribed upon it. Such occurrences were quite common within the Vahalev family, almost a family tradition. Loren recalled how, during the festivals in the Mexica's empire, obtaining gifts from her father was rarely a straightforward affair. From the initial decoding at the Vamona's manor to various challenges that followed, though they would ultimately allow for some leniency to ensure the gifts were received. However, throughout this process, even though Loren had not personally experienced it, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue merely from recollection. Nevertheless, the enchantment inscribed upon the ring was not cast by his father. As he endeavored to decipher the lock before him, Loren pondered the motives behind the caster's actions. This level of difficulty, for someone like me who had just arrived in the starting land. It was precisely at a hopeful yet insurmountable threshold. It appeared to serve as a reminder that even far from the imperial capital and living alone, one must not forget to improve oneself. While reflecting on this concern, Loren meticulously adjusted the ring. Why now? Loren had acquired a fundamental understanding of all 5 major knowledge systems, and the interconnected nature of these systems allowed for mutual compensation. When one method faltered, another could be employed. Ultimately, he effortlessly unraveled the magical array comprising the password, akin to unrolling a tangled ball of yarn, restoring it to its original thread. With a resonant hum, the fully deciphered enigma dissipated as a reward. The small stone obstructing the path was cleared away, and Loren once again turned the gem. In the next moment, he found himself in a compact space. The area measured merely 20 square meters, not particularly large, yet certainly not small. This meant ample room for storage, did it not? While contemplating how to utilize the space, Loren's gaze was suddenly drawn to a prominently ancient box situated in the empty room. What is this? A faint memory stirred in his mind. It seemed his sister had hinted at him taking a look at the contents of the ring before their parting, since arriving in the starting land and discovering he could not open the ring. Loren had relegated this matter to the back of his mind. Rubbing his head in confusion, he cautiously opened the box. It did not reveal a dazzling golden light like a treasure chest. Yet it was sufficient to leave Loren wide-eyed in disbelief. This was truly remarkable. In Lotel's plan, Loren would require at least a month of study to accomplish this decoding, and when the moment of completion arrived, it was only natural that he would reward his brother with something worthy of such effort. 7 days can be fleeting, yet they can also stretch on indefinitely. For the former spite, now the starting land. After Loren had been here for 7 days, tangible changes had indeed occurred. After enjoying a breakfast of bread and fried eggs reminiscent of his past life, the yawning blonde youth and the head made emerge from the Uranus villa. Are you not going to train with Mr. Geller today? Let us take a day off. Loren touched his body, which had endured numerous injuries over the past few days, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Accompany me to explore this land. Thus, the two strolled leisurely to this moment. The starting land had already transformed significantly from the former spite. The initial spite was less a territory and more a gathering place for a band of vagabonds. Lacking walls, it could scarcely be called a settlement, with only a few overcrowded wooden huts barely qualifying as buildings. Besides that, there were 2 fields, but due to environmental factors, the yields of the crops planted therein had been quite dismal. Ever since the hunter in the territory had passed away, the villagers had been living from hand to mouth, thud, thud, thud. Just as Loren reminisced about the village's former plight, a round object rolled to his feet. Although of poor quality, Loren immediately recognized it as a ball. Oh dear, where's the ball? At that moment, 2 small figures dashed over from the side. It's Mr. Loren who treats us to meals, a boy and girl. Both around 5 years old and clad in oversized coats, rushed to Loren's side, displaying no fear of his status. On the contrary, they happily approached, tugging at his trousers. Hello. Loren extended his hand, ruffling the dusty faces of the children, who were not particularly attractive, yet their eyes sparkled with vivacity. Mr. Loren, when can we move to our new home? Well, it should be soon. That moment, various wooden structures were rising around the starting land. Lacking a professional construction team, they were merely basic wooden houses. Days prior, Loren had conducted a simple planning on the map, and his subordinates had begun mobilizing all the residents of the starting land. The rebirth flower did not possess the ability to directly brainwash others, Yet its continuous and stable provision of a vast range of calming effects had gradually accumulated. With the help of the rebirth flower, the villagers, despite their tendency to act impulsively, maintained a basic level of rationality, making communication and negotiation much easier on this foundation. Loren also provided the residents with ample food for their meals over the week, sufficiently establishing a considerable degree of prestige in their hearts. Ultimately, all Loren had to do was propose a basic employment contract, exchanging supplies for labor, and the residents would willingly pick up hammers and saws to commence the construction of their small homes. At that moment, many residents were already carrying ladders and lumber, bustling with energy as they emerged from their homes. However, the number of individuals Loren had hired was still but a drop in the bucket compared to the entire starting land. Once construction was completed, he planned to inscribe a layer of fire-resistant runes as a temporary measure. Building an environment akin to a large city would require long-term planning. For now, the priority was to establish a complete village. One must take life step by step, savoring each bite of food. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Loren did not remain idle. He gently crouched down and placed the tattered yet precious ball into IE's hands. "All right, go play. Goodbye, Mr. Loren." Watching the elated children, Loren couldn't help but smile. "That you're still so popular with the children, aren't you? Is that so?" Loren remained non-committal. Over these past few days, he frequently heard Bert mention matters concerning him. Some were things he recognized, while others were long forgotten by this body, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Loren and Bert continued their leisurely stroll. Before long, they arrived at the site Loren had been eager to examine. When Loren first set foot on this land, still known as Spite, he had noticed these two barren plots. For a territory, a stable source of food was undoubtedly paramount, and Spite's transportation was poor. Thus, the most reliable method was self-cultivation. However, the land was incapable of sustaining a stable yield of food sufficient for the residents due to its barren soil, although the starting land faced many challenges. The lack of food had always been the most pressing issue. Yet now, the situation was different. Before Loren lay a vibrant tapestry of yellow and green. It was not a color of youth or decay, but rather a manifestation of resilient life flourishing in its most suitable environment. "Greetings, my Lord Baron." Just as Loren immersed himself in admiring the flourishing crops, an elderly farmer donned in a straw hat hurried over. "There's no need for formalities, my good man. I merely came to observe the growth of the 7-day wheat." Upon hearing Loren's words, the once trembling elder steadied himself, refraining from kneeling. Nevertheless, he maintained a humble demeanor as he conversed with Loren. "My Lord Baron, the growth of the 7-day wheat is exceedingly promising. We should be able to commence the first harvest by noon today. However, it is not only the quality of the seeds. The soil you have provided is the finest I have ever seen. That IT requires no excessive fertilization, and pests cannot survive within it. Merely ensuring daily watering allows the crops to thrive swiftly. I have never encountered such miraculous soil." Observing the farmer's exuberance, Loren merely smiled. The power of the containment vessel is but the tip of the iceberg. Once the 7-day wheat is ready for harvest, please transport it to the Uranus Villa, and I entrust you with the care of the fruits and vegetables planted on the other plot of land. As he spoke, Loren's hand was not idle. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a gleaming gold coin and placing it into the farmer's hand. Upon seeing the gold coin, the farmer was momentarily taken aback. Then he excitedly attempted to kneel on the ground. Were it not for Loren and Belle extending their hands simultaneously to steady him, it is likely that the elderly man would have prostrated himself before Loren in gratitude. "Thank you, my Lord Baron." "Thank you," he exclaimed, "and no need for such thanks. You are a subject of my domain, and I would never allow you to leave empty-handed," Loren replied. With a gold coin in hand, the farmer joyfully hoisted his hoe, ready to commence a day of labor. Meanwhile, Loren turned his gaze towards two plots of land, one brimming with the ripening hues of yellow and green, the other just sprouting fresh vegetables. Beyond the fields, several residents wielded hammers, laboring diligently to construct their new homes. Satisfied with the progress made in just a week, he nodded approvingly. Let us rewind the clock to a time long past, when the containment vessels were still shrouded in the mists of history, and the ancestors of the first emperors of the Technoroya Empire and the Mexi's empire toiled in the fields. An era when humanity had yet to acquire the extraordinary powers and knowledge necessary for evolution, surviving solely through the labor of their own hands. This epoch, spanning from the dawn of human existence to the awakening of the first containment vessel from darkness, is universally referred to as the Age of Pioneering. Throughout any age, a myriad of wondrous tales emerge, each resonating with the spirit of its time. One such tale recounts the destruction of a settlement by a terrible natural disaster, leaving the land strewn with debris and rendered inhospitable to humanity. In a desperate bid for survival, the leader of the settlement, burdened with countless suffering residents, set forth towards the only glimmer of hope, a vast desert, yearning to uncover a means of salvation for all. Yet, this hope seemed all too elusive. The provisions they carried were insufficient for the journey, forcing them to ration their meager supplies of food and water. Still, the desert stretched endlessly before them, hunger, fatigue, and the harsh sun presenting countless trials. Some individuals exerted every ounce of strength to overcome these obstacles, but the majority succumbed along the way, consumed by the relentless sands. Becoming part of the hellscape of the desert, the leader, whose love for his people was akin to that of a parent, felt an overwhelming sorrow as he witnessed their breaths extinguished. Nonetheless, he could not afford to break down. He bore the weight of their suffering, guiding the remaining refugees toward that intangible destination. Yet, in the end, it all came to naught, as the last soul was engulfed by the desert. The once united band of refugees, who had encouraged, supported, and smiled at one another, perished, leaving only the leader, who stood alone in the sea of sand, valiantly holding aloft the flag of their settlement. That moment, the leader's own condition was far from favorable. Having selflessly shared the last of his provisions with the refugees, he was in a state of extreme emaciation, his skin marked with the parched wrinkles of drought, though he yearned to weep. He found that even tears had become a luxury beyond his reach due to dehydration. Clinging to life solely through his unwavering desire to save his people, he faced the infinite desert, an adversary that remained unconquered. Ultimately, at the twilight of his existence, the leader performed a final act. He planted the flag of their settlement into a solid rock and, using the sharp tip of the pole, pierced his own heart, bringing an end to his life. Even in death, he refused to be vanquished by the desert. Yet, the blood that flowed from his indomitable heart nourished the barren sand, merging with the earth. From this resilient essence, crops that had never existed before, such as the 7-day wheat, desert vegetables, and stone fruits, flourished exuberantly in the desolate expanse. After recalling this tale, Loren sighed. From his present perspective, he recognized numerous inconsistencies within the narrative, which bore more resemblance to the fables of his previous life. Nevertheless, many historical texts regard it as authentic history. Setting aside what he held, Loren opened the storeroom door. Inside, an array of foodstuffs awaited, vegetables and fruits purchased in bulk from the imperial capital, along with the meat of beasts hunted on the journey to the initial settlement. While this assortment could not rival the vast variety found in the capital, it was sufficient to provide 3 varied meals each day in such a small locale. However, when considering the needs of an entire village, even the contents of this storeroom seemed woefully inadequate. In just a week, the overall quantity of provisions had diminished by a full 30%. With the meat nearly exhausted, the only remaining stock was the rabbit meat stored in the freezer. Thus, Loren prioritized the replenishment of supplies. A large basket had already been transported to the storeroom, filled with earthy, round objects that, at first glance, appear to be mere stones picked up from the roadside, seemingly unrelated to food. Yet these were, in fact, genuine mature crops. The yield this time was remarkably high. Typically, the output of 7-day wheat is slightly lower than that of standard crops, a fact likely influenced by the blood-dashed soil. Loren marveled at the harvest. He casually picked up one of the stones and pressed it gently. What appeared to be a hard rock yielded easily to his touch, creating a small indentation that, as the outer shell ruptured, plump, golden grains of wheat were revealed. This was the bounty of the 7-day wheat. Each grain could be ground into flour and kneaded into dough, ultimately becoming sustenance for the table. Although he did not understand why, when compared to standard wheat, the 7-day wheat, prepared by equally skilled chefs, always resulted in a less palatable dish. Its nutritional value and filling capacity were on par with that of regular wheat. Though this grain was discovered during an era akin to the pioneering epoch of his previous world, it was ultimately not a plant native to that realm. This world, being an alternate dimension, harbored subtle differences despite its apparent similarities. Loren did not intend to undertake the labor of shelling the grains himself. The volume of harvest from a single field was considerable, and doing so alone would consume an inordinate amount of time. His purpose in visiting was merely to assess the quality of the 7-day wheat, knowing that his territory had finally secured a stable means of food production. Yes, having obtained the grains, the next step is to establish a systematic process for converting the grains into food. He mused, recognizing that this was not an immediate concern. With that thought, Loren sighed, reflecting on the substantial inheritance he had received. Although it was theoretically sufficient for his indulgences, it remained a precarious foundation. Just as the stored food in the warehouse would be quickly depleted without a steady influx, Loren began to ponder how to ensure a continuous supply of this most fundamental resource for the initial settlement. In his mind, he began to devise a step-by-step plan, akin to constructing a skyscraper, laying a solid foundation from which to build upward. He was determined to create a prosperous territory from nothing. Awoken from a nightmare, Clow gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Since that day, the shadowy, colossal figure had invaded his world, towering in stature, possessing terrifying might, and wielding dual swords sharper than any weapon. It had pierced through the seemingly stern yet profoundly gentle form of his teacher. Friends, raised together, wandering and playing side by side, were crushed to dust beneath that overwhelming force. They, who fancied themselves hunters, found themselves rendered powerless before that monstrous entity, reduced to pitiful prey, crying out for salvation from the star god. Cloud did not comprehend how he had survived. He had merely run for his life, exerting every ounce of strength as he screamed and moved his legs, which had long since lost their power. The agonized cries of his fallen comrades fueled his desperate flight. He dared not look back, could not afford to. Like a crow soaring through the skies, bereft of its legs, he felt his body weary and his feathers falling away. Yet he must continue to soar toward his goal, for if he were to pause his wings, the abyss below, dark and bottomless, would surely consume him. Klaus is fortunate, as he is among the few who have reached their destination. Yet, he is also unfortunate, for the majority have not attained that goal. Gulping down the water beside his bed, Klaus raised his gaze towards the sky through the window devoid of glass. "Yes, at noon?" he murmured softly as he stood to don his farming attire. Since that fateful day, he had been tormented by nightmares, but in recent days, a notable improvement had emerged, where he once could barely sleep for half an hour without being jolted awake by nightmares. He now found himself able to slumber peacefully for several hours at a stretch. Though the reason remained elusive, it seemed that in a few more days, he might finally escape the clutches of this dream demon, forgetting the pain and returning to a semblance of normalcy. Perhaps it had begun with the appointment of the new lord. Pondering this, Klaus opened the cupboard and retrieved a few items: 2 single-handed scythes and several blood-stained fragments. In the face of that terrifying beast, only the teacher, armed with a spear, had managed to draw a single drop of blood before meeting his demise, Tio the creature. This blood was but a trifle, yet it was sufficient to stain the broken spear. Clutching these items, Klaus settled before the whetstone. He truly wished to be free from nightmares, yet that did not equate to a desire to forget the monster. After retreating like a coward, the anger and self-reproach for his flight, the terror and dread of that beast, and the maddening torment of his nightmares had driven Klaus to the brink of despair. Yet ultimately, he refrained from ending his life, for he had discovered a reason to live, a goal he must fulfill. As he sharpened the 2 scythes against the whetstone, Klaus diligently honed them, rather than merely sharpening farming tools. His actions and the glint in his eyes resembled that of a master craftsman perfecting 2 exquisite weapons. The scythes gleamed with a radiant silver light, though intended for harvesting crops, under Klaus's meticulous attention. They appeared capable of severing heads and poised to drink deeply of blood like the scythe of death. "I shall sever your head." Like a hunter sharpening his weapons, Klaus's previously chaotic gaze now bore the sharpness of an eagle. Just then, a soft voice broke through his thoughts. "Brother Klaus, have you risen?" The half-closed door was easily pushed open, and 2 children rushed in, carrying a bag together. "Brother Klaus, this is today's meal." They placed a wrap filled with rabbit meat before him. Struggling to climb down from their chairs, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Klaus, to the sight of their smiles, Klaus's once fierce eyes softened. Please take a seat," as he stuffed the wrap in his mouth. The two children settled down before him. While swallowing the wrap, Klaus engaged in conversation with the children, striving to suppress memories of the past. These children were the offspring of his dear friend, whose beloved had tragically succumbed to illness due to a lack of funds for treatment. Once, they had survived by scavenging, and even after joining the ranks of the Mexica's empire, they led a life of uncertainty. With meals coming in fits and starts, devoid of any future, it was to end such a life and illuminate the future for these children that his friend had taken up the mantle of a hunter, yearning to slay a great beast to earn enough coin to at least move to the city. Yet that dream was ultimately crushed by the demon. Klaus had witnessed his dear friend meet a fate where naught remained but bones at the hands of that creature. The thought of it stirred a tempest of anger and hatred within him. Had he not been striving to contain it, this palpable aura would likely have sent the two children into tears. With this thought, guilt washed over him anew. Aside from the desire to exact revenge upon that beast, his singular wish was to see these children live in happiness. "Brother Klaus, you haven't visited the fields in quite some time. Uncle is worried about you, I've had some trouble sleeping lately, and haven't mowed the grass in ages. I must apologize to Uncle soon. By the way, Brother Klaus, the fields have changed a lot since before." Indeed. Mr. Loren brought a large jar of red soil and various seeds, and Uncle praises the effectiveness of that soil and those seeds daily. The fields are now filled with crops that resemble stones. Listening to the children's excited chatter about the new world they had discovered, Klaus was momentarily taken aback. The fields can grow vegetables now. Since abandoning his role as a hunter, Klaus had taken to mowing weeds in the fields. Though not a seasoned farmer, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of why the yield from this land had been so poor. "I don't know either. Ever since that red soil from Mr. Loren covered the fields, they've been able to grow crops. Uncle said that soil is remarkably powerful." Hearing the children's soft voices chatter away, Klaus finally snapped back to reality, realizing he hadn't even finished his wrap. He had been cooped up at home for days, alternating between sharpening his tools and eating or sleeping. And now he suddenly heard this strange news. The Lord, he had initially thought this Lord would merely use a few meals to win the hearts of the people, then proceed to commit his vile deeds, much like any noble, a conniving scoundrel. Yet now, he resolved to temporarily set aside the paranoia stemming from his trauma. He wished to uncover this person's true intentions. While most people in the world enjoyed a delightful lunch, in a place called the Starting Ground, a golden-haired youth toiled diligently in the basement, sweat pouring from his brow. The basement of the Uranus villa was primarily used as a granary. But after Loren's generous distribution of food to the villagers for an entire week, on this final day, only the last supper's provisions remained. The once abundant basement had become significantly emptier, enough to create a small room for Loren. Within that small chamber stood a massive circular furnace, occupying most of the space. Beside the furnace were tools such as whetstones, resembling a miniature blacksmith's workshop. This moment, Loren, dressed in thin clothing, wielded a hammer, diligently striking a piece of iron. Long before the discovery of the containment vessels, the world had boasted blacksmiths who refined minerals into ingots and forged them into weapons and armor for battle. However, following the advent of the containment vessels, humanity had been inundated with countless technologies once thought unattainable. More powerful furnaces, specialized metal refining techniques, alloy smelting knowledge, and the art of life-infused fire blacksmithing had all undergone a comprehensive upgrade. No, a complete transcendence, under the knowledge offered by the containment vessels. The armors and weapons of the extraordinary were thus forged, and the profession of the blacksmith emerged resplendently. However, as the blacksmith was an evolution of the traditional craft, it was a smooth transition to begin with the foundational skills of blacksmithing before mastering the techniques of forging. After completing his forging exercises for the day, Loren tossed the mangled iron back in a furnace to be melted down. Then pressed a button. The entire blacksmithing setup, which had filled the room, suddenly floated in defiance of physical laws, proportionally shrinking until it transformed into a small sphere, hovering in Loren's hand. Loren had not truly constructed a blacksmith workshop in the basement in such a short span. In this other world, if one can imagine it, there is almost nothing that cannot be accomplished. What he wielded was a precious item known as the miniature blacksmith's workshop, which could instantaneously manifest a blacksmith's workshop within a sufficient space. The small sphere contained cutting-edge miniaturization technology, which would cost a fortune even at the Chrysos Association. Loren purchased nothing more than the most rudimentary version of a blacksmith's tools, specifically designed for honing fundamental techniques. Yet the expense left him feeling a significant sting in his pocket. As he stowed away the blacksmith's workshop, Loren twirled his fingers, reflecting on the achievements he had made in recent days. He had made considerable progress in forging, enchanting, inscription, alchemy, and magical engineering. The first three had become second nature to him, while the latter two were merely a review of knowledge his physical form had previously mastered. However, through persistent reinforcement of his foundations and diligent revision, Loren had already surpassed the skills of the former owner of this corporeal vessel in those two disciplines. Satisfied with the results of his rigorous training, Loren opened the door and beckoned the maid who had been patiently waiting nearby, and the two ascended the staircase together. "Young master, today's lunch consists of wraps. I have just delivered them to your room." "Ah, I think I shall forego lunch today." "Absolutely not." The sudden, emphatic declaration startled Loren, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "As your current steward and head maid, it is my duty to remind you of the vital importance of 3 meals a day for an individual. The significance of regular meals cannot be overstated." "Very well, I shall eat." Loren, sporting a forced smile, hastily interrupted the woman before she could continue her maternal tirade, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Tonight marks exactly 1 week since I arrived in the domain." It was somewhat disorienting at first after leaving the imperial capital, but I have gradually adapted. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Loren returned the discussion to its original focus. "Belle, how is the construction of the new wooden houses progressing?" Although most residents cannot even read, they excel in practical skills. The speed and quality of the wooden house construction have been thoroughly vetted and found satisfactory. Then let us distribute the wages. I plan to provide employment on a large scale for the residents of the starting point. The short-term goal is to establish basic infrastructure that, in addition to ensuring essential food storage, we must also expand other necessary systems. Is your budget sufficient? I am aware you inherited a considerable fortune. While it may be ample for supporting the residents' work in the short term, what about the long run? Rest assured. The young man's confident tone momentarily caught the maid off guard. "I will find a way regarding finances, a baron. How could I be daunted by such matters?" "Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing the familiar confidence in the child's voice, Belle smiled gently. "I understand." Back in Loren's room, he stuffed wraps and drinks into his mouth while tracing his fingers over a hand-drawn map on paper. There is no need for detailed classifications. It is best to encompass all roles possible. Farmers, builders, and laborers are essential, but I also wish to retrain hunters capable of capturing wild beasts and warriors to protect our home. In other words, those who can take action that I will request assistance from Mr. Geller's subordinates during our practice sessions before they depart, that, if feasible, I hope to recruit residents who were once hunters and regarding the school, while teaching extraordinary knowledge can wait, we must urgently expand basic literacy. If none among the residents excel in this, well, I shall find a solution later. Loren scribbled on the paper with a pen. The once orderly map soon bore an array of chaotic symbols and characters. Yet he remained oblivious to the madness he had created. Handing the paper to the head maid, she did not voice her thoughts, but earnestly scrutinized Loren's writings and provided a thoughtful response. "I see that I asked the specific wage list based on the imperial market prices." "Yes, that will suffice. Please display the details on a signboard outside the Uranos villa." "You should announce it yourself, young master." However, Belle did not acquiesce to Loren's suggestion, but instead offered her own counsel. "As the lord leading the people, your reputation and name within the territory are of paramount importance. That a king who is beloved by his people is an exceptional ruler. The king himself symbolizes the land and its inhabitants. The residents of this land have endured hardships, and your efforts to ensure their happiness are genuine. Thus, you should not remain in the shadows. You must step forward at critical moments and present yourself as their leader and representative. This is a quality you must possess. After a brief silence, Loren nodded in acknowledgement of Belle's words. Following further discussions on the details, the maid hastily took her leave with the paper bearing Loren's chaotic scrawl. While he rubbed his shoulders in relief, from the cabinet, he retrieved an iron box containing a piece of parchment. As a mage who had mastered the unique ability to convert his life force into magical energy through breathing. He knew that as long as he lived and the vitality that animated his body persisted, traces of his magical essence would naturally manifest in all his actions. Consequently, when a mage writes, their magic inevitably clings to the tip of the pen, transferring through the ink to the paper. If ordinary paper is used, the magical energy inscribed will gradually fade over time. However, if parchment made from a living material, such as animal hide, is chosen, it provides a nurturing environment for the life-derived magical energy, allowing the mage to inscribe potent spells. This is why most mages prefer parchment made from animal hides, such as cow or sheepskin, over those made from plant materials. Not merely a quirk, but a necessity for inscribing spells imbued with magical power. Cowhide and sheepskin are merely the most basic materials. Higher-grade scrolls and grimoires are crafted from the hides of magical beasts. The more formidable the beast, the more vibrant its life force, resulting in stronger magical inscriptions when its fur is fashioned into parchment. The roll of sheepskin before him was indeed such a potent medium. Since unlocking the Phlogia ring that allowed him to carry tools effortlessly, he had begun to explore the true gift hidden within, several sheets of parchment. Just as I suspected, these are indeed several pages from the Book of Mimir. Observing the wondrous runes on the parchment, Loren quickly discerned its significance that a skilled mage can inscribe crucial spells and techniques on magic-capable paper, ultimately creating a grimoire imbued with substantial magical energy and a self-sustaining life cycle. A grimoire serves not only as a vessel for knowledge and spells, but also as a weapon for a mage, enabling them to record complex incantations and cast powerful magic swiftly without the need for verbal chanting. Thus, compared to ordinary books, most mages prefer to document their knowledge within grimoires. The Book of Mimir is one such grimoire. However, it is no ordinary tome. The Book of Mimir is one of the most renowned and powerful grimoires in existence, having been passed down since the Dark Ages. Only the Book of Loki, the Book of Thor, and the Book of Odin can rival its fame, all originating from the same shadowy epic. Contemplating these four names, Loren glanced at the Phlogia ring on his hand, furrowing his brow slightly. Phlogia, Odin, Thor, Loki, and Mimir. While the inhabitants of this world may not find these names peculiar, Loren, with his extensive knowledge from a previous life, recognized them as figures from a mythos he had studied. The occurrence of one or two might be dismissed as coincidence, but a plethora of such names. Is this world also home to traversers? Am I not the first? Or might it simply be? Loren's mind drifted to the common names for vegetables and rice, which mirrored those from his past life, temporarily quelling his doubts. Perhaps it is merely a matter of synchronicity. Unaware that he was approaching self-deception, Loren continued to ponder the significance of the Book of Mimir. Historical records indicate that the Book of Mimir was crafted from the hide of a powerful beast known as Bahamut, which reigned supreme at the apex of the ocean's food chain. Compared to several other esteemed tomes of arcane knowledge, the Book of Mimir is a repository of profoundly pure fruits of knowledge. Put succinctly, it is a compendium of formulas, encompassing equipment, enchantments, potions, artifacts, and inscriptions. Once one transcends the rudimentary level, reliance on any arbitrary tome of extraordinary knowledge for basic recipes is no longer sufficient. One must embark on a quest for deeper understanding, seek counsel, or innovate with more complex techniques. While it is generally true that human knowledge and technology advance with the continual discovery of receptacles and clarification of rules, there exist notable exceptions. For instance, the individual who authored the Book of Mimir occupies a significant place in human history, and his writings undoubtedly encapsulate the quintessence of knowledge from the Dark Ages, as the Dark Ages drew to a close. The Book of Mimir was fragmented by the ravages of war. Nevertheless, The fact remains that the only grimoire penned on the hide of Bahamut to grace history is this singular volume. Thus, discovering the Bahamut parchment inscribed with wondrous characters equates to unearthing the remnants of Mimir. The Chrysos Trading Company has become a prominent collector of the Book of Mimir, leveraging its financial might to do so. It is said that they have already amassed enough fragments to reconstruct half of the original tome, enabling them to continuously unveil a diverse array of products, without dwelling on the lengthy annals of history. Loren unfurled the parchment he held that it was, of course, not the original manuscript, merely a piece of parchment rather than Bahamut hide. Yet, judging by the runes inscribed upon it, this parchment had been meticulously studied and deciphered by someone who had achieved results through the Book of Mimir. Inevitably, the infusion of other interpretations and alterations diminished its purity. However, this very aspect made the text more comprehensible, and the formulas inscribed upon it easier to fabricate. Taking up his quill, Loren began the intricate task of comprehending and decoding the text of the pages of Mimir. This was precisely what he required. For a mage endowed with extraordinary skills seeking to amass wealth, engaging in combat is the least sophisticated strategy. The true solution lies in crafting utilitarian artifacts for trade with others. As he diligently deciphered the text, Loren's labor commenced. Night descended. The inhabitants of the starting place emerged from their humble wooden and stone abodes, forming pairs as they made their way toward the unmistakable centerpiece of the land, the illustrious Uranus Villa. At this juncture, a young man treading upon the crimson soil of the fields wielded two sharp sickles to tend to the crops, when a weathered farmer approached him, hoisting a hoe, donning a straw hat, and carrying a basket upon his back. "Klaus, you have worked hard," the elder remarked warmly. In response to the elder's concern, the youth promptly ceased his labors and bowed respectfully. "Uncle, I am quite well. It is you who must take care of your health. I sincerely apologize for not being able to assist you these past few days I am aware of your circumstances. If you are unwell, rest assured that no one will hold it against you." "Come, let us go dine," the elder replied. Setting aside his tools, the two joined the throng. Two children who had been playing with a ball nearby observed their actions and hurriedly dropped their toys, bouncing over to join them. "Uncle, what kind of person is that lord? He voluntarily bears the cost of sustenance for an entire village for a whole week," recalling the several hearty meals he had recently enjoyed. The youth could not contain his curiosity and inquired of the elder, "Are you referring to the Baron?" Upon hearing the query from the younger man, the elder paused momentarily before responding. "You must have seen that stretch of farmland." Klaus nodded in affirmation. He was well aware of the dreadful quality of the village's soil, having long assisted the village's sole farmer, which elucidated why there had never been surplus grain, leaving the populace perpetually unable to fill their bellies. They yearned for a steward who could resolve this plight, yet the previous manager merely waved his hand in helplessness before retreating to his lavish villa built with considerable wealth, consuming food procured from other cities. Following the disbandment of the former hunters' organization, this impoverished land had been entirely deprived of income, surviving solely on scant vegetables and the occasional fish caught to enhance their meager existence. Fortunately, the previous steward, though neglectful, had at least refrained from treating them as slaves. Nonetheless, they still had not enjoyed a full meal for an extended period prior to 7 days ago. Thus, when he laid eyes upon the remnants of the expansive wheat field that had been harvested, his astonishment transcended mere words of shock or emotion. The miraculous 7-day wheat that could sprout in a week and the soil that allowed crops to flourish even in such meager conditions. These were the things the old farmer gestured to with his hands. Once the stuff of dreams, now brought forth by that very Baron that I cannot say what kind of person that gentleman is, but I believe he is at least someone willing to extend a helping hand to us. The elder's rich life experiences led Klaus to trust his judgment profoundly. "Mr. Loren is a truly wonderful person. Just a few days ago, he passed by and even taught us how to read," exclaimed one of the children in a bright, innocent voice. Hearing the child's pure words, Klaus smiled and affectionately ruffled the child's hair. Although they were still some distance from the villa, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Captivating their senses, the two children, drawn by the enticing scent, bounded away from the adults, eagerly racing toward the source of the fragrance. In the clearing before Uranus Villa, an array of delightful provisions had already been set up. aromatic, golden-hued beast meat sizzled on grills, while a cornucopia of vegetables, fruits, and other verdant delicacies were artfully arranged on platters. A makeshift stone grill bore an abundance of grilled fish and mushrooms skewered on wooden sticks. Additionally, there were delectable desserts housed in special containers and beverages measured by the liter. Although there was no staple food, the variety of options was nothing short of a bountiful feast. Oh, joy! It's roasted meat. Long live the Baron! One jubilant voice called out, "To be by the grace of the star god. It has been so long since I have savored a barbecue." The residents' exuberant exclamations filled the air as the two children raced to the scene, hastily stuffing their mouths with food. This scene elicited smiles from Klaus and the elder, who had been watching. This was the life Klaus had always yearned for: music, rhythm, and dance, just as everyone reveled in the culinary delights. Klaus, who had just grasped a skewer of roasted corn, suddenly noticed something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, on the second-floor balcony of the villa behind the banquet area, a golden-haired youth had emerged amongst the crowd. Klaus was the first to spot the young man, who appeared to be a few years his junior. Likely just having reached adulthood, it was immediately evident that he had not been tempered by the fires of hardship. His delicate skin and flawless physique unmistakably bore the marks of a sheltered, affluent upbringing. As Klaus observed the youth with keen interest, the young man turned to gaze back at him. Klaus instinctively took a step back. From birth, he had possessed an innate ability to perceive what others could not. It was this very gift of perception that had enabled him to become an exceptional hunter, one capable of effortlessly tracking trails that others could only uncover with precise tools. Just moments ago, he had acutely sensed the gaze of the young M, and it was not an extraordinary gaze, merely the common look of an ordinary person surveying their surroundings. Yet, even so, it imbued him with an inexplicable sensation. Though he could not articulate fear, he understood that the individual before him was not as simple as he appeared. For reasons unknown, he trusted that this instinct, which had accompanied him since childhood, was alerting him to something he had overlooked. Time passed swiftly. The illuminated bonfire cast a warm glow upon the star-studded night sky, as countless residents, who had experienced the tumult of wandering before finally settling here, feasted on skewers of meat and sipped on flowing beverages. As the festivities neared their conclusion and the people prepared to return home satisfied and ready for slumber, the young man suddenly stood, gently clapping his hands to garner attention. He spoke, "Greetings to you all. Standing atop the towering balcony at this moment, I resemble a sovereign gazing down upon his realm, that I hope that all of you can delight in the culinary offerings before you, while also sparing a moment of your attention to hear my words. Although my delivery may be somewhat halting and lacking in confidence, one can perceive the effort and preparation that lie beneath. There are those among you who are familiar with me, and others who are not. Consequently, I wish to take this opportunity to introduce myself to all present at My name is Loren Vihilifus, the son of Clefin Vihilifus, who once conquered this land, and now I stand as its new leader and your guide." The marvelous flower beside the young man exudes a rich fragrance. Typically, it would be impossible to maintain complete silence during a speech. Yet, here in this village, save for a few individuals who, due to circumstances, must rely on their kin to bring them food, a substantial majority of the residents have gathered here. Even if someone were to rise suddenly and capture the attention of the crowd, many would still be engrossed in the delectable dishes before them. Nevertheless, despite a lingering background noise, most have lifted their gazes towards the golden-haired youth standing high above, surveying them. Among them is Klaus. Before arriving in this land, I pondered what the territory I was destined to govern might be like, perhaps dilapidated, perhaps impoverished. Fortunately, what I beheld was a land that, although lacking in advancement, teemed with hope. Long ago, I posed the question to myself: if I could command a realm, how would I shape it? I do not know if I will become a wise leader, perhaps a tyrant akin to an immortal king, or a ruler surpassing the sagacity of the sages. Before stepping into the future, all remains uncertain. Yet despite the unknown, I can at least choose this future for myself. Likewise, so can you. Loren paused briefly before continuing. This territory, now known as the starting land, symbolizes my inception. Yet, I also wish for it to serve as a starting point for all of you to alter your circumstances and embark upon a brighter future. In the past, perhaps you could not achieve this, but I will guide you towards that future. This land does not belong to me. It belongs to the residents who reside here. Your home, as long as you exert your efforts. You shall ultimately arrive at a better environment, adorned with the badge of peace and prosperity, and enjoy a life free from want in your later years. From this day forth, sickness, hunger, and suffering, all calamities, shall vanish from this land. Should we strive together, I believe this territory will become a sanctuary blessed by the deities of the stars, an untainted realm that even the capital of empires and federations cannot rival. As Loren's voice soared, the hearts of those present began to race with fervor. Please, trust in me. I shall bring redemption to this land. With a resonant and forceful voice, he concluded his address, observing the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd. The elder contentedly patted his straw hat and turned to Klaus. What do you think, Klaus? Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Klaus chuckled softly. Indeed, it is time to take action. Grasping Ie and Aya, Klaus reminisced about the youth's speech, immature and rather unpolished, yet sufficient to leave an impact. He wielded nothing but two single-handed sickles, ever prepared to seek vengeance against the beast. For these two children were the sole anchors in his life. That it was the fear of losing the lives of these children that compelled him to drag his weary body forward instead of charging into the forest wielding those sickles. If what you say is true, if you can truly grant us redemption, then before I perish, I should at least contribute a modicum of my strength. Klaus mused. As the night festivities dwindled, the maids began to tidy up the makeshift furniture set up before the Uranus Manor, subsequently utilizing cleaning tools to restore order to the venue of this communal celebration. After extinguishing the bonfire and clearing away the remnants, Belle returned to the Uranus villa with her cleaning supplies. Having completed the basic cleanup, Belle approached the grand door with a basin of water and a towel in hand, knocking gently. Please come in. Upon opening the door, the warm orange glow of a small portable bulb hanging from the table illuminated the entire room. The golden-haired youth lay on the sofa, inexplicably covering his face with a thick tome, appearing as if he were asleep. Young master, I have brought what you requested. After moving an iron box from the table beside the sofa, Belle placed a large basin of warm water atop it. She retrieved the towel and approached Loren's side. Allow me to assist you to a maid. It is my duty to serve my master. With a sigh of resignation, Loren removed the book from his face. His handsome visage bore a comical array of ugly green spots, reminiscent of a circus clown, and coupled with Loren's awkward expression. Anyone who noticed would likely either recoil in distaste or burst into laughter at the sight. Belle, unfazed, took the wet towel and diligently began to wipe Loren's face. Was this potion meant to enhance your charm or your eloquence? It was for charm that I was attempting to concoct both simultaneously, but due to time constraints, I employed a hastening method during the alchemical process. Normally, this would not result in such side effects. However, given the potion's mediocre effectiveness, the adverse impacts are minimal. Typically, they should dissipate within half an hour. From his pocket, Loren retrieved a glass vial with a few droplets of green liquid remaining, forcing a wry smile. Yet, it is truly difficult to swallow. I have consumed numerous potions throughout my life, and each possesses its own uniquely unpleasant flavor. The ludicrous green spots did not linger long on Loren's face, as the maid knelt on the ground. Earnestly wiping with the damp towel, nearly 90% of the visible green blemishes had vanished, leaving only the faintest trace, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Why did you choose to take the potion this time? The maid inquired gently while continuing to cleanse Loren's face, while the golden-haired youth tilted his head slightly, aligning his movements with hers as he contemplated the answer to her question. After all, it was not merely a trivial squabble as in school. He was to deliver a speech before so many people. Even if one were to resort to some form of deception, at the very least, the surface must present well. Reflecting on his performance that day, Loren let out a soft sigh. Regardless of whether in spirit or flesh, he was merely a student who had yet to navigate the complexities of society. Although he had endeavored to prepare as he would have for a school presentation, even resorting to the use of potions, in hindsight, he still did not achieve the outcome he desired. While he could offer the excuse that it was his first time, he was acutely aware that such reasoning would likely not garner the approval of those around him. Belle remained silent, simply dipping the already stained towel back into the basin, which now turned a deep green. Belle, I plan to visit the nearby town tomorrow. Please prepare the carriage. Shall I have Mr. Geller accompany you? Yes, please do that. I would appreciate his company. After concluding the arrangements for the following day, Belle lifted the basin of water. Well then, young master, please rest well. Having completed her nightly duties, Belle prepared to leave the room with the necessary items. Suddenly, she halted. By the way, young master, while there is always room for improvement, I believe the courage and composure you displayed today on stage are truly commendable. She offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of an elder watching a younger individual bravely forge ahead. Even when the counterpart fails to achieve outstanding results, a certain expression of affectionate affirmation still emerges. This subtle smile even leaves Loren momentarily bewildered. After a considerable period, Loren can only manage a resigned smile. It seems that this affirmation has invigorated him, providing considerable motivation for his subsequent actions. Accompanied by the twinkling gems on the fragile ring, several fur coats materialize unexpectedly from the air, subsequently succumbing to the force of gravity and falling onto the floor. These are not mere pelts. They are extraordinary hides. Even the most exquisitely cut and meticulously preserved specimens, when gazed upon, exude an aura of lifelessness. In stark contrast, the hides of magical beasts resonate with the essence of powerful life forms, awakened by the transformative energy of the containment. Even if their hearts are pierced, heads severed, and flesh shredded, the remaining pelts still emanate an indomitable vitality. This intrinsic vigor renders beast hides valuable materials for crafting, capable of producing formidable equipment that aids the extraordinary. These pelts were collected by Loren during his journey from the imperial capital to the starting point, taken from the magical beasts that attempted to ambush them, subsequently dispatched by Geller and his subordinates. Although the number of beasts encountered was overwhelming, Geller's formidable prowess transformed these dangers into treasures for Loren. Days prior, upon commencing his study of forging, Loren employed these hides as practice material, meticulously processing them according to the methods outlined in his texts. This morning, he extracted some of the prepared hides and engaged in rigorous forging training, ultimately crafting a variety of garments from them. Though they are merely of the most basic variety, they nonetheless qualify as extraordinary equipment in terms of both materials and technique. Why selling these crafted items? Loren could procure raw materials to create the recipes inscribed on the mimer page. The acquisition of this precious recipe not only provides Loren with an excellent means to hone his skills, but also opens a unique pathway to prosperity. After preparing for tomorrow's plans, Loren glanced at the time, realizing that he still had a while before his designated sleep period. Surprised at how quickly time had passed, he hesitated for a moment before reaching into the iron box resting on his table and retrieving a brass pocket watch. At first glance, this brass timepiece appeared unremarkable, save for a few conspicuous buttons. Loren held the watch in his hand, motionless for what felt like an eternity, trembling like an anxious student about to enter an examination room. Ultimately, he pressed the button on the watch face. Time's up. The examination begins, and a mechanical voice resonated. In the next moment, Loren, who had been enveloped in the warm, orange glow of the Uranus villa, found himself in a vast, frigid chamber. The room was filled with an array of tables and chairs arranged in meticulous order, illuminated by glaring incandescent bulbs that starkly contrasted with the warm orange lights of his previous surroundings. The windows revealed a night sky, yet as Loren approached the edge of the room to peer outside, he found only an expanse of inky darkness. This is school. It is not the Uno's academy of this world, but rather the campus of Loren's past life, where he attended high school. Though less than a month had passed since his transmigration, only vague memories lingered in Loren's mind. It was only after careful observation that he connected this sudden space with his former mundane, lifeless school. If I recall correctly, the containment management panel indicated entry into a wondrous realm upon activation. Yet, why have I arrived in a room reminiscent of my school? Is this space a projection of my memories as interpreted by the containment? Do different users enter disparate examination environments? Due to his nervousness, Loren's tendency to overthink suddenly resurfaced. As his mind raced, he involuntarily pressed the button on the pocket watch that had transported him here. Despite his thumb nearly pressing the button to the point of smoking, the watch remained unresponsive. It appeared that to escape this space, he must complete the examination. Mr. Carter's pocket watch, a Zeta-level containment, while not providing Loren with direct enhancements like other containers, possesses a uniquely mysterious and useful ability. Tailoring an examination to his recent studies serves as an excellent means of assessment. Furthermore, excelling in this examination promises rewarding benefits. As described, it was precisely because he intended to test his grasp of the knowledge acquired over the past 7 days that he chose to activate this enigmatic containment for the first time before bed. Just as Loren contemplated this, the silent, desolate world was suddenly pierced by the sound of tap, tap, tap. Though he could not see anyone, he recognized it as the sound of footsteps. However, looking out the surrounding windows revealed only the pure black void of nothingness, devoid of the corridors that should accompany a classroom. Where, then, were these footsteps emanating from? As the footsteps drew nearer, Loren's anxiety heightened. It was merely an examination, yet his body involuntarily began to tremble and sweat. At that moment, the tapping ceased. The individual who entered the classroom was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. His face a tapestry of wrinkles, hair a wispy gray. He wore a brass monocle over his sharp eyes and held a pocket watch identical to Loren's in his right hand. His left hand gripped a cane, tapping it on the floor, producing the very sound Loren had just heard, while a weathered book was nestled under his right arm. Upon entering the room, the old man's piercing gaze swept across the classroom, finally lingering on Loren, the sole student, for several minutes. The examination time had begun. With the teacher's arrival, no spontaneous movements were allowed. 5 points added. Satisfied, he wrote Loren's name on the blackboard with chalk, and after awarding the 5 points, the old man retrieved the tattered book he had clutched, extracting 2 sheets of standard A4 paper, each side filled with examination questions in a bold New Roman font. I am Mr. Carter, the administrator of this examination, responsible for proctoring it. The maximum score is 100. A score of 70 or above is considered passing, while 80 or above will yield rewards. After briefly stating this, Mr. Carter placed the exam paper on Loren's desk and snapped his fingers. Once the watch floated leisurely into Loren's hand, Mr. Carter pressed the button atop it. You have 1 hour. The examination begins. With that, Mr. Carter turned away, returning to the podium, where he settled into a wooden chair. Closing his eyes to rest, Loren hurriedly opened the exam paper. Loren Vahalev's exclusive examination paper was the prominent title that greeted him. After hastily inscribing his name, he began to read the questions below. Fill in the blank. An alchemist must learn to identify and study the myriad herbs of the world. Please list 3. Multiple choice. Which of the following tools is unnecessary for a forger? The various standardized questions prompted Loren to recall the arduous hours spent studying for previous exams, only to barely scrape a passing grade. However, upon completing the exam paper, he keenly recognized that this content was derived from what he had learned during the week, with the aid of the containment. His familiarity and retention of this knowledge far surpassed normal comprehension. He confidently answered question after question. His self-assurance swelled. Ultimately, with only 7 minutes remaining, he submitted the exam to Mr. Carter, 87 points. While there was room for improvement, it was commendable for a first attempt. This is the final assessment that Loren received. Well then, he returned the exam paper to the tattered book. Mr. Carter adjusted his black monocle and gazed at Loren. As an exemplary student with outstanding exam results, you may request whatever you desire, and I shall determine your worthiness of this reward based on your performance that I wish to enhance my alchemical skills. Loren replied succinctly. The elder opened the worn tome and withdrew a piece of paper, equally ragged, which he handed to Loren. The reward has been dispensed. Once you have acquired sufficient knowledge in your studies, the clock will once again grant you the time for your trials. In the next instant, with a dizzying whirl, Loren found himself back in the familiar confines of the Uranus Villa. As the conflict between the Empire and the Balaksmir Mountains began to escalate, the city of Akbar, located on the fringes of the Mexicans' empire and directly facing this beastly kingdom, commenced military preparations and imposed martial law to brace for the impending upheaval. After the 2 red steeds were brought to a halt by the closed gates, Loren leapt from the carriage. It feels splendid to be back in the grand city after a whole week away. The sturdy city walls are quite a sight. Dismounting, Loren wore the Flogo ring on his pinky and donned an ornate blue outfit adorned with intricate embroidery. His hair had also been meticulously styled. Although not as elaborately as the hours spent in the imperial capital, it still stood in stark contrast to the ordinary citizens around him, merely by virtue of his attire. The armored guards at the entrance immediately recognized him as a genuine nobleman and lowered their stance, rubbing their hands as they approached Loren. "Good day, my lord. I apologize for the inconvenience, but due to recent orders, we must conduct a brief search for anyone wishing to enter the city. I sincerely appreciate your cooperation." Seeing Loren nod slightly, the lead guard's face lit up with a cheerful smile as he expressed his gratitude and summoned the nearby soldiers. Perhaps due to Loren's noble garb, the soldiers merely opened the carriage door, glanced inside hastily, and requested his signature on a piece of paper before pushing open the heavy city gates. However, Loren had no intention of allowing the carriage to enter the city. "Mr. Geller, please wait outside with the carriage for me. I would like to explore a bit, and I will return once I have finished. And my lord, I am here to ensure your safety if I am not present." "It is quite all right. There are guards within the city as well. I am not a person who needs to worry about safety in the city." After conferring briefly with the elderly man beside him, Loren ventured alone into Akbar City. This marked Loren's first visit to a city outside of the Mexican Empire's capital. Although he had passed through several cities on his carriage journey, he typically opted to spend the night in the carriage rather than bringing a large entourage to a hotel. Should I acquire a map? Upon observing the intricate network of streets, Loren's immediate thought was to seek a guide. Yet he soon dismissed this notion and resolved to meander through the city at his own pace. Although Akbar City was teeming with soldiers on the outside, the interior resembled a typical city. Aside from the increased presence of soldiers on the streets, the residents moved about freely, as usual. Loren strolled leisurely, first venturing to the food street where he spent a little money indulging in some delicacies. He then passed through the antique street, admiring various trinkets that, though not particularly valuable, piqued his interest. Eventually, he halted before a 3-story building, the branch of the Chrysos Society. While it paled in grandeur compared to the magnificent headquarters in the imperial capital, this well-structured and beautiful edifice stood as the most splendid structure within Akbar City. Aside from the Lord's Manor, there was no other building that could even remotely rival this establishment. Upon entering the society, Loren did not linger to browse for items to purchase. Instead, he proceeded directly to the front desk. "Good day, sir. Do you require the services of the Chrysos Society?" The young woman at the front desk, who had been standing respectfully, stepped forward to inquire upon seeing Loren approach. "Hello. I wish to sell some items at Chrysos and would like to have them appraised." As he spoke, Loren reached into his pocket and produced a gold card inscribed with VIP on it. "This is..." The young woman appeared visibly astonished at the sight of the card, which seemed to have not been seen in quite some time. After quickly regaining her composure, she bowed respectfully. "I understand, sir. Please proceed to the VIP room to rest momentarily. An appraiser will be with you shortly." As she spoke, she led Loren to a luxurious locked room on the first floor. After opening the door, she courteously invited Loren to take a seat before hastily exiting. Before long, a man in his 30s, carrying a backpack, entered the room. "Greetings, sir. I am the appraiser for the Akbar branch of the Chrysos Society, responsible for assessing the value of goods and providing pricing. As you are a level 1 VIP of the Chrysos Society, we offer you certain conveniences should you choose to sell your items through us." While introducing himself, the man placed a business card from the Chrysos Society on the table. "Indeed, I wish to consign some items." After putting away the card, Loren twirled the Flogo ring on his finger and produced several garments made of beast hide. "Oh, what is this?" After donning his glasses, the appraiser began examining the garments with great scrutiny. There were belts, leather jackets, capes, various types among them. This is standard beast hide. The craftsmanship appears somewhat rudimentary. These must be the practice pieces of a novice blacksmith. Perhaps the work of a student just beginning their journey into the art of forging. In response to the appraiser's inquiry, Loren merely smiled. "Nevertheless, these are indeed standard extraordinary items. Will you be selling them to our Chrysos Society? Or would you prefer to auction these extraordinary creations? Selling to the society will suffice, that I understand. Regarding the price, After a moment of contemplation, the appraiser provided a quote, perhaps due to his VIP status. The society had offered favorable terms, and the price hovered around Loren's expected range. Although there was room for negotiation, Loren opted not to prolong the discussion, as his primary purpose for visiting was not to sell the leather garments. He agreed without hesitation that in that case, I will conduct a final inspection of these goods, and then I will arrange for payment. Wait. Loren suddenly interrupted the appraiser that I would also like to inquire if I wish to sell potions through the society. What kind of pricing can I expect? Potions, you say? The appraiser paused briefly to contemplate before responding. Potions are somewhat unique. Generally speaking, when comparing quality, one-time use items tend to be priced lower than long-lasting equipment. And potions fall into that category. However, as far as my limited knowledge goes, alchemy is incredibly versatile. Different potions with varying effects can yield different prices. It all depends on the quality and efficacy of the potions you provide. I see that as he began to rotate the flogo ring on his finger. Loren remarked playfully, however, I am quite curious. Can you discern the nature of this potion? You underestimate me, sir. Upon hearing words that seemed to mock yet subtly questioned his own capabilities. The appraiser straightened his chest, a hint of pride emerging as he introduced himself. Although I have only been in this profession for a decade, I am now one of the senior members of the Akbar branch, having previously served as the head of our Chrysos society. While I have not formally studied these extraordinary arts, I can proudly assert that there is no one in this city more adept than I in the realm of appraisal. Is that so? Roland remarked as he slightly twisted the ring of Froja, causing a vial of blue potion to tumble out. Having deciphered the pages of Mimir and mastered the recipe while concocting a charm-enhancing potion for his speech yesterday. Roland had crafted this vial as a sample from the limited herbs at hand. The confident smile of the appraiser froze upon witnessing the potion's fault. An outsider. The various potions might appear indistinguishable apart from their colors. Yet to a skilled appraiser, the aroma, hue, temperature, and other observable factors could reveal a plethora of elements. At first glance, the appraiser was convinced that this vial represented one of the greatest challenges he had encountered since arriving in this frontier city. May I take a closer look? With Roland's consent, the appraiser adjusted his glasses with a serious demeanor, retrieving a complete set of tools from his backpack to commence a meticulous examination of the potion. However, with each passing moment, his astonishment grew, though the craftsmanship of the creator had evidently advanced compared to the earlier leather garments. Making this potion more challenging to identify was not the crux of the matter. The appraiser had not yet deemed his abilities to be so lacking. The more intricate the potion's formula, the more complex the handling and techniques required, which indicated that the final product will be correspondingly difficult to decipher. Naturally, as an appraiser, he lacked the skills to concoct potions, rendering him incapable of unraveling the formula. Yet he never anticipated that even deciphering its effects, an endeavor he had previously approached with ease, would now present a perplexing conundrum beyond his grasp. Eventually, after 20 minutes had elapsed, the appraiser sighed and ceased his efforts. Sir, I have exhausted all my resources and knowledge to no avail, and I must concede defeat. Might you enlighten me regarding the effects of this mysterious potion? At that moment, having observed the appraiser's meticulous process with great interest, as if witnessing a grand performance, Roland finally responded to the man's inquiry. This potion is known as the mana potion, and its effect is to purify a wizard's magical energy within 3 minutes. Purify magical energy. Upon hearing these seemingly mundane words, the appraiser's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they might burst from their sockets. It was no wonder he was so taken aback, even though he had little understanding of wizards. He recognized the value of such purification for those still uninitiated in the arcane arts. For renowned wizards whose names resounded across the continent, they had transcended the rules of magic, unbound by conventional limitations. However, for novice wizards, the path to enhancement typically hinged on 4 key aspects: mana, mental fortitude, knowledge, and technique. Mana and mental fortitude determined the potency of spells, knowledge dictated the breadth of magical mastery, and technique denoted the proficiency in casting spells. In this world, these were the fundamental areas a wizard needed to develop. The mana potion's purpose was to enhance the quality of the mana when a wizard utilized specific breathing techniques to convert their life force into magical energy. In essence, it allowed a wizard to attain a higher quality of mana for 3 minutes following consumption. While this effect might hold less significance for seasoned wizards adept at harnessing their life force efficiently, it was exponentially more beneficial for novices. Not only did the purified mana enable them to unleash more formidable spells in combat, but it also provided invaluable experience in refining their breathing techniques through the sensation of high-quality mana during training. Before long, the appraiser formulated his assessment of the potion in his mind. Although it was a premium concoction for low-level wizards, the Empire possessed numerous similar tools, and with only one vial in hand. It primarily served as a combat contingency. After all, 3 minutes of training time was rather limited. Nevertheless, despite these considerations, the potion remained exceptionally remarkable. Then, sir, if the effects are indeed as you claim, the price we at the Chrysos Society can offer for this potion is wait. Roland halted the increasingly excited appraiser, allowing him to regain his composure before revealing news that would elevate his excitement manifold. That I can supply the mana potion in bulk. In bulk? This declaration rendered the appraiser utterly unable to maintain his composure. Just as he had previously speculated, if such a potion could be supplied in quantities, it meant that wizards could significantly utilize this potion to enhance their mana control during training, instantly elevating it from a mere combat contingency to a strategic asset capable of substantially advancing a wizard's prowess. Furthermore, if such a strategic potion could be supplied in bulk, it implied that the Akbar branch, the appraiser, now a senior member of this branch, could scarcely fathom the implications. I recall you mentioned that your status here is not insignificant. Correct? The golden-haired nobleman smiled. If you possess the capability, let us discuss the terms of your Chrysos Society's usage of the mana potion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Roland settled into his carriage for the journey home. Though he had not consumed any potion to enhance his oratory skills, the exceptional abilities of the mana potion had nonetheless secured him a favorable outcome in this transaction this moment. Within the ring of Froja adorning his finger, the leather garments and the mana potion had been exchanged for an abundance of alchemical materials. Among these alchemical materials, a portion was requested by Roland for practicing alchemy while simultaneously obscuring the Chrysos Society's perspective, while the majority comprised the ingredients necessary for crafting the mana potion. According to the contract signed with the Chrysos Society's Akbar branch, they would be responsible for supplying Roland with a batch of potion materials each month and compensating him with gold coins. In return, Roland would grant the sales rights of the mana potion to the Chrysos Society and provide them with 30 vials of the potion each month. The method of sale would be entirely at the discretion of the Chrysos Society's Akbar branch, which would also reduce the commission typically expected from the sales profits. In simpler terms, Roland merely needed to produce 30 vials of the mana potion each month for the Chrysos Society's Akbar branch. He need not concern himself with the sales process. He could simply await the monthly revenue from the sold potions. Given the rarity of the mana potion and its allure for novice wizards, it was highly likely that the Akbar branch would auction it, enticing nobles distant from the imperial capital. Yet in this remote town of Akbar, there existed wealthy local magnates. Even a modest commission could allow the Chrysos Society to recoup their expenses. Not to mention the hidden wealth garnered through the sales of the mana potion. As for Roland, his earnings would be even greater than However, to establish a foundation for future endeavors, this sum was but a drop in the ocean. As he pondered this, Roland retrieved a first-tier VIP card from his pocket. The Chrysos Society was not only the largest commercial entity on the continent, but also functioned as a bank. After all, while gold coins are the standard currency of the Makesykes Empire, other empires, each with their unique characteristics, maintain their own independent currencies. In various nations, the Chrysos Society has established chambers of commerce and maintained collaborative efforts, taking on the delightful responsibility of currency storage and exchange. Consequently, a substantial sum referenced in the mana potion contract, along with the gold coins from the sale of garments made from beast hides, swiftly found their way into Loren's VIP card. However, the amount within was no longer what it had originally been. After receiving a sufficient sum of funds, Loren did not immediately depart from Akbar City. Instead, he spent another afternoon wandering through the city, making some preparations with the money. For instance, he acquired several specialized services. During his time in the imperial capital, he had heard of the significant news regarding the campaign against the Belishmi mountain range. Although he was uncertain if his father's choice of land was influenced by this reason, he recognized that if he could leverage this opportunity well, it could greatly enhance the development of his territory. After all, while the starting point was rather impoverished, the land nestled between the Belishmi mountain range and the Mexicus Empire was undeniably a strategic location with abundant prospects that, it would be best to acquire a few containment vessels. Loren mused. The few containment vessels he possessed had provided considerable assistance on a journey of acquiring knowledge, and these were merely the most basic vessels, should he manage to obtain a few advanced containment vessels. Although the dangers would multiply, so too would the potential rewards. Furthermore, Loren had no cause for concern regarding those dangers. Containment vessels were fundamental to this world, the extraordinary knowledge, as well as the magic, martial techniques, and even technology developed by humankind, were all derivations stemming from the power of containment vessels. Ordinarily, to ascertain the limited rules of containment vessels would require the sacrifice of countless lives. Constructing these systems through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with no guarantee that the rules obtained would be entirely accurate. After all, as his brother had mentioned, there were frequent incidents where containment vessels, believed to have been thoroughly researched, suddenly went berserk and caused harm. Yet for Loren, as long as he absorbed sufficient amount of knowledge, he could reliably obtain 100% accurate rules. The notion of fortune favors the bold, a principle that every individual who has encountered containment vessels ought to adhere to, was entirely absent in Loren's case that in fact, under normal circumstances, if he were willing to reveal this ability, the Mexicus Empire would immediately spare no effort in nurturing him, allowing him to access those powerful containment vessels and unravel their mysteries in a short span of time. The Empire would thereby achieve an exaggerated enhancement in strength. In 10 years, no, within just 3 years, the Mexicus Empire would completely unify this world, and Loren would become its most significant contributor, achieving fame and success. However, he was well aware that he could not expose this talent. After all, he had no desire to lead a life as tragic as that of a witch. When the term which echoed in his mind, Loren suddenly furrowed his brow as he recalled that memory associated with these two words. A painful recollection began to swirl within his mind, compelling him to cradle his head and curl up on the ground, groaning, "My Lord Baron." A voice of concern came from outside, belonging to Jeller. "It's nothing, just a slight headache." The pain dissipated instantly, and Loren gritted his teeth as he rose. The carriage continued its forward journey. "Gentlemen, Akbar City is currently under curfew. If you wish to enter the city, you must undergo a strict inspection. Please cooperate with our procedures." Before the city gates of Akbar, armored soldiers stood sternly before the crowd. Ordinary citizens, with no special privileges, could only voice a few complaints before beginning a series of tedious checks. After a lengthy period of scrutiny, a soldier waved a list, and the city gates slowly opened, revealing the guests. At that moment, a woman approached the entrance. The lower half of this woman's body was strikingly bare. Clad only in a short skirt, with her legs completely exposed, not even wearing shoes, in stark contrast, her upper body was tightly wrapped. Apart from her long silver hair, which was not entirely concealed by her black robe, even her face remained obscured. This mysterious woman stepped forward, entering Akbar City with each deliberate stride. Travelers wishing to enter the city failed to notice that the soldiers conducting the inspections were oblivious. And even the magical barrier atop the city walls did not register her presence. In the face of the heavily fortified Akbar City, the woman seemed to do nothing at all, as if she had stepped into a deserted land. Huff! Huff! Since sharing the same floor with the rebirth flower, each night inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the blooms, Loren's already commendable sleep quality had significantly improved. Although he would not describe himself as someone who enjoyed sleeping in, he found himself increasingly relishing the sensation of slumber in recent days. "Young master, it's time to rise. Let me sleep a little longer. Young master, it's time to get up." Accompanied by that gentle voice was an inexplicable force that jolted Loren awake as Bell firmly locked his arms and shook him vigorously, dispelling any lingering sleepiness. With his hair resembling a bird's nest, Loren began his day, toothbrush in hand. By the way, How did my recruitment plan go from the other day? How many people have participated? Farmers, builders, lumberjacks, most of the workers you need have sufficient applicants. Last night, a considerable number of residents came forward, and the basic wooden houses should be completed within this week. However, the village lacks specialized builders, and materials are limited to wood and stone that if you wish to construct more advanced houses, it may be somewhat challenging that, in no matter. Let us focus on making the initial dwellings more opulent for now. The village is still too cramped. At the very least, it should be upgraded to a respectable village. Ugh, why must I start building from scratch? Can this truly be called a territory? Loren spat out the mouthwash, expressing his frustration. After quietly listening to Loren's complaints, Bell continued. However, there seems to be an issue with recruiting adventurers. What do you mean? Well, rather than describing it, it might be better for you to see for yourself. Hearing Bell's slightly exasperated tone, Loren raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Sir Soldier, why can't we? Want to be hunters too? Hey, stop messing around, you little rascal. Look at your tiny frame. Can you even draw a bow? Can you heft a spear? Can you wield a sword? Why not? My punches pack quite a wallop. I can even break rocks. All right, enough of the nonsense. Go eat your rice at that moment in a grassy square. A group of boys, slightly more slender than their peers, stood with their hands on their hips, glaring at the armored man before them. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard looked on helplessly, unsure whether to chastise or ignore them, caught in an awkward standoff. What is the matter, Mr. Dell? Ah, my Lord Baron. Upon spotting Loren leisurely approaching, the soldier's eyes lit up as if he had finally encountered a savior. The rowdy children who had been clamoring beside him immediately bounded over to Loren. Hello, Baron, please treat us to a meal. Hello, what brings you here? With a gentle smile, Loren pulled from his pocket a handful of small candies he had casually purchased during a stroll through Akbar City the previous day. Although the method of crafting these candies differed somewhat from that of his past life, the final product still tasted sweet enough. Upon seeing the candies, the children's eyes sparkled, and they rushed over, each grabbing a few pieces to stuff into their mouths. Oh, Baron, we want to be hunters. All right, you lot, don't disturb the Baron. Just as the children were chattering excitedly, a gentle voice intervened. A young man stood before Loren, black hair, black eyes, and dressed in tattered clothing. Yet his features bore the semblance of a melancholic literary youth. However, Loren knew that in this village, few could read, and thus the deep dark circles under his eyes were certainly not the result of sleepless nights spent poring over books. Brother Crow, long time no see. The previously obstinate child, after swallowing the candy, obediently approached Crow. Brother Crow, we really want to be hunters. Be good. You are still young. When you grow as tall as your older brother, you will surely become an exceptional hunter. It seemed that this statement finally bore fruit, as the few children reluctantly stuffed the new sweets into their mouths before departing from the scene. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, while the sun moved slowly across the sky. Loren, Bell, Clow, and the soldier Dell had already walked a fair distance together. I apologize. The adults in this village harbor fear towards hunters due to past events. However, the children, perhaps out of admiration for me, have been clamoring to become hunters. Although you refer to them as adventurers, everyone understands that it entails a profession involving combat. Is it because of the incident involving the old hunter from your village? Upon his first arrival at the starting point, Loren had heard tales of this event. This place was once known as Spit, where the former overseer remained ensconced in his villa, neglecting all matters, while an old hunter from the village led a group of children, teaching them survival skills in the wilderness and hunting beasts to supplement their territory. This mention, Cloud displayed a sorrowful expression. Though I have heard of it, we could not discern the extraordinary creature. We merely thought it to be an oversized beast. That time, the teacher even joyfully remarked how he would profit from the endeavor. Loren refrained from interjecting, quietly allowing this young man, slightly older than himself, to collect his thoughts. After walking a bit further, Clow resumed the conversation. Why, Lord Baron, although I initially intended to discuss trade, please consider it a request. Speak freely. I possess considerable standing among the youth in the village. If I were to advocate on behalf of those who are too frightened to apply, they would likely be more willing to accept training. While the gentleman beside you is indeed a formidable warrior, I am more familiar with this land and its people than if I can assist you. I believe whatever you wish to accomplish here will become considerably more convenient and swift. So, what is it you desire? Those children, Cloud did not hesitate. I.E. and Aya. You should remember them. Those two children are my adopted sons that I have also frequently cared for that group of little rascals. I know them well, and I implore you to trust me. Each of them is an exceptional child. I only wish for them to have a future where they can live happily, and I believe you can make that happen. Therefore, I am willing to offer my utmost assistance. After hearing these words, Loren's eyes shifted thoughtfully. That poses no issue. There were none of the stringent inquiries Clow had anticipated. The man before him was far more agreeable than any noble Clow had known. However, consider this an exchange. I have a question for you. Please go ahead. If I were to care for those children, what would you do? Taken aback by this unexpected question, Clow turned to meet Loren's calm green gaze. If you did not need to look after those children, what would you wish to pursue? To slay that beast, perhaps. Clow's steps faltered. His previously gentle demeanor darkened, an aura of dread emanating that even the battle-hardened Dell found chilling. Yes, I intend to kill that creature. His eyes glimmered with a ferocity capable of extinguishing worlds, his lips uttering venomous curses, his entire being trembling with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Iphigenia, the reason for my existence. My purpose for enduring, my sole justification for remaining in this world, is to sever that beast's head completely. Clow's resolve was palpable. Within a mere 2 days, a small group of young individuals had voluntarily signed up for training as adventurers. Essentially, they were akin to members of a jack-of-all-trades guild, responsible for accepting a variety of task assignments, with each individual possessing at least some level of combat ability. Teachers, bodyguards, and escorts are typically hired from among those with Imperial certification. Thus, it follows that most competent operatives are extraordinary beings. Consequently, being an operative is regarded as one of the most coveted professions in this world, as it is recognized across the continent. Possessing a Mezikes Empire operative certificate guarantees one a respectable position even in the Technoroia Empire. However, such licenses are issued by accredited Imperial associations, not by a mere baron like Loren. The adventure training essentially mirrors the combat practice Loren previously engaged in with Jeller, focusing on fundamental skills necessary for operatives and enhancing basic combat abilities. This is why those aspiring to become hunters sought training here. After all, hunters are fundamentally part of the adventurer's role. All right, those who have completed their long runs, gather together for some warm-up exercises. At this moment in the square, a burly man clad in armor whistled while directing the training, as the newly adult youths sweat profusely, diligently honing their physiques, due to a lack of food. The inhabitants here appeared significantly more gaunt than those in the cities, making their training even more arduous. Nevertheless, few among them chose to give up, for the weary youth standing at the forefront was exerting every ounce of strength into his punches. Since the incident 6 months ago, Clow had returned, resembling a stray dog, and in that time had scarcely slept or eaten, the remnants of his once exceptional hunting prowess now waning. Presently, he stood before all, exerting more effort and displaying greater resilience than anyone else. The people of this territory were not devoid of a desire to become formidable warriors. It was merely that the memory of the final hunt, which had left only one survivor, had imprinted seeds of fear deep within their hearts. Consequently, they preferred to live on meager rations rather than risk confronting that dread with blades in hand. No one knew that he still found himself hunted by that very fear in his dreams, awakening countless times from nightmares. Yet he had never allowed that hunt to instill fear within him. This indomitable will, unbeknownst to him, was awakening their slumbering courage and resolve. At the very least, they did not regret being persuaded by their dear friend. Following the completion of their warm-up, today they commenced bow practice under the guidance of Soldier Delaware. Here Clow, with his adept hunting experience, exhibited an exceptional accuracy that surpassed expectations. Dell, who had been mentoring this group of recruits, would later commend Loren for Clow's remarkable prowess with the bow. However, that was a matter for another time. As the youths diligently practiced archery in a small wooden cabin adjacent to the square, the children who had clamored to become hunters just days prior gazed eagerly at the group of young adults practicing archery. All right, just as the children peered outside, a wooden staff struck the hand of the child at the forefront. Stop daydreaming and focus on your studies. The boy winced and fell back, while a golden-haired, green-eyed youth looked on with exasperation. If you wish to become a hunter in the future, you should first grow taller. Perhaps due to the pain from the strike, the child did not resist, suppressing tears as he obediently returned to his seat. By the way, little one, what is your name? Sitting on a chair roughly carved from wood, Loren observed the earnest children and curiously inquired, "My name is Cuffs, my lord Baron." While tenderly rubbing his sore hand, the child dutifully shared his name. What a remarkably ordinary name. Upon hearing this rather conventional name, which resonates with the standards of the capital, and reflecting on the exceedingly simple names of the other children in the village, Loren was taken aback. My mother, who is literate, bestowed this name upon me. It is no wonder. Most of the residents here have never received an education, thus they can only choose simple characters for their names. How enlightening. Indeed, after all, I must focus on my studies today. I will oversee your efforts or not even think about slacking off. With that, Loren gently tapped Cufus on the head with a wooden stick. Ouch, my apologies. As the sun began its descent, Klaus, having completed a day of training, trudged home, his weary body dragging behind him. According to the rules set forth by Loren, participation in such tasks allowed one to enjoy meals free of charge. Thus, Klaus had just indulged in a hearty bowl of gruel made from 7-day-old wheat and a piece of boiled meat, replenishing the necessary nutrients for his training. His intent was not merely to set an example for others, but to prepare himself for the final hunt that awaited him. Not enough. His mind was consumed by thoughts of that formidable beast, contrasting its strength with his own frailty. That he needed to continue training, to become stronger than his mentor, to wield sharper weapons, and to shoot arrows with greater precision than his teacher. He had entrusted his worries to fate. There was nothing left to concern him. The only task ahead was to sever the head of that wild beast. Good day to you. That moment, a familiar voice broke through to him while Lord Baron Loren was seated upon the grass, with a small campfire crackling beside him. Over the flames rested a rudimentary grill used a few nights prior, adorned with several skewers of meat. Klaus, is it? What a melodious name. The one who named you must possess considerable culture. A.S. Loren turned the skewers on the grill. He sprinkled them with a bottle of seasoning, a rich aroma wafting through the air, enticing Klaus's stomach, which had just settled from his earlier meal. Let us converse. I find you quite intriguing, Loren remarked with a smile. This night enveloped them, and the fire blazed brighter. Loren and Klaus sat facing each other. Tossing a stick into the flames, the fire grew increasingly vibrant. In his past life, Loren had always dreamed of camping. Although that dream had yet to be realized in this life, he had fortuitously experienced the outdoor camping he had long desired. After taking a sip of water, Klaus gazed intently at the flickering flames, as if they had torn the veil of time, revealing memories long forgotten. And why past is somewhat of a mystery to me. Much of it is lost to the recesses of childhood. Some memories have faded, while others remain vivid. Why recollections seem to commence at the age of 5, when my father passed away. After that, my mother and I came to this land. Feeling the warmth of the fire, Loren listened intently as Klaus reminisced about his past. They shared the bond of longtime friends, exchanging secrets beneath the moonlight and flickering flames. Sipping their drinks, without money, we could only wander with those we encountered, surviving by scavenging. Fortunately, the other wanderers were kind. We were not bullied in our youth. During the stillness of night, my mother would quietly teach me the basics of reading and writing. Though I may not have been particularly adept at learning at this point, Klaus smiled ruefully, as if recalling a bittersweet memory. Eventually, due to the dire conditions, my mother fell gravely ill, lacking funds for treatment. She passed away when I was 8. Following her death, I joined a group of refugees, living a transient life, scavenging and evading the beasts until that noble lord led soldiers to exterminate the surrounding monsters, or rather, it should be Oh, you mean my father? Are you referring to Clifton Vashilev? Klaus was momentarily surprised by the revelation, but soon regained his composure, as if it were to be expected, upon closer inspection. You do bear a striking resemblance to that gentleman Clifton. Yet I never anticipated that your father would send you to this. He choked back the words remote village. In any case, Clifton eradicated the monsters from this land. designating it as a territory of the Mexico's empire. Consequently, we, who had long roamed, finally had a piece of land where we could survive, no longer needing to sleep in different places each night, fearing that a beast might carry off our heads. However, as you may know, our fortune was not favorable. With a shift in the conversation, Klaus continued to unravel his memories, after settling down and becoming officially recognized residents of the empire. We toiled to cultivate the surrounding land into farmland, only to discover that it was ill-suited for growing crops. Despite the elders' strenuous efforts in cultivation, the results were consistently disappointing. Unlike other encampments of drifters, our settlement was a conglomeration of several wandering groups, quickly amassing a population comparable to that of certain towns. Had it not been for the scarcity of food, you would have encountered a greater number of people on this land. And more people meant more mouths to feed, necessitating more provisions. Even as each individual endured hunger, desperately scouring for sustenance, it became evident that the land could not sustain us all, just as we braced ourselves to return to that painful existence of wandering. Our teacher appeared. Perhaps it was the importance of this moment that prompted Klaus to pause for a sip of water before continuing his tale. Like us, the teacher was no extraordinary being, nor was he a prodigious genius. He was merely a frail former wanderer, an experienced hunter capable of combating beasts. Yet to us, and to this land, he was a true hero, if recalling a pivotal moment. Klaus's voice brimmed with excitement. According to the Empire's standards, the teacher should have been enjoying his twilight years at home. Even if our environment was harsh, he need not exert himself so fiercely. However, he still stepped forward for the sake of us drifters, ensuring we had enough to eat and that the residents would not suffer due to food scarcity. That I vividly remember the day I met him. At 10 years old, I fainted from hunger or some other reason, only to awaken beside a blazing campfire, with the teacher sitting nearby, offering me a piece of meat cut from a pig that had recently passed. Klaus took a hearty bite of the skewered pork Loren had just grilled. Lacking culinary finesse and additional seasonings, it was merely roasted over the fire, hot to the touch and rather average in taste. Yet for me at that time, it was the finest meal in the world. Subsequently, the teacher took me to sell the remaining pork, using the few coins earned to stockpile some food for the village. It was then that I became his disciple. He imparted the skills of archery, the patience required for hunting, and the methods of tracking prey. It seemed I possessed a modicum of talent in these areas. Following that, from my closest friend, who was only a few years my senior and already married, to others both known and unknown, many from this land joined our ranks. With the guidance of the teacher, everyone learned essential skills. We hunted together, earned meager incomes, and sustained one another. Those years, although we remained impoverished and still struggled to fill our bellies daily, were some of the happiest of my life compared to the previous 6 months. I found joy in being able to provide for myself alongside my friends, ensuring the people of Spit could live decently at that time. Our only wish was for this simple existence. And then, Klaus's voice trailed off, having been quietly listening to Klaus's reminiscences, apart from the occasional sound of savoring barbecue. Loren interjected during this moment. Indeed, and then, the fervent voice of Klaus had dimmed. Then we encountered Iphigenia. The landscape was blanketed in pristine snow. Beautiful flurries fell gracefully upon the towering pine trees, while the biting winter wind howled through the air, revealing a breathtaking scenery that could only be truly appreciated in the heart of winter. Now at its zenith, amidst the thick layer of snow, a conspicuous black figure stealthily traversed the pure white expanse. Were anyone to observe closely, they would undoubtedly discern this figure with ease. However, it was not the intention of this young man to conceal his presence. Despite the seemingly endless white labyrinth surrounding him, he was able to carve out his own path in this boundless expanse. Thus, he swiftly arrived at his destination. As he brushed aside the snow with his hand. Wrapped in animal hides, a massive footprint emerged before him. Upon seeing this mark, the young man's face, already flushed from the cold, turned even more crimson with excitement, resembling a ripe apple. "Teacher, I found it," Klaus exclaimed, energetically waving his hands towards the elders seated by the crackling fire, a footprint of immense size, comparable to that of a wild boar. Moreover, the traces around it are quite fresh. We can definitely track it. Excellent. What creature does it belong to? The elder calmly inquired, taking a sip of the cheap, low-quality liquor that could be purchased for a few copper coins. "It must be a deer, though I cannot specify the exact species. But it is undoubtedly a deer." Upon hearing the young man's confident reply, the elder said nothing, merely continuing to polish the spear in his hands. According to Clow's understanding, his mentor had been a whaler in his youth, and after retiring, he invested some money to transform his whaling harpoon into the spear that accompanied him throughout the latter part of his life. The act of polishing the spear indicated that he was prepared for the hunt. "Sir, could a deer of such size be a magical beast?" Clow asked, concern lacing his voice. Just then, another individual joyfully patted him on the back. "Ah, you haven't studied enough." Situated near the formidable magical beast kingdom of the Balikmasai mountain range. And considering it was winter, magical beasts, even if inclined to move, would largely remain within the confines of the Balikmasai mountains. Common sense dictates that it is unlikely for magical beasts to roam freely in the forest. Clow, not wishing to further embarrass his friend, promptly provided an explanation. However, a beast of such size as a wild boar that is active in this winter season remains a formidable adversary. We must not be careless. The elder's calm words quelled the excitement of those around him. Nevertheless, each person maintained a sense of optimism within. Although they spoke of fearsome beasts, their intricate strategies, coupled with the use of traps and intellect to weaken these ferocious foes, had allowed them to successfully hunt such so-called powerful enemies on several occasions. Phew, once this hunt is successful, I yearn for a drink of that silver coin wine. How about you, Clow? Prior to embarking on their expedition, most hunters would take a swig of liquor to warm their bodies without succumbing to inebriation. No, I do not drink. Very well then, by the way, Clow, I've saved up quite a bit of money. Here, just in my pocket. Once I have enough, I plan to take Ai and Aya to Akbo. Once we have the funds, we shall come to visit you. Observing his friend's exuberance, Clow genuinely felt happiness for them. Ultimately, the elder's voice concluded their preparations. "Lead the way, Clow." The hunter team, cloaked in animal hides, relied on the footprints as their guide, slowly advancing through the snow. Clow wielded his scythe-like sword, clearing the obstructing vines and consistently slicing through the barriers in their path. "Oh, here are new footprints," asked the leader. Clow used the footprint as a focal point for precise tracking. Ordinarily, heavy snowfall would render traces more ephemeral, yet Clow possessed an uncanny ability to detect even the faintest signs. Akin to a hunting dog that clings to its target without release. "Teacher, I've found it. The footprints are still fresh and must have been made not long ago." Clow's voice soon resonated. Upon hearing his apprentice's words, the elder tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously advanced. "Wait, how strange. Why are the footprints significantly larger than before?" The elder's previously composed gaze was abruptly clouded with dread upon hearing this statement. According to common knowledge, powerful magical beasts typically rested during winter. Even if they were to move, it would exclusively be within the Balikmasai Mountains, a statement that was undoubtedly true. However, the issue lay in the fact that this was merely common knowledge, not an absolute truth. With knowledge comes the potential for extraordinary anomalies. Perhaps the likelihood of such an anomaly was exceedingly low, yet it undeniably existed. Run. The elder had encountered numerous unexpected events throughout his life. At times, he had been fortunate enough to navigate through them, while at other times he had paid a price. Unfortunately, this time, luck was not on his side. Thus, he would have to bear the consequences. The pristine white snow was soon stained with scarlet blood. The beautiful gradient skin of the creature became tainted with red, as its sinuous horns pierced through the body of the mortal. The once clear and tranquil gaze was now filled with mockery and derision. It mocked the seasoned hunter before it, who, despite possessing vast experience, had ensnared himself in the web he had woven, ultimately bringing himself to the creature's maw. The sudden scene rendered the surrounding youths speechless. The monster did not immediately end the life of the elder hunter wielding the spear, but rather chose to suspend him upon its antlers, allowing him to witness the spectacle before succumbing to his wounds. Its form gradually expanded, evolving from that of a wild boar to that of an elephant, ultimately reaching a height rivaling the towering pines that surrounded them. The grinning demon began to revel in the thrill of the hunt. In his final moments, the elder mustered his last strength to plunge a spear into Iphigenia's head, causing it to bleed a single drop. allowing him and a few injured friends to escape in the midst of the monster's fury. Though they too perished shortly thereafter. Upon returning, the land was left desolate, littered only with corpses and the remnants of shattered weapons, soaked in blood. Though merely a recollection, Clow found himself trembling uncontrollably, tears cascading down his cheeks. Iphigenia was a creature capable of instilling profound fear within the hearts of men. Loren recalled the knowledge he had acquired regarding this species of magical beast that it was no mere metaphor, but an undeniable truth. Any hunter daring enough to confront the Iphigenia, the monstrous stag, would find themselves ensnared in the nightmare of that demon for the entirety of their lives, ultimately succumbing to death amidst fear and terror. The young man sighed softly, then rose to extend his hand towards Clow, who was paralyzed with fear yet still yearned to resist. "Come with me. I'm in the basement of the Urano's villa." Loren hung an antique oil lamp behind the door, gesturing for Clow to enter alongside him. "Sir, where are you taking me?" "To my family's basement. Have you never dined at the Urano's villa before?" In contrast to Clow's anxious inquiry, Loren appeared remarkably at ease. After addressing Clow's question, Loren inquired in return, "Do you know how to attain such extraordinary powers?" "How to attain them?" Clow was momentarily taken aback. "I have heard that the extraordinary are chosen by the heavens. Legendary beings endowed with immense strength or terrifying wisdom, capable of casting powerful magic or possessing the strength to move mountains, a gift only bestowed upon the offspring of celestial beings." "Ah, what a ridiculous rumor." Loren shook his head in exasperation. Humanity is humanity. There exists no inherent disparity between the extraordinary and ordinary individuals. As he spoke, Loren snapped his fingers, illuminating the dark veil before them. The so-called extraordinary beings are those who harness the arcane knowledge that transcends human intellect through the sheer force of will. In other words, anyone has the potential to become an extraordinary being. Before Klaus lay an array of various devices: a forge, an enchanting table, an alchemical desk, a magical workshop, and an inscribing pen. Much like the beasts of the wild, which were once merely commonplace creatures, these monsters evolved step by step, their genomes absorbing forbidden knowledge and merging with newfound powers, ultimately transforming into the formidable horrors we see today. Thus, Klaus, you must understand that it is impossible for you, in your current state, to slay the beast known as Iphigenia, that it is not merely a matter of rigorous training or meticulous preparation, nor is it about waiting for the creature to weaken to a certain extent. For without the extraordinary power bestowed by an aberrant life form, you stand no chance against such a beast. Therefore, Klaus, if you wish to fulfill your dream, seize this opportunity and become extraordinary. Klaus, momentarily taken aback, stammered in response to Loren. "But why me? And why you?" Loren paused, uncertain himself. Initially, he had only felt a simple curiosity towards this man who had appeared before him just days prior. His desire to listen to Klaus's story stemmed from a mere thirst for knowledge. He consoled himself with the notion that, as a leader, it was imperative to understand every one of his subjects, as for why he had brought Klaus to the Uranus villa and offered to help him become extraordinary. Loren had never contemplated the reasoning behind such actions. It felt as though it was simply the right thing to do, a natural progression. Thus, when the matter at hand inquired about his motivations, he found himself unable to articulate a coherent rationale. Was he moved by Klaus's courage, or perhaps he sought a capable ally? Such considerations held little significance. Ultimately, he chose to gloss over that point. Rather than delving into the reasons behind his actions, the crux of the matter lay in Klaus's choice. If he were unwilling, he was free to depart. Loren would not compel him. How he chose to proceed was entirely his prerogative. Upon hearing Loren's clear options, Klaus paused. He was well aware that no reward comes without effort. He did not believe in serendipitous fortune. He understood that to gain something, one must pay a price. Yet, for him, aside from the future of a few children, his life had been reduced to a singular objective. If achieving that goal required the sacrifice of his very soul, he would not hesitate. He did not subscribe to the teachings of the Star God cult, nor did he believe in the existence of demons. If he could obtain the formidable power necessary to hunt that great stag, he was willing to bear any unknown cost to attain it. With conviction, he nodded firmly. The Maximilian Empire utilized their knowledge to enhance and awaken human potential, which is the pathway to becoming extraordinary. Having experienced a similar occurrence in his youth, Loren was acutely aware of this process. Typically, awakening someone would require a level of skill beyond Loren's current capabilities. However, possessing knowledge across 5 disciplines meant that deficiencies in one area could be compensated by strengths in another. Loren retrieved a handful of herbs from the Floriga ring, commencing a simple preparation at the alchemical table. As he awaited the completion of the potion, he seized the inscribing pen. Now, disrobe. Disrobe? Klaus's face paled in fright. Do not overthink it. I need to inscribe runes upon your body. Complying, Klaus removed his clothing, revealing a pale physique that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with his back to Loren, he braced himself. Dipping the inscribing pen in special ink, Loren began to draw upon Klaus's back, akin to a master of ink-wash painting, treating Klaus's skin as his canvas, despite the elegance of his movements. The runes he inscribed resembled chaotic scribbles, akin to the work of a novice artist. Nevertheless, the potency of the runes depended more on the precision of the nodes and the application of magical energy than on their aesthetic appeal. As Klaus's back became adorned with various simplistic symbols, the alchemical table emitted a series of beeps, signaling the completion of the potion. Loren set down the inscribing pen, retrieving the finished potion, and then produced a gem imbued with magical energy from the Floriga ring. Listen closely. The following will be somewhat bitter. Loren handed the potion and the gem to Klaus. Put it metaphorically. I shall treat your flesh as raw material, gradually refining it through the flames. The runes I inscribed contain preparatory symbols, so you will not be harmed, though it will be painful. Thus, this is your final opportunity. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. However, Klaus displayed none of the hesitation or fear that Loren had anticipated. On the contrary, a smile crept onto his face. Sir, in the past 6 months, I have endured countless pains far greater than this. Upon witnessing this smile, Loren paused for a moment, then reciprocated with a smile of his own. Let us begin. Klaus opened his eyes. The sensation was akin to being abruptly awakened from a brief slumber, yet it felt as if he had been asleep for years, even decades, 2 entirely conflicting sensations coexisting within him. Even after enduring the torment of Iphigenia's nightmares for so long, he had never experienced anything quite like this. Moreover, although the initial discomfort was jarring, as he gradually acclimated, the experience revealed itself to be unexpectedly delightful. Ah, how warm! As his senses were progressively liberated, Klaus felt as though he were being enveloped in a warm embrace, akin to basking in the comforting heat of a sauna. The temperature was just right, allowing his body to unfurl like a tightly coiled ball, enveloped in blissful ease. His cells rejoiced in a cacophony of celebration, immense power coursing through him, the vitality of life flowing from head to toe. Klaus opened his eyes once more. Where am I? He sensed himself enveloped in a liquid that, while not particularly pleasant, combined with the comforting warmth to create an irresistible urge to remain in this sanctuary. Yet, he knew he must rise. Summoning his will, he reached out to grasp a wall and propelled himself upward. Thus, Klaus emerged from the smelting furnace, clad only in his undergarments. What is this place? Klaus blinked in bewilderment, momentarily failing to register his nearly naked state. You've awakened. A feeble voice reached his ears as he stood there, puzzled that at that moment, a bloodshot-eyed youth sat beside the miniature smelting furnace, hammer in one hand and tugging a chain, controlling some function of the furnace with the other. My lord Baron, do not speak yet, Loren interrupted Klaus. Take a moment to feel your new body. With Loren's words, Klaus began to sense the transformation of his physique. Once an adept hunter, Klaus had relied heavily on his acute perception, capable of discerning the trails of prey under nature's guidance. Yet, having exchanged much of his hunting prowess for coins to support the residents of Spit, he had remained relatively healthy compared to his peers. But by the standards of this world, having endured months of torment, often starving, his body had dwindled to a level akin to that of a scholar, far beneath the average. However, in this moment, although Klaus had not grown taller or more muscular, and the dark circles under his eyes remained, there was an unmistakable change within him. However, within his body, Clow could sense a colossal life force being unleashed from its shackles, surging with fervor, awaiting his release. He gently swung his fist, whooshed at a gust of wind swept past Loren, whistling by. That was the force of his punch. Welcome to the realm of the extraordinary. Loren, who had been rubbing his weary eyes due to exhaustion, was now smiling at him. My lord, this is the power of the extraordinary, the harnessing of transcendent knowledge that unlocks the vitality within the human body, enabling you to generate a far greater life energy. This immense life energy is the source of a formidable warrior's strength. Clow felt the powerful physicality coursing through him, akin to a newborn experiencing its newly formed body. You recall what happened yesterday. Noticing Clow's still bewildered expression, Loren timely prompted him to awaken the power within you. I inscribed runes on your body for transformation and fire resistance, and prepared potions along with a gem infused with magical energy. Then, I placed you into the smelting furnace. Inside the furnace, I treated you as a raw material, modifying you from the outside while the potions worked their magic from within. The enchanted gem infused your body with magic, granting you temporary fire resistance. After enduring a night of refinement in the furnace, your body has been entirely transformed into its current form. His bloodshot eyes now gazed at Clow with satisfaction. Admiring this masterpiece he was immensely pleased with. With the aid of the fundamental techniques of the 5 extraordinary systems, your body has thoroughly awakened the power of the extraordinary. In other words, you are now a true extraordinary warrior. You can vanquish mighty foes. You can hunt fearsome beasts. If you have ever harbored regrets due to a lack of strength, then now, this power belongs to you. Though the past may have been fraught with suffering, the future you will experience is determined by your own choices. After earnestly concluding with the final statement, Loren stretched lazily and placed his hand on the doorknob of the basement. All right, I'm off to get some sleep. I've been up all night without telling Belle. It's time to sneak away, young master. Just as Loren opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar maid and her recognizable, smiling face. Startled, Loren stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Pray tell, how did you say it yesterday? You were going out for a barbecue and would be right back. Why is it that by the time I discovered it, you had already locked the basement door and spent the entire night in there with the smelting furnace? Do you know how it felt for me and the other maids to listen to the sound of your hammering all night long outside your door? Wait, I can explain. Please, take your penance seriously. Stop, accompanied by a scream that echoed throughout the Uranus villa. Clow continued to wear his dazed expression, watching as the Baron, who had aided in his awakening, was now being dragged away by the maid as helpless as a child. While the Mike Sykes Empire revered immense power, it did not imply that the Empire shunned the convenience of scientific advancements. Although there were no trains said to traverse any distance in mere 10 seconds or technologies that extracted vast energy from smoke, at least basic railway lines have been established through trade with the Technoroya Empire. While most nobles still preferred carriages for transporting large numbers of people and goods, for an individual seeking to experience travel, trains were indeed a commendable option. Hello, I would like to purchase a train ticket. Certainly. I ask your name? Latel, the blonde woman replied with a smile. Dear passengers, the train bound for Akbar City will depart in half an hour. Please make your way to your designated seats promptly. On the train, the casually dressed blonde woman carried her suitcase in one hand while the other held her ticket, searching for the location indicated on it. A 4-person sleeper ticket. Let me see. The compartment is right here. After a brief search, Latel arrived at the designated compartment as per her ticket. Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Miss Latel outside of work. Just as Latel was about to stow her suitcase in her compartment and rest, a familiar female voice suddenly reached her ears. Turning around, she saw a black-haired girl in a uniform, wearing a professional smile, and a tall woman in the same uniform, quietly standing like a servant behind her. This duo reminded Latel of her younger brother and the maid who had grown up with her. She wondered how they were doing after not seeing them for several days. Greetings, Miss Elena. Were you dispatched by Mr. Chrysos to handle matters in Akbar City? Latel greeted her colleague and the daughter of her superior warmly. If it had been a regular employee, encountering someone of such high status would likely have led them to lower their own standing and flatter the daughter of one of the world's wealthiest individuals. However, For Lotel, who had established her own power within the Chamber of Commerce at such a young age and had a formidable background as well, there was no need for her to alter her demeanor for the sake of reality. She simply needed to remain composed and do her job well. It is indeed a representative action of the Chamber, but not a commission from my father. I merely wish to attend to some matters. Lotel maintained her professional smile as she responded, casually raising her ticket and briefly scanning the surrounding compartment door plates, eventually landing on the one before the compartment she was about to enter. A look of surprise crossed her face. What a stroke of luck that Miss Lotel and I are in the same compartment. I look forward to your company during this journey. How flattering. Please help Miss Lotel with her belongings. I can manage mine. With a snap of her fingers, Elena picked up her own items and stepped into the room, while the tall woman behind her lifted the luggage Lotel had left at the door and entered the compartment. Although a four-person compartment sounded like the most economical choice, Lotel had actually purchased a luxurious version of the four-person sleeper ticket. Besides the soft bedding, it was equipped with cabinets, a private bathroom, and an array of beverages and snacks. Well, it seems we have an additional travel companion for this day and night journey. After all three settled into their seats, Elena gazed at the only empty table with a contemplative expression. Just then, a thud-thud sound resonated from the door, which had been locked by the tall woman outside. A soft female voice called from beyond the door, "Hello, those inside. I'm also a passenger in this compartment. Please open the door and let me my apologies." Coming right up, Elena eagerly descended from her bunk and approached the door, turning the lock with her delicate hand. "Thank you." Before her face was even visible, a cascade of sky-blue hair caught Elena's attention. "You must be Arashia, right?" Upon seeing the familiar, gentle face beneath the azure locks, Elena displayed a hint of surprise that, "You are Elena, aren't you?" The sudden exclamation caused Arashia's mind to briefly short-circuit before she recalled the name of her classmate who was in the same grade. "It has been a while, Arashia. Ever since I heard your speech from the podium, I have not seen you again." The two girls, one with short black hair and the other with long blue hair, shook hands and chatted joyfully as if they were the best of friends. Lotel stood quietly by, watching the exchange between the two girls. It was apparent to anyone observing that they were, in fact, not very familiar with one another. Yet they simultaneously took the same action, each driven by their distinct motivations. Both young ladies chose to don a mask known as smile, concealing their most genuine emotions beneath, presenting a stoic facade to the world, and surviving in this realm through a shared mode of existence. Despite their noble backgrounds, affording them the autonomy to choose their own destinies, some opted to flamboyantly reveal their true, unsightly selves to society, while others cloistered themselves, crafting a flawless persona to showcase on the stage of life. Lotel remained uncertain of which path was right or wrong. "Greetings. You must be Miss Lotel of the Vasilev family. I remember seeing you at the graduation ball. It's been quite some time," the young lady said after exchanging pleasantries with Lotel, who responded with a smile in kind. After acknowledging the tall woman nearby, who was arranging Elena's bed, the azure-haired girl hoisted her luggage and settled on her own bed. "Attention, passengers, the train to Akbar City will depart in 20 minutes. Please take your seats promptly." There was still some time before the train would commence its journey. Apart from the perpetually silent tall woman, the other three passengers fidgeted restlessly. One tapped her knee, another absent-mindedly bit her nails, while the third lightly tapped her foot. "By the way, what brings you two to Akbar City?" After another 10 minutes, the announcement triggered Alashia to finally break the silence. "My current occupation involves assisting my father with the affairs of the Chrysos Trading Company in the Mexes Empire. I am here to inspect the promising goods acquired by the Akbar branch," she explained at IC. "Elena must find it exhausting to be constantly traveling throughout the empire," Alashia remarked. "It's not that burdensome," Elena replied. "And what about you, Miss Lotel? What is your purpose here?" Upon hearing the shift in conversation towards herself, Lotel merely smiled and replied, "I wish to visit my brother Loren, who recently departed the imperial capital to assume his title as a baron. I believe you are all classmates of his. I wonder if any of you are familiar with him." As Lotel spoke lightly, Alashia, who had been observing closely, sensed subtle fluctuations in the two young women's demeanor. She certainly did not perceive this as a romance novel scenario. She was well aware of her brother's charms so it is the Belixine Mountains that conceal their true intentions. She mused. Attention, passengers, thank you for your patience. The train to Akbar City is now ready to depart. With the train rumbling to life, the three young women, each harboring their own thoughts, embarked on their journey. Rubbing his eyes, Loren rose from his bed. What time is it? It's noon. It's time for lunch, a familiar calm voice replied. Turning his head, he saw the maid approaching with a plate. On the plate lay a succulent roast pork chop, drenched in a vibrant red sauce, accompanied by a few peas for garnish. Pork chop. After days of eating wraps and rice, this is a delightful change, Loren exclaimed in this world. Unlike in his previous life, there was no strict distinction between Western and Eastern cuisine. Although there were distinct dining etiquettes, Western and Eastern culinary styles were harmoniously blended. For Loren, who had always cherished good food, the style of the meal mattered little. Deliciousness was paramount. Rather than getting out of bed, he pulled up a small auxiliary table. Once the tablecloth was laid out, Belle neatly arranged the plate and cutlery, bringing over a napkin as well, famished from not having eaten for a long time. Loren eagerly picked up his utensils and began to indulge. As he cut into the pork chop, juices flowed forth, mingling with a rich dark brown sauce, enhancing the already enticing appearance of the dish. Loren speared a piece with his fork and brought it to his mouth. The flavor exploded like a firework in his mouth. The essence of the meat was not overwhelmed by the robust sauce. Rather, the sauce perfectly accentuated the meat's finest qualities. After savoring a piece, Loren's eyes sparkled, and he promptly grabbed some vegetables, relishing his meal. With the speed of a gust of wind, he polished off the pork chop and, satisfied, wiped his mouth. Today's lunch is delicious. Who prepared it? I did, the maid replied, still watching him eat. While working for the Marquis, I picked up a few culinary skills from some professional chefs. When you were around 9 years old, you had a phase where you adored pork chops and insisted on having them daily. However, the Marquis insisted on uniform meals for everyone, so I took the time to learn these skills. Though I have infused a bit of my own style, it's not entirely the same as the chef's. Hearing the gentle words of the older woman, Loren's mind began to piece together fragments of memories that had long been forgotten by this body. Though these stories were not strictly his own, even as a half-observer, he found himself moved by the small details in the quiet room. Loren finally broke the silence Belle, thank you. Suddenly, a large stack of books tumbled down from above, landing on the auxiliary table. All right, young master, the maid said, maintaining her gentle smile. Now, let us discuss why staying up late is a mistake. I could see that moment. The Navi boy recalled more significant memories that deserved to be cherished. Why had he stayed up so late? What had transpired prior? And what should he have been doing? However, it was too late to escape this hell. After an hour of being lectured, Loren returned to his former student state. Dragging his weary body out of the Uranus villa, upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a slender youth with prominent dark circles under his eyes, standing nervously in the garden as if awaiting an interview. Ah, is that not Crow? Just as the youth maintained his peculiar stance, a languid figure called out to him. Turning around, the young man met the familiar sight, his eyes, framed by dark circles, locked on Loren's bloodshot gaze. Baron, Loren waved for the youth to follow, continuing to stride out from the villa shadow, greedily inhaling the delightful fresh air and basking in the sunlight. By the way, didn't you not sleep either? Aren't you tired? Since I crawled out of the forge today, I've felt invigorated. The previous fatigue has vanished. Oh, right? You've become an extraordinary warrior now. Loren sighed, patting his head. Both were extraordinary beings, having gained their powers through the cultivation of vitality. While mages transformed their life force into magical energy through a breathing technique that ensured life's continuity, warriors simply liberated their cellular vitality to gain enhanced strength. Thus, a formidable extraordinary warrior could easily forego sleep, deeming it a waste of time. Moreover, ever since that day, I haven't felt the urge to sleep. Upon observing the youth's expression of bewilderment, Claude paused momentarily and revealed a long-held secret to this peculiar individual before him. Since the day I returned, I have traversed that snow-laden expanse daily, relentlessly pursued by that demon, fleeing in terror, only to ultimately meet a gruesome end at the hands of that monstrosity. allowing me to escape the hellish realm in sheer panic. Listening to Claude's tremulous response, Loren sighed and reciprocated. The Iphigenia is a beast that most warriors dread to confront, for anyone who falls to it, even if they manage to evade its lethal blade. A tragic fate is inescapable. They can never forget that monster, which will haunt them like a nightmare, ultimately leading them to perish in agony. This is no mere metaphor. Although you have become a warrior, with your current capabilities, you cannot hope to defeat an adult Iphigenia. Claude, I cannot fathom what it feels like to become an extraordinary being from your perspective. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly no simple matter. As a lord, I should not endorse my subjects in a conflict with such a high probability of failure. Yet, as one who knows your story, I cannot, in good conscience, prevent your quest for vengeance. After a brief pause, Loren turned to face him directly. If you are indeed prepared, if you are ready to confront that peril once more, then consider this power as my assistance, and pursue your desires with impunity. After bidding farewell to her two companions, Elena softly sang, while entrusting her luggage to a tall woman who had been following her. "Miss, shall we adjust the ticket details?" Observing the girl who appeared to have forgotten something. The tall woman couldn't refrain from reminding her. "Adjust what? Miss, did you not specifically select tickets for the same compartment as Lord Vasilifus and Miss Ikra?" "Indeed, I merely coincidentally purchased tickets for the same compartment as them." Nothing more occurred. Hearing her mistress's words, the tall woman fell momentarily silent. "Listen well, Aya. If we proceed as is, then this matter will merely remain a coincidence. However, if we were to alter the arrangements now, deliberately erasing traces, it would only serve to draw attention and leave behind the true clues. Moreover, securing tickets for the same compartment is an inconsequential detail. Neither Lotel nor Alashia would care about such a triviality." With a clap to signify the conclusion of that matter, Elena halted her steps. She had arrived at the Akbar branch of the Chrysos Trading Company. "Miss Elena, please take a look in the president's office on the 7th floor." A portly middle-aged man bent slightly as he handed a list to Elena, his face adorned with a respectful smile. In the presence of this man, Elena did not maintain the courteous demeanor she had exhibited towards Alashia or Lotel on the train. In fact, she did not even extend the basic courtesy of acknowledging the list he provided. Instead, she instructed the tall woman behind her to unfold the list while she scrutinized the various matters documented therein. The list was brief, allowing Elena to peruse it swiftly, her gaze remaining calm and indifferent. Undoubtedly, the items on this auction list were an array of rare commodities. Even the Lord of Akbar or the wealthiest of individuals would be moved upon seeing those precious items and materials. However, Elena was not a mere provincial dweller. As the daughter of the Chrysos Trading Company's founder, her knowledge could be deemed unparalleled in this world. For her, items that others would exchange their fortunes for could likely be found in abundance within her family storeroom. Thus, compared to the precious items, she was far more intrigued by the unknown. I have reviewed the materials for the upcoming auction. There are no issues, but this magic potion, Miss, it is as follows, a high-ranking member and appraiser of ours. After the portly man finished explaining the contract, Elena revealed a slight smile. "I understand. You may step outside." "Understood. I shall take my leave." With the rotund man humbly departing, the president's office was left with only Elena and the tall woman behind her. "Indeed, our baron is currently in dire need of funds." Elena's fingers lightly tapped the table, a subtle smile gradually expanding into a radiant expression on her beautiful face. "Oh dear, I initially wondered whether the Marquis had sent his son to serve as a lure for investments. But it appears there is indeed no support from behind. How pitiable it is for a noble scion to arrive in such a remote backwater without even the backing of his forebears. Forced to earn his keep through labor." The tall woman sighed softly. This was not the first time she had witnessed her mistress's demonic nature emerge in the absence of outsiders. "Well, this works to my advantage. Providing aid in times of need is a timeless principle. If one wishes to stake a claim in the Belixmi mountain range, seizing the moment now would be most prudent." After a brief interlude, the Elena who had regained her composure pushed open the door. The portly man, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over upon their emergence. "Please reserve a hotel for me, and I will need a carriage within the next couple of days, either tomorrow or perhaps the day after." "Understood, my lady." Very well. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Well, there is something, though it is not of great significance to speak that IT, is that the Chrysos Trading Company has established advanced magical engineering devices in each branch capable of detecting concealed magical energies. A few days ago, on the night the magic potion contract was signed, the device detected an unusually massive magical energy that quickly dissipated. I suspect it may have been a malfunction. Such devices have been in use for quite some time. It is not uncommon for them to encounter issues that it is also possible that a powerful mage merely passed through Akbar City. That it was but a fleeting moment, not worth dwelling upon. Shaking their heads, the three of them collectively dismissed the matter. In the midst of the forest, a green fox meandered slowly across the muddy ground. While a green fox might seem peculiar, this world is replete with all manner of bizarre beasts and entities, making its existence less astonishing. However, this particular green fox was not merely an ordinary animal with green fur. Rather, its most remarkable feature lay in the fact that it did not resemble any standard creature. To describe it in comprehensible terms, the fox appeared akin to a simplistic drawing rendered in green crayon by a child, projected into reality by some advanced technology. This green fox was indeed an extraordinary being. Spit, spit, it should be just ahead. Yet this green, simplistic fox was not wandering the forest alone. Upon its back sat a beautiful woman with flowing golden hair, casually observing her surroundings with curiosity. The forest, nature, what a splendid sight. As the green fox continued its slow yet steady advance, time flowed languidly alongside it. Eventually, the fox shook its non-existent fur and gracefully paused atop a hillside. The seated woman snapped her fingers, causing the green fox to emit a soft cry before dissipating into pure magical energy that scattered around them. There, just over there. Loren raised his hand to his brow, mimicking the act of gazing into the distance. In the basement, Loren meticulously adjusted the apparatus on the alchemical table while examining a tattered booklet in his hand. This small tome was a reward obtained just days prior after completing an examination in that virtual realm. Although the book appeared worn, it contained a wealth of foundational alchemical techniques, detailed methods for handling various herbs, and how to best utilize the various instruments on the alchemical table. Among other things in the intricate domain of alchemy, where every detail matters, even a slight misalignment of a blade could impact the final quality of the potion produced. Humming a tune, Loren picked up a nearby fan to waft the rich fragrance of herbs and smoke that filled the air. Eventually, he retrieved a glass vial from the ring of Flogia, pouring a potion into it. This was a vial of magical energy potion. However, Loren possessed not just one vial of magical energy potion. Beside him, several freshly concocted sky blue vials of magical energy potion were neatly arranged on the wooden table. Loren intended to exchange the potion he had brewed that afternoon for a sum of money that would be quite substantial by the end of the month. Yes, the first funds would be prioritized for a simple renovation of the starting place, though he would need to plan precisely how to allocate it, just as Loren was quietly preparing to spend a fruitful afternoon crafting potions. An unexpected visitor interrupted his plans. "Young master, are you busy?" "What is it?" "Well, we have a guest," came the response. The sound of high heels clicking on the stairs accompanied this announcement. "Long time no see." Belled as the familiar, cheerful voice reached Loren's ears. A golden figure seamlessly merged with Belle, who was clad in a maid's outfit. Mississippi Loren stared, somewhat dazed, at the scene of the long-absent, golden-haired woman joyfully embracing his maid. "Oh, brother, it's been ages." After momentarily turning her face away, the woman seemed to recall the main point and turned to look at Loren to be by the way. "Why are you here?" "Well, I took the train to Akbar City and then summoned a mount with magic to get here." "No, that's not what I meant. That I was asking how you came to this place, but never mind. Let me tidy up." Shaking his head, Loren decided against continuing his potion making in the presence of guests. He turned off the instruments on the alchemical table and began to clean up the various tools, much like a chef tidying his kitchen. Meanwhile, Loren curiously peered around the ancient basement. "What were you just doing?" "I was brewing potions." "Those potions, they aren't the ordinary formulas one would learn at Anosi Academy, are they? The ones inscribed on the pages of Mimiel that I gave you. You managed to crack the lock I drew on the ring of Flogia so quickly. Your progress over these past few days has been remarkable, Loren. I suspect that the effects seem to influence magical power." Lauder picked up a vial of potion and gently sniffed it's a potion that enhances pure magical energy. By the way, weren't those pages of Mimiel written by you? Upon hearing Loren's puzzled inquiry, Lauder shook her head that I have indeed seen a few pages of the Mimiel fragments at the headquarters of the Creosotes Trading Guild. However, the pages you possess were actually acquired through the guild's channels. I have not attempted to write any pages of Mimiel myself. The ones I gave you were not deciphered before I passed them on. I see. The Book of Mimiel is the original text passed down from the Dark Age, while the Mimiel fragments are the volumes that circulated after the Book of Mimiel was divided. The pages of Mimiel are the diluted second-generation products that masters, having read the fragments, blended their knowledge with their own understanding. Loren had initially believed that the pages nestled within the ring of Flogia were written for him by his sister, only to discover that she had simply purchased them elsewhere. Unaware of the formulas contained within, he had yet to decipher the other sheets of parchment and had intended to inquire about their contents from his sister. But now it appeared he would need to seek opportunities to decipher them himself. After cleaning the remnants of potions from the alchemical table, Loren twisted the ring of Flogia on his finger, causing several vials of magical energy to glow before vanishing from the table. After stretching lazily, he beckoned the two beside him to leave the basement on the second floor of the Uranos villa. In Loren's room, 2 cups of red tea were placed before him and the exuberant Lauder. It's been a while since I had your brewed red tea, Belle. Indeed, no other maid's tea compares to yours. Miss, please enjoy a good chat with young master. I will take my leave now. After seeing the maid depart with the tray, Loren suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, By the way, Belle, was your coming here something you intentionally withheld from me? No, I only found out later when I saw Father. After all, Belle's contract is still held by the Vahalevers family. Without his permission, no one possesses any freedom. Thus, while Father may seem considerably stricter than other nobles, he is genuinely a father. Honestly, I don't harbor much disdain for my father. While speaking, Loren gazed out the window at the starting place. Yes, that's so. I thought you would scold Father for treating this barren land as a burden to cast upon you after seeing Spitter. I now refer to it as the starting place. Loren took a sip of the red tea, only to hastily set it down, gasping from the heat. While it may indeed be somewhat impoverished, witnessing the residents' struggles ignited a yearning within him to assist them. Moreover, I lack understanding of politics and how to manage others. Even if I were to become a lord over a larger territory, I might find myself overwhelmed by numerous troublesome matters. Loren continued to gaze tenderly at the vast lands outside. Farmers toiling in the fields, construction workers erecting simple homes, young men diligently training, and children playing in open spaces. Furthermore, this land lies between the Belixmi Mountains and the Empire. If fortune favors me, I might seize this opportunity to earn a considerable sum. That is indeed true. Gently sipping her tea, Lauder lifted her head, her gaze firmly fixed on Loren. That if you maintain such aspirations, then are you prepared to embrace the challenges ahead? The beast tied. Upon hearing his brother's voice resonate throughout the room, his sister nodded solemnly while sipping her tea. Just days prior, during a council meeting at the palace, their elder brother learned that in approximately a month, the beast tide would launch a large-scale assault targeting the borders of the Mexico's empire. Specifically Akbar City.by current calculations, he had just over 20 days to prepare. Upon receiving this news, Loren felt a sensation he had never experienced before since arriving in this world. His nerves were taut, his skin flushed, and his mind ablaze. Fear, anger, anxiety, an array of emotions surged within him like a torrent of chaotic information, overwhelming his thoughts and feelings in that instant. Even with the resplendent flower of rebirth exuding a calming fragrance beside him, Loren found it impossible to return to a state of normalcy and tranquility at this moment. Encapsulated in a single word, he felt tense. The term beast tide conjured images of a formidable horde of terrifying creatures, surpassing ordinary beasts and rivaling the average extraordinary beings, emerging from the vast realm of the Belixmi mountain range, charging forth to annihilate their targets. This was not merely a mindless stampede of beasts, but rather a terrifying legion led by intelligent and powerful leaders, capable of executing complex strategies. Had it been the former, Loren might have gritted his teeth and sought to purchase some exceedingly rare artifact from the Chrysos Guild to preserve the foundations of his territory. However, if it were the latter, his mind conjured images of a monstrous beast the size of a mountain, howling as it bore down upon the colossal walls of the Mexes Empire, which spanned mountains and seas that as for Loren and his humble territory, they would merely be a small stone in the path of the beast's rampage, utterly crushed into dust without even a chance to trip it. We must relocate. Yes, take everyone from here, abandon the houses, and flee swiftly. Observing Loren, who had lost all reason and was muttering frantically, Lotel reached across the table and gently tapped his forehead. All right, calm down to tea that moment. Loren gradually began to regain his composure, the flower of rebirth continuously releasing its enchanting aroma, helping to steady his breath, while his overheated mind, akin to an overworked engine, began to cool and no matter the crisis faced. As a magician, one must remember to maintain calmness. The voice of the golden-haired woman entered Loren's ears once more. A magician, regardless of how powerful their spells and secret arts may be, derives their fundamental strength from their wisdom. This is not merely a reference to combat, but applies at all times, especially now that you are a lord. Making decisions solely driven by emotion will not yield the correct outcomes for the inhabitants of your land. Having regained his composure, Loren resumed a normal sitting posture, downing the now lukewarm red tea in one go before re-engaging in conversation. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Seeing her brother's disarray, Lotel offered a gentle smile. It is indeed common to react this way upon receiving distressing news that one feels ill-equipped to handle. There is no need for you to be anxious, for there is good news as well. Good news? Indeed, more than one. Lotel set her teacup down and began to speak animatedly. If you were to face the beast tide alone, your priority would simply be to ensure the safety of the residents and retreat at the earliest opportunity. However, the Mexes Empire, after fierce struggles, has seen a faction led by your father emerge victorious in the political arena. While the Empire does not aim to occupy the Beliximi Mountains, they have resolved that on the day the beast tide strikes, the Empire's cavalry will launch an assault against the forces of Bolikesa. In other words, it will not be a one-sided slaughter, but rather a clash between two formidable armies, with our side being the stronger. Loren nodded in agreement with his sister's words. Although the Beliximi Mountains constitute a vast empire of magical beasts, obliterating Loren's modest territory would be as effortless as crushing an insect. Yet, when it comes to matching arms with one of the world's most powerful empires, the Mexes Empire, the disparity on paper is glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, even so, engaging in battle between armies makes it exceedingly difficult to defend a territory. Loren immediately raised a question. After all, the starting place is a realm devoid of city walls, primarily comprised of wooden structures. Any residual impact could potentially obliterate it entirely. Indeed, thus, if you wish to defend this land, you must continuously enhance your territory over the next 20 days. Normally, this would require substantial financial backing, but now presents an opportunity for you to acquire wealth. Opportunity? Wait, do you mean? Observing the dawning realization in Loren's eyes, transforming from confusion to enlightenment, Lotel smiled with satisfaction that I in the hopes of reaping the benefits from the impending conflict in Beliximi. Various factions within the Empire are eager to lend their support, and recently, your father has received a plethora of overtures. Due to the universal desire to partake, the territory located in the heart of the mountains has become a fiercely contested prize among the Empire's upper echelons. Moreover, given that the vast expanse of land from Beliximi mountain range to the Mexes Empire was conquered by the Vashilev family, this impoverished territory had previously garnered little interest. Thus you, aside from your father, are the sole ruler of this domain. Without further ado, Loren comprehended the situation with clarity. Negotiations, investments, benefits, these concepts swirled in his mind, igniting the already tumultuous emotions within him. By the way, sister. After a while, as Loren regained his composure and began to think rationally once more, a new question arose within him. Why has the Empire suddenly resolved to wage war against the Beliximi Mountains? Ultimately, while it is indeed a vast expanse of land, attempting to conquer Beliximi would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Furthermore, the magical beasts of Beliximi have not actively harassed the Empire's borders, Could it be that the Empire seeks to instigate a continent-wide war once more? And why does this conflict evoke such fervor among the Empire's elite? Hearing Loren's inquiries, Lotel shook her head. The war against the Beliximi Mountains is merely a facade. The Empire's true objective, as corroborated by multiple pieces of intelligence, lies in the immense treasure buried within the Beliximi mountain range. It is for the acquisition of this treasure that the Empire has instigated this war. Treasure, a trove so coveted that the Empire would risk war with the Beliximi Mountains to obtain it? Noticing the perplexed expression on Loren's face, Lotel lifted her cup and drained the last of the red tea before speaking with grave seriousness. According to reliable reports and substantial evidence, the treasure hidden within the Beliximi Mountains is none other than the relic of the immortal king. Throughout the vast history of this world, countless prodigies have emerged, scholars who meticulously organized and classified containment vessels during the Age of Exploration, the world's first warrior and magician who birthed the systems of magic and combat. The technological genius behind mechanical legions, the Dragon Slayer, and the founding emperors of the Mexis Empire and the Technoroya Empire. Even in modern times, both empires boast an array of astonishing talents and formidable figures. If one were to confine their perspective to this small locale, prodigies and strong individuals might indeed be considered scarce. Yet if one were to broaden their gaze to the world, those deserving of such titles become as numerous as the stars in the sky. So, if one were to ask, among these stars, which is the most alluring and radiant? Perhaps such a question would spark fervent debate in other conceivable worlds. However, in this world, 90% of people would arrive at the same answer. Even if they acknowledge through history the cruelty, malevolence, and terror of this figure, they cannot deny his overwhelming strength. The age of exploration, the age of war, the age of wasteland, the age of revival, the age of discord. And now, the Golden Age, spanning from the emergence of humanity to the present. This grand history can be divided into 7 distinct epochs, each giving rise to countless individuals of diverse character who have made significant contributions across various fields. It can be said that each epoch is formed by the accumulation of numerous stars. Yet, there exists one exceptional epoch that defies this pattern that it is an era defined solely by one individual. For in this age, regardless of how brilliant the prodigy or powerful the sovereign, they could only kneel and submit before this person. His awakening heralded the commencement of this epoch, while his disappearance signified its conclusion. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as vanishing, for this being, recognized as the most formidable monster in human history, cannot even be definitively said to have perished. After all, he triumphed over humanity, overcame the magical beasts, vanquished the containment vessels, and ultimately, it would not be surprising if he even conquered death itself. The immortal king of the Dark Age, Loren chewed on the word, as humanity discovered the existence of entities known as receptors. It marked the end of the naive and ignorant pioneering era, allowing for the emergence of a force that did not belong to humankind, that, in pursuit of their ambitions, they wielded their weapons, heralding the onset of the era of turmoil. Aiming to dominate the world, humanity clashed fiercely with monstrous beings, battling one another for mere scraps of territory, and chaos became synonymous with this age. There were no everlasting monarchs, only a relentless cycle of victories and defeats, until the birth of that being that a creature of unknown origin and gender, accompanied by 12 loyal followers, ascended to the grand stage of the world. In its eyes, even the mightiest armies appeared as insignificant as ants, and kings who had achieved great feats were torn asunder. The protracted era of conflict was brought to an abrupt end within a mere 3 years by this entity. Compelling both surviving monsters and humans to submit, IT became the first and only ruler in human history to achieve complete unification of the continent. Subsequently, with the moment the floating city, crafted by the immortal king, ascended into the sky, the age of darkness commenced in reality, compared to the eras of turmoil and conflict dominated by the wars of powerful factions, the living conditions for ordinary people during the Age of Darkness were not as dire. Although the immortal king was not known for benevolence, he was not a tyrant who delighted in the destruction of farmlands and the slaughter of innocents. During the Age of Darkness, at least the people did not suffer from devastated fields due to war, nor did they face the dire consequences of famine. Ultimately, The dark rule brought by the immortal king was not one of material oppression, but rather a spiritual one, as long as the immortal king, clad in black robes, along with his 12 followers, remained seated in the fortress known as the Dark Citadel. And as long as the immortal king's dark army continued to roam the continent, the spirit of humanity was bound to be unable to aspire to greater heights. Their goals for survival and dreams were buried beneath the weight of darkness. The entirety of the populace during the Age of Darkness, from nobles to commoners, was condemned to a mechanized existence solely focused on laboring for sustenance until death. Even so, initially, no one dared to raise a rebellion. The fear of the immortal king was deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people, rendering any thoughts of resistance futile, as they could only hope that time would eventually claim the immortal king. However, centuries passed, and the immortal king remained shrouded in his black cloak. Time, which was supposed to conquer all, had been vanquished by the immortal king. This undeniable truth only deepened the fear in the hearts of those who sought to resist him. As time continued to flow, some individuals abandoned their defiance, while others overcame their fears, brandishing swords to assault the Dark Citadel, only to be vanquished by the Dark Army, the 12 followers, or even the immortal king himself. The Dark Citadel stood resolute, and the Age of Darkness persisted, with the mightiest rulers still seated upon the throne, gazing down upon the world that, of course, the Age of Darkness eventually came to an end. After all, it is said that even the strongest fortress can be breached from within. Perhaps the immortal king did indeed conquer time, but his loyal 12 followers did not share the same invulnerability. Following the departure of the first generation of the 12 followers, the second and third generations succeeded them by the final years of the Age of Darkness. One among the last generation of 12 followers, persuaded by the rebels, betrayed the immortal king, employing ancient sorcery to cause the once unstoppable Dark Citadel to plummet. The entire continent was subsequently affected by this cataclysm, and the Dark Army was utterly annihilated under the combined onslaught of internal and external forces. After the 12 followers eliminated the traitor, they too perished in the ensuing melee. Thus, the Age of Darkness drew to a close. Nevertheless, throughout the entire battle, the immortal king himself did not appear, as the people triumphed over the 12 followers and sought to plunder the massive floating city of the Dark Citadel. They were astonished to discover that the fallen citadel vanished right before the eyes of the continent's mightiest. The immortal king, naturally, disappeared alongside the Dark Citadel from the world. The one capable of achieving such a feat must undoubtedly be far more powerful than all the continent's strongest combined. Thus, many continued to believe in the rumors that the immortal king still lived, as no one thought that the fall of the Dark Citadel could extinguish this ruler. It was he who took the Dark Citadel away, leaving humanity with the opportunity to escape the Age of Darkness. Wait, are you saying that the Balakusi Mountains conceal the immortal king's Dark Citadel? Loren inquired, puzzled. Does that mean that if fortune smiles upon us, the Empire's exploration team might encounter the immortal king himself? So you align with the faction that believes the immortal king is still alive? Lotel replied, reclining backward on the sofa with a smile, now that her cup was empty. But fear not. According to the current intelligence, what lies buried in the Balakusi Mountains should merely be remnants of the Dark Citadel. Furthermore, based on the notes passed down from the Age of Darkness, these ruins do not encompass the area where the immortal king was known to operate. Moreover, a certain adept at stealth magic has conducted various tests, and there are at least no signs of human life within. What if the immortal king is not human? After all, he could have become a demon lord by now, or even a lich. The probability of that is akin to several noble and extraordinarily beautiful maidens throwing themselves at you. Loren swiftly dismissed the concern. Then, inevitably, a longing for the treasures of the immortal king surfaced in his mind. After all, this was the abode of the most powerful being in human history. If the knowledge and wealth possessed by the immortal king were to be uncovered, it was no wonder that the massive Mexicus Empire would be drawn to it. For instance, the original texts of the Book of Mimir, the Book of Loki, the Book of Thor, and the Book of Odin. The value of these tomes, pursued by countless seekers, stemmed from the fact that they were the creations of the immortal king himself. And I do not mean for you to explore the Dark Citadel. Lotel interjected, raising a finger. For the high-ranking officials of the Mexicus Empire, The worth of this treasure is not merely confined to the treasure itself, as the Empire will undoubtedly take the lion's share. Seizing this opportunity to garner contributions and ascend to a higher position within the Empire is the key, such as leading an army to vanquish the beasts of the Balakusi Mountains, clearing the path for the Empire to explore the ruins of the Dark Citadel. And if we need to find a base for their army on land belonging to the Vashilev family, we can either curry favor with our father or come seeking your assistance, she continued, wearing a fox-like smile. Loren, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded with a faint smile in return. Meanwhile, in the garden below the Uranus villa, two men were gazing intently at each other, surrounded by several individuals clad in military uniforms or armor, who curiously observed the encounter. Listen well, lad, though I know not why the Baron has taken an interest in you. Becoming an excellent warrior cannot be achieved through mere use of potions or other trivial means to unlock your physical potential. That a warrior is one who ignites their bloodline and charges boldly forward. That is the essence of a true warrior. Mr. Dell, said the helpless Klaus, as Dell snorted derisively, planting his massive axe into the ground. The tremendous force caused the surrounding soil to tremble. This axe has been my companion on the battlefield since childhood. Much like my war steed, with this axe I have slain countless foes. It is drenched in the blood of my enemies. This is the weapon of a warrior, a tool that has lived and died alongside me. Therefore, to become a warrior. However, before Dell could revel in his boast, a mocking voice interjected, "Don't flatter yourself. Wasn't this axe purchased from the blacksmith after some haggling just half a year ago? How can it now be a weapon that has lived and died with you?" What nonsense! This axe is a new one forged to replace my previous one after it was damaged. It carries the spirit of my original axe. What nonsense! Weapons have spirits. Why don't you say your wife inherited someone else's spirit too? Do you want to fight, punk? Originally, Dell, who had proactively offered to teach Chloe, was now shouting as he grasped an axe and approached the despicable figure before him, without the need for any communication or compromise. The two men seized their weapons and commenced fighting in the garden of the Uranus villa. Chloe, having already experienced numerous astonishing events, was not overly surprised this time. He let out a wry smile and sat down before the elderly man seated in front of the Uranus villa. "I apologize for the spectacle," he remarked. Although the pressure and evident strength were greater than that of Dell and the other warriors sparring in the garden, the old man before him exhibited no hint of a soldier's bravado. He was exceedingly courteous. In fact, he appeared more cultured than Chloe, who had received education from his mother, if not for the old man's imposing figure clad in sturdy armor rather than formal attire. Chloe would have preferred to believe him to be of noble lineage. "Are you a subordinate of the Vasilev family?" Chloe inquired. "I am Gelier, the commander of the Second Army under the Vasilev family. At present, I am temporarily in the service of the Baron, responsible for safeguarding him and his territory," the old man replied. "The Vasilev family, under the command of Sir Griffin Vasilev. I presume." Indeed, Chloe gazed upward at the sky. In his childhood, when he witnessed Sir Griffin ensuring their safety, he had often contemplated that if one day he became an extraordinary being, he would dedicate himself to serving him in gratitude. Eventually, his aspirations transformed into a desire to be an excellent hunter, bringing happiness to the residents around him. Now, having fulfilled his childhood dream, he found that his ultimate intention had shifted, though it differs from the doctrines of the Star God. "From my perspective, it could be seen as a fateful gift bestowed upon you." Chloe rose to his feet. "Old sir, what kind of person is the Baron? What an intriguing question. How shall I put it?" Chloe pondered his words carefully. "That I do not know him well. Initially, I merely wished to alleviate the villagers' fear of combat following the deaths of their teachers and sought the Baron's assistance in caring for the village children. However, he unexpectedly approached me, listened to my tale, and then took me under his wing to become an extraordinary being. Even for the Baron, facilitating someone's transformation into an extraordinary being is not as simple as handing out candy." "That I cannot answer for you," the old man replied, wiping his weapon, which was wrapped in cloth and obscured from view. "I have loyally fought for Sir Griffin, yet I am not well acquainted with his offspring. My presence here is due to Sir Griffin's initiative. Although he is a stern and unyielding man, fathers often exhibit some leniency towards their children that I see. However, The old man shifted the conversation, if you were curious. Perhaps you might consider him your next target to pursue. Despite Dell's brash demeanor, he does have a point. A qualified extraordinary warrior is not merely one who has awakened through complex techniques. The heart of a warrior is of utmost importance to the target, indeed. Chloe reclined back, gazing at the sky. Did I truly need to pursue one? Now, he had acquired greater strength and could achieve more, yet there remained one objective that he must fulfill. No matter what, I'm going to kick the ball now, a small child declared solemnly, and the little girl opposite him nodded with equal seriousness. Both stood barefoot on the parched earth, as the terrain here was quite dry, allowing them to move without fear of sinking into the mud. Hey! However, the boy's kick did not strike its intended target. The ball, initially propelled in a straight line, veered off at a 45-degree angle, soaring away like an arrow released from a bow. Watch out! Just as the child prepared to run after the ball, a melodious female voice rang out, and the ball, destined to travel far, was gently caught by a hand. Ah, my apologies. The child rushed over, and the woman merely smiled lightly, placing the ball at her right foot. With a slight exertion, the ball rolled straight ahead, landing perfectly in front of the child. Thank you. Sister, you're welcome. Excuse me, miss, are you from out of town? I don't believe I've seen you here before. Yes, actually. Could you do me a favor? The gentlewoman removed her hat, revealing her beautiful sky-blue hair cascading down her back. I am searching for Loren Vasilev, the lord of this land. Oh, you know where he might be. The ruins of the Undying King's dark fortress? If that is the case, it's no wonder the Ikra family is intrigued. According to ancient records, the Undying King was the only individual in human history confirmed to have mastered the Alpha Containment Unit, widely regarded as the strongest being in human history. This treasure holds immense significance for the Empire. Should this exploration yield a portion of the Undying King's legacy, the Mexico's empire could genuinely ascend to global supremacy. In a lavish chamber, Alashia sat obediently on a plush sofa, meticulously reviewing the documents in hand. So, my goal is to ensure the Ikra family reaps sufficient benefits from the exploration of the Dark Fortress ruins. To be precise, it is to enable the Ikra family to seize ample benefits during this significant event of exploring the Dark Fortress ruins. A gentle voice resonated in Alashia's ear, accompanied by a rich aroma of coffee. While it would typically be entrusted to a maid, it seemed more prudent for him to personally handle such an important task as brewing coffee. The middle-aged man poured coffee into 2 cups, sliding one towards Alashia while taking a sip from the other. Alashia sighed and took a sip of her coffee. As well, 80% of the wealth from the Dark Fortress belongs to the Empire, and it is anticipated that at least half of the remaining 20% will belong to the Vasilev family. By the way, Alashia, if you can successfully establish a good rapport with the Vasilev clan, perhaps I could use the family's wealth to acquire some artifacts from the Dark Ages. Father, even as the head of the family, the elders and uncles would not permit you to use the family's wealth to exchange for a batch of worthless artifacts. What nonsense! I'm the head of the family. The power lies in my hands, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his voice slightly elevated in irritation, before shifting to a tone of enchantment. The Dark Ages, the era oppressed by the Undying King's darkness. What essence might emerge from a human spirit completely annihilated, like a spring compressed to its utmost limit? Alashia cast an awkward glance around the room, cluttered with an array of items, from the furniture to the paintings and sculptures. Even the cup in Alashia's hand appeared to be an ancient relic from the pioneer era. Despite having spent considerable time with her father and being aware of his fervent passion for art and culinary pursuits, she still marveled at the rapid accumulation of his collection each time she entered this room. However, your mother would not allow you to do so, would she? Upon uttering those words, the middle-aged man's expression turned awkward. That wretched woman, despite me being the head of the Ikra family, has taken away my rightful position as the principal of Unnosi Academy. What right does she have to manage my affairs? Though the middle-aged man continued to grumble, his voice had noticeably quieted. Alashia sighed again. I intend to seek out Loren Vasilev, the youngest son of the Vasilev family. He recently inherited a piece of land situated between Akbar City and the Baliximi Mountains. Negotiating with a baron who possesses substantial land but lacks significant personal power should yield greater benefits than conversing with the Marquis himself. Very well. You may handle these matters, were it not for your mother insisting that I, as the head of the family, must manage some affairs. I would hardly bother to dedicate my time to sorting these documents instead of honing my culinary skills, merely organizing documents. Observing her father, who complained like a child, Alashia could only suppress her emotions with a series of sighs. So, what is our bottom line for this negotiation? I don't know. After all, it's not my money being spent, so you can handle it as you see fit. Money, soldiers, whatever is acceptable. Ultimately, the family's goal is to gain sufficient contributions in the fight against the beasts of the Balakeksi mountain range and the exploration of ruins. It would be ideal to acquire the legacy of the immortal king, but if that is unattainable, it will still elevate the status of the Ikra family, and I will always be by your side. Although her father often acted carelessly, Alashia found a bit of solace in the fact that he had not forgotten to express what needed to be said. However, her father's next words shattered the calm she had worked so hard to maintain. Once this task is completed, you, who have established this merit, will naturally inherit the position of head of the Ikra family within 5 years. With a clatter, the cup in the girl's hand fell onto the table, splattering the remaining coffee onto her white socks. Had it not been for the anti-shatter enchantment on the cup, the lifespan of this ancient artifact would likely have ended today. Oh dear, how careless. Oh my dear, you cost me quite a bit. Wait, 5 years. For the family in 5 years. What else could it be? The middle-aged man responded with a look of impatience, seemingly irritated by his precious item falling to the ground. As he addressed his daughter, who was stammering in shock, I have long grown weary of this position, which is supposedly the highest authority, yet still subjected to the control of many. All I wish is to leave this role and immerse myself in the arts. Moreover, Alashia, you were destined from birth to become the head of the family, to be the principal of Unnosi Academy. Otherwise, why would the family invest so much effort in your upbringing? This is not a matter of personal choice. But 5 years is simply too enough, the middle-aged man impatiently interjected, then began to diligently wipe the coffee-stained blanket with a cloth. Alashia, could you assist me? The middle-aged man looked up, bewildered, noticing that his daughter had somehow moved closer to the door. Realizing his error, he hurriedly attempted to make amends with a tone of guilt. Alashia, would you like to stay for a meal? I learned a new style of salad yesterday. In response, the door was gently closed. Thank you all. Standing before the villa, the girl with azure hair smiled and waved to the 2 children who had accompanied her, watching their figures as they retreated with a ball eye in her gaze. There was a mix of helplessness and envy. The Ikra family is said to be blessed by the god of stars, with Alashia Ikra being its favored child, in contrast to other noble families. Where power struggles might ensue, within this era, no one in the Ikra family could surpass Alashia. Thus, her path in life was never truly hers to dictate, whether it was her father, who had renounced power in favor of self-indulgence, or her mother, who married such a father for the sake of power. Their arrangements for her were not misguided. The life of Alashia Ikra is destined to meet the expectations of all, even if she deeply wishes that those expectant gazes would never be directed at her. So, is there a matter I can decide on behalf of the Vasilevas family? Minor matters are, of course, no issue. Lotel waved her hand dismissively. While you may nominally hold the title of Baron under Vasilevas, in reality, we are all bearers of the Vasilevas surname. After finishing her words, the blonde woman stretched and yawned, making her way toward the door. All right, now you can wait for those nobles to arrive. I have just disembarked from the carriage and am quite tired. Belle, leave me to rest, please. Please, sister, do not say such misleading things. Watching her sister excitedly leap onto the head, maid standing by the door, Loren's face grew somewhat strained. Just as he prepared to sip his tea to alleviate the awkwardness, he suddenly realized that the cup had long been emptied. After a moment of thought, he called out, Belle, I would like some of that high-sweetness lemon tea I brought from the imperial capital. Please bring me 1 or 2 cups. Understood. Please wait a moment. The familiar voice faded away, and Loren knew it would be some time before his beloved drink arrived. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he felt no inclination to worry about beast tides or negotiations. He settled back onto the sofa, retrieving the booklet detailing alchemical techniques he had obtained through an examination in his pocket watch, and began to read. Just as Loren flipped to the content he had previously perused, Feeling himself relax and lean back to turn to the next page, "My lord the Baron," the sudden voice startled Loren into an upright position, one hand clutching the book, the other propping up his chin. Adopting a pose of earnest reading while swiftly directing his gaze toward the door. "My lord Baron, is it a convenient time for you?" He then saw Clow entering. "Oh, Clow, I'm currently unoccupied. Is there something you need? By the way, has Mr. Geller and his subordinates come to find you again? I recall telling them that I had trained you to become an extraordinary individual, after which they clamored to see what you were made of." "Ah, they indeed came to find me, but that is not what I am here for." Clow, almost led astray by Loren, quickly recollected herself and said, "A guest is here to see you to the guest." So soon?" The golden-haired youth paused for a moment, then recalled his earlier conversation with his sister. "Hello, long time no see." Loren, that a familiar voice reached Loren's ears. What came into view was a cascade of azure hair followed by a beautiful visage that would cause the previous owner of his body to blush and heart race. And then there was the girl's blossoming figure. In short, she was a girl one would not forget upon seeing. Alicia, what a rare visitor," Loren exclaimed, shoving Clow aside as he warmly extended his hand to shake hers. After they exchanged polite greetings, they sat back down on the sofa. "I apologize. The tea will arrive shortly. However, Miss Ikra, what brings you to visit my humble abode?" Once comfortably seated on the sofa, Loren did not continue with the pleasantries, but instead began to inquire directly. "Well, Mr. Vassilievus, I believe we are both aware of this matter. Due to the rapid approach of the main event, Alicia grew serious. As the descendant of Mr. Clyphon, you should already be aware of the impending conflict between the Balakexi mountain range and the Empire. Should a beast tide occur, it is inevitable that your territory will be strewn with corpses. I believe you would not wish to witness such a scenario. I am here as a representative of the Ikra family to negotiate for the family's interests, seeking your approval to confront the threats in your territory and jointly lay claim to the lands of the Balakexi mountain range alongside the Vassilievus clan. In return, we are willing to assist you in safeguarding and developing your territory." And as for the specifics, just as the two young adults were about to delve into a discussion regarding this potentially world-altering event, the door, previously closed by Clow, swung open unexpectedly. "Young master, here is the high-sweetness red tea prepared for you." Belle entered, holding a tray with a large pot filled with lemon tea and several small cups, only to find the azure-haired girl sitting tensely on the sofa. After a moment of astonishment, Belle's long experience as a maid allowed her to maintain the tray's stability while executing a bow. Additionally, her training in recognizing the identities of various nobles enabled her to identify the girl before her. "My lord Baron, I sincerely apologize for not noticing your guest. This must be Miss Alicia Ikra from the Ikra family. Am I correct? I will prepare red tea for both of you right away." Having executed a series of seamless movements with precision, Belle immediately placed her hand on the doorknob, preparing to depart. At tea that moment, a somewhat dazed Loren finally reacted. He hastily rose while reaching out, attempting to prevent Belle's exit. "Wait, Belle. I can simply have this beverage. Young master, while it may not matter for an individual, you are currently hosting the noble Ikra family as the Baron of Vassilievus. How can one serve them with an overly sweet drink?" "Oh, it should be fine. It's just a drink. Surely, it can't be deemed a breach of etiquette. Young master, please trust me. Perhaps I am lacking in other areas. But as a maid who has been in service since birth, I can assure you that Miss Alehia embodies the quintessential noble lady. Offering such a sugary commoner's drink is not in accordance with noble etiquette. But I truly do not wish to drink bitter tea. Please comply. I shall ensure you receive it shortly." Alehia sat on the sofa, observing the two individuals who leaned together, whispering. Typically, whispering about beverages in front of guests is considered quite rude. If it were her father, he would undoubtedly rise and passionately express his views on coffee and tea. Yet at this moment, Alehia felt not only disdain for such behavior, but also a heightened pulse echoing within her chest. She quickly discerned the reason. This feeling had emerged upon witnessing the two unrestrained, free-spirited children just moments ago. "How enviable," Alehia murmured, her voice scarcely audible to herself. Instinctively, she shifted her body, gradually drawing closer to the pair who were engaged in a quiet debate. the female seemingly dominating the discourse that, Maid miss, I actually quite enjoy overly sweet beverages as well. Please stay. She then observed as one of them displayed a victorious glint in their eyes, while the other momentarily exhibited defeat before quickly restoring a professional smile. Well then, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct me or any other maid. After bowing respectfully, Belle gently closed the door behind her. Alehia continued to gaze at the departing maid. Indeed, she yearned for such a life. She was indifferent to the notion of her life being dictated by others that, in truth, if this were a means of repaying her parents and family who had nurtured her, she would gladly accept it. Yet, even within such acceptance, she harbored a burgeoning desire for individuality. She bore the weight of countless expectations, and to meet them, she felt compelled to elevate herself continually to a level of perfection. She longed for someone who could gaze at her fully, regardless of time or place, who could comfort her during her most vulnerable moments, someone with whom she could share trivial banter, engage in friendly debates, and accept each other's flaws. Gently caressing her soul, she sincerely wished for the existence of such a person. Miss Ikra, Loren's voice of confusion interrupted her reverie. Forgive me, Mr. Vacillifers. Let us continue. After a brief silence, she resumed her flawlessly radiant smile. The Ikra family boasts a long-standing history as a noble lineage within the Mexico's empire. Unlike other families that engage in political strife for greater power, often leading to their eventual downfall despite temporary victories, the Ikra family has thrived since the inception of the Mexico's empire. It stands as a perennial pillar among the nobility. One of the key factors contributing to this stability is the family's steadfast commitment to neutrality, refraining from involvement in any official conflicts. Throughout the empire's extensive history, nobles have assisted in governing various domains, military, commerce, transport, under the royal family's authorization. While the areas controlled by the Ikra family may not yield the same immediate wealth as others, they are vital for sustaining the family and its educational systems. As night fell, Loren consumed a dish resembling dumplings for dinner, crafted from part of the 7-day wheat harvested last week, which had been milled into dough. The first batch of dough was used by Loren, who wrapped special fillings within it before cooking, resulting in the dish before him. Although it bore a unique name in this world, Loren, whose soul hails from Earth, preferred to refer to them as dumplings, even if their shape bore no resemblance to ears. While savoring the dumplings, Loren reflected on the young lady with whom he had negotiated earlier that afternoon, or rather, contemplated her family. The Empire's public academies, including the esteemed Unnosi Academy, are overseen by the Ikra family. Historically, with few exceptions, the headmaster of Unnosi Academy has been a member of the Ikra lineage. Similarly, most public academies maintain ties with the Ikra family, regardless of a genius's background. Without systematic training, they remain merely uncut gems. Only through the refinement of education can they reveal their brilliant luster and transform into dazzling diamonds. During this period of polishing, it serves as the optimal time for the polisher and the diamond to forge a connection. Whether they are commoners who rise to greatness or nobles destined for distinction, all will establish cherished bonds with the Ikra family during their time in the academy. Thanks to this connection, combined with the Ikra family's enduring neutrality, this clan remains steadfast amidst the turbulent political landscape of the Mexico's empire. Hey, little brother. However, the dark fortress of the immortal king, with its immense interests, has drawn the Ikra family into its fold. I initially expected those closer to my father would be the ones to negotiate first. But that was not the case. If they favor my father, they would simply discuss matters directly with him. Hey, Loren. A voice shattered Loren's contemplation. Upon regaining focus, the golden-haired youth noticed his 5 years older sister waving utensils in front of him. Gazing at his dazed expression with curiosity, "What's wrong? Are you not full? I have some leftovers from him. Would you like some?" "Ah, no worries, sis. I was just lost in thought. I've had enough. Then I'll continue." Assured that her brother was fine, the sister confidently began to enjoy her dumplings. By the way, I heard from Belle that we had a visitor while I was resting this afternoon. "Yes, Miss Alehia Ikra from the Ikra family." "Oh, the one with the sky-blue hair?" Upon hearing Loren's words, Lotel waved her hand dismissively. Assuming an air of familiarity, she then abruptly shifted the topic, to something seemingly unrelated. Did you know, Loren, as the influence of the containment entities on our world grows, many irrational phenomena have emerged, transforming the current reality? Theories confirmed just yesterday may vanish by tomorrow due to the effects of these entities. Those like our brother, who specialize in researching these entities, have a remarkably challenging job. Yes, I am aware, ditto. Then do you know about the manifestation theory? As Loren tilted his head in confusion, Lotel's expression brightened as if she had discovered a student who required her guidance. It's a theory that has likely been discovered but not yet published in this in simple terms. When an individual possesses a unique talent for abnormal powers and that gift reaches a certain level, their appearance will exhibit characteristics that should not typically appear, symbolizing their uniqueness. For instance, a child born to parents with black hair might have natural blue or red hair, or possess an unusually pale complexion, or even bear a distinctive birthmark. It's all about these peculiar traits limited to appearance. According to Brother Vista, such individuals are referred to as star bearers in their circles. Are you suggesting that Miss Alehia is a star bearer? Loren keenly grasped the crux of his sister's discourse. Are those bestowed with gifts by the stars truly extraordinary beings, or are they merely cursed? Lotel whispered softly. She then resumed her usual demeanor. In general, while the specific realm of one's talent remains elusive, as a star-gifted individual, the position of the next family head is essentially predetermined upon birth. In other words, this afternoon, you are negotiating on equal footing with the heir of the Ikra family. One could consider this a milestone in life, and I believe it signifies that little Loren is progressing towards becoming an exceptional lord. Thus, you appear rather unsurprised. Why should I be surprised? After all, you are a prominent member of the Chrysos Trading Company, and I trust your acumen in commercial affairs has made you aware that the Ikra family maintains a stance of neutrality, seldom involving themselves in major events. Well, when I took the train to Akbar City, the single compartment was full, so I purchased a spot in a four-person compartment, coincidentally sharing it with Miss Ikra. Thus, I had known of her arrival all along. I simply forgot to mention it to you, what? Seeing her brother's incredulous expression, the mischievous sister chuckled heartily before wiping her mouth to signal her departure. Meanwhile, Loren sighed and turned his gaze toward the window. The reflection in the glass revealed his visage, with its cascading golden hair and striking green eyes. His father and brother possessed golden eyes. His sister had blue, while his mother's eye color remained a mystery in his memory. However, both his sister and brother had seen their mother and thus should retain a memory of her appearance, including the hue of her eyes. Was it merely a coincidence, or was there something more? Star-gifted. Loren pondered this novel term. Well then, I shall return home. Belle, please take good care of Loren. As you wish, Mississippi grasping a small suitcase. Lotel stood at the doorway, cheerfully waving goodbye to Loren. I asked that it. Aren't you staying a few more days? No, I've already taken 3 days off, and work has piled up considerably. While I won't be participating in the expedition to the Balakizmi Mountains, as a member of the Vasilev family and the Chrysos Trading Company, I likely have more tasks to attend to than you. Speaking of tasks, do you know who else might be coming? While these transactions will secure significant benefits for me, if a crowd of people converges upon this modest villa, I might find myself deprived of study time. Well, a crowd won't be coming. Most will likely be negotiating with father. As for who else might come, Lotel recalled the dark-haired girl who had smiled at her. Well, that's a secret. With a smile, Lotel concluded this topic. Observing his sister's obvious concealment of something, Loren had grown accustomed to this playful sister he had spent weeks with. And he responded with a smile of his own. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Lotel reached in her pocket and retrieved a small object, tossing it to Loren. He deftly caught it and examined it closely. Is this a handheld mirror? Noticing Loren's puzzled expression, Lotel cleared her throat softly. It's a miniature detection device. When a large surge of vitality or magical energy erupts within a certain radius, this magical engineering tool will emit a bright light as a warning. A warning? Indeed, as the saying goes, greater benefits come with greater risks. While my father's influence is vast, there exists a faction that opposes him. Although the likelihood is slim, there may be those willing to resort to desperate measures to prevent the Vasilev family from reaping substantial rewards. Loren quickly grasped the implication of his sister's words. From the moment he heard about the expedition to the Balakizmi Mountains, he had harbored a sense of impending danger. Thus, upon arriving at the starting point, he had signed a contract to sell magical potions in Akbar City, deliberately using part of the 100,000 gold coins to purchase some insurance. Additionally, he had previously received the Floria ring from his sister, which bore a fire enchantment capable of providing protection in critical moments. Coupled with Mr. Geller's personal bodyguard, these three elements combined with Loren's own modest magical abilities should afford him a basic level of self-defense. With this detection device, regardless of whether the enemy was a warrior or a mage, any eruption of extraordinary power would reveal vital information to Loren, granting him the opportunity to counterattack. Did I understand? Thank you for your care. Regardless, the golden-haired youth earnestly bowed to his sister. Lottel smiled gently before whistling, but a vibrant, simple-drawn green fox materialized unexpectedly, encircling Lottel like a genuine fox, licking her fair palm with its tongue. Is this the manifestation of magical energy? Having read extensively over the past few days, Loren easily recognized the foundational magic at play. The initial form of magical energy manifestation might merely coalesce into shapes like cubes or triangles. But as a mage's training progressed, they could shape the energy into weapons for combat. Moreover, if a mage continued their training and became a true master of magical manifestation, possessing ample knowledge and a complete understanding of a certain life form structure, they could create beings that closely resemble real life using magical energy. Loren nearly forgot that regardless of being a star-gifted individual, his sister was an exceptionally talented genius. Well then, I must take my leave. Mounting the fox, Lottel waved goodbye to Loren as the fox gently stepped forward, carrying her away. Watching his sister depart, Loren quietly exhaled. Belle, please prepare some tea. We may have guests today. Understood. Shall I bring you a cup? No, I shall meditate. There was no well-constructed road from the starting point to Akbar City, resulting in numerous routes to reach it. Some routes were suited for individuals, while others were more appropriate for transportation. As Lottel made her way to Akbar City, a carriage headed toward the starting point traveled down an entirely disconnected road. Aya, has there been any good news from Father? Lord Chrysos has signed a contract for the purchase of military supplies with the Mike 6 royal family and has also secured a contract with Marquis Vasilev. Consequently, our trading company will receive a quota for the upcoming exploration of the Dark Fortress. Lord hopes you will represent the Chrysos Trading Company in this endeavor, though I had hoped that the Baron would assist as well. Even someone like me, who only values wealth, yearns to explore the fortress of the immortal king. It seems fortune smiles upon me. Eilina diligently applied sunscreen to her hand with a brush. Miss Alashia should have already signed the contract on behalf of her family, providing a concession to the Ikra family, as for the rest. I still earnestly hope that Miss Lottel will become my partner. The dark-haired girl smiled gently as she evenly applied the sunscreen. Welcome to MSCF. A man clad in a heavy coat pushed open the door, greeted enthusiastically by a group of beautiful women in work attire. However, while these servers appeared ordinary, a closer inspection would reveal that their fair complexions were actually crafted from a special material. They were a group of robots. The man, showing no surprise, sat down at a table in the CF and, with gloved hands, ordered, "I would like a gourd drink." Cipher confirmation upon hearing these peculiar words. The mechanical maid seemed to have been programmed with a specific directive. As she recited her mechanical phrases, her previously smiling visage began to rotate like a Rubik's Cube, revealing a series of unfamiliar symbols that coalesced into a coherent message on her face. The assassination mission of the Technoroya Federation. Mission location: the Mexicas Empire, Akbar City. Mission requirements: the use of large-scale ranged weapons is prohibited, and discretion is paramount. Should one succeed in fabricating the traces of a Mexicas Federation extraordinary being, additional rewards will be granted. Mission target: Baron of the Mexicas Federation, Lord of the Land of Spite, Loren Vasileverus. Madame Matilda had always considered herself a fortunate individual at the tender age of 2. Her parents had amassed a considerable fortune through tea trade, allowing her to lead a life devoid of worry from the very beginning of her recollections. Upon reaching school age, the wealth had multiplied several times. Coupled with Matilda's commendable academic performance, Although she did not gain admission to the Empire's most prestigious Onosi Academy, she still secured a place in a noble institution to study literature and journalism. Upon reaching adulthood, she became a reporter at a newspaper and fell in love with her superior, ultimately marrying him. Perhaps due to their age difference, Matilda was lavished with affection by her older husband throughout their marriage, never experiencing a day of discontent. Subsequently, they bore a son, and after the passing of her parents, Matilda inherited a substantial estate. She resigned from her job, utilizing her inheritance to establish her own theater, nurturing her beloved son with great dedication. Now that her carefully raised child had grown and soared into independence, Matilda found joy in his freedom that a year ago. However, tragedy struck with the death of her husband. After attending his funeral, Matilda realized it was time to contemplate her own twilight years. Thus, after managing her husband's affairs, she sold her theater and took a significant fortune back to her hometown, the remote Akbar city, where she acquired several properties. Becoming a landlady was a decision Matilda had pondered deeply. Theoretically, she didn't even need the rental income. Yet, she yearned to engage in meaningful pursuits in the latter part of her life, avoiding the stagnation that comes with idleness while refraining from overexertion. Consequently, she rented out these apartments at modest rates, interacting with a diverse array of individuals while enjoying a leisurely retirement. Madam, today's newspapers have arrived. Ah, they have. Though her hair had turned white, Madame Matilda remained vibrant and healthy, requiring no assistance. She adeptly took a large box of newspapers from the delivery boy, placing the payment and a tip in his hand before swiftly donning her shoes, eager to distribute the papers to her tenants. Normally, this task would fall to the delivery boy, but as Matilda expressed, she wished to keep her body active and not let it rust from inactivity. Thus, she proposed taking on the delivery of her tenants' newspapers, which the delivery boy readily accepted, relieved of a few trips. Matilda owned several adjoining apartments, making her newspaper route akin to a stroll through half a neighborhood. Thank you, landlady. Excuse me, landlady. Landlady, here's the rent I owe you. Thank you for allowing the delay these past weeks. Yes, she warmly greeted her tenants. They expressed great fondness for their understanding landlady, who had kept the rents remarkably low. Many even invited her to join them for breakfast, though she graciously declined, having been on a nutritious meal regimen lately. As she delivered the newspapers, the basket she carried gradually lightened until only a few remained. At that moment, Matilda approached an apartment that had been rented just days prior. Although she spent much of her time interacting with her tenants, remembering so many had become somewhat taxing for the elderly Matilda. After all, not everyone could leave a lasting impression in another's memory. The tenant of this particular apartment was certainly one of those who had made an indelible mark. She recalled that just a few days ago, late at night, after a day of fun with a newly acquainted friend, Matilda had returned home to find a young girl claiming to have knocked on her door for half an hour. For most people, first impressions are often determined by appearance, and Matilda was no exception. What a stunning visage it was! The youthful Matilda had once interviewed noble figures from the palace and had mingled with dazzling stars while establishing her theater. Yet, even clad in a black cloak that hindered her, the girl's flawless beauty was unparalleled, an ethereal visage that Matilda hesitated to describe with her rich vocabulary, believing human language insufficient to encapsulate such loveliness. According to the beautiful girl, she had just arrived in Akbar city that very day and sought a place to stay, having seen the rental advertisement by the roadside. During their interactions regarding the rental, the girl had left Matilda with several striking impressions. Firstly, her extravagant spending habits. Throughout their discussions and viewings, Matilda witnessed the girl repeatedly extracting a handful of gold coins from her cloak, purchasing furniture without haggling. Falling prey to the salesperson's schemes, in stark contrast to other tenants who meticulously negotiated over trivialities, this girl would buy ostentatious decorations for several gold coins that could easily be acquired for mere copper. Secondly, or perhaps similarly, was her alarming lack of common sense. Not to mention the potential losses she would incur in the marketplace without Matilda's assistance. Even after purchasing the furniture, Matilda often found the girl sweating profusely as she struggled to assemble tables. Resembling a primitive person who had just emerged from the depths of the wilderness, marveling at the myriad of new experiences like a child. Additionally, she never wore shoes, often lounging at home, entirely unbefitting someone capable of independent living. Piecing these clues together, Matilda speculated that the girl might be a young lady from a noble family, accustomed to being served by servants, who had fled her home for reasons of seeking freedom or escaping an unwanted marriage. As she recalled a detective novel she had read yesterday, Matilda rapped on the apartment door. "Oh, good morning, Madam Matilda. I guess it's time for the rent. Let me see how much." "Ah, dear, you've already paid your rent. Even for next month. I'm here to deliver newspapers this time. Ah, my apologies. Thank you for bringing the newspapers. Don't mention it, dear. Wishing you happiness today." The silver-haired girl, clad in oversized garments reminiscent of a hospital gown, which she had presumably procured from an unknown source, accepted the neatly bound newspapers, bowing earnestly in gratitude before closing the door. Although somewhat peculiar, the girl was indeed kind-hearted. And truly, she was stunning, Matilda mused. Gazing at the now empty newspaper basket, Madame Matilda, having completed her task, set off on her journey home, her spirit invigorated as if she were a youthful individual. Speaking of which, what was that girl's name again? Ah, perhaps it was because of her age. Matilda squinted her eyes, recalling the name the girl had signed during their conversation. Oh, it was Eleanor, wasn't it? Feeling a sense of pride in her memory, Matilda prepared to embark on the day ahead. After closing the door, the silver-haired girl, still clad in her oversized, hospital-like attire, padded barefoot in bunny slippers, her eyes heavy with sleep, tossed the newspapers onto a nearby table, and proceeded to the kitchen. In the kitchen lay a set of cookware, an impulsive purchase encouraged by the salesperson during her furniture shopping for the Technoria Empire. All right, let us give this a try. The young maiden's hazy gaze was imbued with an earnest intensity at this moment. She slowly lifted her hands, as if preparing to sculpt a masterpiece, gently and methodically cracking open an egg. Next, she ignited the stove, poured oil into the pan, and began to fry sausages and toast in another skillet, all while pouring milk into a cup beside her. The silver-haired girl meticulously maneuvered the spatula, occasionally glancing at the instruction manual laid nearby. For her, preparing breakfast was, in many respects, more challenging than practicing those advanced spells. As she had only attempted the former a handful of times. Phew, it shouldn't be too difficult. In the end, she even nervously closed her eyes, afraid to witness her own handiwork. Come on, Eleanor, you've been following the manual and recipe diligently. There shouldn't be any major issues. After taking several deep breaths, the silver-haired girl opened her eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation, revealing her verdant gaze brimming with expectation. However, her spirits quickly deflated, the food dominated by a black hue, and the milk bubbling with an unmistakably unhealthy froth would be recognized as a culinary disaster even by a 3-year-old child. Let me see, did I add too much oil, or was the heat too high? Well, while I can understand the bread and egg, why did the milk curdle just from pouring it? Oh, wait, it's gone bad. With frustration evident in her expression, the silver-haired girl discarded the discounted milk, recommended by a salesman, along with the subpar food into the trash bin. She then pointed a finger at the refuse, and a beam of green light shot forth like a laser gun, causing the trash to vanish upon contact. As though annihilated, satisfied with her cleanup, the silver-haired girl reached into a basket on the table, retrieving a banana. After peeling it, she popped it into her mouth, savoring the sweet fruit as it melted, prompting a blissful smile to grace her face. Indeed, as a witch, she ought to commune with plants and minerals, rather than rely on such technologically produced sustenance. While relishing the banana, the silver-haired girl departed from the dining table and plopped down onto the soft sofa. Despite having been duped into purchasing numerous inferior goods, she mused that at least the sofa was genuinely comfortable. At that moment, a small basket was carelessly placed on the sofa, containing an assortment of herbs and small gemstones. Though seemingly ordinary, a knowledgeable individual would discern the treasures concealed within. The silver-haired girl selected a few herbs from the basket, gently snapping them, releasing an alluring fragrance. She reveled in this delightful aroma. She softly chanted a melody, her fingers making delicate gestures. Accompanying her motions, the intangible scent coalesced into a tangible green mist that wafted around her. Against this backdrop, a white vapor slowly slithered above, leaving serpentine trails, ultimately forming a few barely legible letters of ah. With a sigh, the girl waved her hand, scattering the green mist. No results from this divination either. Previously, when she had felt lost and uncertain of her destination, divination had revealed the location of Akbar's city. But upon her arrival, she remained unaware of the purpose behind her presence. Should she resort to a prophecy? After all, advanced spells typically yield more potent effects. Yet, such power demands greater expenditure of time and preparation, particularly for a prophecy, which necessitates a full day of uninterrupted focus. With a sigh, the bored silver-haired girl opened a newspaper. Seeking something to alleviate her tedium, let us see. Akbar City apprehended another thief, and a celebrity's performance was a resounding success. How dull. As she flipped through the pages, a flyer slipped from between the sheets of the newspaper. It was an auction notice from the Chrysos Trading Company. Picking up the flyer that had fallen onto her lap, she began to scrutinize the items up for bid. Herbs and minerals appear promising. And this, the highlight product, a magical energy potion. A flicker of interest ignited within her. If it can precisely channel magical energy, it should provide considerable assistance to novice mages, although I have no use for it at present. The silver-haired girl commented with a hint of disinterest as she turned to the next page. Suddenly, the auction notice slipped from her grasp, and her previously placid eyes widened in astonishment. Is this taking place here? The flyer fell to the floor, yet the surprised girl made no move to retrieve it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a smile blossomed upon her flawless visage. Fate, what a mysterious force. At this instant, the silver-haired witch Eleanoia believed she had grasped the reason why her divination had guided her to this location. Loren opened his eyes. He was seated cross-legged, hands in a madra, eyes closed as he attuned to the surrounding space, attempting to manifest the world within his mind. This was meditation, the ability to simulate the surrounding environment, regulate one's breath, and foster mental growth. Meditation, a psychological exercise existing since the age of exploration, was soon recognized as a method to aid mages in rapidly enhancing their skills, by introducing characteristic incense to create a unique atmosphere. Mages could better sense their surroundings through meditation. However, with the life rebirth flower, even the most rudimentary vessel sufficed to replace the need for incense. Upon concluding his meditation, Loren stretched, grasping a sheet of paper enveloped in a transparent folder atop his desk. Though it appeared thin, this document required meticulous care. It contained a draft contract he had signed with the Ikra family. Due to both parties being unprepared, they had merely drafted the document during yesterday's negotiations, agreeing to formalize the contract on the day of the auction at the Chrysos Trading Company in Akbar City. Coincidentally, he also intended to see if he could procure anything worthwhile at the auction. Young master, just as Loren was about to delve into his reading, a voice interrupted. The guest you mentioned has arrived. What would you like to drink? Just some black tea. Belle retrieved the teapot and poured the steaming crimson liquid into the teacup before the ebony-haired girl. The girl lifted the cup, inhaling the aroma before taking a small sip, nodding in satisfaction. Black tea, red wine. Ah, indeed, I have an affinity for red. I recall a study suggesting that the color of food can influence one's taste perception. I find that quite credible. Transitioning from sipping to sipping deeply, Elena leaned back, casually engaging Belle, the tall woman serving her tea. Would you be interested in switching sides? Please do not jest, the maid responded gently, gracefully withdrawing the teapot and elegantly excusing herself. Elena did not press further. Instead, she began to savor the black tea in her cup while waiting for the owner of the house to arrive. Opportunities like grains of sand slipped through one's fingers at any moment. Sometimes, even when gripping tightly, the grains may escape through the cracks. Yet at other times, by releasing one's hold, the wind may carry the grains back into one's hand. The smile faded from the girl's face as she gazed into the crimson liquid, reflecting her own image. Of course, for most, such reflections would never manifest. Thus, even when battered and bleeding, one must strive to grasp that minuscule grain of sand. My apologies for my tardiness. Just as the girl was lost in thought, a familiar voice reached her ears. Moments later, a striking young man, clad in a splendid coat and possessing golden hair and green eyes, entered through the grand door. Hello, Elena. Long time no see. Loren. Elena, having set down the tea, has now narrowed her eyes and clasped her hands together, allowing a smile to once again grace her beautiful face. Loren has resumed his seat on the sofa of the second-floor parlor, straightening his attire before clearing his throat a few times, thus preparing to initiate their dialogue. Although we weren't particularly well acquainted during our school days, this marks our third encounter since leaving those halls. However, before Loren could take the initiative to broach a topic, Elena gently clapped her hands, seamlessly taking the conversation in her own direction. There was your visit to the grand banquet hosted by Lord Marquis Vasilophris, as well as your shopping excursion at the headquarters of the Chrysoeth Commerce. I trust that the VIP card gifted to you during that time has proven to be of considerable assistance. Indeed, without the support of Chrysoeth Commerce, I would have found it quite challenging to resolve the myriad issues that arose upon my arrival in the territory. As merchants, it is indeed our utmost delight when the goods we sell prove beneficial to our clients. The young lady maintained a subtle smile, concealing the true thoughts within her heart. Given the circumstances, may I inquire, my Lord Baron, if you would be interested in deepening our collaboration? As she spoke, Elena clapped her hands, prompting a tall woman who had been silently standing behind her to produce a document from her arms and hand it to Elena. After sipping her red tea, Elena extracted the contract from the folder and began reading it herself. My Lord Baron, just a few days ago, you entered into a sales agreement for magical energy potions at the Chrysoeth Commerce branch in Akbar City. That on the same day, you also procured several packages from a construction and insurance company in Akbar City. Given that Chrysoeth Commerce is involved in various sectors, I merely needed to conduct a brief inquiry to gather this information, that if this intrusion into your privacy has offended you, I sincerely apologize. Loren was not perturbed by such matters, as he had no intention of concealing them as a gesture of goodwill for probing into your privacy. Chrysoeth Commerce is willing to upgrade your purchase construction project to the highest tier available at no cost. In contrast to the previous world, this realm, enriched by the presence of enigmatic magic and advanced technology, enables construction projects that would typically require months or even years to be completed in merely days. Although some high-end buildings endowed with innate magical properties or intricate mechanisms necessitate considerable time for conceptualization, the world can indeed mass-produce structures for mere habitation, provided one can afford it. While Loren had previously secured 100,000 gold coins through a magical energy potion contract and could continue to amass wealth thereafter, he had already commenced the establishment of several wooden houses as a rudimentary base and thus did not feel an urgent need to spend extravagantly. Consequently, he had only purchased basic services as described in that contract. Should he wish to realize his desired construction, it would require nearly a year from inception to completion. However, with the news of the Beast Tide, this matter had been cast aside by Loren. After all, by the time the Beast Tide descended upon the Balakusi Mountains and the contract commenced, the rudimentary base would have long since perished, rendering any talk of construction moot. Elena's revival of this point, framed as an apology, was evidently a blatant overture, suggesting greater ambitions at play. Miss Elena, please articulate your needs. Loren was neither knowledgeable nor adept at negotiation. Discussing such substantial business matters was a daunting task for him. Conversations regarding his first transaction with Miss Alashia, who was of a similar age and newly acquainted with society, had been manageable. Yet with the young lady from a merchant family before him, Loren merely hoped to cut through the complexities and get to the crux of the matter. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Elena cooperatively turned to the second page of the document in her hand. I am aware that you have already entered into a contract with the Ikra family, and those who preceded us shall not demand that you breach that agreement. However, regarding the remaining matters, I stand here representing Chrysoeth Commerce, sincerely expressing our willingness to invest in exchange for the rights to station troops in the rudimentary base, contributions towards combating the Beast Tide, and the rights to distribute spoils of war. Among other residual aspects, during conversation with my sister a few days ago, Loren learned that the Empire had prepared a substantial array of special rewards for this assault on the Balakusi Mountains and the exploration of the fortress of the Immortal Monarch, available to all who partake in the campaign. Beyond the customary military accolades for battle participation, this initiative also offers exclusive imperial resources, land grants, and other societal rewards. It is arguably the Empire's most significant investment in recent years. Without rival, and oh wonder, even the Ikra family, typically disinclined to engage in grand affairs, found themselves tempted. In contrast, Chrysoeth Commerce's appetite appears insatiable. Although theoretically a neutral entity not belonging to the Empire, it seeks to make a substantial profit from this investment. The young lady eloquently laid forth numerous terms in essence, they desire that Chrysoeth Commerce, as a neutral force outside the Empire, represent the rudimentary base and claim all military honors related to the Balakusi Mountains campaign. Naturally, this holds little significance for Loren. What mattered to him were the exchange conditions proposed, and indeed, the terms were filled with sincerity. Chrysoeth Commerce would enter into a long-term agreement with the rudimentary base, providing financial support for construction, transportation, and various developmental endeavors, as well as ensuring troop deployment for security. Additionally, they would grant the rudimentary base a year's usage of a high-end magical construct, a magical automaton. Prior to this, the contract signed between the Ikra family and Loren leaned more towards peripheral support, unlike the lavish investment being readily offered now. So, what do you think? Observing Loren as he meticulously perused the contract. The young lady smiled and took another sip of her red tea. If you agree, shall we formalize the contract at the auction 7 days hence? 7 days from now, Lord Baron. Everything is ready. The two maids who had accompanied Loren from the imperial capital were assisting a young man, who appeared somewhat flustered in his first attempt at navigating such a complex attire, and changing into his new garments, before respectfully greeting Loren, who had been watching and departing. Meanwhile, Loren stood aside, deep in thought as he regarded the bewildered youth before him. How does it feel? A bit tight. Klaus frowned as he surveyed the attire he wore. It can't be helped. After all, you are 2 years my senior. I should have arranged for a custom outfit for you sooner. Despite living a vagabond's life and bearing dark circles under his eyes, Klaus's brooding face could easily be described as handsome and dashing. Moreover, in the days since awakening as an extraordinary warrior, his previously frail frame had developed defined abdominal muscles, markedly improving his physique. At this moment, he was no longer clad in the patchwork of rags he had worn before, but rather adorned in the distinctive formal attire of the Mexica's empire. The blue fabric accentuated his form splendidly, while the golden embroidery at the cuffs and the embedded bright gems exuded an air of nobility. Accordingly, he had affixed a sword to his waist, in accordance with Loren's understanding of noble appearances. If he were to apply some makeup, Loren surmised that he could stroll the streets of Akbar City for an hour and be approached by several affluent and influential ladies with invitations to dance at soirees. However, I am not particularly skilled with a sword. Drawing the blade, Klaus grimaced as he swung it, reflecting on the weapon he had used most frequently in his life. Aside from archery, he had only occasionally wielded a spear fashioned from a whaling harpoon, gifted by his mentor, and a single-handed sickle used for cutting grass. Thus, a sword was not an ideal weapon for him, no matter. Nonetheless, Loren nodded in satisfaction. This time, you're not being sent into battle. Nobles typically require a personal attendant and guards for their safety when attending to matters with other nobles. As for the guards, Mr. Geller can assist with that, but for the personal attendant, I must rely on you. At least temporarily, you need not engage in combat. Merely standing beside me with a stern expression will suffice. Listening to Loren's cheerful tone, Klaus tilted his head, perplexed, and asked, So, why me? Loren fell silent, understanding what the question truly implied. Well, I don't quite know either. He continued to provide the same response before exiting the room. Loren then donned a resplendent outfit, while Klaus stood steadfastly at Loren's right, gripping his sword tightly that moment. In front of the carriage, an armored elder and a maid were making final adjustments. Upon seeing Loren's arrival, the elder respectfully bowed. Why, Lord Baron, the carriage is ready. I appreciate your assistance. After a moment of concern, Bell, standing nearby, asked, Young master, are you certain about your safety? Since Latel had hinted at an assassination before leaving, the anxious head maid had devoted herself entirely over the past week to scrutinizing Loren's surroundings, ensuring everything from food safety to the absence of assassins, providing comprehensive 24-hour protection. Do not worry, for I have Mr. Geller and Claw accompanying me. You should rest well tonight, Belle, with a snap of his fingers. Loren leaped into the carriage, everything ready for departure. Accompanied by Lawrence whistle, Geller gently urged the warhorse with his legs, and the three set forth towards Akbar City, perhaps due to the monthly auction held by Chryso this day. Akbar City was bustling with a multitude of people. Although a long serpentine queue formed at the city gates due to heightened security, Loren, Geller, and Claw prioritized handling the carriage before proceeding to Mr. Loren, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Upon entering the Chryso chamber in Akbar City, the appraiser who had previously assessed Lawrence's magical potions rushed to greet him. Loren politely extended his right hand, shaking hands with the appraiser, but refrained from further conversation. With a swift motion of his hand, 30 bottles of azure potions shot forth upon sighting the azure potions, the appraiser's interest was piqued, and he rushed towards them, his eyes gleaming as if he had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. Treating the 30 bottles as if they were priceless treasures. Indeed, for novice mages yearning for advancement, they truly were. Once he regained composure, the appraiser cleared his throat twice, collected the 30 bottles, and handed Loren a list. Sir, this is the auction list from the Chryso chamber. Your magical potions will be featured as items in today's auction. After the auction concludes, the gold, minus service fees, will be credited to your VIP card. Should you wish to participate in the auction, you may enter using that VIP card. If you lack sufficient funds, you may also auction the proceeds from your magical potions that I understand, Loren replied with a smile. Accepting the auction list, the auction begins in 3 hours. It would be our honor if you could grace us with your presence. In truth, aside from delivering the magical potions and signing the contract. Loren was indeed eager to attend the auction. To this end, he had gathered a sum of 100,000 gold coins, utilizing the remaining gold from his previous expenses in Akbar City, along with his mother's inheritance, to participate. However, with time to spare, he first needed to sign the contract. Madame Martel had spent the day with a newly acquainted old friend, and being of advanced age, she was feeling quite fatigued. Moreover, she had neither the qualifications nor interest to attend the auction. Thus, contrary to the throngs of people eager to witness the spectacle, Madame Martel made her way home, inadvertently bumping into numerous individuals. My apologies. After uttering this phrase several times, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. While collisions with others could cause discomfort, this particular instance was far more intense, akin to colliding with steel. Turning around, she beheld a tall figure completely enveloped in a coat, rendering their gender indiscernible. Even after being bumped, the individual said nothing, merely continuing on their way. Goodness, the young men of today are remarkably robust, she mused. Just as she prepared to continue walking, a sudden realization struck her. Oh dear, I left my bag over there. Though she had been jostled, it had sparked the memory of something important, preventing the awkwardness of discovering at her doorstep that both her keys and bag were left at her friend's home. As Madame Martel journeyed homeward, she reflected on her good fortune. After walking a short distance, Loren paused in front of a tall building in contrast to the evident careful design of the surrounding architecture. The interior of the Akbar branch of the Chryso chamber was opulent. However, the building Loren approached, while still a structure, appeared rather ordinary. If one were to describe it, it would evoke memories of the office buildings from Loren's former world. In truth, the vicinity was filled with such office buildings, many of which were sparsely populated. Were it not for the signpost, Loren might have wandered aimlessly to confirm that this was indeed his destination. Is it a lack of funds that compels one to rent a building in such an uncrowded area? Upon entering, the interior was starkly minimalist. While not unkempt, it was evident that little care had been taken in its upkeep. Contrasting sharply with the grandeur of the Chryso chamber, there were even no magical contraptions for transporting passengers. To ascend, one had no choice but to climb the stairs from the ground floor. Geller remained on standby at the entrance as instructed by Loren, while Claw and Loren followed the guide as they began their ascent. This is the Adventurers Guild, Loren replied. As I mentioned, this guild is recognized by all major empires and operates like a jack of all trades, accepting various commissions, one of which is witnessing. Loren raised a finger. They maintain absolute neutrality, recognized by all factions. Thus, whether it be a pact between two empires or a simple exchange between two individuals, whenever a contract is to be signed, they're sought for their witness. Here, within the guild, are those without combat prowess, tasked solely with witnessing contracts and agreements that be by the time they reach the third floor. The guide used a key to unlock a door. Inside, 3 individuals awaited them. Point 2 were seated. Though Loren did not recognize them, he could discern from the details that one belonged to the Aclara family, while the other was associated with the Chryso chamber. In truth, various factions had visited this week to negotiate for rights to the origin land. However, due to Miss Elena's substantial influence, and given that Loren would sell to anyone willing to pay, ultimately only these 2 factions secured portions of the rights from Loren. The third individual, clad in standard adventurer's attire, held 2 documents and was meticulously reading them. Loren approached the only available seat at the table, retrieving the 2 documents from his memory and handing them to the attendant next to him. First, the previously discussed contract drafts were exchanged with the witness, who would then compare them for consistency. Following confirmation, the contents would be declared, and both parties would engage in final discussions. Should there be no objections, the witness would retain 3 copies of the contract, distributing them to both parties while storing one in the guild. This intricate process unfolded rather smoothly, likely due to their familiarity with it. Since all present have no objections, we shall proceed to formalize the contract. With the final declaration, the witness collected the newly printed contracts and handed the remaining copies to the 3 seated parties. My Lord Baron, with this completion, we hope for a successful collaboration that no problem. Wishing you a pleasant partnership. As the contracts were duly finalized, the 2 individuals, whose names were as unclear as their identities, tucked away their seals and, after a brief handshake with Loren, turned to depart. My Lord Baron, is it all done? At that moment, Claude, feeling utterly bored and barely comprehending the proceedings, yet compelled to remain on standby, blinked awake. Well, let us stroll about before preparing for the auction. With the most significant task of the day accomplished, Loren felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Thus, he was entirely unprepared for the impending crisis that was about to unfold. The near-identical office buildings surrounding them rendered it exceedingly difficult for a newcomer to discern their environment. However, the figure clad in a heavy coat casually entered one of the buildings and swiftly ascended the staircase to reach the rooftop. The target was flanked by 2 bodyguards. The first, an elderly man with white hair clad in armor, appeared to be a warrior-type extraordinary being, presumably the strongest among the trio and in urgent need of vigilance. The second, a young swordsman dressed in lavish attire, was assessed to be the weakest of the 3, also a warrior-type extraordinary being. The third was the target, identified as a mage-type extraordinary being, who was currently preparing to leave the building with the second in 30 seconds, thus positioning themselves within the sniper's range. The number of passers-by and guards in the vicinity was minimal, resulting in only a 1% chance of external interference. Mission parameters required the assassination to be disguised as an act by an extraordinary being from the Empire of Makesykes, with additional rewards for its successful execution. Should we pursue this target? I will incapacitate the third with a sniper shot. You must hold off the first for a brief period. I shall deal with both the second and the third and stage the scene. Concluded the operative. Considering the potential for reinforcements, I could delay the first for 5 minutes and 3 seconds before detonation is necessary. Commence action. Whoosh! Without warning or preamble, the event transpired with startling abruptness. In the first second, as Loren and Claude approached the office building's entrance and were about to meet Gerald, a sudden silver flash pierced through Loren's shoulder. My Lord Baron. In the third second, as Loren coughed up blood and both men exclaimed in astonishment, an explosion erupted, enveloping the battleground in a cloud of white smoke. Retreat! Boom! The sounds of chaos ensued. By the 5th second, realizing they could not rendezvous with Gerald, Loren and Claude prepared to withdraw into the building. However, a heavy thud, akin to metal striking the ground, heralded the arrival of a 2-meter-tall man, entirely cloaked, who appeared from nowhere to block the entrance. Claude swiftly drew his sword and clashed against the man's iron fist, while the other side of the smoke echoed with the sounds of combat. At that moment, Loren quickly devised an escape route, while chanting a healing spell to mend the wound on his shoulder. That kind of injury, was it magic? No, Loren suddenly recalled the imagery he'd seen in movies and news reports from his past life, coupled with his own interest in military affairs, allowing him to easily identify the high-velocity force that had penetrated his shoulder. A bullet! No wonder the warning device given to him by his sister, intended to detect nearby magical or life forces, had not activated. This assassin employed the technology of the Technoroya Empire. However, within those fleeting 2 seconds of contemplation, the battlefield had already determined its victor. Ultimately, Claude, recently elevated to extraordinary status and wielding a weapon that was not his forte, managed to tear the opponent's clothing with all his might. Yet, as the mysterious tall figure delivered a crushing blow to Claude's temple, he was sent crashing against the wall, collapsing limply. With Claude neutralized, the tall man lunged at Loren without hesitation. Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the two tumbled out of the smoke-filled area. Had Loren not instinctively employed his magical energy to shield himself, that singular impact could have resulted in multiple bone fractures. Rubbing his dizzy head, Loren opened his eyes to find himself half a street away from the association building. Was he deliberately being taken away to prevent Mr. Gerald's reinforcements from arriving? Ah! The shrill scream of a woman echoed around him, seemingly from a passerby who had stumbled upon the sudden commotion. Yet, the towering figure, battered and tattered from Claude's assault, angrily swung his fist, sending the screaming woman crashing into the nearby building, which itself was also uprooted. In that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, the true visage of the man revealed itself. He was no ordinary individual. His exposed limbs were mechanical constructs made of steel, with his left hand fitted with a retracted folding firearm and his right with a concealed blade, while his legs appeared to be equipped with rollers. His body bore rusty mechanical components, and his eyes had been replaced with mechanical prosthetics. It was evident that this assassin was a hybrid of human and machine, a being that transcended the boundaries of humanity. Clenching his teeth, Loren felt an overwhelming urge to save the innocent life that had been struck down. However, not only was she at risk, but even Claude, with whom he had spent several days, as well as his own life, were all under threat from this mechanical assassin. That Mr. Gerald remained entangled in the smoke, battling against the enemy's reinforcements. Furthermore, due to the ongoing Chrysos auction, the majority of the city's guards have been dispatched there, significantly reducing the likelihood of this remote battlefield being discovered. Most of the populace had likely gone to observe the auction, and even if some remained, they would lack formidable combat prowess, at best seeking the police for assistance. Or perhaps he simply hoped there were no ordinary citizens nearby to prevent this assassin from taking his life. Regardless, in order to survive, he had to withstand the threat posed by this assassin for a brief period until Mr. Gerald or some other form of assistance arrived. This was Loren's resolve as he straightened his posture, signaling his readiness to confront the challenge. A silver-haired woman, dressed in a black robe, walked barefoot on the ground, her brow furrowed in frustration. Ugh. To enter the Chrysos auction, one must possess a VIP card, or an introduction from a VIP, or be escorted by one, or at least provide proof of sufficient funds. I should have saved more money instead of splurging on those furnishings. How infuriating! She kicked a small stone in annoyance and continued on her way, having fled hastily from the division of the magic banquet. She was not well endowed with money, and along the way, she had lost some due to the relentless pursuit, compounded by her recent move and the expenses incurred now. She found herself somewhat financially constrained. And even if she managed to purchase a ticket, she could not guarantee securing the items she desired. After all, her previous life had been so devoid of common sense that she was entirely oblivious to the concept of saving money. If all else failed, perhaps she could steal something or kidnap someone. No, that would be illegal. After a serious internal struggle, she could only sigh in resignation that I suppose I'll just have to be a spectator for now. Observe who acquires the items I covet, and then negotiate a deal with the buyer later. Just then, she caught sight of a scene she hoped to avoid. Amidst the sea of identical buildings, a distinct ruin had emerged, revealing a bloodied figure within. That figure was one of the few remaining acquaintances she had in this city. Madame Martel. Loren urged himself to remain composed, swiftly assessing the perilous situation. The speed at which Claude had been dispatched indicated the strength of the adversary, far superior to him, yet still beneath Mr. Gerald. This meant that as long as he awaited Mr. Gerald's assistance, this crisis could be resolved. Although Mr. Gerald had been delayed, few could contend with him as a subordinate of Loren's father. Even if some could, they would not likely ally with this mechanical assassin. Therefore, it was probable that Mr. Gerald would emerge victorious. Thus, the strategy was to prioritize evasion while countering when necessary, with the primary goal of buying time. As Loren contemplated this, his legs moved in tandem, navigating the narrow alleyways nestled between towering structures. Although Loren's physique is not particularly small, compared to the towering half-human, half-machine figure before him, he could easily be described as diminutive. Thus, engaging in combat within this confined terrain is decidedly advantageous for him. Confronted with the target fleeing with its back turned, the man merely smiled, then raised his right hand, and the folded firearm gradually unfolded. Whoosh! The silver beam that pierced Loren's right shoulder in an instant surged forth once more. This time aiming for his left leg, intent on incapacitating Loren's ability to evade. Bang! However, this bullet did not achieve the same effectiveness as the first, and on the contrary, Loren's leg was as solid as a hefty block of metal. The bullet merely ricocheted upon impact. Magic, perhaps? It seemed that a significant portion of his magical energy had fortuitously shielded his legs. Enraged, the assassin ground his teeth and pressed forward in pursuit. I suspected. Feeling the bullet bounce off, Loren continued to run while reflecting inwardly that in truth, he had harbored this suspicion since the first bullet struck his shoulder, if the intent was to kill him while he was defenseless. That bullet could have easily penetrated his brain or heart in an instant, yet it chose to strike his right shoulder instead. Thus, Loren boldly hypothesized that the assailant's objective was to render him powerless and capture him, rather than to eliminate him outright. Nevertheless, even with this accurate deduction and having deflected the first bullet, the situation remained dire for Loren. Despite his own considerable size, the adversary's destructive power was equally formidable. Mere physical force could topple obstacles without hindrance. Even if Loren managed to lure him into a narrow alley, it was only a matter of time before the opponent caught up to him. If evasion proved futile, then he must retaliate. Was the assassin's combat style augmented by cybernetic enhancements? While fleeing, Loren urgently scoured his mind for knowledge regarding the Technoroya Empire, in that technologically advanced land. Often referred to as a federation, there existed warriors and mages akin to the Mexicans, extraordinary beings who engaged in combat utilizing high-tech equipment and weaponry. Among these, the practice of replacing one's body with multifunctional mechanical devices that sustain life while transforming into combat gear exemplifies cybernetic enhancement. In comparison to the heightened potential of mages and warriors reliant on personal training, Technoroya's approach to strength often favors the mechanical qualities of external augmentation, thus rendering its practitioners more dependent on external enhancements rather than internal capabilities. As for the assassin's cybernetic augmentations, they appear to be rusted and of inferior quality. Thus, it dawned on Loren, he continued to channel magical energy to shield against the bullets aimed at his shoulder and other vulnerable areas. He darted once more into a narrow alley. The assassin, now perilously close, scoffed disdainfully, "My speed is unparalleled. I will dispose of you at the next corner," just as the assassin, grinning menacingly, approached the alley's entrance and momentarily paused to turn. His mechanical eyes were astonished to detect Loren, who had ceased his flight and crouched at the alley's mouth, poised for an ambush, had he possessed a more advanced set of cybernetic enhancements. Perhaps a sophisticated ocular implant could have unveiled Loren's ruse, but at this moment, it was too late. The instant the assassin realized he had fallen into a trap and prepared to retreat, Loren took a step forward and swung his weapon at the man, an object that had been stationed in the alley, awaiting use by another, the garbage bin, setting aside the fruit peels, plastic, and paper waste. It was crucial to note that it contained a plethora of refuse and stagnant water, sufficient to impair the functionality of his cybernetic enhancements. After all, his augmentations were a low-grade version that did not support underwater operations. The bulk of his earnings from assassinations had been spent constructing an intelligent robot to help him delay formidable foes. He had intended to procure a higher quality set of cybernetics after completing this job. However, regret was not an option. Garbage cascaded over his form. Loren, having ceased his flight, unleashed a powerful punch, At such close quarters, there was no need for incantations of fireballs or magic missiles. A simple fist sufficed. His training with Geller had not been in vain. During this combat training period, Loren had acutely understood the importance of target selection in attacks. His magically enhanced fist struck the assassin's chin with a resounding impact. Yet, ultimately, he was still an augmented being. Enduring the blow, the dazed assassin did not succumb to unconsciousness thanks to his mechanical enhancements. With an iron grip, he seized Loren's incoming fist. Simultaneously, the blade of a folding knife extended from his other hand. Aimed directly at Loren's heart, that moment, a flash of light erupted. Loren smiled. Having sold magical energy potions approximately 2 weeks prior, he had earned 100,000 gold coins and made several expenditures in Akbar City. Most notably, he had purchased a construction package for his starting territory from a building company. However, he had also taken the precaution of acquiring insurance from a company for his own safety. This insurance did not entail dispatching others to protect him. Rather, at this critical juncture, as his heart faced imminent piercing, it granted him usage rights to the magical engineering artifact known as Chronos Smile. Designed to safeguard vital organs, the assassin looked on in astonishment. The folding knife collided with the hourglass-shaped magical artifact, shattering upon impact. Beep, 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 beep. At this crucial moment, the peculiar ring on Loren's finger ignited with a vivid crimson glow. Simultaneously, the small mirror he had kept close, capable of detecting surges in magical energy and life force, erupted into frantic cries. The Ring of Flogar, a space ring capable of storing a vast array of items, had provided Loren with exceptional portability during this period. However, he had nearly forgotten its other function. Among the 5 great schools of magic, if forging, alchemy, and magical engineering represented creation, then enchantment and inscription served as augmentation. To bestow an additional special ability upon already formidable weapons and equipment is the essence of enchantment. The Ring of Flogar had been imbued with a powerful spell, based solely on Loren's magical prowess. Even utilizing water-based spells to counter the assassin's cybernetics would have proven difficult. However, with the spell inscribed within the Ring of Flogar, even if it could only be employed once in a short span, it held the potential to inflict severe damage upon the enemy. This was also why Loren had opted to strike the enemy with the garbage bin, not only to corrode the adversary's cybernetics with water, but also to douse him in flammable debris. At such close range, casting magic would yield explosive results. Boom! A fire magic spell, sufficiently concentrated to demolish a building, erupted between the two combatants. As the smoke dissipated, Loren, his right shoulder scorched and dislocated by the iron fist, emerged slowly from the flames. While the Ring of Flogar had channeled 90% of its magical potency into the enemy, a residual 10% still clung to Loren, despite continuously chanting healing spells. It would take time for his shoulder to mend. Nonetheless, vanquishing the assassin was worth the pain. Whoosh! Just as Loren pondered this, that familiar sound resonated once more. After an intense battle, he was now utterly fatigued, devoid of the energy to shield his body with magic. Thus, the bullet easily penetrated Loren's thigh. Ha, kid, you truly astonish me. Though I've only been in this profession for a year, you've nearly caused my downfall. Within the smoke, a voice, laced with mechanical distortion, emerged. The assassin now appeared utterly wretched. The human traits of his form had been nearly incinerated, with sparks erupting from the mechanical components beneath his skin. One mechanical blade had shattered, while the gun barrel that had pierced Loren's leg was now glowing red from the flames. Those 2 crimson mechanical eyes glowed with a malevolent light. Had it been the first time seeing him, Loren would undoubtedly have mistaken him for a robot. However, regardless of how wretched the assassin appeared, he still possessed the capability to tear Loren apart in an instant. The small mirror in Loren's possession, perhaps due to a malfunction, emitted warning sounds, despite the absence of a formidable magical eruption that seemed to symbolize the mournful toll of Loren's impending demise. Well, my intelligent robot can at least hold your guardian back for 2 or 3 minutes, which should suffice for me to deal with you, boy. The unfortunate part is that the one hunting you is none other than myself. Hey, just as Loren was drowning in despair, a cold, indifferent voice interjected. It was a voice so clear and frigid, reminiscent of a noble goddess. Merely hearing it conjured an image of the extraordinary woman behind it. Upon hearing this voice, the assassin immediately turned, brandishing the barrel of his gun in an attempt to eliminate this new foe. Yet a pale hand, which had suddenly appeared, simply reached out and lightly touched the mechanical head, as if in a tender caress. With a slight crunch, the assassin's head, which had driven Loren to the brink, was crushed effortlessly. Despite the numerous augmentations he had undergone, there was now no chance for his consciousness to linger. Repent for your sins against Madame Matilda. She nearly lost her life due to your vile actions. It is a disgrace for an assassin to harm the innocent. Accompanied by the woman's furious voice, her foot kicked aside the assassin's lifeless body as she slowly approached Loren at that moment. The golden-haired youth lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained of strength, gazing up at her with his green eyes. The silver-haired girl stood tall, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a deity descended to earth. Her own green eyes looking down upon him. Guided by fate, this was the moment of the fateful encounter between Loren Vasilius and Eleanor Ashley Hecate, a ding-dong. Combat support has ceased, self-destruction imminent. 3, 2, 1. Boom. With the sound of a tremendous explosion. The battle with Geller had raged for nearly 4 minutes. The scarred man, wrapped in a coat, suddenly shed his garments, revealing a humanoid body entirely constructed of machinery, with a device in his chest resembling a massive searchlight, now flashing ominously red, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. And indeed, that was the reality, as the red light flickered and the mechanical voice counted down to 1. The sound and flames erupted simultaneously. With the robot's demise, the smoke that had enveloped half the street ceased to spread. Normally, the remaining smoke would dissipate over time. However, as the roar of engines echoed, 2 enormous vacuum cleaners began to voraciously consume the haze. As the dust settled, 2 officials clad in formal attire struggled to transport the colossal machine that was diligently clearing the surrounding fog. What happened? We immediately notified the city guards and adventurers responsible for combat when we saw the smoke bomb. But the vacuum was just too heavy, and we're not extraordinary beings, so it took us quite a while to move it. Yet, Geller paid no heed to the stammering explanations from those who had just rushed out of the building. He didn't even put down his spear and shield, anxiously scanning for his target. However, the search was brief, for he soon located the objective. What is wrong? Are you all right? Ah, what happened? You were knocked out in 2 seconds flat. At that moment, the target he had been most concerned about during these 4 minutes was playfully healing the other and sharing a light-hearted jest. Baron, both the anxious Geller and the recovering Clow, who had just regained consciousness from being knocked out, exclaimed in unison, "It's all fine now." Dusting off his impeccably clean clothes, Loren glanced around awkwardly before clearing his throat and confidently stating, "That assassin was an extraordinary being from the Technoroia Empire, specializing in body augmentation. Fortunately, he was exceedingly careless. My Florgia ring contained a high explosive fire spell, and with full activation, I incinerated him in an instant. And the wound on your shoulder? Ah, that was minor. I've already healed it with magic. Look, there is not even a hole in my clothes that that's so." With his Master S safety confirmed, Geller's taut nerves finally relaxed. Though he sensed something was amiss, he deemed it more important to pursue justice later. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Geller squinted his eyes. The officials witnessing the contract lacked combat prowess, but could still comprehend the situation. However, the city guards arriving 5 minutes late after the assassination began was a grave dereliction of duty. Whether as Loren's protector or a loyal soldier of the Empire, Geller intended to hold them accountable. Truly beautiful. This was Loren's initial thought. Compared to his past life, the quality of women in this world was remarkably superior. According to certain studies, extraordinary powers subtly enhanced the appearances of those around them, resulting in a populace with looks and physiques that seemed far superior to the average of his previous existence. Thus, he had encountered many beauties in this world. The gentle, sky-blue-haired Erishia, whom the owner of this body had once secretly admired, and the enigmatic, black-haired Eilena, who always wore a coy smile, could both be classified as enchanting. Furthermore, the sisterly figure, possessing a blend of softness and cunning, and the capable maid with her high ponytail, also epitomized classic beauty. Excluding these acquaintances, The noble women he encountered in the imperial city were seldom lacking in attractiveness, and the maids surrounding him were undeniably lovely. In just under a month, the boy, who had previously relied on museum art to appreciate beauty, found his standards elevated after witnessing real-life elegance. Yet, even amidst this, Loren could not help but acknowledge that the silver-haired girl before him was truly stunning. The idiom skin like cream, beauty as exquisite as a painting fell short. To be precise, the beauty of this girl, who had suddenly appeared and saved him, was of such a caliber that human language struggled to encapsulate it. She resembled a visage only a goddess could possess. Hello, by the way, let me heal you first. The girl spoke softly. Compared to the icy tone she had used while confronting the assassin, her voice now was much gentler. This tender tone reminded Loren of a nurturing doctor sister from an animated series of his past life. As she spoke, a green light enveloped Loren. The shattered bones of his bullet-riddled leg naturally reconnected, and the dislocated and scorched right hand returned to its original state. The less severe injuries mended in an instant. Before Loren could marvel at the potency of her healing magic, the silver-haired girl lightly waved her finger, restoring the collateral damage from their battle. The buildings charred by the flames of the Forger Ring, the battered trash can he had wielded as a weapon, and the ruins of the structures, all returned to their rightful places under her guidance. Had Loren just arrived, he would never have guessed that a fierce battle had taken place in this overly pristine locale, where he had nearly lost his life. Wow. Loren stood transfixed, though he recognized that this seemingly youthful girl was an incredibly formidable individual. Yet the magic before him still instilled within him a genuine sense of dread regarding the girl's formidable prowess. She was undoubtedly someone who had immersed herself in the realm of magic for a considerable duration, deserving at the very least the esteemed title of a master. It was only then that he recalled the pressing matter at hand. There was also a bystander who had been injured. Fear not, for Mrs. Matilda has already been healed by me. Alas, she who had always considered herself fortunate, nearly lost her life today. Therefore, I believe it is best to erase this painful memory. When she awakens, she will assume that she simply fainted from exhaustion by the roadside. The girl gently placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. How should I address you? Loren Vaholfusi, that I am called Elenoia. At this moment, the girl had shed her tattered black robe, akin to a refuse sack, revealing legs as pure as jade and feet that, though barefoot, bore not a speck of dust, captivating Loren's gaze. Perhaps feeling unsteady while standing, the girl crouched down, allowing her peculiar midriff-bearing attire, stitched from purple fabric, and her flawless visage to meet Loren's eyes directly. Let us engage in a transaction, within the guard department of Akbar City, responsible for maintaining the city's safety. Quickly investigate, expedite the inquiry. Well, we are uncertain as to why, despite the adversary utilizing the magically engineered devices provided to each city, the delay should not exceed 0. 5 seconds. However, this time it was not until 2 minutes had passed that we... So, you mean to say that any random assassin could disrupt your magical communication system, thereby launching an attack on the residents of this city? As the trembling staff member continued to explain the situation to his superior, a furious roar from a white-haired giant clad in armor startled the two disputants, causing them to jump as if electrocuted. I understand that assassins can be cunning, deliberately choosing to strike during significant events like the auction, when you have deployed most of your guards near the trading company. However, this does not excuse your lack of preparation, nor does it justify your being so easily deceived. That I am aware that, as internal members, you all understand that the city is currently mobilizing its military forces extensively to prevent the impending beast tide that is set to occur in half a month. I also know that most of your duties involve merely apprehending petty thieves and dealing with some rogue magical devices. You likely have never even encountered a murderer, but I, having once clashed with genuine magical beast armies and hunted down bandits who took pleasure in slaughtering innocents, am acutely aware of the kind of enemies you are about to face. Should you continue to exhibit such abysmal performance, I can assure you that it would be wiser to announce the impending onslaught of the beast tide and allow the city's residents to seek refuge. With your current capabilities, it is impossible for you to protect the populace against those ferocious beasts. Yes, sir, please do not be upset. I assure you, this will be the last occurrence of such a blunder. Not only externally but internally, we shall conduct a thorough review. Do you know who the target of this assassination is? It is the newly appointed Baron of the Vihilifus clan. And do you know who commands the middle forces against the Beast Tide? It is also the Vihilifus clan, but if these loyal factions are valiantly resisting the enemy, while their own are being assassinated behind the scenes, as the Elder's furious shouts fill the air, Loren covered his ears, softly comforting the frightened youth beside him, who was 2 years his senior and seemed to be in the grip of despair. It's all right. You have merely just awakened as an extraordinary being. It is perfectly normal to be unable to contend against an adversary who is more experienced and powerful, especially when you are not wielding your familiar weapons. But, my Lord Baron, the youth hesitated, covering his face to obscure his expression, before finally uttering those words that I am very afraid. Long ago, I understood that even if I sharpen my weapons to a fine edge, even if I hone my body to peak condition, I could never defeat Iphigenia. Even entrusting those children to you, my subconscious believed that the revenge I must accomplish would ultimately lead to a tragic outcome. However, later, you suddenly brought me into that basement. And without any psychological preparation, I became an extraordinary being, gaining immense power. Though I felt a fleeting sense of confusion, nonetheless, it was then that I first glimpsed hope. Yet, if I cannot even reach such a person, how could I possibly defeat Iphigenia? My Lord Baron, I am truly frightened that I fear whether I can achieve this. I fear that this is all a fantasy. Despite having gained formidable power, despite finally having a chance to fulfill my objectives. Yet, hearing this cry of despair, Loren could only sigh helplessly. That moment, the shouting in the room finally subsided. Understood, sir. Please leave it to us. We will undoubtedly uncover the assassin's trail through these mechanical components. Observing the group of officials who were nearly on their knees in desperation, General finally nodded in satisfaction and exited the room. Then why, Lord Baron? The orders have been given. Mr. General, I didn't realize you could be so unreasonable. In response to Lord Loren's awkward smile, General simply chuckled. Sometimes, as long as the volume is loud enough, even unreasonable demands can seem justified. Lord Loren hadn't intended to blame anyone. After all, it was obvious that the one who had attempted to assassinate him, a seemingly unremarkable baron who had not offended anyone, was undoubtedly one of the imperial politicians opposed to his father, an internal power seeking to temporarily distort the universal communication network of each city. Akin to enlisting a top hacker to breach their own system. As for the notion of utilizing those mechanical components to locate the target of his assassination, it was an absurdity, something to hardly expect. If they failed to find anything, they would undoubtedly feel even more guilty and would seek ways to offer greater compensation to the Baron. The self-assured white-haired elder spoke thus as he knelt down. Nevertheless, my Lord Baron, failing to protect you is indeed a fault of mine as your guard. Please do punish me. It's fine. There is no significant issue here. Upon seeing the giant kneeling before him, Lord Loren, who understood the elder's stubbornness, felt as though he had a head twice the size. After all, he had just been comforting a youth on the verge of despair, and now he had to convince this elder not to blame himself, which was quite a troublesome task. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Lord Loren managed to get General to rise, gently wiping his forehead. All right, please wait for me outside. I need to use the restroom and will be right back. He then swiftly exited the room. Upon emerging from the chamber, Lord Loren turned into a narrow alley, glanced around to ensure no one was present, and then softly called out, Miss Eleanor, may I inquire where you are? I am here. The silver-haired woman suddenly appeared beside Lord Loren, without the slightest sound of movement, as if she had instantaneously teleported behind him. This startled the blonde youth. Where did you come from? I've been right here. Not wishing to elaborate further, Eleanor simply smiled lightly and then inquired, What's the matter? Have you finished sorting out those guards within the city? Well, although it took longer than I expected, it has indeed been accomplished. So, does this mean it's time for you to fulfill your promise? Eleanor clasped her hands together, smiling as she spoke. Even though it was merely an auction held at a branch, the number of individuals permitted to participate in this Chrysos Trading Company auction in the city remained exceedingly limited. The auction venue resembled a lavish auditorium, with neatly arranged chairs on the first floor for those invited due to their sufficient expenditures at the trading company this year, while the second floor featured several small rooms furnished with luxurious sofas and stocked with beverage coolers, specifically designated for those of power or influence. The luxurious lounge prepared for distinguished guests who can attend these auctions long-term. A.S. the youngest scion of the Vasilev family, the current baron and lord of a substantial estate. As well as a top-tier VIP of the Merchant Guild, he possesses the privilege to access these opulent lounges, at least during this branch's auction. Point 4 of you. Please ensure you carry this sticker. It serves as proof of your unrestricted entry during the auction. A uniformed maid at the entrance produced 4 stickers and handed them to the individuals before her, casting a curious glance at their peculiar attire. Typically, those entitled to attend such elite auctions are at the very least up-and-coming magnates. One would expect them to don garments that exude an air of affluence. Yet, aside from the leader, who wore a conventional and widely recognized noble robe, the outfits of the other 3 were quite astonishing to the maid accustomed to serving the aristocracy and wealthy patrons. Standing beside the leader, a brooding young man with dark circles under his eyes wore attire similar to that of the youth next to him. Yet his ensemble was tattered and worn, as if he had hastily arrived from the battlefield. However, one might argue that such clothing would hardly be suitable for combat. Speaking of battle, the towering, muscular elder with white hair on the far right was clad in heavy armor. A large shield strapped to his left arm, and a long spear slung across his back, with traces of some unknown liquid splattered upon him. While it bore no foul odor, it remained perplexing, akin to attempting to appreciate an abstract painting. As for the individual on the far left, they were cloaked in a garment resembling a trash bag, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Regardless of the maid's internal musings, the VIP card before her was undeniably legitimate. She could not dismiss them based on the foolishness of their attire, so she respectfully stepped aside, revealing the spacious and brightly lit passage behind her. While the maid remained puzzled, 2 men behind her engaged in hushed conversation. I apologize. This is my first encounter with the Baron as part of this job, and I am entirely unaware of his previous social connections. If you wish to inquire, you should approach that maid. Regardless, to suddenly claim someone as an old friend. Mr. Claw, your current status is that of the Baron's servant, as a fellow servant. I suggest you speak less and listen more. The 2 figures in front did not merely continue walking ahead. Is the illumination here provided by star stones? The dim starlight envelopes the entire hall, achieved by laying down a multitude of star stones. However, it seems rather wasteful. It could easily be resolved with a sustainable starlight spell or a star projection. I ask this to highlight their immense wealth. Much like a first-time visitor, the young lady gazed curiously at her surroundings. Meanwhile, Loren turned his head to observe the cloaked girl obscured by the black robe. As he stared, his mind wandered back to previous memories. Firstly, Eleonora, crouched and gazing at Loren, extended a finger. For certain troublesome reasons. I would prefer that no one other than you knows I saved you. That ring on your hand is a space ring, correct? Please stow away this body and weave a small tale that you dealt with it yourself. Would you? Moreover, while this body may not be high-end, it could yield valuable materials if dismantled. Thus, should you choose not to speak the truth, this corpse could very well become your fortune. Though still somewhat bewildered, Loren instinctively nodded. Satisfied, the silver-haired woman extended a second finger. Now, I presume you are here for today's auction as well. To be frank, there's an item of great significance to me among the auction lots, and I must acquire it. However, due to insufficient preparation time, I currently lack the privilege to enter the auction. Therefore, I am seeking the assistance of someone who possesses this privilege. Should you be willing to provide this assistance, I would offer a certain amount of remuneration. Sensing her words sounded somewhat peculiar, the young lady quickly waved her hand in clarification. Of course, I do not mean to imply that I would leverage your situation against you for having saved me. I am merely searching for assistance, and if you are unwilling, I shall take my leave now. No problem. As the girl appeared ready to continue her somewhat parched explanation, Loren readily agreed. Thus, the deal was struck without any haggling. A pleasant accord achieved. Very well, my Lord Baron, I shall stand guard at the entrance. After uttering her final statement, Jeller closed the door and leaned against it. Claw, find a place to sit. Miss Eleonora, you too. I shall remain standing. The silver-haired girl accepted the mechanical button for signaling bids that Loren offered and chose to lean against the wall, quietly observing the scene outside through the enormous glass window above the lounge. While she was curious about the girl's identity, he temporarily set this question aside and turned his attention to the notable figures seated in the VIP lounge, soon to become his competitors. There were rotund nobles and middle-aged men dressed in lighter, more casual attire distinct from Loren's. Overall, they were individuals one could easily identify as either wealthy or of high status. Loren intended to continue his observations, but time would not permit as the spotlight illuminated the podium at the front of the Grand Hall. The monthly auction of the Chrysos Merchant Guild's Akbar branch, featuring 90 standard lots and 10 grand lots, commenced. Emerging from behind the curtain was a woman clad in a lavish red split gown, her long black hair cascading down, her face concealed by a peculiar white beak mask of uncertain significance. Cradling a large tome in her hands, she strode to the center of the podium, resembling a model on a runway. After placing the book on the podium stand, she cleared her throat gently and began to speak in an alluring, smoky voice. "Greetings, everyone." Strangely, despite the fact that her mask completely obscured her mouth and bore no apparent means of amplification, her resonant voice echoed throughout the hall as though the mask itself was an amplification device. In reality, it was indeed so. Not only Illinois, but even Loren recognized certain magical properties inherent in the mask. What could have been resolved with a simple megaphone instead required the Merchant Guild to devise such an elaborate mask. Truly, the Chrysos Merchant Guild never missed an opportunity to flaunt its immense wealth. Loren recalled the information he had come across regarding the guild's auction. It was said that the Chrysos Merchant Guild was exceedingly strict in selecting its auctioneers. Although, like most organizations, they would hire numerous staff from outside. There were a few positions that the guild's owner, Chrysos Kane, would never allow outsiders to fill. He would secretly train a select group of individuals and assign them these special roles. The auctioneer, who presided over the monthly and annual nighttime auctions, was one such coveted position that it was rumored that each auctioneer of the Chrysos Merchant Guild concealed their appearance behind masks or through other means, rendering their identities unknown. Correspondingly, their enchanting voices were said to possess throats rivaling those of the finest singers. Although they recited cold numbers and transactions, with their vocal embellishments, it transformed into an exchange of beautiful artistry akin to what one might experience in paradise. However, while such information was conveyed with a hint of exaggeration, Loren could attest to the quality of the auctioneer's voice he was presently hearing. Although it is impossible to conclude that this voice is unpleasant from any biased perspective, it is also not as exaggerated as some of the information suggests. While Loren savored this information, the enchanting, smoky voice concluded the opening remarks, and a slender jade hand turned the pages of the hefty tome, symbolizing the official commencement of the auction. Outside, countless individuals without access to the auction were begrudgingly pressed against the glass, gazing at the impending event with a mix of curiosity, desire, and envy. Meanwhile, on the first floor, those seated without the luxury of a lounge tightened their grips on the buttons used to signal bids, their bodies trembling with tension, some even breaking out in cold sweat in this seemingly comfortable environment. After all, logically speaking, the auction items are generally more precious as the event progresses. However, to stir the atmosphere, the Chrysos Merchant Guild traditionally starts with some valuable items that are not quite worthy of being the grand finale, serving as appetizers to ignite the excitement. These items, which would not catch the eye of the esteemed guests on the second floor, present the greatest opportunity for those without a specific aim, merely wishing to make a profit at this high-end auction. That as for those seated on the second floor, the first item up for bid, with the auctioneer's declaration, a wall behind the podium projected a book with a purple cover. The Maikue Grimoire, once a tool of spellcasting for an elderly sorcerer. While its true name cannot be directly disclosed, this sorcerer was a master of elemental magic. Thus, if any of the extraordinary individuals present have a passion for elemental magic, this tome is undoubtedly a superior tool for spell casting. After a brief pause, the female auctioneer continued. The starting price for this item is 2,000 gold coins. I bid 3,000 gold coins. I bid 5,000 gold coins. Although the bidding was relatively fierce, the amounts offered were still modest compared to the gold coins in Loren's possession. not to mention that his magical potions were also set to be auctioned off, making the price of this grimoire a mere trifle in comparison. If he wished, Loren could easily acquire these items. However, despite lacking spell-casting tools, Loren shook his head and opted not to place a bid. Although his predecessor had a fondness for elemental magic, he, having undergone a soul transformation, had yet to decide on his future developmental path. Such a distinctly elemental spell-casting tool was not within his considerations. Ultimately, the Maikue grimoire was sold for 8,325 gold coins. Next came the second item. With the sale of the Maikue grimoire completed, the auctioneer promptly moved on to the next item. This upcoming item held significantly greater value than the first grimoire. The next lot was the ownership rights to a mine that produced magical metal. Accompanied by the auctioneer's melodious voice, a map detailing the exact coordinates was projected onto the wall. Located south of the Akbar mountain range, this mine produced azure gold. This auction was for 80% of the mine's shares. The specific properties of azure gold are well known to all present. With a starting price of 10,000 gold coins, magical metal, in other words, is a type of, or suitable for forging, Loren's mind whirled rapidly. In this world, where science and magic are distinctly categorized, various materials have begun to be classified according to their characteristics. Even ores are no exception. Much like Loren's previous world, which initially contained only basic ores like iron and copper, this world has been slowly transformed by the discovery of containment entities and these wondrous beings. Thus, alongside new flora, entirely new ores have emerged in this realm. According to the records and books, metals in the world can be broadly classified into two categories. Magical metal, commonly found in the eastern region where the Mexico's empire resides, infused with mysterious special powers and capable of being forged into powerful equipment. And kinetic metal, commonly found in the western region of the Technoloria Empire, possessing marvelous properties and suitable for crafting formidable mechanical devices. Though azure gold is a low-grade magical metal, it presents a valuable opportunity for Loren, who is learning the art of forging, that if he could secure a stable source of ore, combined with the power of containment entities, his progress in forging would accelerate significantly. However, shaking his head, Loren refrained from placing a bid. It was it that he didn't want to buy or couldn't afford it. Rather, a more pressing issue loomed out on the continent. Whenever mine shares are sold, there's an unspoken rule that the buyer must dispatch a team to assist the original owner in excavation and guarding the mine. Loren, lacking even a basic army, could hardly spare personnel to remain at a remote mine. With a look of regret, Loren watched as the second item was sold for 58,000 gold coins. The man who purchased the mine was clad in a blue robe, adorned with a white mask, and his attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the auctioneer standing at the podium. Could that mask signify a follower of the Star God sect? Observing the mysterious figure slowly rise amidst the crowd, Loren pinched his chin, pondering aloud. The superstitions surrounding the Star God often entail such masks, worn both externally and internally, as if concealing something unfit for public view. Suddenly, a voice emerged, catching Loren off guard momentarily. However, as realization dawned, he swiftly turned his head. The silver-haired girl, half-lidded eyes resembling someone in slumber, remained leaning against the wall, having neither approached him unnoticed nor employed any amplification tools. Yet, her voice resonated steadily and clearly within his mind. Sensing Loren's gaze, the girl slightly opened one of her half-closed eyes, locking eyes with him. "What I seek is the 77th auction item, if you would be so kind, Sir Baron." This time, Loren discerned more clearly that the girl's exquisitely shaped lips barely moved. She simply opened her eyes and flashed a smile before returning to her seemingly drowsy state. Consequently, he grasped her little ruse. A telepathic spell. During their previous encounters, this seemingly celestial sorceress had demonstrated nothing but basic spells, even those within Loren's own repertoire. Yet her astonishing proficiency with these fundamental spells continued to leave Loren in awe. Each of her movements ceaselessly reshaped the worldview of this young man, who had just stepped into the realm of magic. The subsequent items, while still valuable, paled in comparison to the shares of the mine, equipment. Gemstones, armor, antiques, and the like simply lacked that allure. Loren noted that the envoy from the Ikra family, with whom he had recently signed a contract, had spent over 10,000 gold coins on a set of antiques, likely for their family head. The family head of the Ikra was indeed quite the eccentric. Loren rummaged through the memories within this body and quickly recalled the individual who was obsessively devoted to art and culinary skills. The next item for auction was the auctioneer gently tapped the wooden fish on the table, projecting an image onto the wall behind that it depicted a pedestal crafted from black marble, adorned with white stars, with a square glass case securely covering the item within. What lay within this meticulously protected enclosure was not a powerful piece of equipment, nor a fragile antique, but a small nest woven from wood and vines, cradling an egg the size of half an ostrich egg. This egg was a trophy obtained by a formidable yet aged hunter, who risked his life battling a powerful magical beast in the Belixmi mountain range and ultimately emerged victorious. A magical beast egg, indicating the sale of a pet. Though magical beasts possess strength comparable to extraordinary humans, aside from those few exceptional cases that awaken intelligence at birth, most magical beasts behave much like ordinary small animals. If, in reality, among the agents or adventurers, there existed an association dedicated to assisting others in the incubation of pet eggs, it would not be surprising that even the Imperial Army's finest steeds are formidable magical beasts systematically cultivated within the Empire's breeding institutions. In this world, the pet system has evolved into an extensive and lucrative commercial enterprise. Thus, it is only natural that the largest consortium, the Chrysos Chamber of Commerce, routinely sells these precious magical eggs. However, the eggs that make it to auction are not merely the random selections of the chamber. Loren squinted, carefully observing the white egg before him, attempting to discern its breed. Given its size, it does not seem to belong to any colossal creature. Perhaps a horse? Nevertheless, Loren's time in this world and the knowledge he has acquired are still far too limited, not to mention that his recent studies have primarily focused on the fundamentals of transcendent beings. The former owner of this body left no knowledge regarding the identification of magical beasts in his mind. Thus, no matter how meticulously Loren scrutinized, he ultimately could not uncover its true identity. This was an egg of a white spirit wolf. Fortunately, the young girl beside Loren effortlessly revealed what kind of creature would emerge from this egg. Simultaneously, the auctioneer confirmed her guess by uttering the words white spirit wolf, validating her insight. The white spirit wolf, as I recall, is renowned for its purity and adaptability. This creature, like others, gains immense power through the strength of its progenitors. Each generation of humans must rely on the knowledge of their ancestors to concoct potions or artifacts, utilizing these tools to undergo transformations that grant them a foothold in transcendent power. However, magical beasts differ. Certain progenitor powers and rules fortuitously awaken in some beast clans, embedding extraordinary strength within their bloodlines. Through mating and childbirth, this power is perpetually transmitted via the bonds of blood, meaning they awaken to their might from birth without needing complex procedures. In other words, the future of these beings is predetermined at their inception. The inheritance of bloodlines is determined by the parents, who cannot choose the powers they will inherit or alter their species. The potential of most magical beasts is primarily dictated by the purity and strength of their innate bloodlines, ensuring that the notion of underestimating the young does not apply within the realm of magical beasts. Nonetheless, there are exceptions. The uniqueness of the white spirit wolf lies in its highly malleable bloodline, which can actively embrace external modifications and continuously evolve. As long as they can consume the bloodlines of powerful magical beasts, they can acquire their strengths, allowing for a continuous evolution that positions them as a magical beast of considerable potential. The girl's lips and tongue remained motionless, yet her voice effortlessly reached Loren's ears. Listening to her explanation, Loren did not respond but turned his gaze back to the projected image of the white egg. Lot number 15, the egg of a white spirit wolf. Starting bid is 2,000 gold coins, with the auctioneer's alluring voice announcing this price. The hall did not erupt into a frenzy of bidding as it had during the sale of mining shares. Every bidder meticulously calculated in their minds, assessing the value of such a pet and whether they were prepared to make this long-term investment. While the white spirit wolf possesses tremendous potential, it conversely indicates that this pet cannot quickly translate into actual combat power. It requires substantial resources and a considerable amount of time to develop. After all, the premise for the white spirit wolf's growth through the consumption of other bloodlines necessitates the availability of these unique magical beasts. Without bloodline consumption, the white spirit wolf would merely be a subpar pet among magical beasts of similar level. Of course, those present generally had ample wealth to support such an investment. Yet, precisely because they were affluent, if they desired a pet, they could easily procure a magical beast with a robust bloodline, rather than spend an extended period nurturing a white spirit wolf. And no matter how wealthy one may be, it is fundamentally understood that no one would willingly engage in a losing venture without any ulterior motive. The first bid is 2,500 gold coins. 2007, declared one seller. Announcing a price of 2007, the first person made their move. The hall erupted with the sound of buttons being pressed and sporadic bids being shouted, despite any attempts to diminish its value. The egg of the white spirit wolf remained a quality item worthy of this auction. There would always be guests eager to acquire it, and as time progressed, the price of lot 15 began to rise steadily. Bait. Meanwhile, in the lounge, while gazing at the projected price on the screen and resting his chin on his hand, Loren began to ponder whether this investment was worthwhile for him. He had no personal need for a pet. After all, even within the vast realm of a wizard's expertise, summoning occupies a significant segment. Skilled mages specializing in necromancy or elemental summoning never lack for assistance, with merely the expenditure of mana restored through breathing. They can summon formidable aids or legions in numbers. In reality, having powerful magical beasts fight alongside oneself to compensate for one's weaknesses is predominantly the privilege of warriors on this continent. Throughout this month, Loren's companion, Jeller, along with soldiers like Dell, have been nurturing specifically bred warhorses in the starting grounds. These creatures were procured from the Empire's specialized breeding institutions or through adventurers tasked with pet cultivation. Fostering bonds with them from a young age to become genuine allies in times of crisis, it could be said that while not essential, a pet that can serve as both a mount and a combat assistant greatly enhances a warrior's capabilities, equating to the value of potent weaponry or martial techniques. Coincidentally, there was a warrior right beside Loren. This moment, Clow remained ensnared in the terror for being swiftly dispatched by that cybernetic assassin. However, it was not merely a matter of weak psychological resilience. Rather, the special abilities of the entity known as Iphigenia, which had once brought him to ruin, were at play, according to the information Loren had meticulously researched. Iphigenia is an ultimate monstrosity capable of implanting the concept of fear into the hearts of its opponents upon engagement, amplifying it endlessly. This fear is not limited to the terror instigated by Iphigenia herself. Afterward, if an individual experiences a sense of helplessness, fear, or terror during any given moment, the seed implanted by Iphigenia will take root and flourish. This is why, throughout history, the vast majority of transcendent beings defeated by Iphigenia have met with tragic fates. Although Loren at that time had no other reason, simply acting on the premise that it should be so, he brought the young man before him into the ranks of transcendent beings. Yet upon reflection, a commoner who had been bested by Iphigenia, yet managed to withstand the weight of fear with sheer willpower, is already deserving of commendation in the eyes of influential figures, warranting their investment of resources. Coincidentally, during the period when Jeller was instructing Loren in combat techniques, he had frequently mentioned how much pets could assist certain transcendent warriors while recounting the development paths within this extraordinary system. Not to mention, in the recent assassination incident, this young man had acted without a moment's hesitation, sacrificing his life to protect Loren. Although the outcome was rather awkward, the sentiment remained as for the price. There was no concern. The gold coins Loren had prepared for this auction were still intact, supplemented by 2 investments and his mother's inheritance, granting him substantial funds at his disposal. Loren could easily afford to be somewhat extravagant in minor expenditures. Though his thoughts were many, the time for contemplation was brief. Once he arrived at a decision, Loren pressed the mechanical button on the table and entered a string of numbers. 5,000 gold coins. The VIP on the second floor bids 5,000 gold coins. This bid nearly increased the current highest offer by over 40%, prompting those still bidding in hundreds or dozens of coins to wisely fall silent. Congratulations to the seller for the second and third times. The egg of the white spirit wolf has been sold for the high price of 5,000 gold coins, with the auctioneer declaring the transaction complete. The 15th item of the day was thus sold. Before proceeding to item number 16, the staff of the Chrysoth chamber promptly handed over the pristine white wolf egg encased in a glass dome to him. After paying with his VIP card, Loren carefully extracted the egg from its glass shelter, ensuring its safety by cradling it with both hands, mindful of its fragility, about half the size of an ostrich egg. It was curious, indeed, that wolves, being mammals, would revert to oviparity upon transforming into magical beasts. Yet, one could hardly apply the biological principles of a previous life to this world. Standing beside him was an enigmatic beauty whose depths eluded understanding. Thus Loren refrained from voicing his musings aloud, merely contemplating them in silence as he placed the egg beside the melancholic youth. Dada. This is a gift for you. Remember to nurture it well. Wait me, as was his custom. Loren offered no explanations or justifications, ignoring the astonished gaze of Klaus, who had only recently become acquainted with him. Loren resumed his calm observation of the auction unfolding before them. The sale of the 16th item concluded swiftly, and now the 17th item was presented. Loren's magical energy potions. Although he had only delivered 30 bottles that very day, the contract had been signed long before. Consequently, the Chrysoth Chambers branch had meticulously arranged the order of 100 auction items a week in advance to create a buzz for this event. Loren retrieved the auction list he had stored in the ring of Flaga, scanning its contents with keen eyes until he located his target. The 30 bottles of magical energy potions occupied positions in the 17th, 71st, 95th, and 97th items. I could see that moment. The auctioneer struck his gavel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present to you a product that has never before graced the Chrysoth Chambers listings. The magical energy potion that I believe some of you may not be entirely familiar with its capabilities. So allow me to elucidate. Clearing his throat, the auctioneer, adorned with a birdbeak mask, spoke in a melodious voice. The so-called magical energy potion assists wizards in refining their magical power while employing breathing techniques, enabling them to extract purer and more potent energy. That IT is an invaluable aid for novice wizards just embarking on their magical journey. As the auctioneer's enchanting declaration filled the air, the audience, having perused the auction list yet lacking knowledge of the potion's specific effects, began to stir with excitement. While none had previously heard of this potion, the esteemed reputation of the Chrysoth Chamber reassured them. For this was not the first time the chamber had offered unfamiliar items. Thus, the attendees harbored no doubts regarding the potion's efficacy. They began to fervently contemplate its value. Although seasoned wizards, having honed their skills through countless meditations, could refine their magical energy to rival or even surpass that of a novice using the potion, its appeal lay primarily with those newly initiated into the realm of magic. For instance, had Loren, recently bested by an unknown assassin, consumed a bottle of the magical energy potion instead of delivering them all to the Chrysoth chamber, he might have garnered greater power, coupled with the fire magic enchanted upon the ring of Flaga. Even without Elenoya's timely intervention, the flames could have reduced the assassin to ashes. Enhancing combat prowess was merely the most rudimentary application. During meditation, consuming the potion could yield more refined magical energy, aiding wizards in executing advanced spells. Moreover, familiarizing oneself with the sensations during potion intake would facilitate swifter and more efficient refinement of advanced magical energy in subsequent breathing exercises that, in essence, with a sufficient supply of magical energy potions, a wizard could expedite their journey from apprentice to expert. The 30 bottles were to be auctioned in 4 segments, 5 bottles in the first 2 rounds and 10 in the final 2. Loren calculated that utilizing 5 bottles at critical breakthrough moments would save a novice wizard like him considerable time. With 10 bottles, whether for daily meditation or crucial moments of insight, the potion would provide significant enhancements in a short span. The 17th item, 5 bottles of magical energy potions. Starting bid, 5,000 gold coins. The opening bid rivaled the final price of the white wolf egg Loren had just purchased. Yet, despite this, many attendees wasted no time in raising their bids. 5,005, 6,000, 7,000. As the bids escalated from the first floor, Klaus hesitated, still clutching the egg in his hands, while Eleonora remained silent, eyes closed against the wall, as if in slumber. Meanwhile, Loren retrieved a previously untouched cup of yellow beverage from the room's cooler, keenly observing the participants, though many lacked the distinctive traits of the Starlight Church followers. Loren, possessing the knowledge befitting his noble lineage, could discern the general identities of those present by their attire and adornments. As anticipated, he noted a commonality among those fervently desiring the magical energy potions. They were not solitary wanderers, but rather members of families or representatives of significant factions, with a few being operatives from the Adventurers Guild. That in truth, while the magical energy potion proved beneficial, it catered primarily to novice wizards. Experienced mages, having mastered their breathing techniques, could refine their magical energy without reliance on the potion. Thus, only those organizations willing to invest substantial wealth in nurturing new talents would seek to purchase the potions. That moment, the auctioneer commenced the final countdown. 8,500 gold coins. First call, 8,500 gold coins. Second call, 8,500 gold coins. Third call. The 17th item was sold for 8,500 gold coins. The buyer, a white-haired elder in his 60s or 70s, donned in noble robes and sporting a broad smile, was likely the head of a minor family seeking to cultivate his disciples. However, Loren was more interested in the glittering numbers that had already been credited to his VIP card within the Chrysoth chamber. Eleonora, still leaning against the wall, opened her eyes, casting a curious glance at Loren, whose smile was uncontainable. With the conclusion of the magical energy potion auction, a myriad of items continued to make their grand appearances. The auctioneer's gavel resounded repeatedly as various goods were projected onto the screen behind him, and attendees eagerly raised their hands to bid. A torrent of gold coins flowed into the Chrysoth chamber, while precious equipment was successfully acquired by satisfied buyers. Among these items were powerful weapons and armor, forged by skilled blacksmiths, which left lone adventurers salivating and competing fiercely, as well as advanced runes crafted by rune masters using special materials, capable of bestowing significant enhancements upon others for a brief duration. Each artifact serves as a captivating allure for those who aspire to ascend the path of the strong, in addition to the formidable gear that appeals to warriors and mages engaged in relentless battles within a sea of blood. The Merchant Guild offers an array of items for those who, indifferent to their own strength, dedicate themselves to the creation of equipment that symbolizes power. Ancient tomes, chronicling various techniques, rare metal ingots sufficient for a blacksmith to forge a fine weapon, and precious herbs that thrive only in extreme environments. These are but a few of the treasures available. The auction also features rare inks, essential for inscribing powerful runes, materials and techniques so scarce in the remote city of Akbar that today presents a fortuitous opportunity to acquire them. Beyond the extraordinary materials aimed at solitary individuals, the Guild also caters to representatives of great powers who prioritize collective advancement, offering them the coveted assets they desire. The auction list includes deeds to prime plots of land or shops within Akbar, shares in prominent establishments such as blacksmiths and apothecaries, and even armor of lesser quality that nonetheless is sufficient to equip an entire army. Beyond these tangible assets, there exist numerous items laden with latent value, such as historical texts or treasure maps detailing the locations of undersea riches. Regrettably, this auction does not provide the world's most precious wealth, information, or clues pertaining to the containment entities, a fact that leaves Loren with a slight sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, the other auctioned items remain worthy investments, and he finds himself spending a considerable portion of the gold he has amassed over time, with each resounding strike of the auctioneer's gavel. More items are concluded, and after paying with his VIP card, a peculiar weapon, meticulously wrapped, is placed into Loren's hands. Though it appears to be nothing more than commonplace linen, Loren is acutely aware that these cloths have been infused with a special liquid, endowing them with remarkable defensive properties. Simply put, they could fetch a handsome price if sold. Adhering to his frugal habits, Loren stows the fabric away in his ring, within the confines of his forger ring. A plethora of auction goods, herbs, ores, and beast blood accumulates, all serving to enhance his own abilities. despite having received 2 investments that would catapult his starting point into rapid development akin to a rocket. Loren remains committed to his meticulously crafted study plan. Additionally, he acquires a fitted garment made from beast hide. While it may not possess the hardness of armor forged for magical ore, its lightweight nature does not impede movement and affords comfort. Easily concealed beneath an outer layer, should he encounter an assassin again, at least the bullets would struggle to penetrate his form. After all, for a mage whose physical capabilities do not significantly differ from those of an ordinary person, donning excessively heavy armor can be quite burdensome. The toll on stamina is one concern, but the impact on breathing rhythm is far more critical, particularly for a mage reliant on breath to convert vitality into magical energy. Though magic can compensate, one's mana is not limitless. This explains why most mages opt for lightweight clothing that allows for freedom of movement without undue strain. Of course, it is still rare to see individuals like Miss Illinois, who dons a black coat resembling a refuse sack while beneath it wears a crop top stitched from rags, and even fewer walk barefoot down the street. Frankly speaking, if this girl were not his savior and capable of effortlessly reducing him to mere fragments, Loren would have long since restrained his urge to voice his criticisms. As the cloth is unfurled, it reveals an enormous scythe of deep purple and black. Unlike the handheld sickles used for harvesting, this nearly 2-meter-long scythe requires both hands, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's weapon from myth. When Loren's fingers strike its surface, arcs of electricity dance along the blade, enhancing its already formidable sharpness with an aura of destructive lightning. Furthermore, as Loren activates the mechanism, the scythe's angled blade folds inward, transforming it into a slender spear. Loren lightly caresses this weapon, beyond his current crafting capabilities, nodding approvingly before laboriously tossing the massive scythe to Klaus, who still clutches the wolf egg. Take it, have some fun. The effectiveness of this black scythe, worth more than the egg of a white spirit wolf, leaves Loren quite satisfied. The scythe is forged from a magical metal known as spirit dead gold, boasting impressive base stats and a unique property that sharpens with each soul it claims, further augmented by an additional lightning enchantment that grants it pure, unadulterated destructive power. For Klaus, a newcomer to the extraordinary realm, this weapon holds value surpassing his own worth. Ignoring Klaus's bewildered expression as he acquires 2 toys, Loren crosses his legs, savoring a sweet drink while awaiting the next item on the auction block. Ladies and gentlemen, with the completion of item 76, we now present item 77. As the auctioneer's distinctive voice rings out, the silver-haired girl leaning against the wall, who had remained silent thus far, finally opens her eyes and moves for the first time. I want that. In the next instant, she appears at Loren's side, her tone grave and her gaze fixed intently upon him. Projecting onto the screen is a colossal chest adorned with intricate markings that Loren cannot decipher, though he can surmise they are runes intended to seal the box. However, these markings have been meticulously erased by some means, making it accessible even to the untrained. That is the inheritance of a familiar of mine, she states, maintaining her composure, yet her voice trembles with emotion, as if she might weep like an ordinary girl at any moment. Surely you are all aware of the recent significant event wherein the Technoroya Empire and the Mexicus Empire joined forces to eradicate a recently discovered branch of the Witch's Feast through their collaboration. The largest known branch of the Witch's Feast, following the eradication of the main branch 30 years ago and another branch 18 years prior, has been completely annihilated. This signifies that the dangerous entities known as the Witch's Feast have been largely purged, reduced to mere survival like rats scurrying in the sewers. And this chest, the auctioneer gently taps the table, proclaiming in a clear voice, was unearthed from the now destroyed branch of the Witch's Feast, containing unknown treasures. Loren's mind blanks as he hears the words Witch's Feast, his astonishment causing him to cast a startled glance at Illinois, seated beside him at the Witch's Feast, the Witch's Banquet. If this chest is the legacy of a witch, then the girl beside him, a familiar of hers, must be Miss Illinois. Due to Klaus's presence, Loren refrains from speaking, instead nervously raising his gaze to the silver-haired girl. At that moment, she regains her ethereal demeanor, responding in a cold voice without parting her lips. You are correct. I am a witch from the Witch's Feast. The terms witches feast in which are steeped in history, dating back to the Renaissance era. While biologically speaking, humans are merely another species of animal. In this world imbued with extraordinary powers, the offspring of two magical beasts inevitably inherit the powers passed down through their bloodlines, possessing unique abilities from the moment of birth. In contrast, humans are different. Even the strongest superhumans on the continent, when united, can only produce ordinary children, perhaps with remarkable talents, but unless they undergo specialized trials like Klaus, they remain unremarkable. Otherwise, one would be unable to awaken extraordinary powers and would remain confined to the realm of mortals. According to Loren's understanding, it seems that both the Technoroya Empire and the Mexicas Empire have conducted research on this phenomenon. Yet, even in the current Golden Age, the underlying reasons for this remain elusive. However, there do exist certain exceptions. There are no prerequisites regarding the parents. Even ordinary mortals are acceptable, and there are no stipulations concerning the circumstances of birth, whether in a pristine medical facility or a filthy restroom. Those who worship the star god refer to it as divine favor, while the majority deem it a curse. Upon birth, a child may possess the ability to regulate their life force and refine magical energy. Although magic is a technological framework created by humanity based on containment vessels, these individuals are innately endowed with magical prowess. They're known as witches. Initially, witches were regarded as heretics, yet their extraordinary powers garnered admiration. Thus, early witches were not subjected to discrimination. On the contrary, they were seen as children blessed with absolute talent by the star god. This perception persisted until another of the witch's abilities was uncovered. Loren's eyes flickered as the long-dormant system reappeared before him. Upon his arrival in this world and his understanding of the significance of containment vessels, his first inclination was to confess this truth to his father and leverage the Empire's power to access more potent containment vessels. Aspiring to amass wealth through this talent, rather than concealing his abilities and becoming a lord in a remote location. However, this notion was extinguished after he perused the history of witches in comparison to ordinary people. Inherently malevolent witches possess the heretical power to discern, to a certain extent, the correct rules based on the appearance and capabilities of containment vessels. This description is recorded in some historical texts. Furthermore, although the texts embellish the actual facts with numerous righteous phrases, when these eloquent words are stripped away, what remains is a gruesome reality. A mere group of magicians would not wield significant influence. Yet, a collective capable of accurately discerning the rules of containment vessels could potentially shake the very foundations of the world. If it were merely a natural talent, people would admire, praise, and envy it. However, when such a gift transcends ordinary bounds, panic and fear ensue. If it cannot be tightly grasped, it will be swiftly eradicated. The so-called cursed children have not received kindness from society, but on the contrary. Countless factions possessing containment vessels have propagated the notion of witches as malevolent beings and resorted to vile tactics to eliminate the parents of these children, ultimately brainwashing the children to manipulate them as instruments to enhance their own power. Should opposing factions dispatch assassins, many would be tasked with eliminating the witches under their adversaries' control. During those tumultuous times, once a child was identified as a witch, her life was stripped of kindness and freedom. Subsequently, some among these cursed children escaped the tyrant's grasp and congregated, seeking to survive by retreating into the enchanting woods, endeavoring to vanish from human sight. This gathering is referred to as the witches' feast. A congregation where witches, utilized and scorned by society, huddle together for warmth. Unacquainted with these events, Loren could not comprehend the depth of animosity directed at them. Nonetheless, the immutable truth remains. Ordinary citizens do not hesitate to describe a witch in the most malicious and derogatory terms. Followers of the star god depict them as cursed progeny, while nobility contemptuously likens them to rats in a filthy gutter. It is essential to clarify that the seller did not open this box when entrusting the item. They merely destroyed the protective runes atop it and explicitly instructed us not to open it. Therefore, the contents of the box remain unknown, and as such, this auction item will not have a reserve price. Participants may approach it with a mindset akin to that of a lottery. What is it? Do you wish to summon the guards to apprehend me now? The auctioneer's words, alongside the voice of a nearby girl, echoed in Loren's ears, which had remained silent for a considerable time. Loren maintained his silence, offering no response. After making the payment, a colossal wooden box that entirely occupied the glass table loomed before him. "Here you go," Loren exhaled, collapsing onto the sofa. In a certain sense, the power of the system he possessed surpassed that of all witches. Thus, he and the girl beside him, Eleonora, could be said to share a certain kinship in their afflictions. However, even without such power, as a human being, Loren could not bring himself to disdain her as the people of this world do. Not to mention that the girl before him was a savior. Morally and emotionally, he could never betray her. "Thank you." The girl cast a complex glance at Loren before lifting the box. This time, Eleonora did not return to lean against the wall. The spacious sofa still had ample room available. She chose an empty seat, placing the box on her lap and remaining silent. Loren appeared lost in thought, refraining from further conversation, although the newly acquired toys had alleviated some of Klaus's previous gloom. He hesitated to speak again, observing the silence of the other two. Thus, the room, occupied by three individuals, fell into an awkward atmosphere. According to the scientific research conducted by the Technoroid Federation, human memory becomes sufficiently clear only after the age of 3. Enabling the storage of ample memories in the brain. In other words, normal individuals typically cannot recall memories from before the age of 3. However, for the girl before him, this assertion does not hold true. After all, she retains a significant portion of her memories from birth to the present. Although they are vague, those painful experiences undeniably exist. Some texts describe a condition known as hyperthymesia, which bestows an individual with the ability to never forget their memories. This trait is not a derivative of containment vessel power, but rather a condition that normal humans may possess. As the girl grew, she came to understand that her vivid memories stemmed from an encounter with a girl from the Mexica's empire, who possessed hyperthymesia, and a student still attending school in the Technoroia Empire. Yet despite resembling hyperthymesia, after undergoing an examination, the girl realized that she was not afflicted by this condition. She simply possessed an exceptional memory, rather than an inability to forget. In truth, according to the assessment, her status as an outlier was solely due to her remarkable intellect. Indeed, the silver-haired girl was a prodigy. The examination was conducted by a man in a white coat, whose face had faded from her memory. In her recollection, he uttered peculiar terms such as sekja and imonu while holding her. However, at that time, she was merely a toddler who could not yet articulate words, thus unable to comprehend the significance of those terms or the dire implications they entailed. Consequently, she remained oblivious to why she subsequently began to live a life entirely devoid of the normal childhood experiences. In that pitch-black forest, a silver-haired girl, merely 4 or 5 years old, lay breathless on the grass. Mud coated her frail body, and a trickle of blood flowed from her forehead, staining her already exquisite yet youthful face. Despite the frigid weather, she was clad only in a tattered gray garment. Surrounding her was a scene reminiscent of hell. Countless corpses were piled high, and rivers of blood surged like tidal waves, while mechanical debris and traces of magic littered the area, with the ruins of buildings scattered about. This was a sight that would induce panic and nausea even in adults. Yet the girl silently observed her surroundings. Uttering not a word. If she could, she might have stood up and continued her ascent. However, she lacked the strength to do so. Thud, thud, thud. The girl lay sprawled out, stretching her limbs to form a large character. Her body sinking into the grassy expanse of the dark forest, she felt the sticky warmth of blood coursing through her form. Acutely aware of her life ebbing away, it is not so bad. The girl mused. Years had passed, yet she remained unable to comprehend the reason for her continued existence. She had fled alongside others, only to be betrayed, and then, for reasons unknown, she continued to escape. Perpetually trapped in this cycle of repetition, in the monotony of her life, she occasionally encountered a few strangers who showed her kindness, and those gestures of goodwill briefly enveloped her in warmth. Yet, without fail, all these strangers met their demise before her eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Raindrops began to fall. Was it raining? The girl squinted, feeling the raindrops on her face. washing away the mud and blood, while she gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, hoping they would light her way in her brief life. This was the sole moment she could truly feel her existence in this world, experience both the sensation of life and the awareness of its impending end was, to her, a stroke of fortune. Tap, tap, tap. Beyond this, the girl found no reason to keep her eyes open, to remain in this world. Tap, tap, tap. Even confusion and fear eluded her. She merely felt a calmness as the footsteps drew near. The owner of the footsteps gracefully leaped onto a 3-meter-high slab of abandoned steel, then perched on the edge of a rebar, gazing down at the girl lying below. Due to her position, she could not discern the figure's features, nor could she tell if it was male or female, only seeing a pair of brown knee-high boots hovering before her. "Hello there," was a woman's voice, young, gentle, yet imbued with a sense of weariness. "Hello. Are you here to kill me?" Despite living a life of escape, the girl had learned to speak in some basic etiquette. After all, learning had always been a simple task for her. Do you long for death? Perhaps that I am uncertain. All I know is that the path ahead is shrouded in fog, and even if I were to proceed, my remaining days are destined to be filled with solitude and suffering. If you wish to escape from pain, why not rise and resist the injustice that has befallen you? The girl, still lying in the grass, gently shook her head. That would be futile, miss. The suffering I endure is not merely physical. It stems from a profound emptiness of the soul. Family, friends, and companions. These inherent sources of companionship that others possess are but a fanciful dream for me. I am a calamity, one who brings destruction to those who draw near. Destined to live in solitude, forever isolated. That's so. In the girl's green eyes, now obscured by blood and rain, she saw the owner of the brown boots leap down from the steel slab and approach her. The girl closed her eyes, awaiting the woman to bury her completely. If that is the case, perhaps it is not so bad. Yet, the situation did not unfold as the girl had anticipated. When her confusion prompted her to reopen her eyes, she saw a hand reaching toward her face, a pale, slender hand. Then, "Would you allow me to be your guiding light, to dispel the fog and illuminate your path?" "What?" "If you agree, then from this moment forth, I shall grant you the will to live, to provide you with reasons for your heart to beat again." "Are you jesting?" "Certainly not." The woman's voice, somewhat frail yet unwavering, resonated in her ears. "Now, let me impart to you your first lesson. An oath is sacred, regardless of its casual nature or absurdity. The moment an oath is made, both parties must exert their utmost to fulfill it. So, rest assured, when you cannot see the way ahead, when you are lost as to where to go next, I shall be your guide, lighting your way. Tap, 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 tap. After a brief interval, accompanied by the auctioneer's relentless hammering, the 99th item, a longbow crafted from a rare wood, was sold for thousands of gold coins. The auctioneer gradually lifted his gaze, swiftly scanning the VIP boxes on the second floor before announcing in a loud voice, "Before we proceed with the final 10 featured items, I invite you all to enjoy a moment of free activity." With that, the auction house's doors briefly opened, offering a short reprieve before the last 10 items were sold. This intermission was designed for participants to discuss and gather funds among themselves, though the starting price of the final items was not significantly higher than that of other items. Those who had attended previous auctions knew well that the final items would fetch prices far exceeding most others. Aside from a few exceptions, the latter typically sold for thousands, while the former often reached tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins, an amount comparable to the income of some small towns. This was how the extraordinary spent their wealth. The auctioneer, adorned in a white bird-beaked mask and vibrant ceremonial robes, bowed and temporarily withdrew. The previously hushed auction hall erupted into a lively buzz. Customers seated on the first floor descended from their positions, some engaging in conversation with acquaintances about business collaborations or trades, while others hurried outside to contact partners or family to amass more gold. In contrast to the bustling first floor, the second floor remained relatively quiet. Though a few ventured out, they were quickly enveloped by the crowd below. After all, aside from a few anomalies, the sellers participating on the first floor generally held a lower status than those in the second floor boxes. Even the wealthy were not exempt. Most chose to remain quietly in their boxes. Among them was Loren, that he still possessed a considerable amount of gold, and two of the final auction items were his magical potions. He had just reviewed the final auction list once more. While the items were indeed precious, they were either beyond his financial reach or not of significant interest to him. He felt no need to devise ways to gather funds, nor did he wish to engage with the aristocrats of Ackerberg. Therefore, Loren lounged comfortably on the sofa, sipping a golden-hued drink and relishing the cozy ambience of the box. My Lord Baron, what is it? Are you feeling better? Perhaps due to receiving his gift, Clow appeared significantly brighter. No longer sulking in silence as he had before tea this moment, he cradled the white wolf egg in his arms, struggling to stand while clutching the black scythe. Yes, I'm quite well, that's good to hear. Loren nodded in satisfaction, then turned to gaze at the silver-haired girl still lost in thought, clutching her wooden box. Observing Loren's movement, Clow wisely set his belongings aside. I must find Mr. Geller, after a hasty farewell. Clow dashed out the door, closing it swiftly behind him. That moment, only two individuals remained in the room. Miss Eleanoia? Thank you. Eleanoria turned her head, gazing intently into Loren's eyes, although it was not her first encounter with that visage. The recent brush with death had left her in a state of disarray, allowing Loren, at this moment, the leisure to truly appreciate the beauty of the girl before him, the soul of this youth. Having traversed through realms, was once a person with a myriad of hobbies, dedicating time to savor everything from modern games and animations to the art of medieval novels. Thus, albeit as an amateur, he believed himself to be someone capable of appreciating beauty, and at this moment, he could vow with his very life that he was beholding the most exquisite sight of his 18 years of existence. Thump, thump, thump. Loren felt his heart beating uncontrollably. This sensation had also washed over him when he first arrived in this world, standing before the girl named Alashia. Embarrassed and shy, Loren found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe his current state. What is the matter? Cough, cough. It's nothing. Seeing the girl tilt her head in confusion, Loren hurriedly coughed to mask his flustered Miss Eleanoria, what do you intend to do next? Next, the girl instinctively tilted her head once more. If you escaped from the destroyed branch of the magic banquet, you should still be a wanted criminal, right? Perhaps, yes. There were quite a few mages and mechanical soldiers pursuing me on my way here. Were it not for my temporary refuge in Akbar City, I would likely still be living a life on the run. Observing the girl's innocent demeanor, Loren clenched his teeth and spoke up. However, Akbar City is also under the direct jurisdiction of the Mexico's empire. Even if I hide well here, it is only a matter of time before I am discovered. If you are willing, I am currently the lord of the territory surrounding Akbar City, which will ensure your safety. Is that acceptable? You are aware that witches are pursued by various nations of the world, right? If discovered, you could instantly transform from a noble into one of the world's most wanted criminals. But you are my savior. Without your kindness, I would have perished by now. Therefore, I wish to assist you as much as possible. Very well, then I shall not refuse your offer. Loren was momentarily taken aback by her straightforward acceptance. She did not question whether he harbored ulterior motives, nor did she inquire about any form of compensation, not even displaying a hint of modesty before readily agreeing to his proposal. Then, I entrust this matter to you. Oh, all right. However, one thing he understood clearly. A promise is a promise. Regardless of how casual or absurd it may seem, once a commitment is made, one must strive with all their might to fulfill it. As the lights shifted to a vibrant crimson, the auctioneer returned to the stage, signifying the end of a brief intermission. Loren straightened his posture, sitting attentively, while Clow had also returned, taking a seat beside him. Meanwhile, Eleanoria remained on the sofa, gently cradling the wooden box, whispering in a voice barely audible to those nearby. Rest assured, your relic will not be tarnished by others. That I vow this with my life. Miss Callian, devoutly holding the box, the silver-haired girl lifted her gaze towards the guide who had led her out of the abyss, speaking with utmost sincerity. As the intermission concluded, the auctioneer, adorned in a splendid ceremonial robe and donning a beaked mask, stepped back onto the podium, raising a wooden hammer and proclaiming, "Next, it is my honor as the auctioneer to introduce the final 10 items of today's auction, the most precious headlining treasures. Let us conclude tonight's auction with these last 10 items. Due to the beaked mask, the audience could not discern her expression, but from the excited tone of her voice, they could feel the allure in her elevated pitch, indicating the exceptional value of these items. As the orange-yellow light enveloping the podium transformed to a deep crimson, the first headlining item was projected onto the backdrop. The IT was a sheet of pure white paper, filled with various characters and symbols intentionally obscured by a mosaic, rendering them unrecognizable. IT was a design blueprint. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish, regardless of the type of weaponry or equipment. Possessing the blueprint and materials allows for the continuous mass production of such items. Thus, the price of a certain item's design blueprint has always been significantly higher than that of the item itself. Nevertheless, even so, several design blueprints had already been sold in the recent auction. If this were to be worthy of the headlining item, Loren squinted slightly, scrutinizing the blueprint closely. In this world, the more precious the design blueprint, the more it would be inscribed upon equally rare materials, much like the revered Codex Mimir, acknowledged as the most precious compilation of blueprints in existence, written upon the hide of the formidable beast Behemoth. If one could ascertain the material of the design blueprint, one could surmise the value of its contents. However, even as he pondered, the pure white sheet projected on the wall surpassed Loren's expectations. That is a device of scientific technology. That moment, a cool and ethereal voice suddenly resonated beside him. Eleonora, still clutching the wooden box, had yet to open it. Yet her words had indeed emerged from her lips. That paper must have been crafted using the extraordinary technology from the Technoroya Empire. Though similar to the extraordinary system of the Mexico's empire, the essence of extraordinary systems fundamentally derives from the power of containment. With a profound understanding of containment, one could gain insights into its conceptual framework. The girl before him was a witch capable of reading the power of containment, and Loren was uncertain how her abilities compared to his own system. Nevertheless, it was evident that her experience in this domain was more profound. Loren pinched his chin thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Am I perhaps encountering too much of the extraordinary systems from the other side of the world today? Although the Mexico's empire and the Technoroya Empire publicly maintained extensive cooperation, recently jointly eradicating the magic banquet branch located in the forest, seemingly enjoying a harmonious relationship, behind the scenes as two of the world's most powerful nations. Various covert conflicts inevitably arose, even in the absence of open strife. Thus, it was rare to witness Technoroya's scientific technology within the Mexico's empire, and similarly, those residing in the Technoroya Federation would seldom encounter the magic and martial skills of the Mexico's Federation. However, the design blueprint before him, along with the mechanical assassin lying within his spatial ring, belonged distinctly to the scientific domain of the Technoroya Empire. This moment, the auctioneer began to introduce this headlining item. For all extraordinary individuals from the Mexico's empire, this item may hold little practical value. Nevertheless, I assure you, this item is undoubtedly worthy of being our auction centerpiece, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Pausing briefly to emphasize this point, the auctioneer cleared her throat before continuing. This set of blueprints belongs to the esteemed General Slicker of the Technoroya Empire. With the name Slicker uttered, the audience erupted into murmurs. Isn't Slicker the newly appointed general of Technoroya? The one who led an army to annihilate a small kingdom 5 years ago? Is he dead? My father mentioned that general would eventually become a significant threat to the empire if he continued to grow. A whisper of gossip within our family has reached me, revealing that during the fateful expedition against the demon banquet, he and General Rass of our illustrious Make-Sykes empire breached the inner sanctum of the demon banquet, only to fall prey to the traps set by those despicable scoundrels, ultimately meeting their demise. That it is likely that the inheritance was seized at that very moment. That is it true? I initially thought it to be mere fabrication. I once held the same belief. Whether in the private rooms on the second floor or in the crowded spaces on the first, the majority of attendees began to engage in animated discussions with familiar faces around them. As the revelation of this item's information stirred ripples akin to a bomb dropped into still waters, beneath the white-beaked mask, the auctioneer revealed a fleeting smile, invisible to others, which he swiftly concealed before gently striking the table with his gavel, quieting the crowd before continuing. While specific details cannot be disclosed, we at the Chrysos Merchants Guild assure you that this item has been acquired through wholly legitimate and reasonable means. Thus, there is no need for you to worry about the possibility of the Technoroia Empire reclaiming this item. Similarly, for the protection of our buyers' interests, we cannot disclose what technologies may be manufactured from this design. However, we can guarantee, under the auspices of the Guild, that the various technological devices inscribed herein are recipes authored by General Slicker himself. With the esteemed endorsement of the Chrysos Merchants Guild, excitement began to ripple through the crowd of potential buyers. The quality of a recipe designed or favored by an imperial general speaks for itself. Even if the extraordinary individuals present cannot utilize it themselves, they could trade it to someone within the Technoroia Empire, thus opening a channel symbolizing vast wealth at that moment. The auctioneer once again struck the table with his gavel, announcing the commencement of the auction. Therefore, the starting bid for the legacy of General Slicker, a compilation of his personally penned technological device recipes, is set at 10,000 gold coins, with the auctioneer's declaration. A cacophony erupted in the hall. Due to the relatively low starting price, the bidders wasted no time pressing their bidding buttons. I bid 15,000, 20,000 gold coins. I am a fan of General Slicker. This item is perfect for me. Nonsense. I am a relative of General Slicker. I bid 21,000, 30,000 gold coins. A thunderous voice resonated from the second floor, and the high bid echoed throughout the auction hall. While the first-floor bidders hesitated to raise their offers by a few thousand, a private box on the second floor jumped the bid by 10,000. Not only the onlookers outside the auction, but even the esteemed guests on the first floor, capable of participating in this grand auction, were momentarily stunned into silence. Was that not the Lord of Ackberg? Seated in a second-floor VIP box, Loren cast a curious glance at the man who had placed the bid. The box housed a middle-aged gentleman, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, clad in impeccably tailored Western attire, a glass of red wine in hand, his face adorned with a shrewd smile that exuded the essence of a successful individual. In a twist of fate, Loren noticed that his attire coincidentally matched that of the Lord. In terms of clothing, Loren's formal attire, brought from the imperial capital, was undoubtedly more exquisite. Yet, having just come from battle, his garments hung loosely, lacking form, and he held a cup containing a beverage suited for children, inadvertently grounding his demeanor. Tito put it bluntly. It appeared somewhat lowly. Feeling somewhat overshadowed, Loren could not help but sigh. Downing the drink in one go before placing the cup aside and reclining back into the sofa, enveloped in frustration, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to bid?" At that moment, a familiar, cool voice, tinged with curiosity, queried. Turning his head, he found a silver-haired girl beside him. Her expression one of puzzlement. "No, I have no need for such things. Besides, advanced technology requires specialized materials, and acquiring them in the Make-Sykes Empire is rather inconvenient." "Well, I was going to suggest that you not waste the body you have there." "Body?" Loren blinked in surprise, realizing what the girl was referring to. "You mean the assassin I killed? Though his cybernetic enhancements are not of the highest caliber, they are indeed genuine force energy metals. Even if disassembled, they could fetch a decent price. That I've heard that in the Technoroia Empire, the bodies of those who have undergone cybernetic enhancements are often put up for auction, selling for quite a sum. Is that true?" Loren was taken aback by such a seemingly cruel custom, shaking his head. However, the legacy of General Slicker must require very high-grade force energy metals for its blueprints. Even if I dismantled that assassin's cybernetics, they surely wouldn't be of the quality needed. "Not necessarily," Eleanor replied, shaking her head once more. "How do you know?" Just as Loren was about to press further, he suddenly fell silent, as if a thought struck him. But the girl earnestly responded to the conclusion he had only vaguely considered, because those two generals were ultimately slain by the demon Banquet. With a resigned sigh, Eleanor extended her finger, stating earnestly, "I am a mage, so I am not well versed in machinery. However, after my companion dismantled the General's equipment, he informed me that while these devices possess advanced technological essence, their material requirements are not particularly high-end. Thus, basic force energy metals should suffice to synthesize the recipes documented therein." Listening to the girl, Loren suddenly recalled something and asked, "Speaking of which, General Slicker from Technoroia and General Ras from Armakesykes must have fallen together during the expedition against the Demon Banquet. If the Chrysos Merchants Guild acquired these recipes from the battlefield, then General Ras should also be included, right? I suspect the Chrysos Merchants Guild is intentionally selling the technologies they collected in the Makesykes Empire while putting General Ras's combat techniques up for auction in the Technoroia Empire. After all, this is a vast trading guild spanning the world. As for their reasons, I am uncertain. I do not understand commercial matters. Since both generals held significant positions in their respective realms, it stands to reason they would choose to relocate their dealings to other nations to prevent any diplomatic entanglements. Valuable goods can fetch high prices no matter where they are sold. Loren, disinterested in delving into these complex matters, shook his head, while Eleanor had already withdrawn her head, closing her eyes tightly, clutching the wooden box as if she were a delicate yet lifeless statue. Meanwhile, the bidding continued. Although the Lord had boldly placed a bid of 30,000 gold coins, causing many to relinquish their interest, the value of General Slicker's legacy remained clear, prompting several to grit their teeth and continue bidding. Well, I estimate the ceiling could reach 50,000 gold coins. There is still time for more competition. Ugh, ISNT this money better spent. It could fund a mercenary company for a year. Loren retrieved the auction sheet, reviewing the final items up for bid. Although there were 10 final items, 2 of which are the magical energy potions he had submitted, the remaining 7, while high in value, lacked the allure to entice Loren. In reality, despite the auction's appeal, it was merely a remote branch of Ackberg. For Loren, who hailed from the imperial capital, these final items ultimately fell short. So, should he sell the body he possessed for some gold coins? Or purchase this design and spend some time studying it? The technology of Technoroia. According to Loren's rudimentary understanding, in contrast to the extraordinary techniques that enhance individual prowess within the Mexicus Empire, the extraordinary individuals of Technoroia tend to rely more on external enhancements and numerical superiority. Much like the assassin who attempted to take his life, armed with costly prosthetic augmentations and accompanied by a mechanical puppet. In Technoroia, the combat capabilities of its extraordinary beings do not stem solely from the rigorous cultivation of their own bodies, as seen in Mexicus. Rather, while some degree of training does exist, their primary method of augmentation lies in the creation of formidable weaponry, overwhelming their foes through a legion-like approach. Thus, they stand in stark contrast to warriors and mages who depend on vitality and the refinement of life force into magical energy. Although Loren remains uncertain about how to become one of Technoroia's extraordinary beings. Theoretically, if applied correctly, the scientific advancements of Technoroia could coexist harmoniously with his own magic. After all, both originate from the power of containment, suggesting minimal conflict between the two. That Loren rapped his knuckles on the table, deep in thought. With the sound of the wooden hammer striking for the 100th time, the auction was officially concluded. The golden doors swung open, and a throng of guests poured out, some wearing expressions of regret as they cast lingering glances back, ultimately departing with a resigned sigh, while others left with beaming smiles, contentedly cradling their acquired goods or gleaming coins. Loren certainly belonged to the latter group. Were those magical energy potions truly your merchandise? Eleanor, still clutching the wooden box, inquired curiously, observing Loren's face, where an uncontrollable smile was evident as he held a VIP card. Loren nodded, striving to suppress the smile that threatened to break free. 30 vials of magical energy potions were sold over 4 sessions, netting him a substantial 6-figure sum. Even after purchasing an array of weapons and materials at the auction, the amount earned from the 30 vials only increased his wealth as he exited the venue. The sum was enough to make even Loren, who had already secured 2 investments, envious. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this income would continue to flow in the future, having signed a contract with the Ackberg division for quite some time, with auctions held monthly. If he continued to sell 30 vials each time, while walking forward, Loren calculated the potential earnings he could amass solely from the magical energy potions before the contract conclusion. However, he was taken aback to learn that the greatest purchaser of the potions was a follower of the star god. Loren frowned, recalling the identity of the individual who had bought his potions. Typically, a cellar seated on the ground floor would not hold as high a status as those invited to the VIP boxes on the second floor. This status, if applied to the Chrysois Merchant Guild, would largely correlate with one's wealth. Yet, the follower of the star god, who sat on the ground floor clad in a blue robe and mask, exhibited considerable financial prowess that evening, from initial magical metal veins to various resources, and culminating in the heavy purchases of several key items. He overshadowed the majority of sellers present, revealing his immense wealth. Were the followers of the star god perhaps preparing for something? The Star God Church, recognized as the sole religion capable of establishing churches in major cities of the empire, left Loren with no doubt regarding their financial capabilities. After all, it was merely a small divisions auction. If they wished, they could easily acquire all items up for bid. However, the concern was that they showed little interest in tangible gains. The vast wealth held by this grand church was primarily utilized for its expansion and the establishment of more church branches, rather than purchasing potions and materials to bolster their strength. While it was possible that some followers were buying for personal reasons, the individual cloaked in a robe and mask clearly represented the Star God Church. Using its wealth for this auction, forget it. It is of little consequence. Loren shook his head. And no matter who the guests were or what their intentions might be, as long as they provided him with money, it was of no concern to him. Why, Lord Baron, do you intend to return now? The white-haired elder, who had been guarding Loren's door, now closely followed behind him. Let's head back directly to by the way. I discussed it with Miss Eleanor, and she will be joining us shortly. Understood. There are plenty of vacant seats in the carriage. That should not pose a problem. However, matters did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. I left some belongings in my rented accommodation here and need to retrieve them, Eleanor said, her brow furrowed. Is it absolutely necessary? It is indeed necessary. Very well. I shall accompany you. Jether, who had been standing behind the three, shield in hand, nodded before scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Perhaps due to the auction, the foot traffic in Akbar City was exceptionally dense today, with people on the streets being jostled by the crowd. If not for the guards deployed here, maintaining order, several stampedes might have occurred. However, with such a large crowd, it also suggested that the carriages at the parking lot would be heavily congested. In that case, my Lord Baron, I will go with Clow to fetch the carriage. Once you two have concluded your business, we can meet at the city gate. Understood. Let us proceed with that plan. Loren nodded and waved his hand, following Eleanor as they departed. Yet Clow, still clutching the white egg and struggling under the weight of the enormous scythe, furrowed his brow. Jether, is this advisable? If more assassins were to arrive, without you or me to guard the Baron, that will not happen. Those assassins will not return, Jether replied, shaking his head that a strike must be decisive. If it fails, retreat immediately. This is the creed followed by that group of assassins. Moreover, within the Assassins' Guild, each task is assigned to a single assassin. Since that one has already perished, it will be a considerable time before the Baron is in any danger. But isn't it a bit presumptuous to rely solely on conjecturing the enemy's intentions? Indeed, that is only one aspect. There is a more significant reason. Jether nodded gently, gesturing for Clow to look in the direction he indicated. What? Clow asked, bewildered as he scanned the area. To his eyes, the scene before him was merely a chaotic sea of humanity, devoid of any anomalies. Observing the confusion in his junior's expression, Jether shook his head gently and pointed out several individuals who, though blending into the crowd, were not easily noticed. At T9 o'clock, the one in the black coat is the captain of the Akbar City Guard. An exceptional warrior. At T3 o'clock, the lady in the long dress is the captain of the reconnaissance team. Likely a mage. Besides them, there are 3 or 4 others, all formidable members of the Akbar City Guard. Are they perhaps covertly protecting the Baron? Well, considering our recent commotion at the guard's quarters, they will undoubtedly not allow anyone to harm him, not even a hair, before he departs, with the protection of a city's military. We would hardly have any opportunity to intervene at IC. But how did you discern their presence, Jether? Clow, having grasped the first question, immediately transitioned to the next. After all, Clow had always been confident in his innate perceptive abilities, which had accompanied him since birth. He could effortlessly track prey in a snow-laden forest, yet had failed to detect those individuals. In response to this query, Jether merely smiled. The detection methods of extraordinary beings are not comparable to the techniques you learned as a hunter. The perception of life force and the honing of instincts are specialized disciplines among extraordinary warriors that I see. It appears I've been rather narrow-minded. As an extraordinary being, you still have a long journey ahead of you. Take your time. Young one earnestly patted Chunkin Klaus on the shoulder and smiled as he spoke. Let us be on our way to Illinois' rented cottage was a cozy duplex residence. Upon pushing open the door, a warm little home unfolded before Loren's eyes. Please come in, though I must leave soon. The surroundings are quite splendid, so the rent must be more expensive than that of an ordinary house. Compared to the simpler places Loren had encountered, this rental, while not as opulent as a grand villa or estate, still boasted 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas on the first floor, fully functional. Not to mention the second floor, which Loren had yet to explore. The room was adorned with various rare furnishings and many unopened boxes, the contents of which remained a mystery. Please come in. Though I must leave soon, the environment is so delightful. Surely the rent must be higher than that of an ordinary dwelling. Actually, the rent here is cheaper than most places. Is that true? Illinois replied, recalling the incident where that assassin had knocked out the lady, who now lay unconscious on the ground. Without her, that lady would likely have perished. And what of the family of the magic banquet? Wherever she went, the people around her would. The girl shook her head vigorously. She had made a promise with her, and thus she could not regard herself in such a light. I had originally planned to stay here for a while before being discovered, and had even purchased quite a bit of furniture. Gazing at the recently unwrapped furnishings, the silver-haired maiden felt a pang of discomfort as she absent-mindedly touched her head, unable to suppress a sigh. You need to take anything? My spatial ring still has some room left. Never mind. I'll leave it for the next tenant. The girl pulled out a wooden cabinet from beneath the sofa and retrieved some documents and books with a snap of her fingers. She made those important materials vanish from the physical realm. Then she stood up, clasped her hands together, and softly spoke as if in prayer. Madame Matilda, I wish you happiness in the future. As the girl's gentle chant filled the air, an invisible light enveloped the room. Before departing, Illinois sincerely offered her blessings to the lady she had met no more than a week ago. Then her ethereal voice chimed once more. Let us be on our way. All right, everything appears to be in order, my lord. Here is your certificate of departure. I could see the city gates of Akbar. Loren completed the handover with Illinois as they stepped through the grand entrance. By the way, you are a mage, aren't you? As they walked towards the designated meeting place with Gilor and Klaus, the silver-haired maiden, still clutching the wooden box, suddenly spoke up. Indeed, what of it? Then as compensation for temporarily residing in your domain. How about I teach you some magic? The girl raised a finger, her face alight with enthusiasm. That I've been studying magic in the forest of the magic banquet since I was 4 or 5. And after being a student for so long, I wish to try my hand at being a teacher. And don't worry, being my student is quite the bargain. I am indeed quite powerful. Loren, initially unsure of how to respond, became intrigued upon hearing her claim of strength, playfully asking, So, Miss Illinois, just how strong are you? How strong? Well, although this world lacks a formal ranking system to measure one's combat prowess, comparisons can certainly be made, like with certain new stars from the Makesykes Empire or those great mages known for their legendary deeds, such as General Rass, who was slain by your magic banquet. Or, well, I'm not quite sure. The girl replied straightforwardly that I had always lived within the magic banquet, deep in the forest, and had never ventured outside. After all, we witches are friends of the forest and nature, diligently grinding herbs and ores within the secluded woods that a proper witch in the realm of magic would never be overly concerned with the superficial rankings of strength. Be frank, during the incident when my family was persecuted, it was my first time using the magic I had studied for so long as a weapon to take another's life. Therefore, I cannot answer that question. Very well, consider it a casual inquiry. Loren sighed, then continued, perhaps it's due to my youthful naivety, but the debate over whether the eternal monarch is the strongest human, or whether Makesykes or Technoroia is more powerful, might seem trivial to adults, yet never fails to pique my interest. I see no fault in that. The silver-haired maiden rested her chin on her hand, pondering seriously for a moment before wedging the wooden box under her elbow and extending all 10 fingers. The strongest, perhaps that is a bit of an exaggeration, but I believe I should rank among the top 10 mages in this world. Oh, that is quite impressive. Loren chuckled, shaking his head, not taking the girl's words too seriously. Encountering the world's strongest and establishing such a simple bond akin to a protagonist in a novel was something Loren never expected to happen to him. Furthermore, according to the girl's assertions, she had not witnessed the vastness of the world, so it was likely merely an overestimation on her part. Regardless, knowing that she was stronger than him was sufficient for him to learn from her. At this point, the two had reached their destination. With the whinny of horses and the rumble of wagon wheels, the long journey of the day was drawing to a close at the starting point. Within the Uranus Villa, due to the fact that the current master of this esteemed residence would be away for an extended period tonight, the acting head maid decided to ensure that the house would be spotless during these few hours, so that when the master returned, it would feel as though they had come home anew. Thanks to the presence of high technology and magic, the tasks of maids in this world were surprisingly lighter compared to those in Loren's previous life. They could either cast a few cleaning spells or use reasonably priced specialized cleaning tools imported from Technoroia to accomplish what would normally take half a day's labor in just 1 hour. Aside from a few very traditionalists, most maid work was relatively easy. However, it so happened that Loren's father, the current head of the Vasilifus clan, belonged to this very traditionalist group that it wouldn't be entirely accurate to label him as such. For most respects, Clive Vasilifus was quite progressive. For instance, he strongly advocated against the slave trade supported by many old nobles and abolished numerous ancient customs of the Vasilifus family. Yet, curiously, in certain matters, he remained quite rigid. For example, many times when a magic spell could easily resolve an issue, he insisted that it be done through manual labor, that of course, this wasn't purely oppression of subordinates. After all, he paid his family as servants significantly more than other nobles paid theirs, and Belle, having been diligent in the Vasilifus clan since her birth, rising from a small maid-to-the-head maid, naturally inherited such commendable traditions. Thus, she was rigorously demanding herself and the other maids to clean the entire Uranus Villa and its surrounding gardens within this short night. Here, and here, that moment. Belle wielded various cleaning tools as if they were extensions of her own arms, her unaltered eyes scanning the entire building like the most precise of surveillance devices that be by normal standards. The other maids were doing quite well. Yet under Belle's scrutiny, even the tiniest dust that would not be visible without a magnifying glass could be easily pinpointed by her. Hey, this one do. Everyone. Although we have a new master. That doesn't mean we can slack off. Since we have chosen to use manual labor rather than technology, we must approach our work with the utmost seriousness and diligence, leaving no room for even the slightest error. So, my lords, why don't we simply use technology to clean? Unless granted the master's consent, we absolutely cannot alter our demeanor for our own reasons. This is a rule we, as maids, must adhere to. It is somewhat disheartening to witness our typically amiable superior transform into a stern figure reminiscent of a teacher grading papers when work commences that a few exasperated maids discreetly stuck out their tongues in her absence, then began diligently tidying the remaining areas of the villa. Ah, young master, one maid sighed, undertaking a task that would require at least 2 or 3 others to complete, while her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her current master, who, according to the former owner, was being targeted by assassins. Just as her anxiety peaked, a series of knocks echoed through the it was the sound of someone at the door. After sweeping the last speck of dust into the bin, she stretched and hurried towards the entrance. Is it you, young master? She wondered. Oh no, I forgot the key. Never mind, I'll just knock. Name. Claude was still a resident of the village. He claimed to reside with the 2 children of his dear friend. However, today, Loren had brought him along as his bodyguard to bolster his appearance during the signing as for Jeller. He had parked the carriage and would return to reside with his subordinates in the house that Loren had intentionally prepared for them. Consequently, only Loren and Illinois stood at the grand entrance of the Uranus Villa. Miss Illinois, please feel free to stay at my home for now. The room is quite spacious, No problem, we're here. While the two were in discussion, the door swung open to reveal a familiar voice. Hey, Belle. I'm back. Sorry, I forgot my key. Loren waved happily, awaiting the warm words of concern or critique that he anticipated from the woman before him. However, the response was not as he had imagined. The maid appeared as if time had frozen, grasping the wooden door with both hands, her eyes widening slightly, mouth forming a small circle, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Young master, she stammered. What's the matter? The slow-witted Loren only realized something was amiss when he noticed the maid's gaze was not directed at him. He turned slightly, observing her adorable expression of confusion as she seemed utterly oblivious to the situation. Then, as if coming to her senses, the beautiful young lady clapped her hands and approached Belle. Hello, Mississippi, I am Illinois, invited here by my friend to stay for a while. That moment, Belle finally registered what was happening. In a mere 0.03 seconds, she adjusted herself to normalcy, pushed Loren aside, and enthusiastically took Illinois' pale hand in hers. Understood? Mississippi, please rest assured. Since you are a friend of our young master, feel free to express any needs you may have. Thank you, maid lady. While striking the most exaggerated pose Loren had ever witnessed, Belle began to introduce Illinois to every corner of the villa, except for Loren's bedroom. Come, look, this villa has many vacant rooms, including one that bathes in the most comfortable sunlight at 8 in the afternoon. Watching Belle's enthusiastic demeanor, Loren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While entertaining Illinois, Belle took advantage of a momentary pause to turn to Loren, her eyes glistening with tears. Young master, please don't worry that I understand how difficult it is to discover your feelings for a girl after 18 years. Rest assured, as your servant, I will manage everything for you, even at the cost of my own life. Wait, so, before he could finish, the maid flitted over to Illinois' side, employing the eloquence of a seasoned salesperson to extol the virtues of the house and Loren himself. The true owner of the house was left in the shadows, sighing in resignation. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. Today has been exceedingly long, signing contracts, participating in the auction, and being assassinated. Although, in retrospect, nothing grave befell me, my spirit has waned considerably. With a yawn, Loren sauntered towards the bathroom, signaling the end of this protracted evening. Despite having established a strict wake-up time for himself, his self-discipline was not yet sufficient to ensure he adhered to it every time. Coupled with the exhaustion from yesterday's assassination attempt, he found himself languidly sprawled across the bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Ugh, so noisy, savoring the sweet fragrance of the rebirth flower while furrowing his brow. He buried his ears beneath his pillow and rolled over, contentedly indulging in the warmth of his soft bed. Rumble, rumble, a thunderous noise pierced through his pillow shield, penetrating his ears like a sharp drill, jolting Loren upright in bed. What on earth? Confused, he rubbed his eyes and slowly rose. Belle, are you there? What is it, young master? The maid, adorned with a white headpiece, peered in from the side. What's that noise outside? Young master, it's the renovation team you requested. Renovation? Yes, about half an hour ago. The supervisor arrived with the construction crew to assist with the renovations. Since you were still asleep at the time, I temporarily granted them permission to enter the starting point. Oh, Loren recalled his earlier visit to Akbar City, where he had signed a contract for renovation services and a life insurance policy. However, wishing to avoid excessive expenses, he had opted for the more basic services. Despite their simplicity, they still proved invaluable, particularly during the assassination attempt he had experienced yesterday. That IT was thanks to the magical engineering devices provided by the insurance that he had managed to save his own life, enabling him to unleash the flame spell from his Froja ring and deliver a decisive blow to his assailant. Reflecting on it now, had he invested a bit more in a superior insurance package, he could have handled the situation without any assistance from Illinois. The same reasoning applied to the construction services. His initial plan had been to gradually transform the starting point into a self-sufficient village, eventually upgrading it over time. However, the unexpected opportunity to join the Balakism mountain expedition and explore the fortress of the Immortal King had drastically shortened his timeline. During previous discussions with a representative of the Chrysoth Merchant Guild, they had elevated his construction package to the highest tier, transforming what was initially intended for basic tasks into an extravagant service encompassing even the public restrooms along the roadside. Loren couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. Is today the scheduled workday? Finally shaking off the remnants of sleep, Loren began to grasp the situation. Would you like to take a look? Of course, this is my land. However, even with that declaration, Loren did not spring into action immediately. He first swung his legs over the side of the bed, stifling a yawn as he made his way to the bathroom. After a thorough routine of washing his face and brushing his teeth, he dressed in a comfortable outfit, draped a robe over his shoulders, and with a bottle of milk in one hand and some leftover bread from the capital in the other, he stepped outside the Uranus villa. Hello, you must be Baron Loren. Truly a fine figure. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Loren was drawn in by a voice that a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and tie, adorned with a watch, epitomizing the image of a successful individual in both Loren's past life and this world, stood before him. Good day, sir. May I inquire your name? In a single bite, Loren finished the bread, then removed his plastic gloves and clasped the hand of the middle-aged man. I am but a nameless individual that I serve as the head of the Burr Construction Company, a subsidiary of the Chryso Society, located in the Akbar City branch, tasked with overseeing and enhancing the services required by Lord Baron. As he spoke, the man handed Loren a golden business card embossed with the word Burke. In accordance with Miss Elena's instructions, we shall upgrade your land according to municipal regulations based on your requirements. The project is divided into 2 phases. We will conduct the preliminary planning of your land within 15 days, followed by a 3-day preparation period, after which we will complete the upgrade in the remaining 15 days. This design has been crafted by our designer based on the specifications you provided during your service purchase. Please take a moment to review it. According to the intelligence, 15 days from now coincides with the time when the beasts of the Balakizi mountain range will emerge. Loren could not discern the details of the architectural design, so he merely glanced at it before returning it. Well then, may our collaboration be fruitful. After a handshake, the man took back the design and departed. Stretching lazily, Loren turned and returned to the Uranus villa. At that moment, a silver-haired woman stood on the villa's balcony, frowning as she gazed at the massive construction work below. Rubble and bricks piled high, dust swirling about. Do you not find this environment to your liking? The sudden voice startled her slightly. Turning around, she saw Loren, who had just finished his last sip of milk, smiling gently. Because I am a sorceress, you see. Those who understand the cursed knowledge and the elves who dwell in the forests and nature are envied and even despised by humanity. Only the essence of the world embraces them. Leaning against the balcony railing, Loren shifted his gaze from the construction below to the lush forest in the distance. Though I know you will not provide me with an answer, the ethereal and melodious voice of the silver-haired girl floated into his ears. I am nonetheless curious about your invitation to this place. I ask it merely to repay me for saving your life. Loren fell silent. If the questions posed by Claude had been ones he had never considered, then this inquiry was clearly one he wished to avoid. Regardless, you are the second person in this world to extend a helping hand to me. In any case, it feels rather pleasant that a completely transparent butterfly appeared from nowhere and alighted upon Eleanor's verdant fingers. The girl fixated her gaze on the butterfly. What shall we do next? It is time for learning. How fortuitous. Eleanor gently retracted her finger, allowing the butterfly to take flight, then turned to Loren with a smile. As per our agreement, I shall teach you magic. What do you say? Loren's attitude towards learning was rather complex. On one hand, he relished the pursuit of knowledge and understood its significance before his transmigration. He had a fondness for reading about the arts and other obscure subjects, genuinely eager to explore the unknown, a curious youth. Yet on the other hand, like most students, despite his inner yearning to be a diligent pupil, once learning commenced, no matter how much he encouraged himself, his body would inevitably succumb to fatigue and his spirit would unwittingly wane. Someone in his past life had once told him that when a passion becomes a job, even the greatest enthusiasm can be extinguished. Loren wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. However, sharing a room with the most beautiful girl he had encountered in both of his lifetimes might rekindle that passion. Come, please take a seat. Eleanor's room was dim, lacking a fireplace or even a simple electric light. The only window allowing sunlight was obscured by thick curtains, letting in only faint glimmers of light. The furnishings were crafted from round timber. Although similar to the other furniture in the house, this room emanated a strangely delightful aroma reminiscent of a reborn flower. Whether it was the unique nature of the furniture or some mysterious magic cast by the silver-haired girl remained uncertain. After retrieving a candle adorned with intricate patterns from the cabinet and lighting it, a fragrance, akin yet more distinctive than that of the furniture, wafted through the air, blending with the two scents to create an ambience that made Loren feel as though he were in a lush forest. Clearing his mind, although it could not rival the reborn flower's essence that could prepare most, Eleanor, with a serious demeanor, adjusted non-existent glasses and settled at the table before Loren. Now, let us prepare to enter the magical realms of dreams and fantasies. Although it was ostensibly a lesson, the room was devoid of the numerous books and writing implements typical of a conventional classroom. Rather than a formal lecture, it felt more akin to the gathering of long-lost friends. Eleanor produced a few leaves of vibrant green tea and, picking up a kettle, began brewing. While I am not adept at household chores, brewing tea is one of the few things I have earnestly studied. She added, since this is not a tea ceremony, I shall keep it simple. However, I assure you it will taste no worse than what that maid might prepare. Care to try? With an awkward smile. Loren discreetly stowed away the red tea he had unknowingly placed behind his back and accepted the green tea brewed by the girl, promptly gulping it down, only to find it scalding hot. That is not how one drinks tea. The girl sighed, delicately gripping the cup's rim with her thumb and forefinger, her middle finger supporting the base, taking a small sip. You must hail from a noble family. Have you not learned the art of tea? I learned it when I was quite young, but I have nearly forgotten it all. If you wish to learn, I can teach you next time. However, let us commence today's magic lesson first. Let's see where to begin. With a gentle snap of her fingers, the girl cleared her throat seriously. Therefore, I would like to first